Chapter 51. However, the innate stage is relatively easy. The following stages, Master and Grand Master, will be challenging, Lin Yuan silently thought. The innate realm corresponds to the unranked evolvers of the Universal Human Alliance. The Master stage represents ranked evolvers. To advance from the innate realm to the Master realm through the martial path evolutionary pathway, one needs to perfectly grasp their own strength, which cannot be achieved through external means. In the virtual world of Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in the central square area. The Kanglin evolutionary rankings. Lin Yuan looked up at the towering rankings in the distance. The 8th line at the top was inscribed with the words Martial Path Evolutionary Pathway. Perhaps due to the significant changes in the evolutionary rankings this time, the central square area was more crowded than usual. There's something mysterious about the Martial Path Evolutionary Pathway. It unexpectedly managed to break into the top 8 of the evolutionary rankings. I heard that the second stage of this evolutionary pathway involves the fusion and transformation of two extreme forces, allowing it to soar from 78 to 8th place. The fusion and transformation of two extreme forces? My goodness, which big shot created this evolutionary pathway? I'm not sure, but on Kanglin Star, only those scholars who delve into evolutionary pathways or those research teams could possibly do it. Apart from them, no one else has the foundation to develop such an advanced evolutionary pathway. People in the square were quietly discussing, and Lin Yuan listened casually. Anyone who could enter the virtual world was either a second-tier or higher citizen or an evolver, so the sources of information were extensive. There were various speculations about the Martial Path evolutionary pathway. Some even believed that the creator of the Martial Path evolutionary pathway might be a scholar from another planet who specifically came to Kanglin Star to upload it. Lin Yuan remained calm. Perhaps these people discussing could never imagine that the creator of the Martial Path evolutionary pathway was a student under 20 who had just graduated. It's not necessary to reveal my identity now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The founder of the Martial Path evolutionary pathway had already attracted attention from all quarters. If Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity, there wouldn't be many benefits, but there would be numerous drawbacks. Indeed, with Lin Yuan's ability to upgrade to a 4th-tier citizen at any time, he gained attention from the Wisdom Goddess. With the Wisdom Goddess stepping in, she could suppress all internal voices of humanity. But what about the external voices? What about those other races? Lin Yuan was less than 20 years old and had already developed a martial path evolutionary pathway with a potential to reach the 6th rank. This was considered extremely dazzling, not only on Kanglin Star but even in nearby star systems. The more dazzling it was, the more it would attract the attention of those races hiding in the shadows. If it were just one high-ranked evolver, perhaps it wouldn't catch the eye of other races. After all, no matter how strong an evolver was, it could only roam freely for a limited time. However, if Lin Yuan were to truly develop the Martial Path evolutionary pathway to the 6th rank, a completely new 6th rank evolutionary path, it would represent not just one 6th rank evolver but a continuous stream of them. Once those races lurking in the dark learned about it, they would undoubtedly choose to assassinate Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan were to die, the Martial Path evolutionary pathway would lose its founder, and it would be challenging for future generations to progress on this pathway. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan couldn't reveal his identity. Even the Wisdom Goddess advised Lin Yuan not to disclose his identity. As for Lin Yuan's citizen level, it was indeed strange that he had risen several levels in a short period. However, who could know that the merit points Lin Yuan spent to raise his citizen level were obtained through uploading the Martial Path evolutionary pathway. In the Universal Human Alliance, there were various ways to earn merit points. As long as one gained recognition from the Wisdom Goddess and the other two goddesses, it was acceptable. In the Huilin district. Residence 118. This residence was a compensation gift from the old man who attended the Lin family banquet some time ago, offered to Lin Yuan by Chu Xiu. Although it couldn't compare to the luxurious mansion in the Shuiyu district worth millions, it still had a value of 5 to 600,000. Far better than the previous residence Lin Yuan's family lived in. Afterward, Lin Yuan let his parents move in, as he spent most of his time in the Water Moon district, and this residence was not needed. Early morning. Lin Yuan sat on the living room sofa. I've really become an evolver. At this moment, Lin Yuan's father, Lin Xiaocheng, hurriedly ran out, full of disbelief. At this moment, he felt a surge of power filling his body, and a warm flow was circulating between his limbs. Little Yuan, what's going on? Lin Yuan's mother, Lin Qiang, also looked incredulous. They had just woken up this morning and saw Lin Yuan standing at their bedside, telling them that they were now evolvers. Originally, Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang didn't believe it at all. Becoming an evolver was not that easy. They had heard that many evolutionary paths required undergoing brutal training, and only those who could endure it had a chance of becoming an evolver. During this period, their lives were extremely comfortable, and with Lin Yuan's influence, Lin Xiaocheng's position had risen several levels. There were no prerequisites for them to become evolvers. However, now they felt a revitalized body and a continuous warm flow circulating within them. The shock in Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang's hearts could be imagined. "Don't worry, I bought a special potion. I used it while you were sleeping, and when you woke up, you became evolvers," Lin Yuan explained with a smile. In reality, Lin Yuan had performed a bone marrow cleansing for Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang last night. With Lin Yuan's strength, even a simple bone marrow cleansing could greatly enhance their physical fitness to meet the evolver standard. "Ah! Isn't that kind of special potion expensive? Little Yuan, don't spend money recklessly. Your dad and I don't need to become evolvers," Lin Qiang asked immediately with concern. Lin Xiaocheng also nodded continuously on the side. It was said that even the lowest level gene potion cost 1,000,000 civilization coins and required corresponding permissions. For the two of them, they would need 2 million, which was money they wouldn't earn in their entire lives. "Don't worry, it didn't cost much. It's a benefit for evolvers," Lin Yuan casually said. In fact, Lin Yuan had performed a bone marrow cleansing for Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang the previous night. For Lin Yuan, even a simple bone marrow cleansing did not damage his vitality. The conversion between yin and yang in his body was restored in just a few breaths. And this kind of bone marrow cleansing was far more effective than the gene potion. The gene potion replaced a few genes in the body to strengthen oneself. Once taken, it meant that one's own path was fixed and could not be changed to other evolutionary paths. On the other hand, bone marrow cleansing simply increased physical fitness. In the future, whether Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang chose any evolutionary path, with their powerful physical fitness, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Brother, I want to become an evolver too." Lin Yi approached and blinked her big eyes, looking at Lin Yuan. "You're still too young. No need to rush, wait a few more years." Lin Yuan ignored his sister's completely disappointed expression and casually said a few words. Although Lin Yi didn't believe this explanation, the fact was true. Even if they really wanted to perform bone marrow cleansing, it needed to be done after their bodies had fully matured. Otherwise, it could easily solidify the body and lead to consequences such as halting development. "I never expected that in my life, Lin Xiaocheng, I would become an evolver one day." Hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Lin Xiaocheng sighed and couldn't help but say. "They say that sons rely on their fathers. What about government officials' children and wealthy children?" Now, Lin Xiaocheng had unexpectedly reversed the roles. Night. Water Moon District. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the underground training ground. A light curtain appeared in front of him, constantly flashing various evolutionary paths. After fully recovering his strength, Lin Yuan planned to purchase an evolutionary path to comprehend and perfect his own martial path. The evolutionary paths that Lin Yuan had in mind were mostly 4th-tier and 5th-tier evolutionary paths. Additionally, buying them directly was not cheap. With Lin Yuan's current financial resources, he could only choose one. After selecting for a long time, Lin Yuan finally confirmed 3 evolutionary paths. These 3 evolutionary paths were: 1. Golem Evolutionary Path. 2. Original Force Evolutionary Path. 3. Myriad Forms Evolutionary Path. Chapter 52. The 3 evolution paths each have their own strengths and different focuses. The Golem evolution path is created by studying a cosmic race called golems. When cultivated to the extreme, one can transform their own body into a golem. However, it's a weakened version of the golem race. Despite being rare, adult golems can stand up against 6th-rank human evolvers. The golem formed through this evolution path, even in its weakened state, can rival 4th or 5th-rank evolvers. Transform into a golem. "I'll pass," Lin Yuan thought carefully and shook his head. Despite acknowledging the unique aspects of the golem evolution path in transforming the physical body, Lin Yuan found it hard to accept the need for a complete change in bodily form. It's not about disliking the appearance of the golem race, rather, once you choose this evolution path, you're committed to a single course. Even with Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight, finding an alternative path would be incredibly troublesome. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the Force Evolution Path. The Force Evolution Path is a fifth-rank evolution method that revolves around understanding the omnipresent force in the universe. Unlike extreme energies like yin or yang, the force can encompass everything. It bears some resemblance to the Tai Chi philosophy formed by the fusion of yin and yang after practicing the Tai Chi Dao in the martial arts evolution path. As for the last choice, the path of a myriad forms, it leans more towards the evolution of the spirit and soul. It excels in spiritual attacks and could be considered an upgraded version of the spiritual master evolution path. The Force Evolution Path it is, Lin Yuan decided in his mind. The Tai Chi philosophy within the martial arts evolution path shares similarities with the Force Evolution Path, and choosing this path would be more beneficial for Lin Yuan. Ding! With the deduction of 40 million civilization coins, Lin Yuan instantly received the complete Force Evolution Path. Different from purchasing physical items, virtual things like evolution paths could be acquired instantly. It's really expensive, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. Nevertheless, since he wasn't spending his own money but rather utilizing the central bank's loan limit, Lin Yuan didn't feel any regret. Open it, Lin Yuan commanded with a thought. The icon for the Force Evolution Path immediately became blurry. The first thing Lin Yuan saw was a warning in red font: this evolution path is not to be disclosed externally, otherwise, it will be subject to the highest court's judgment. In the Human Cosmic Alliance, every evolution path is protected by law, and privately teaching it is strictly forbidden. Ordinary citizens can obtain evolution paths in two ways. One is similar to Lin Yuan's method, directly purchasing them with civilization coins. However, for regular citizens, buying an evolution path is typically done one part at a time. For example, the Force Evolution Path belongs to the 5th rank evolution paths, and citizens would first choose to buy the first rank's content. After achieving perfection in the first rank, they could then purchase the second rank's part. This way, the burden is significantly reduced. The second method is for those who lack funds. They can sign a contract with other forces. These forces would sponsor them, providing the opportunity to become an evolver. If successful, the individual would have to serve the sponsoring force for 50 or 100 years. If they fail to become an evolver, they might have to serve the force for a considerable portion of their life. These forces could be official or unofficial. Lin Yuan had considered signing such a contract before when he was forcibly enlisted, but seldom did any unofficial forces dare to snatch recruits that had caught the attention of military districts. I wonder how much the martial arts evolution path is selling for now, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. After uploading the martial arts evolution path, Lin Yuan set the price for the first stage of the martial arts evolution path at 10,000 civilization coins. Unfortunately, when Lin Yuan first uploaded it, the martial arts evolution path was only a quasi-second rank evolution path, and even with its theoretical potential for a third rank, it still couldn't compare to the Force Evolution Path. The pricing of 10,000 civilization coins was considered reasonable. As for the second stage of the martial arts evolution path, due to its involvement with the Tai Chi philosophy, Lin Yuan set a high price of 500,000 coins. A few days ago, Lin Yuan learned that there were over 1,000 citizens currently practicing the martial arts evolution path. If these over 1,000 people only bought the first stage content, it would generate over 10 million in revenue. After the official share of 70%, there would be over 3 million, minus the relevant taxes and fees, leaving Lin Yuan with around 2 million. Of course, there might be a few wealthy individuals who directly purchased the complete martial arts evolution path. I'll know in a few months, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the income distribution of the evolution path, settlements in the virtual world were done annually. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan officially began to review the Force Evolution Path. Before the actual text of the evolution method, there was information about the origin of this evolution path. In the Human Cosmic Alliance, there was a star called the Moon Spirit Star, which belonged to the Red Kun starfield. The Moon Spirit Star was a high-level life planet in the Red Kun starfield, while the Kanglin Star, which Lin Yuan was familiar with, was a medium-level life planet. The Red Kun starfield consisted of 8 major star systems, each containing billions of stars and over 100,000 life planets. The cosmic force is a very special energy. It is gentle and extensive, Lin Yuan carefully read. At the same time, a message appeared. Your extraordinary insight is reversed. Browsing the Force Evolution Path has led to a comprehension of the essence of the Force. In a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to enter the cosmic starry sky. There were countless types of energy here, including the power of the sun, the power of the moon, and the Force. Lin Yuan could feel the affinity of the force toward him, attempting to control this gentle force. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. What happened to me? Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. He noticed that the surface of his skin had some stains that hadn't been there before. I've completed the force tempering. Lin Yuan immediately realized. Force tempering was a sign of mastering the force in the force evolution path. It involved using the omnipresent force in the cosmic starry sky to temper the body. How much time has passed? Lin Yuan checked the time. 8 hours, Lin Yuan was surprised. He had become so engrossed in cultivation that he hadn't noticed the passage of time. If other evolvers practicing the force evolution method knew that Lin Yuan had achieved mastery and completed force tempering in just 8 hours, they might be filled with despair. The most difficult step in the force evolution method was perceiving the existence of the force. Even ordinary evolvers would need several years to experience this perception. Achieving mastery and completing force tempering in such a short time was unheard of. In the force evolution method, unless someone had a special physique inherently close to the cosmic force, it usually took decades. Lin Yuan, however, only took 8 hours, making him a rare exception. Force tempering didn't cause a rejection of the yin and yang within my body. It seems like this evolution path is well suited for my comprehension. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, feeling confident in his choice. In the cosmic starry sky, various complex energies intertwined with each other. If there were no guidance from the force evolution path, even with Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight, locking onto a suitable energy amidst the multitude of energies would be a terrifyingly time-consuming task. Not to mention that cosmic force, being a power very suitable for Lin Yuan, made the process smoother. Basing it on the Tao of Tai Chi, with the cosmic force as the foundation. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and vaguely saw the direction of the third stage. In the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan achieved the second stage limit through the Tao of Tai Chi, even stepping into the third stage with one foot. However, he hadn't officially reached the third stage. Now, after continuously comprehending the essence of the force, Lin Yuan was not far from stepping into the third stage. 8 hours had passed, and as Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in the understanding of the force, a female robot arrived at the underground training ground, pulling a food cart and standing in front of Lin Yuan. "Master, it's time to eat," the female robot said. In the interstellar era, most households had a housekeeping robot. This female robot was the housekeeping robot Lin Yuan purchased, responsible for household chores, cooking, and even acting as a bodyguard. When Lin Yuan lived with his parents, his mother, Lin Qiang, disliked the soulless meals made by robots, preferring to cook herself. Lin Yuan didn't mind robot-cooked meals. Given his powerful digestive ability, he could even eat raw meat without any issues. Opening the dining table, the housekeeping robot brought out 7 or 8 dishes, mostly various types of meat cultivated from the genes of certain cosmic behemoths, rich in immense energy. While a few bites of such meat would leave an ordinary citizen malnourished, Lin Yuan, with his powerful physique, could digest these meats in just an hour or two. After around 10 minutes, Lin Yuan finished all the dishes. In reality, with Lin Yuan's current condition, he could entirely sustain his body's nutritional needs through nutrient solutions. However, years of dietary habits made Lin Yuan prefer visible food. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue immersing himself in cultivation, a video call suddenly appeared. "Who's looking for me?" Lin Yuan frowned, checking the caller ID. It was Chairman Liao. Chapter 53. Liao President is the president of the Evolvers Association in Dongning City. Lin Yuan has met him a few times, and they get along well. He clicked to answer. President Liao's virtual image appeared in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, how have you been considering the matter from last time?" President Liao asked with a smiling expression. "Oh, the matter from last time," Lin Yuan recalled. During the Lin family banquet, President Liao, the president of the Evolvers Association, personally visited, hoping that Lin Yuan could represent Dongning City in the competition on Kanglin Star. As for the reward, as long as Lin Yuan could break into the top 5,000 in the Kanglin Star competition, the Evolvers Association of Dongning City would provide 50 million as a reward. Of course, what Lin Yuan truly valued wasn't the 50 million but breaking into the top 3,000, or even 1,000 or 500, which came with rewards from Kanglin Star's official side. These rewards came in various forms, from cash, which was the least valuable, to various cosmic spiritual materials, many evolvers' pathways, exotic treasures, and even encounters with other evolvers. For Lin Yuan, the opportunity to confront other evolvers was also a good thing. With his unrivaled insight, he could peek at the strengths and weaknesses of their evolvers' pathways. Though it was far from reading the pathways directly, quality often made up for quantity. Most importantly, the competition would take place in the virtual world. This meant that Lin Yuan wouldn't need to take any risks or even travel, he could gain numerous benefits effortlessly. No problem, Lin Yuan nodded. That's good, President Liao sighed in relief. Compared to other evolvers, Lin Yuan was still a second-class citizen. The Evolvers Association could manage evolvers, but it had no authority over higher-class citizens. Therefore, President Liao treated Lin Yuan exceptionally politely, much more so than he would with other first-tier, 12th stage evolvers. By the way, Mr. Lin, if you have time, could you come to the association tomorrow? 3 other evolvers will participate in the competition with you. You can get to know each other beforehand since there will be a team competition in the tournament, and you'll need to coordinate with each other. President Liao said cautiously. No problem, Lin Yuan agreed. Since becoming an evolver, Lin Yuan had encountered very few other evolvers. Now that he had the chance to interact with them, he wouldn't let it slip by. Perhaps, with his unrivaled insight, he could gain something from them. Those selected by President Liao to participate in the tournament were probably first-tier, 12th stage evolvers. The evolvers' pathways they practiced were likely not straightforward. After chatting with President Liao, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in comprehending the original force evolutionary path. Lin Yuan was not practicing the original force evolutionary path but rather comprehending it. He incorporated the original force evolutionary path into his Tai Chi Dao, making it part of his martial arts. This is what Lin Yuan is currently doing. Contemplating other evolvers' pathways is indeed something some evolvers do. However, Lin Yuan takes it a step further by directly integrating an entire evolver system. It may sound astounding, but Lin Yuan is confident in this approach. First, the Tao of Tai Chi is highly suitable for integrating with the cosmic original force. Second, with his exaggerated comprehension efficiency from the unrivaled martial arts insight, achieving this goal is only a matter of time. Whether it takes a few months or a year or two remains to be seen. The next day, after a night of cultivation, Lin Yuan got up and headed to the Evolver Association. For ordinary citizens, staying up all night might result in fatigue the next day. However, for someone like Lin Yuan, who is close to the 3rd rank, the Tai Chi Dao's perpetual cycle of yin and yang ensures that he rarely experiences any downturn in his mental state. No matter how great the consumption, a few cycles of yin and yang can restore him. Mr. Linear. The security guard at the Water Moon district respectfully saluted Lin Yuan upon seeing him. Most people living in this district are either wealthy or prominent. Moreover, when Lin Yuan purchased his residence in this district, many people witnessed the manager's extremely deferential attitude. Whoever Lin Yuan is, they understand that he is not someone they can afford to belittle. Lin Yuan walked out of the Water Moon district, and there was a sleek, black, streamlined hovercar parked on the roadside, the Evolver Association's special car. It had been waiting outside the Water Moon district early in the morning. Mr. Lin, please get in. A tall man in black clothes walked down and respectfully opened the car door for Lin Yuan. Although self-driving technology is well developed, when receiving important guests, having a human driver is more common. After all, interacting with a living person is more pleasant than dealing with a cold AI, especially when welcoming important guests. Evolver Association. 23rd floor. 3 figures were sitting casually. I don't know what President Liao is thinking. For this tournament, he actually invited someone of unknown origin. The figure on the left spoke casually, with an obvious tone of dissatisfaction. He was Cao Rong, an evolver with good innate talent who had now reached the 1st rank, 12th stage. In the past, the 4 representatives participating in the tournament from Dongning City were familiar with each other. However, in this tournament, President Liao interfered and forcibly replaced one of them, bringing in a new evolver to participate alongside the other 3. Cao Rong understood President Liao's intention. In the past few tournaments, their performance had not been good, and they wanted to improve their results by changing team members. However, randomly replacing a member they didn't know might end up with worse results. Since President Liao values him, he must have some ability. The figure on the right hesitated for a moment before speaking. This figure was Luxi Guang, a bloodline evolver who had also reached the 1st rank, 12th stage. Humph! Cao Rong snorted. Then, he looked at the figure sitting in the center. Among the 3 of them, this evolver was the strongest. Later, Cao Rong, you make a move and test his strength. Zhong Bai squinted his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. In Dongning City, Zhong Bai was undoubtedly the strongest among evolvers who met the criteria to participate in the tournament. In previous tournaments, Zhong Bai had performed well, nearly breaking into the top 5,000. No problem. Cao Rong immediately became excited. After the three chatted about the newly added member, they began discussing their own matters. I brought back something good from Black Crow Star this time. Cao Rong took out a pair of black-framed glasses and proudly introduced, this pair of glasses is the latest research result from Black Crow Star. It can capture trace information and give a rough evaluation of combat power. Oh. Luxi Guang looked curious. Zhong Bai also turned his gaze over. Hehe, let me show you. Cao Rong put on the glasses and looked at Luxi Guang. Well, Ziguang's combat power is 986, which is on the upper side of the first rank, 12th stage, Cao Rong said, covering one side of the glasses. The combat power of the first rank, 12th stage is generally between 800 and 1100. My combat power is 1003, stronger than yours, Cao Rong said, quite pleased with himself. What about my combat power? Zhong Bai couldn't help but speak up. Brother Zhong, your combat power is, astonishingly 1098, almost reaching the first rank limit. Cao Rong, wearing the glasses, looked at Zhong Bai, slightly amazed. He knew Zhong Bai's strength, the strongest among the three of them, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. It seems quite accurate. Zhong Bai nodded slightly, offering a brief comment. Some time ago, he had made progress in his evolver's path, indeed approaching the first rank limit. He hadn't told anyone about this matter, but now Cao Rong had seen it. It seemed that these glasses were not simple. What is the upper limit of this glass's observation? Zhong Bai suddenly asked. Ordinary second-rank evolvers should be observable. Cao Rong replied. As it was the latest product, ongoing developments were still in progress. The glasses still had many shortcomings. Second rank is enough. Luxi Guang sighed. There wasn't a single true second-rank evolver in the entire Dongning City, so these glasses were already very practical. That's right. Cao Rong sounded self-satisfied. He had paid quite a price to acquire these glasses. Now, being able to show off in front of friends was naturally very joyful. Just then, the elevator door slowly opened. Zhong Bai, Cao Rong and the others immediately stopped their conversation. It should be that person coming. Cao Rong suddenly had an idea. President Liao had set a time to meet them, and it was probably now. Brother Zhong, rest assured. Cao Rong took a step forward, nodding towards Zhong Bai. Soon, a young man walked out of the elevator. Is this the person recommended by President Liao? Luxi Guang carefully examined him. Luxi Guang looked for a while, suddenly feeling that something was not quite right. Why hadn't Cao Rong spoken up until now? Wasn't he supposed to test the strength of that person? Zhong Bai beside him also looked puzzled. Both of them subconsciously looked at Cao Rong. They saw Cao Rong standing still, and if observed closely, one would notice that cold sweat was oozing from his forehead. Even his legs were trembling slightly. This. Cao Rong pressed the glasses with his right hand, feeling a mess in his mind. In his line of sight right now, all he saw were blood-red warning prompts from the glasses. Detected extremely dangerous individual. Combat power 2000. Combat power 3000. Combat power 5000. Combat power 9000. Bang! The black-framed glasses that Cao Rong was wearing exploded directly. Chapter 54. Evolver Association, 23rd floor. The shattered lenses scattered on the ground. Zhong Bai and Luxi Guang couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew Cao Rong's personality well. He feared neither heaven nor earth. Since he agreed to check out Lin Yuan's background, he wouldn't back down halfway unless. Zhong Bai and Luxi Guang exchanged a glance. As evolvers with developed brain domains, various speculations quickly formed in their minds. The combat power glasses were the latest research result from Black Crow Star. Although they weren't perfect and had the possibility of malfunction or explosion, Cao Rong wouldn't be so nervous just because of that. Most likely, before the combat power glasses exploded, Cao Rong had seen something through them. It's better not to offend this person. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Bai had various thoughts in his mind. He took a step forward, putting on a friendly smile. Mr. Lin, the three of us have been waiting for you here. I apologize for being late. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He casually swept his gaze over the scattered lenses on the ground. Just a moment ago, he vaguely sensed a weak sensing presence. It most likely came from these eyeglass fragments. However, this sensing presence was shallow at best, only providing a slight perception of Lin Yuan's partial strength. As for his true trump cards, they were hidden within his body. Unless he went all out, it would be challenging to detect them. Please come this way. President Liao has specially prepared delicacies from other planets, which are slightly beneficial to evolvers like us. Zhong Bai spoke warmly. Luxi Guang also smiled. I wonder what Cao Rong actually saw. Luxi Guang's gaze occasionally shifted to Cao Rong, who seemed lost and disoriented. If Lin Yuan wasn't present, he probably would have asked by now. At the dining table, Lin Yuan took a sip of the exquisite wine. Good wine. Lin Yuan praised. His comment about good wine wasn't just about the taste of the wine. The wine entering his throat slowly improved his body. If an ordinary citizen drank this wine, it could probably extend their life by 3 to 5 years. Even though Lin Yuan's physical body was already powerful, he could feel his blood and energy slightly boiling. This fine wine is called Tianzi wine. It's a treasure from Brother Zhong, and if it weren't for your arrival, Mr. Lin, we wouldn't have the privilege of enjoying it. Luxi Guang couldn't help but say. Tianzi wine, even for first and second rank evolvers, was considered a luxury item. A bottle of Tianzi wine on the market was priced between 5 to 10 million, and the glass Lin Yuan was drinking was worth 500,000. Of course, the high price of Tianzi wine was due to its exquisite taste and the slight enhancement it provided to the physical body. Zhong Bai had brought this bottle of Tianzi wine out from home to savor slowly. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's extraordinary status and Cao Rong's actions just now possibly causing misunderstandings, Zhong Bai wouldn't have been willing to bring out the Tianzi wine. In the following conversation, Lin Yuan gained a general understanding of Zhong Bai and the other two. Zhong Bai followed the evolution path of a psychic master. Controlling psychic power, he could kill from a distance. The psychic master evolution path was relatively widespread within human civilization. It essentially involved constantly developing one's psychic power to influence reality. When cultivated to the 4th or 5th rank, a slight thought could cause natural disasters like volcanic eruptions and plate tectonic movements. As for Luxi Guang, he was a bloodline evolver. All his abilities came from his own bloodline. Luxi Guang's bloodline quality had reached the 2nd rank. However, even for bloodline evolvers, the difficulty of cultivation is lower than that of evolvers following other paths. It's not an easy task to progress from the 1st rank to the 2nd rank, especially considering Luxi Guang's relatively low bloodline concentration. He had been stuck at the 1st rank, 12th stage, for over 10 years. Interacting with Zhong Bai, Luxi Guang, and others proved helpful for Lin Yuan. As they chatted face to face, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the others, occasionally providing feedback with his unrivaled insight, giving Lin Yuan some enlightenment. Especially with Zhong Bai's psychic master evolution path, the so-called psychic power was essentially the power of the soul and mental abilities. Some of the insights gained from it could be applied to the martial path evolution. An hour later, after exchanging their respective citizen numbers in the virtual world, Lin Yuan proposed to take his leave. Back in room 23, Zhong Bai and the others bid farewell to Lin Yuan. He's indeed not ordinary. Zhong Bai frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. By not ordinary, he naturally referred to Lin Yuan. Initially, his cautious attitude was due to the uncertainty about Lin Yuan's strength and Cao Rong's behavior. However, after conversing with Lin Yuan, Zhong Bai developed different thoughts. Setting aside other matters, Zhong Bai keenly noticed that Lin Yuan had an exceptional understanding of the essence of evolution paths. When questioning about his psychic master evolution path, Lin Yuan effortlessly clarified questions that had troubled Zhong Bai for a long time, questions that even higher-level evolvers struggled to answer. Lin Yuan, who hadn't fully delved into the psychic master evolution path, had a profound comprehension. Even his casual words were immensely beneficial to Zhong Bai. Cao Rong, what's wrong with you? What happened just now? Luxi Guang nodded in agreement and looked at Cao Rong beside him. At this moment, Cao Rong seemed unusually silent. Mr. Lin's combat power. Upon hearing this, Cao Rong's face revealed a terrified expression. It's indeed about combat power, Zhong Bai and Luxi Guang thought. They had speculated earlier that Cao Rong's behavior was influenced because he saw Lin Yuan's combat power through the combat power glasses. How much combat power does Mr. Lin have? Luxi Guang immediately asked. My combat power is only 1,000. Mr. Lin's combat power is at least 10,000. Cao Rong's voice trembled. No, it's over 10,000. After reaching 10,000 combat power, the combat power glasses overloaded and exploded. Therefore, Cao Rong believed that Lin Yuan's combat power was definitely more than 10,000. Over 10,000 combat power. Zhong Bai and Luxi Guang took a deep breath. This was the combat power possessed by true second-rank evolvers, a level that most second-rank evolvers couldn't reach. Liao President didn't say that the person invited this time was supposed to be similar in strength to us. Luxi Guang muttered to himself. They had a combat power of 1,000, while Lin Yuan had over 10,000. This was considered similar? The combat power glasses shouldn't make mistakes. Cao Rong added from the side. If the combat power glasses had exploded before seeing Lin Yuan, it might have been a problem with the glasses themselves. As a new technological product, malfunctions were possible. However, since the glasses exploded after capturing Lin Yuan's approximate combat power information, it indicated that there was an issue with the glasses configuration, but the captured information was accurate. What are you thinking? Seeing the two in silence, Zhong Bai suddenly smiled. The stronger Mr. Lin is, the better, isn't it? Zhong Bai asked. Facing the upcoming arena competition, the stronger Lin Yuan was, the closer he could get to the top rankings. Even if he didn't make it to the top 3,000 in the end, he could still receive personal compensation from President Liao. It is indeed a good thing. Luxi Guang and Cao Rong exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly shining. They immediately realized that for them, Lin Yuan was like a lifeline. Holding on to him might boost their rankings in the arena competition by several tens. Evolver Association, 30th floor. After leaving the 23rd floor, Lin Yuan didn't return to the Watermoon residential area. Instead, he came to the 30th floor, intending to meet with President Liao. This visit served two purposes: getting familiar with his three teammates for the upcoming arena competition and something else. How did it go? Did Zhong Bai and the others give you a hard time? President Liao asked with a hint of concern. He naturally knew the personalities of Zhong Bai and Cao Rong. Understanding that Lin Yuan wanted to integrate into the group, he realized it wouldn't be so easy. Not bad. That pot of T&Z wine is quite good. Lin Yuan casually replied. He had a good impression of this kind of fine wine. If it weren't so expensive, he would have considered buying several cases. When did Zhong Bai become so generous? President Liao's face showed surprise. He had long coveted that pot of T&Z wine, but Zhong Bai had never invited him to drink it. Yet, now, with Lin Yuan here for the first time, he brought it out. President Liao, I came here this time with another matter I'd like to ask for your help with. Lin Yuan got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Chapter 55. Please speak. President Liao's expression became serious, but he felt relieved inwardly. For him, having a request from Lin Yuan was better than Lin Yuan having no desires or requests at all. I want a virtual world cabin. Lin Yuan stated. A virtual world cabin scans the entire body, perfectly simulating the physical form, synchronizing it with the virtual world's body. Lin Yuan's strength had increased significantly after this recent journey, but his virtual world body remained at its state before the journey. While other evolvers might not find a need for a virtual world cabin, since their progress tends to be slow, Lin Yuan, with his unparalleled insight, experienced constant improvement in his abilities. Therefore, he needed the virtual world cabin to update his strength within the virtual world constantly. Virtual world cabin. No problem. I'll have someone deliver it to you shortly. Still at the Watermoon community, correct? President Liao agreed without hesitation. The virtual world cabin was not a restricted item, and any evolver had the right to apply for and use one from the association. With the goal achieved, Lin Yuan chatted a bit more with President Liao before returning to the Watermoon community. In the afternoon of the same day, Lin Yuan received the virtual world cabin. Following the instructions, he scanned his entire body and immediately connected to the virtual world. Inside his personal room, Lin Yuan unleashed a full-powered strike, a terrifying force spreading and piercing through a distant mountain. Now this is comfortable. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. On the Kanglin star, he couldn't even release a full-powered strike without risking the lives of countless citizens. However, in the virtual world, he could ignore all consequences. I'll check the number of practitioners in the Martial Dao evolution path now. Lin Yuan opened his personal interface and checked under the Martial Dao evolution path for more details. Evolution path, Martial Dao cultivating the innate part, 2,598 practitioners mastering the master part, 0 practitioners. Increased by over 1,000 people. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. A few days ago, the number of practitioners in the innate part was just over 1,200. However, he quickly speculated that it might be due to the publicity effect of the Kanglin evolution ranking. Now, let's check the private messages. If someone offers a reasonable price for guidance, I'll take on a few. Lin Yuan continued to browse through his private messages. Many people were interested in the Martial Dao evolution path, willing to pay a considerable sum for guidance from the founder himself. This would also help Lin Yuan understand the characteristics of this evolution path and determine if it truly suited him. How many bodies is this now? Which evolution path is truly suitable for me? In a spacious hall, the young man, Lin, complained as he crawled out of a nutrient tank. He stood at about 1.5 meters tall, with mysterious patterns covering his forehead. Young Master Lin, among the various evolution paths of human civilization, none are smooth sailing. A respectful old man in a black robe standing beside him spoke. I know. Lin's voice sounded helpless. He glanced at his brand new body, pursed his lips, and said, starting over again. Several years ago, Lin was attracted to the strange blood evolution path. He purchased a large amount of precious stardust beast blood to cultivate. The strange blood evolution path could accommodate the bloodlines of various giant beasts, and when mastered, it allowed one to easily transform into any starry sky exotic or ferocious beast they had encountered. This evolution path was exceptionally powerful, especially in the early stages. However, it came with risks. There was mutual rejection between the blood of different ferocious beasts. Any slight negligence could lead to the body exploding. Lin died in such a manner because of this evolution path. However, Lin constantly synchronized his consciousness in the cloud and had prepared in advance, replicating a body that had not undergone cultivation. After exploding and dying, his consciousness transferred into the body, perfectly avoiding true death. Although he survived, the cost was enormous. The various investments made in cultivating the strange blood evolution path were all in vain. However, Lin didn't care about this. His father held a high position, and money was not an issue. Just pick an evolution path this time within the range that does not rely on external objects and forces. A gentle female voice entered his ears. Lin knew this was his mother reminding him. All right. Lin sighed. He wasn't suitable for his parents' chosen evolution path, so he had to find one that suited him from the others. But after trying more than 10 times in a row, he died in the middle of cultivation each time. This time, I'll just randomly pick one. Lin was a bit resigned, but still followed his mother's instructions and skipped those evolution paths that relied on external forces or objects. Lin casually browsed through them. The potential of this evolution path is unexpectedly at the 6th rank. Lin's gaze suddenly stopped as he looked at an evolution path named Martial Dao. The currently revealed parts are only the 1st and 2nd ranks, yet the theoretical potential reaches the 6th rank. Lin was amazed. It wasn't unusual for a 5-rank evolution path to have theoretical potential up to the 6th rank, as the difference wasn't significant. However, for a 4-rank evolution path to have theoretical potential up to the 6th rank was somewhat unbelievable. What surprised Lin even more was that the Martial Dao evolution path, which he was looking at, only had the 1st and 2nd ranks revealed, yet its theoretical potential reached the 6th rank. My father said that the goddess of wisdom doesn't lie. Let's take a look at this evolution path. Lin bought both the 1st and 2nd ranks of the Martial Dao evolution path and began reading them carefully. Lin looked serious. He couldn't understand. I'll ask the founder of this evolution path to give me some guidance. After thinking for a while, Lin, feeling that the Martial Dao evolution path might suit him, decided to pay a reward to the founder for guidance. Let's make it 100 million. Lin He came up with a figure. If someone was guiding him, the price wouldn't be low. 100 million should be about right. The founder of this path is named Yuan. Lin He checked the detailed information of the Martial Dao evolution path and directly sent his requirements and reward through private messages. Water Moon Community. Lin Yuan was browsing through private messages when a new message arrived. I'm Lin He. I hope to receive guidance on the Martial Dao evolution path and am willing to pay 100 million civilization credits. How much? Lin Yuan read through it again. 100 million civilization credits? Lin Yuan blinked. He could also come up with 100 million civilization credits. For other entering rank evolvers, it might be a struggle, but they could still manage to scrape together that much money. However, this 100 million civilization credits were only for an hour of guidance. It seemed a bit extravagant. Agree. Lin Yuan immediately chose to agree. Why not take free money? Just as Lin Yuan agreed, another request came from the virtual world. Lin He invites you to visit his personal space. Do you agree? Agree. Lin Yuan agreed once again. Out of caution, before heading there, he adjusted his appearance. In the next moment, the surrounding space changed, and Lin Yuan found himself in a vast golden hall. In the center of the hall, on a throne, sat a figure draped in a purple robe. This figure was only 1 meter and 5 centimeters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, Lin He immediately descended from the throne. He then slightly bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "Greetings, Teacher Yuan." Derived from the teachings of his parents, Lin He respected any teacher who pioneered an evolution path. You can support me and read additional chapters, 15 chapters ahead, on my Patreon, /David_Lord. Laughing Face, Chapter 56. Hello. Lin Yuan smiled and looked at the other person with curiosity. Very little of Lin He's personal information was revealed. Besides his name, only his place of residence was known. Thunder Rain Star Field. Or Thunderstorm. This is a highly distant star field from the Red Kun star field. Lin Yuan knows little about it. However, offering 100 million civilization coins for just an hour of guidance, Lin He is undoubtedly wealthy. How does Master Yuan plan to guide? Lin He asked. You've paid, so you call the shots, Lin Yuan said very politely. 100 million for an hour means nearly 30,000 civilization coins per second. Lin Yuan received tens of thousands of civilization coins with just the sentence he said a moment ago. Then let's have a battle. Father said that powerful evolution paths surely have excellent combat capabilities. Lin He took a few steps back, and his gaze gradually became sharp. Master Yuan, be careful. Although this body hasn't been specifically cultivated, it is naturally powerful and not inferior to most second-rank evolvers. Lin He reminded. Come on, Lin Yuan said with a calm gaze. Lin He didn't give him a dangerous feeling. Swoosh! Lin He's figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared by Lin Yuan's side and threw a punch. So fast! Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He could see that this was pure physical speed, without using any other abilities. Facing the punch from Lin He, Lin Yuan lifted his right hand to block it, and then activated the Tao of Tai Chi, borrowing all the force from the punch and directly slamming it onto Lin He. Bang! Lin He's figure flew backward and landed fiercely dozens of meters away. He immediately got up from the ground and stared at Lin Yuan with widened eyes. What kind of technique is this? Why does it feel so soft? Why do I feel like the punch I just threw ended up on my own body? Lin He was somewhat annoyed. If he had been absolutely crushed by force, he could accept it. However, the feeling of just falling short made Lin He feel like he could have won. Come again. Lin He's figure disappeared once more. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The Tao of Tai Chi excels at borrowing force to strike back. Lin He, who only knows how to use strength and speed without any skill, is easily countered by the Tao of Tai Chi. Although one force can overcome 10, Lin He is far from reaching that level at this moment. Ah! 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 Lin He roared loudly, and his speed soared again. The mysterious patterns on his forehead faintly lit up. Ah! 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 Kamachi! This time, Lin He became smarter and didn't immediately attack Lin Yuan. Instead, he approached from behind Lin Yuan, completely in the blind spot of his vision, before striking. Bang! As expected, without any surprises. He flew backward once again. I don't believe it. With a swift motion, he stood up. If this were in the real world, He's body would have been severely damaged by now. However, this is a virtual world, and with just a thought, his body is restored to its original state. Chirp! He rushed to Lin Yuan, threw a punch at his shoulder, but for some reason, he felt as if there was a vortex within Lin Yuan's body. All external forces were completely absorbed into the vortex and returned unchanged. Bang! He crashed 100 meters away. Don't rely only on strength, Lin Yuan reminded. In a normal fight, an opponent like he wouldn't even be able to enter Lin Yuan's range. However, since he spent a considerable amount of money to consult Lin Yuan, it was not possible to treat him like an ordinary opponent. Lin Yuan tried to guide him, allowing him to experience the vortex of the Tao of Tai Chi up close. To make he have a more profound understanding, Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed his strength to the first rank level. Boom! 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 Time after time, each time he was sent flying, spitting blood. This made he feel exceptionally frustrated. Why does it always fall just short? Just a little bit more. Finally. Stop. No more, no more. He sat on the ground. Then, he had the AI assistant analyze the footage of their recent battle. Are you saying Master Yuan used only first-rank strength throughout? Through the AI assistant's analysis, he was suddenly astonished. He was well aware that his body's prototype, derived from an extremely rare and special race deep in the universe, was exchanged by his father at a great cost. With this special race's replicated body, his potential was immense, and his talent was terrifying, reaching the level of a second-rank evolver without any formal cultivation. Yet, Master Yuan used only first-rank strength to hang him up and beat him? Master Yuan, is this the path of martial arts evolution? He immediately ran to Lin Yuan. Yes. This is the Tao of Tai Chi, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The Tao of Tai Chi is not a path of strength, it leans more toward the grand trend. Lin Yuan patiently explained. Understood. He seemed to understand vaguely. In that case, I will infuse a trace of Tai Chi power into your body. It can last for a month, and you can ponder this Tai Chi power in your daily life, which will be beneficial for practicing the Tao of Tai Chi. Lin Yuan smiled. This method is somewhat similar to sensing the sun and moon within the true martial sword. However, with Lin Yuan's current strength, it is challenging for Tai Chi power to exist outside the body for an extended period. Still, it is sufficient for He. Good. He nodded. At this moment, he developed a strong interest in the path of martial arts evolution. He also wanted to be as cool as Lin Yuan, being able to send enemies flying with ease while standing still. So cool! Seeing that He agreed, Lin Yuan placed his right hand on He's shoulder. A strand of Tai Chi power, a combination of yin and yang forces, slowly entered He's body. As Tai Chi power entered He's body, Lin Yuan's perception naturally extended into it. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. He's body, while similar to a normal human body, is fundamentally different. Lin Yuan sensed that countless blood vessels in the body intertwined, forming a special pattern. Deep within the organs, at the microscopic level of cell layers, countless runes were flowing. All of this formed a perfect balance, tightly bound within one body. Perfect. Truly perfect. Lin Yuan couldn't help but become immersed. Your insight is extraordinary. Watching an unknown body, you gain some understanding. Countless spiritual lights flowed into Lin Yuan's mind as he began to comprehend He's unique physique. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once he thoroughly understood this body, he could enhance the essence of his own physical body. This had great significance for Lin Yuan. On a closer note, improving the physique in the main world would boost his basic strength and speed in the future. On a broader scale, every time Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into a body during his interdimensional travels, he could benefit from this. In the second interdimensional travel, if Lin Yuan could comprehend the essence of such a body, it would be impossible for him to be thrown into the wilderness and encounter a life-threatening situation shortly after birth. With this body as a prototype, Lin Yuan would only need a few hours to complete the transformation of a baby's body. At that time, he might not be as strong as an adult, but at least he wouldn't be much weaker. Master Yuan, are you okay? Seeing that Lin Yuan hadn't removed his right hand from He's shoulder for a long time, He became somewhat puzzled. I'm fine. Your physique is somewhat special. It needs some time. Lin Yuan casually found a reason and looked at Lin He's body, his eyes filled with excitement. This made Lin He a bit nervous, but considering Lin Yuan's strength in beating him just now, he stood obediently in place. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand. Done. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't completely understood Lin He's physique, Lin Yuan had memorized all the structures of the body. The rest was to go back and continue comprehending. Good. Thank you, Master Yuan. Lin He also felt the trace of Tai Chi power in his body. The time is up. If I have any questions in the future, I will still consult Master Yuan. Lin He felt that he had gained a lot. Little did he know that Lin Yuan had seen through everything, including his underwear. Water Moon Community. Residence number 32. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan severed his connection to the virtual world. Lin He's various mysteries within his body still lingered in Lin Yuan's mind. This is truly heaven-defying. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Using the gate to traverse 2 worlds, he spent 100 years in cultivation, reaching the 2nd rank. In contrast, this body, born not long ago, could effortlessly grow to the 2nd rank. It was simply abnormal. This body probably isn't a pure human body. Lin Yuan speculated. During his comprehension, he could vaguely sense the ancient and vast meaning contained within. Regardless. As long as I comprehend it, it's mine. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. In the following time, Lin Yuan allocated some of his energy for comprehending the 3rd rank, specifically for understanding the mysteries of this body. He aimed to completely comprehend this body's essence before the 3rd interdimensional travel. This way, even if his consciousness landed in a baby's body, he wouldn't be as defenseless as during the last interdimensional travel. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin He sought Lin Yuan's guidance twice, paying a total of 200 million. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to observe Lin He's body carefully, getting closer to comprehending the essence of this body. One day, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, concluding today's closed-door cultivation. Because the arena competition in Kanglin Star had begun. Chapter 57. The arena matches are not only popular on Kanglin Star but are also one of the most heated and widely observed events across the entire Universe Human Alliance. Only evolvers under the age of 100 can participate in the arena matches, making them the future of the Universe Human Alliance, and they naturally carry a certain celebrity effect. In the interstellar era, citizens are no longer interested in those with no combat power. Evolvers with great strength become the focus of attention. In the virtual world of Kanglin Star, there is a massive arena similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. It is surrounded by densely packed seats, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. At the top of the arena, on a high platform, President Liao, Lin Yuan, and others appeared. This is the arena in Dongning City. If Dongning City is drawn in the upcoming arena matches, it will be held here, President Liao says, addressing Lin Yuan, while Zhongbai, Cao Rong, and others, having participated in multiple arena matches, are already familiar with the setup. Understood, Lin Yuan nods as he gazes down at the arena. Don't be too nervous. Just play normally, and don't put too much pressure on yourselves, President Liao consoles them. Putting too much pressure before the arena matches can be counterproductive. President Liao, I wonder who our opponents from Dongning City are this time. Could you arrange someone to predict it? Asks Liu Ziguang in a low voice, causing the interest of Cao Rong and Zhongbai to peak. Knowing the opponent in advance would provide a significant advantage. Since most evolution paths have strengths and weaknesses, being able to prepare in advance gives a substantial tactical advantage. How can we predict with so many cities in the eastern continent? President Liao rolls his eyes. While predicting specific opponents is impossible, the general range can be determined. The initial opponents in the arena matches are selected based on past performances. In simple terms, the strength of Dongning City's opponent shouldn't be much higher. Alright, go and prepare. There are still 2 hours left before the arena matches begin, and the opponents will be announced then, President Liao says. The start of the arena matches is a grand event throughout Kanglin Star. Even though the majority of citizens cannot enter the virtual world, they can watch the matches through broadcasts. Wow, Mom, Dad, come quickly and watch the arena matches. Lin Yi sits on the sofa, surrounded by 4 holographic screens displaying the arena scenes. Okay, we're coming, Lin Xiaocheng and his wife walk over with smiles on their faces. They are both evolvers and have the right to enter the virtual world. However, since Lin Yi isn't an evolver, they can't abandon her to enjoy the virtual world alone. Where's my brother? Lin Yi keeps looking around. Lin Yuan is also participating in the arena matches, representing Dongning City. Lin Xiaocheng and his wife are naturally aware of this. Will he appear only after it starts? Lin Qiang smiled. I hope my brother does well. Lin Yi clenched her fist. In this arena match, I must show my father that I'm not much weaker than Lin Yuan. In the virtual world, in the arena area, Lin Yan's figure appeared, secretly making a decision. A year ago, at the Lin family banquet, his father, Lin Hao, intended to give Lin Yuan the opportunity to undergo cultivation. However, because he spoke a few more words, it created an awkward atmosphere. The presence of several dignitaries made Lin Hao embarrassed. Lin Hao, holding a grudge against Lin Yan, scolded and even personally beat him that night after returning from the family banquet. With this experience, Lin Yan finally entered the ranks of evolvers several months later. Today, although he has not advanced to the next stage, he has qualified to participate in the arena matches. The target audience of the arena matches is all evolvers. City representatives face each other, and so do independent evolvers. Although Lin Hao knows that his strength is still far from that of Lin Yuan, the reason President Liao personally attended the family banquet has been investigated by his father. Now Lin Yan at least has the possibility of looking up to Lin Yuan. Since he can look up, he can surpass in the future. The arena match has started. Hurry, go watch. I don't know what achievements Dongning City can make in this arena match. Ha ha ha, just don't finish at the bottom like the last time. The citizens of Dongning City opened the real-time broadcast and watched attentively. In the virtual world of Kanglan Star, in the arena area. It's over, it's over. The opponent for Dongning City this time is actually Zijing City. Cao Rong, who learned about the opponent as the arena match officially began, felt a sudden panic. Beside him, Liu Ziguang was also the same. Zijing City was the opponent they least wanted to face among the predicted opponents. In the last arena match, Dongning City was ranked 9,985, while Zijing City was 7,652, a difference of more than 2,000 places. It is said that the strongest evolver in Zijing City followed the giant evolution path. Once fully unleashed, his body could expand to a height of 5 meters. Although his strength was also at the first rank and 12th stage, his true combat power was close to the second rank. Dealing with such an evolver was not easy, especially since the giant evolution path's evolvers typically had a weakness in speed. However, running away on the arena was challenging. The virtual world's authorities would shrink the arena space to prevent evolvers from deliberately prolonging the match. In the last arena match, Zijing City achieved a rank of over 7,000, thanks to this giant evolver. Giant Liu Ziguang sighed. This evolution path required innate divine power and a physique stronger than ordinary evolvers to practice. It is indeed troublesome. Zhong Bai, who had been silent, furrowed his brows. He seemed to think of something, and his brows slightly relaxed. But don't panic, we still have Mr. Linear. Chapter 58. The intercity arena competition is divided into individual and team matches. The individual matches are easy to understand. As for the team matches, it's a 4v4 battle between 4 evolvers and 4 evolvers. Therefore, team matches test the coordination among members. At the arena in Dongning City, the host Sun Bin appears. As a well-known local host, Sun Bin can be considered a regular at various arena competitions. His ability to do so comes from Sun Bin's own skills. Having a deep understanding of many evolutionary paths, he can often comment on the situation and provide his judgment in the first instance. Coupled with a humorous and not stiff language, his position as the arena host is naturally unshakable. Standing next to Sun Bin is a young woman, also a host of the arena competition. Throughout the history of the arena competitions in Dongning City, hosts have always been a pair, one male and one female. This female host is evidently commenting on the arena competition for the first time, with a slightly nervous expression. Today is the day the arena competition begins. In Dongning City, we will face opponents from other cities. I believe that our representatives, the evolvers of Dongning City, will surely surpass previous records in this arena competition. Sun Bin's tone is enthusiastic, regardless of whether they can surpass the past, the momentum must not be lacking. All right, let me introduce them. Our representatives from Dongning City, first is Zhong Bai, a familiar face to everyone, with the strength of rank 1 stage 12. I believe Zhong Bai is very close to rank 2 by now. The second is Cao Rong. The third is Lu Ziguang. The fourth. Sun Bin paused intentionally at this point, then continued, the fourth representative is participating in the arena competition for the first time. However, since they can stand here, they surely have extraordinary qualities. Next, host Sun Bin introduced the four representatives of the opponent, Zhaijing City. Finally, the host began to summarize. The opponents are strong. Everyone is familiar with the past records of Zhaijing City. However, I believe in the four players from Dongning City. Sun Bin said loudly, now, let the arena competition begin. Go, big brother. Lin Yi clenched her small fist to cheer for Lin Yuan. I see that everyone's emotions are not that great. They say Dongning City is destined to lose, Zhaijing City is too strong, and there's even a newcomer added. Isn't this mocking our little Yuan at home? Mother Lin Qiang looked at the continuously floating bullet comments and couldn't help but say. Zhaijing City's strength is indeed very strong, especially that giant captain. Father Lin Xiaocheng belongs to the old audience, objectively commenting, looking at the records of previous competitions, the hope of Dongning City winning is very small, almost negligible. After Lin Xiaocheng finished speaking, seeing Lin Qiang frowning, he hurriedly explained, but this has nothing to do with little Yuan. Even if little Yuan doesn't play, with the configuration of Dongning City in previous arena competitions, they can't win. These people nowadays just like to shift blame. Our little Yuan hasn't done anything, but he's been given a hat. Can't you say something good about little Yuan? Lin Qiang glared at Lin Xiaocheng, I have confidence in little Yuan. Lin Xiaocheng immediately smiled and said, yes, I also have confidence in our little Yuan. With little Yuan, Dongning City will surely win. Lin Xiaocheng looked flattering. In the central arena, Lin Yuan, Zhong Bai and the other four appeared on one side. Mr. Lin, how do we play now? Zhong Bai immediately asked in a low voice. He knew very well that, normally speaking, they had no chance of winning against the four from Zhaijing City. Lin Yuan is their only opportunity. Therefore, Zhong Bai and the other three decided without hesitation to focus on Lin Yuan. Lu Ziguang and Cao Rong also closely watched Lin Yuan. How do we play? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. You guys go first. Directly crush them head on. Lin Yuan spoke. Really? Zhong Bai responded without hesitation. Immediately, he realized. Are we going first? Zhong Bai glanced at the four evolvers from Zhaijing City on the opposite side. Especially the robust figure standing in the center, towering at a height of 2 meters. He couldn't help but swallow saliva. If Lin Yuan doesn't join, and they go first, let alone crushing them head on, they might be the ones getting crushed. Lu Ziguang and Cao Rong also wore puzzled expressions. Evolvers on the giant evolutionary path excel at head-on collisions. Should they go directly at them? Isn't that a case of attacking the strong head-on? Do as I say. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. All right. Zhong Bai gritted his teeth. After all, this is a virtual world, even if they die here, their real bodies won't be affected. At worst, they'll lose this arena match. After learning that their opponents were from Zhaijing City, Zhong Bai didn't have much hope to begin with. Swoosh! 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 Zhong Bai, Lu Ziguang and Cao Rong charged directly at the four evolvers from Zhaijing City. At the same time, within Lin Yuan's body, the forces of yin and yang formed Tai Chi, and the rotating yin and yang fish transformed into invisible forces, enveloping in all directions. The Tai Chi field. This was an ability Lin Yuan developed when incorporating the original force into the Dao of Tai Chi. Within the Tai Chi field, he could easily suppress opponents. Lin Yuan could also use the power of the field to observe everything about his opponents up close. On the other side, the four evolvers from Zhaijing City were also observing Lin Yuan and his team. When they saw Zhong Bai and the others charging towards them, an expression of astonishment appeared on their faces. Seeking death. The leader among them, with a robust figure, sneered. If Zhong Bai and the others relied on speed, he would be somewhat troubled, but charging directly? Crush them together with me. The robust figure's body suddenly surged, growing until it reached 5 meters in height. He took large steps towards Zhong Bai and the others. Behind him, the other three evolvers from Zhaijing City also wore smiles on their faces. In their eyes, this should be the evolvers from Dongning City giving up, a suicidal charge. Let's see what method the players from Dongning City will use to deal with the 4 evolvers from Zhaijing City. This. My goodness, Zhong Bai, Cao Rong and the others are actually taking the lead, charging directly at the opponents. What are they doing? Even the host Sun Bin, upon witnessing this scene, was astonished. He had commented on countless arena matches, and he had never seen this style of play. Facing an evolver on the giant path, who excelled at frontal collisions, there was indeed a strategy of head-on crushing. But that was a choice made by evolvers who were also skilled in frontal collisions. Currently, neither Zhong Bai nor Lu Ziguang nor Cao Rong were evolvers specialized in head-on collisions. As for the newcomer Lin Yuan, he was hiding in the back without making a move. It seems that our players from Dongning City think they can't win and intend to end this match in the most spectacular way. Host Sun Bin nodded slightly, thinking it was not bad. At least the momentum was there, better than running away frantically and ending up spectacularly crushed by the giant. No, this is not right. Host Sun Bin looked at the arena and thought it was going to be a one-sided situation, but when the two sides made contact, he widened his eyes suddenly. Originally, Zhong Bai and the others, who should have been torn apart by the giant from Zhaijing City, strangely suffered no injuries. Instead, the 4 evolvers from Zhaijing City suddenly seemed a bit awkward. They were unexpectedly being pressed and attacked by the former. How could this be? On the arena, Zhong Bai, Cao Rong and the others were utterly confused. In close combat, they sensed that the 4 opponents from Zhaijing City had drastically decreased in speed and strength. Especially the opponent on the giant path. Despite a full-force strike, Zhong Bai easily evaded it. What's going on? Zhong Bai could see that the opponents were equally shocked, even a bit frustrated. Clearly, they didn't understand why this was happening. It's Mr. Linear. In the blink of an eye, the idea flashed in Zhong Bai's mind. As an evolver, his brain might not be exceptionally intelligent, but it certainly wasn't foolish. Combining Lin Yuan's instruction for them to go directly and the current performance of the 4 opponents, Zhong Bai first ruled out the possibility of their strength increasing. That left only Lin Yuan as the reason. Is Mr. Lin suppressing them? Is this the power of his domain? Zhong Bai speculated in his mind. The power of the domain involves some form of control over space within a certain range. Only a few special evolutionary paths touch upon this ability, typically emerging in the 2nd or 3rd stages. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the giant evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the fire evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the psychic master evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Your insight is unrivaled, closely observing the bloodline evolutionary path, continuously perfecting the martial way evolutionary path. Through the Tai Chi field, it was equivalent to close contact with the 4 evolvers from Zhaijing City. This helped Lin Yuan understand the strengths and weaknesses of their evolutionary paths in much greater detail than merely watching videos. For example, Lin Yuan deliberately increased the power of the field, pressing against the chest of the giant evolver, triggering various reactions from him and the others. Under the extraordinary insight, these reactions provided Lin Yuan with abundant inspiration. Additionally, Zhong Bai and the others constantly attacking caused various reactions from the 4 opponents, all of which fell into Lin Yuan's perception. In no time, the level of perfection in Lin Yuan's martial way evolutionary path was rapidly increasing. Chapter 59. This is a domain. Domain power. Only rank 4 and rank 5 evolvers can master domain power. Host Sun Bin seemed to realize something, his expression excitedly declaring. Domain power, theoretically, can only be mastered by rank 4 or rank 5 evolvers. However, there are no absolutes, as certain special evolutionary paths and the evolver's fortuitous encounters can allow them to grasp domain power in advance. Of course, these prematurely acquired domain powers are at an initial stage and cannot be compared to the true domain powers of rank 4 or rank 5 evolvers. Even so, within rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3 evolvers, possessing domain power in advance is akin to cheating. Through the domain, one can perceive everything in advance and then implement suppression, essentially sweeping through evolvers of the same level. I didn't expect that in this edition of the Dongning City Arena, there would be an evolver who has mastered the domain. Host Sun Bin was full of emotion. His gaze fell on Lin Yuan, who stood in the back and seemingly had never joined the battlefield. At this moment, he could also see that this newcomer, Lin Yuan, was the evolver who had mastered the domain. The use of the domain consumes a significant amount of energy, and Zhong Bai and the others are currently fighting with all their might, making it impossible for them to use the domain. Only Lin Yuan, who has been in the background from the beginning, has the ability to unleash the domain. At the same time, the citizens watching the arena were equally stunned, then erupted in excitement. So powerful! With his own strength, he is simultaneously suppressing the 4 evolvers from Zijing City, forcing them to only display 10 to 20% of their true strength. This is amazing! An evolver exclaimed softly, "Who is this newcomer? Which big shot's offspring from Dongning City is he? Yet. Brother is amazing." Although Lin Yi couldn't understand, upon hearing the host's praise for Lin Yuan, she immediately cheered. Domain! Could our son really have the ability to defeat Zijing City? Lin Xiaocheng murmured to himself. He had only flattered his wife just now and hadn't expected it to become a reality. On the arena, the battle continued. The 4 evolvers from Zijing City were suffering under suppression. They also realized that all of this was because of Lin Yuan. However, they had no way to deal with it. Under the ubiquitous Tai Chi field suppression, every step they took became extremely difficult. One evolver, skilled in speed, wanted to get close to Lin Yuan. However, the closer he got, the greater the pressure he faced, almost kneeling on the ground in the end. What's going on? The captain of the giant team panted heavily. He vaguely sensed that the pervasive domain power could instantly surpass his endurance limits if Lin Yuan wished. But why hadn't they been completely defeated yet and were instead being dragged on? Is he playing with us? The giant captain felt extremely frustrated. Yet, he didn't know what to do. Surrender voluntarily? He couldn't bring himself to do that. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. The arena's size was gradually shrinking. The rule of the arena match was to reduce the arena size after half an hour to prevent evolvers proficient in speed from intentionally delaying and avoiding direct combat. Almost there. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, slightly intensifying the Tai Chi field. Immediately, the 4 evolvers from Zijing City, facing the attacks from Zhong Bai and the others, began to die one after another. With Lin Yuan's strength, the Tai Chi field could crush opponents with just a single thought. However, doing so would leave no time to comprehend the evolutionary paths practiced by the opponents. That's why it had been dragged until now. This arena match is really worth participating in. Lin Yuan sighed lightly. Carefully observing everything on the 4 evolvers during this match was very helpful for Lin Yuan's martial way evolutionary path. The martial way evolutionary path was a completely new path created by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood at the peak, at the limit, and what lay ahead was a blank space. Lin Yuan needed to gradually explore and create in this space. During this period, he had to absorb various strengths and weaknesses from other evolutionary paths, integrating them and bringing forth new ideas. This couldn't be achieved by merely closing oneself off. Of course, with his unrivaled insight, even if he closed himself off, he believed he could gradually perfect his martial way evolutionary path. However, the time required would certainly be much longer than it is now, and the subsequent development of the martial way might not be as comprehensive without incorporating the strengths of numerous other evolutionary paths. We won. Even though they had expected it, Zhong Bai and the others felt like they were dreaming at this moment. They had actually defeated opponents they could never have defeated before. After a moment of relaxation, Zhong Bai, Cao Rong, and the others respectfully approached Lin Yuan. They knew clearly that their victory this time was entirely thanks to Lin Yuan. Without him, with their strength alone, they would have been crushed by the giant team captain. In this tournament, no matter how far we advance and whatever rewards we obtain, I'll give them all to Mr. Linear. Zhong Bai thought for a moment before speaking. Being content is essential, especially considering the strength Lin Yuan had just displayed. This time, they had a good chance of reaching the top 5,000 or even the top 3,000, 2,000, and Zhong Bai felt he wasn't deserving of the official rewards. I agree. Cao Rong and Lu Ziguang exchanged glances and said the same. In the following 2 months, the arena tournament continued. Besides the team competition, Lin Yuan also participated in the individual matches. As for the results, he would narrowly win in each match. Lin Yuan could undoubtedly finish off opponents quickly, but that would defeat the purpose of participating in the arena tournament. The goal was to extend the duration of each battle, carefully comprehend each evolver's path, and then perfect his own martial way by taking the essence and discarding the dross. Most evolvers participating in the arena tournament were quite powerful, especially as they progressed further. Every evolver could be considered a genius. The top 500 evolvers were mostly at the peak of rank 2, and occasionally, there would be a few rank 3 evolvers. Soon, the Dongning City team's ranking in the team competition entered the top 100 on the vast wave star. In a match against opponents from the central continent, they lost. The opponents were from one of the most prosperous cities in the central continent, Blue Moon City. Among their 4 players, 3 were at the peak of rank 2, and 1 was at rank 3. Moreover, they practiced extremely powerful evolutionary paths. Especially the rank 3 evolver who cultivated the Dream Realm evolutionary path. So, at the beginning of the match, Zhongbai and the others hadn't reacted before being eliminated by the gaze of the Dream Realm evolver, falling into a deep-level dream and disqualified. Only Lin Yuan remained. Nevertheless, even in this situation, Lin Yuan withstood the frenzied attacks from the 4 evolvers for a full half hour, relying on the Tao of Tai Chi. In the end, when the arena size shrank, Lin Yuan still held on. If it weren't for the rules of the team competition stating that if a clear winner wasn't determined, the number of remaining evolvers on the field would be used as a basis for judgment, Lin Yuan could have persisted. On the Blue Moon City side, there were 4 remaining evolvers. On the Dongning City side, only Lin Yuan was left. Therefore, Blue Moon City won. I didn't expect Dongning City to actually enter the top 100 globally. President Liao seemed to be in a dream. This was a ranking he hadn't dared to think about before. Not only him, even if all the past presidents of the Evolver Association were gathered together, they couldn't have dreamed of entering such a rank. All of this is because of Mr. Linear. Relying solely on Lin Yuan. Zhongbai and the others also spoke up. If it were only the top 3,000 or 2,000, he might have dared to boast a bit in front of President Liao. But breaking into the top 100 was just too intimidating. The top 100 in the global arena tournament, every evolver, even if they were just support-type evolvers, could easily sweep all the evolvers in Dongning City. Zhongbai, despite having a thick skin, dared not take credit for this achievement. It's Mr. Linear. President Liao nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't a fool, he personally watched the match and naturally noticed that Lin Yuan was the one driving the storm. Zhongbai and the others were mere accessories. How is Mr. Lin now? President Liao asked with concern. Since losing to the 4 evolvers from Blue Moon City, Lin Yuan had left the virtual universe. Mr. Lin said he wants to seclude himself for a while. Zhongbai replied truthfully. Lin Yuan had indeed said something along those lines before leaving. I see, Mr. Lin must be exhausted. President Liao nodded. After all, the opponents from Blue Moon City were too powerful, especially the rare evolver who followed the Dream Realm evolutionary path, reaching the rank 3 level. In the real world, a full force attack from such an evolver could put a small city, with nearly 1 million residents, into a simultaneous sleep. Dealing with such a terrifying opponent did require a lot of mental and physical effort. Water Moon Residential Area. Residence number 32. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After dozens of arena matches and encountering hundreds and thousands of different evolvers, the strengths and weaknesses of countless evolutionary paths surged in his mind. Simultaneously, with his unrivaled insight, he comprehended and integrated them. At some point, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The interweaving yin-yang tai chi pattern flashed deep in his pupils. Rank 3. Lin Yuan let out a breath. The aura within his body began to change rapidly. Finally, the martial way evolutionary path reached rank 3. Chapter 60. Is this the 3rd rank? Feeling the rapid transformation of his body, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After the 2nd transmigration, Lin Yuan had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. Later, he comprehended the original force evolution path and almost stepped into the 3rd rank. Even so, Lin Yuan was still not in the 3rd rank. For other evolvers at the peak of the 2nd rank, there were clear indications on how to advance to the 3rd rank. Their own evolution paths provided detailed guidance, how to reach the conditions, and what to do after reaching the conditions. However, as the pioneer of the evolution path, everything was unknown to Lin Yuan. Even with his unparalleled insight, if he hadn't engaged in battles with numerous evolvers in recent months, gaining close-range insights into various evolution paths, Lin Yuan's advancement to the 3rd rank would have been significantly delayed. 3rd rank evolvers are also called city-destroying level. With a full force strike, they can pierce through almost half of a city. The third rank of my martial evolution path, with the Tai Chi field covering several miles, a mere thought can annihilate everything within its range. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yuan's Tai Chi field faintly expanded, enveloping the entire Water Moon district. It could be said that at this moment, the lives of all the people in the Water Moon district were in Lin Yuan's hands with just a single thought. In the entire Kanglan Star, there are definitely fewer than 20 evolvers below 100 years old who have reached the third rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a medium-life planet, Kanglan Star had a permanent population of over 50 billion citizens. With such a vast population base, there would inevitably be some incredible geniuses. For example, in this tournament, Lin Yuan attached great importance to a third-rank opponent who was struck by lightning at birth. Thousands of people around him died from the lightning, but he survived. Moreover, his physique was baptized by thunder, naturally possessing thunder attributes, and could even transform into thunder. Hence, other participating evolvers referred to him as the Thunder God. The power of thunder, extremely pure and intense, although Lin Yuan hadn't fought against the Thunder God, he felt that his Tai Chi field might not be able to restrain the opponent. Evolvers like the Thunder God belonged to the unique type powerful individuals that couldn't be popularized, only suitable for that one person. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan contemplated for a while and connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. The solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Now that I have stepped into the third rank of my martial path, can I display my full strength in the upcoming arena matches? Lin Yuan inquired. Previously, the Goddess of Wisdom had warned him not to expose his identity as the founder of the martial evolution path, as it might attract the attention of extraterrestrial races, potentially putting him on their assassination list. Please rest assured. Exceptional evolvers don't attract the attention of extraterrestrial races until they break into the star region rankings. The Goddess of Wisdom explained in a soft tone. The territory of the Human Alliance was vast, with an enormous population. Just on Kanglan Star alone, there were 5 billion citizens. Kanglan Star, as a medium-life planet, was just one of many star regions subordinate to the Human Alliance's civilization territory. Extraterrestrial races didn't have the energy or strength to focus on the top 100 or even the top 10 human evolvers on a specific planet. Compared to the evolution paths that could be permanently inherited, individual humans were indeed somewhat insignificant. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then asked the Goddess of Wisdom if others could perceive that he was practicing the martial evolution path. The explanation from the Goddess of Wisdom was that it was very difficult to perceive, to be precise, almost impossible. Currently, there isn't a single person who has cultivated the martial evolution path to the Grand Master realm. Not to mention mastering the Tai Chi way of Yin and Yang realm. Without reaching this realm, it's impossible to comprehend the true mysteries of the Tai Chi way. How could others discern that Lin Yuan is using the Tai Chi way? The Human Alliance has announced countless evolution paths, similar to the martial evolution path and the Tai Chi way. Unless Lin Yuan voluntarily reveals it, how could others guess? In the arena matches, Lin Yuan knows a lot about his opponent's evolution paths because these individuals disclosed that information themselves. As long as Lin Yuan doesn't openly announce that he practices the martial evolution path, others cannot accurately guess the specific evolution path. At most, they can determine a general range. One must understand that evolution paths are extremely personal matters. Knowing someone's evolution path allows targeting the weaknesses of that specific path, making it possible to counter the evolver personally. Therefore, except for extremely confident evolvers, normal ones won't publicize the evolution path they follow. Incidentally, I'll raise my citizen level. With a slight thought, Lin Yuan directly consumed merit points to elevate his citizen level. Half a year ago, after completing the second transmigration and uploading the follow-up of the martial evolution path, Lin Yuan received enough merit points to advance to the 4th level. However, he delayed it until now just to maximize the loan limit from the Central Bank of Human Civilization. Ding! With the consumption of merit points, Lin Yuan's citizen level officially rose to level 4. A 4th level citizen was already considered the pinnacle of Kanglan Star, only comparable to the ruling officials. The privileges of a 4th level citizen were more profound than those of a 3rd level citizen. One newly added privilege allowed Lin Yuan to mobilize Kanglan Star's fleet to protect himself if he felt his life was threatened. In addition, Lin Yuan's loan limit at the central bank increased to 1 billion, and he received a transfer of 20 million from the central bank. Raising to a 5th level citizen requires 50,000 merit points. Lin Yuan frowned. No wonder there were no 5th level citizens on the entire Kanglan star. The merit points required to advance to a 5th level citizen surpassed the sum of the previous 4 levels. Take it slow. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. The martial evolution path was only at the 3rd rank now, and it had already brought him so many merit points. When he eventually opened this evolution path to the 5th or 6th rank in the future, wouldn't the merit points be even more abundant? Just achieving a theoretical potential of the 6th rank had already given Lin Yuan 20,000 merit points. If the martial evolution path truly became a 6th rank evolution path, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly receive far more than 20,000 merit points. Liao President has contacted 3 times. Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor records. Closed off for 3 days. Lin Yuan stood up and sent a message to President Liao, I'm fine. During the breakthrough to the 3rd rank, Lin Yuan's physical body and soul were undergoing transformation, so the process took a bit longer. Lin Yuan had just sent out the message when President Liao responded almost instantly. If there's anything, you must tell me. That person, Liu Meng, has attack methods that can penetrate dream realm souls. Even in a virtual world, complete isolation is impossible, President Liao expressed concern in his tone. In Lin Yuan's final match before entering seclusion, he faced Liu Meng, a 3rd rank evolver with a dream evolution path. President Liao was worried if Lin Yuan might have been affected. Over the past few months of the arena matches, President Liao had come to fully realize Lin Yuan's unparalleled evolutionary talent. With the strength of 2nd rank and 12th stage, Lin Yuan had resiliently withstood the attacks of a 3rd rank evolver for half an hour. If not for the time limit, Lin Yuan might have been able to continue holding his ground. This potential, placed even within the entire Eastern continent, was top-notch. It was a level of talent that couldn't be produced even over dozens of arena matches. I really am fine, Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and continued with another message, I have reached the 3rd rank. Entering the 3rd rank wouldn't remain a secret for long. In the upcoming individual arena matches, facing opponents of the 3rd rank, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly showcase his corresponding strength. At the Evolutionary Association of Dongning City, President Liao sat in his seat, staring blankly at the virtual screen in front of him, especially those 6 words, I have reached the 3rd rank. These words turned President Liao's mind into a mess. Reached the 3rd rank? Lin Yuan had entered the 3rd rank? In Dongning City, he had produced a 3rd rank evolver? Dongning City had hosted over 1,000 arena matches. In its prime, there were only 2 or 3 2nd rank evolvers. As for 3rd rank evolvers, President Liao didn't even dare to think about such a thing. One of the conditions for the arena matches was being under 100 years old. Although Dongning City had once witnessed the birth of a 3rd rank evolver, adding the constraint of being under 100 years old made it almost unheard of. Even for the entire Eastern continent or the entire Kanglan star, the number of evolvers meeting this condition was extremely limited. Now, in the arena matches, an evolver explicitly revealing 3rd rank strength is just a little over 10. Dongning City has produced a dragon. President Liao's eyes turned red as he muttered to himself. Chapter 61. Soon. The team competition in the arena on Kanglan Star came to an end. Due to Lin Yuan's power, Dongning City unexpectedly secured the 100th position. It's worth mentioning that this ranking encompasses the entire Kanglan Star. Kanglan Star is divided into 5 continents, East, West, North, South, and the powerful Central Continent. Over 20,000 cities participated. Achieving a top 100 position among so many cities undoubtedly attracted envy. Everyone could see that Dongning City achieved its current ranking primarily because of Lin Yuan. This evolutionist, who to some extent rivaled a 3rd rank, was the core of Dongning City's participating team. As for the other 3 members, saying they were accessories was actually praising them. If our city had an evolver like Lin Yuan, we could probably break into the top 50. True, an evolver who masters the power of domains is well suited to control the entire field. Such abilities are incredibly rare. I wonder what luck Dongning City had. In the previous few arena competitions, I hadn't even heard the name of this city. Now, it suddenly emerges. By the way, do any of you know this Lin Yuan person? Countless spectators were rapidly discussing. In the team competition, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the most eye-catching figure. His presence even overshadowed the more than 10 3rd rank evolvers. After all, resisting a 3rd rank evolver for over half an hour with only 2nd rank strength was a scene rarely seen in previous arena competitions. Next is the individual competition. I wonder how well Lin Yuan can rank in the upcoming matches. I believe he can make it to at least the top 50. I think top 20, just below those 10 plus third-rank evolvers. The excitement of the arena competition further escalated. Compared to the team competition, the individual competition generated even more enthusiasm. Dongning City Arena. The individual competition was delayed by more than half a month after the team competition ended. Until then, the competition had reached the top 500. Lin Yuan stood on one side of the arena, quietly awaiting his opponent for this match. The seats around him were filled with spectators. After hundreds of matches, Lin Yuan had accumulated a large number of fans. Especially in the final battle of the team competition, single-handedly resisting a third-rank evolver and two second-rank pinnacle evolvers for over half an hour, he gained numerous supporters. Now, every match Lin Yuan participated in attracted a large audience, including millions of ordinary citizens who watched through the live broadcast. I never thought this arena competition could come this far, remarked the host Sun Bin with deep emotion. As the host of Dongning City, Sun Bin could only commentate on Dongning City's matches. If all Dongning City participants were eliminated, he naturally wouldn't have anything to do. Sun Bin had only commentated on one match the most in previous arena competitions, which was decades ago, and it was incomparable to the current situation. It should be noted that the arena competition had now reached the top 500, which was close to the final stage. Sun Bin felt like he was dreaming. No, even if he were dreaming, he wouldn't dare to dream this kind of dream. Alright, now our contestant Lin Yuan has arrived, the one who has created miracles all the way. Sun Bin generously praised Lin Yuan, then began introducing Lin Yuan's opponent. In this match, the opponent is from Haiwan City, Sima Yun, also a second-rank pinnacle evolver, pursuing the water element evolutionary path. Sun Bin looked around at the filled seats, his voice enthusiastic. In terms of historical records, Lin Yuan undoubtedly has a higher chance of winning, but Sima Yun cannot be underestimated. On the arena, Lin Yuan looked at the opponent who appeared in the distance. Sima Yun was a woman with blue-colored pupils, and looking at her was like looking into an ocean. Water element evolutionary path. Interest appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The water element evolutionary path was one of the elemental evolutionary paths. Elemental evolutionary paths included 5 major mainstream paths: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition, there were special paths like shadow and ice. In the previous matches, Lin Yuan encountered some evolvers with different elemental evolutionary paths. But the water element evolutionary path is relatively rare. Soon, the match began. Lin Yuan was about to unleash the Tai Chi domain, intending to carefully study Sima Yun. At this moment, Sima Yun, standing opposite Lin Yuan, raised her hand without hesitation. I concede. Sima Yun deeply looked at Lin Yuan. If it were any other opponent, she, Sima Yun, would try to resist to some extent. She wouldn't directly admit defeat. But Lin Yuan. Sima Yun had been paying attention to Lin Yuan for a long time, understanding his fighting style. Opponents who fought against Lin Yuan often managed to hold on until the last moment, enduring various manipulations and probes from Lin Yuan. This was true when fighting against first-rank opponents and second-rank opponents alike. After a long time, Sima Yun began to sense that something was off. Therefore, she chose to concede directly. After all, Sima Yun believed that it was absolutely impossible for her to resist a third-rank evolver for over half an hour. If Lin Yuan could achieve that, it proved that his strength surpassed hers. Rather than being continuously toyed with after the match, it was better to concede gracefully. Concede. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He sighed. Lately, in the individual matches, there were more and more evolvers without the will to progress. Before leaving, Sima Yun curiously asked Lin Yuan. Are you also like them, aiming for those 10 spots? 10 spots? Lin Yuan didn't answer. When he returned to the resting room, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. Sima Yun, as an evolver who could make it into the top 500, definitely wouldn't say something without a basis. 10 spots. Is it the top 10, or something else? Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and simultaneously connected to the goddess of wisdom. I want to know about the matter of the 10 spots in the arena competition. Lin Yuan inquired directly. Rather than laboriously investigating the issue of the 10 spots, it was better to ask the goddess of wisdom. The goddess knew everything that humanity should and shouldn't know. Beeb. If the authority is sufficient for the so-called 10 spots, it refers to the 10 spots in the Kanglan Star Arena competition that have been selected for Red Kun Star Lord's viewing. Evolvers who rank in the top 10 of the individual arena competition have the chance to attract the attention of Red Kun Star Lord. The solemn and cold voice of the goddess of wisdom slowly echoed. Red Kun Star Lord. Lin Yuan looked somewhat surprised. This was an eminent figure who ruled over a star domain, an absolute authority. The Red Kun Star domain, including the 8 major star systems, all fell within the influence of this Red Kun Star Lord. Kanglin Star, Central Continent. Within a private space, a man with thunderous shadows in his pupils sat on a sofa. Just by sitting there, faint lightning seemed to flow in the surrounding void. This is the list of notable participants and detailed information for the upcoming arena competition. Thunder God, take a look to avoid problems during the encounters. Beside the man with thunderous shadows in his pupils, a middle-aged man stood. He lightly tapped the virtual screen in front of him and stepped back to the front of the sofa. Most of the participants on this list had reached the 3rd rank in strength, and a few were exceptional 2nd rank evolvers. Lin Yuan's name was also among them. I don't need these. Thunder God's expression remained calm. He was struck by lightning in his childhood, and everyone around him died. He was the only one who survived, and his body was later modified into a body of thunder. Casually choosing a thunder-related evolutionary path, he made rapid progress. In just a few decades, he advanced to the 3rd rank. His combat power surged as he swept through enemies with summoned thunder, mastery over thunder, and transforming into thunder. Facing other evolvers, he possessed overwhelming advantages. Analyzing opponents is the behavior of the weak. I don't need it. Thunder God rose slowly, walked to the window, and his eyes lit up slightly. I've never regarded these opponents on the arena as worthy adversaries because they are all ordinary people, while I am Thunder. Thunder God stood by the window, speaking with great confidence and assurance, his words carrying immense conviction. Chapter 62. Rest Area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, a virtual screen appeared, flashing profiles of various evolvers. These evolvers had all made it into the top 50 of the arena tournament, and even though they weren't 3rd rank, the difference wasn't too significant, each had their own trump cards. Lin Yuan carefully observed and even pulled up combat videos from their previous matches. With his unparalleled insight, watching these videos could provide a certain level of enlightenment. Of course, compared to real-time combat, these videos were merely appetizers. Fang Qing. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. Looking at the information in front of him, it belonged to a young man. He appeared gentle and harmless but was a strong contender for the championship in this tournament. So far, no one knew the evolutionary path Fang Qing was pursuing. However, every time Fang Qing made a move, the battle ended within 1 or 2 moves, even against 3rd rank evolvers. This was quite the opposite of Lin Yuan's approach. In the eyes of most spectators, Lin Yuan enjoyed playing around with his opponents. Even when facing 1st rank evolvers, he would drag the match into overtime. This had caused a considerable number of evolvers to fear Lin Yuan inherently. Apart from Fang Qing, there were a few other evolvers that Lin Yuan needed to pay attention to. For instance, there was the Thunder God who could summon and control thunder. Lin Yuan wasn't too worried, but the ability to transform the entire body into thunder, making it immune to most physical attacks, was noteworthy. Then there was a 3rd rank evolver who followed the path of poison. The path of poison was quite niche, with very few evolvers practicing it. However, once someone achieved success in this path, the techniques they mastered could cause headaches for evolvers of the same level or even higher. Poison not only affected the physical body but also influenced and suppressed the soul and spirit. A 3rd rank evolver following the path of poison could easily annihilate millions or tens of millions of citizens in a city if they wished. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. The Virtual World Arena Tournament invited Lin Yuan to participate. The tournament had now reached the top 50 contestants. Each contestant was either a 3rd rank evolver or a 2nd rank peak evolver with unique abilities. Ordinary 2nd rank evolvers had been eliminated long ago. Out of the current 50 contestants, 19 were clearly 3rd rank evolvers. In the rest area, Lin Yuan agreed to the official invitation from the arena tournament. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the center of the arena. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, cheers and applause erupted from all directions, creating a deafening roar. So many people! Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings and found that nearly 10 million seats in all directions were filled with spectators. The arena tournament had now moved to the most prosperous city arena in the central continent. As for the number of matches, it had decreased from the initial 8,000 matches per day to the current 5 matches per day. This had caused the spectators to converge. For this match, the audience had reached nearly 10 million. It's worth noting that the spectators who could enter the virtual world were either evolvers or citizens of second level or higher. As for ordinary citizens watching through real-time broadcast, their numbers probably exceeded a 10 billion. There was no other way. Now there are only 2 matches in a day, and they are scheduled at different times. Audiences who want to watch the arena tournament can only choose to watch this match. Lin Yuan appeared on the arena. This triggered a massive cheer from the audience. Lin Yuan! Lin Yuan is here! Torture King Lin Yuan! Why does it seem so sexy? Laughing face, various cheers echoed. Although it wasn't a live match, the virtual world was a one-to-one simulation replica. Everyone's voices spread through the air, deafeningly loud. Before long, Lin Yuan's opponent also appeared. He was a slender man with ice-cold eyes, and an inexplicable chill spread wherever he stood. Third-rank evolver, Bing Yan. He followed the path of ice within the special element evolutionary path. Most of the evolvers who had faced Bing Yan before ended up as ice sculptures. Bing Yan's appearance garnered even more responses from the surrounding audience. Although Lin Yuan had broken through to the 3rd rank, he had yet to reveal his true 3rd-rank strength. Most of his previous opponents either voluntarily surrendered, or those who didn't weren't very strong, and he didn't need to exert his full power against them. Therefore, in the eyes of the spectators, Lin Yuan was only seen as a special 2nd-rank peak evolver. Bing Yan, on the other hand, was a genuine 3rd-rank evolver. In the Kanglan Star, fewer than 20 individuals managed to reach the 3rd rank within 100 years. Bing Yan was one of them. I've watched your match videos. I admit you're strong, but encountering me, it ends here. Bing Yan spoke calmly, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Up to this point, Lin Yuan's most prominent record was supporting himself against a 3rd-rank evolver for over half an hour. However, that 3rd-rank evolver was a rare Dream Realm evolver skilled in soul and spiritual attacks. Given Lin Yuan's cultivation path, achieving such endurance in soul and spirit wasn't surprising. Analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of normal evolutionary paths, one focusing on soul and spirit would likely have shortcomings in physical materialization. The ice evolutionary path excelled in freezing everything, including the physical body. Because of this, Bing Yan was very confident. In the audience area, sitting in the central position was a seemingly gentle and harmless young man. He looked down at the battlefield below with a somewhat bored expression. Teacher, these 2 people, one is not yet 3rd rank, and the other follows an ordinary evolutionary path. Watching them fight is not as good as practicing more in the rest area. The young man was named Fang Qing, a popular candidate for the championship in this tournament. Idiot! On Fang Qing's shoulder, the figure of a palm-sized old man with a white beard appeared. This old man's figure was illusory, visible and perceptible only to Fang Qing. Until now, you still haven't figured out what's special about that evolver named Lin Yuan. Special? Domain embryonic form? Fang Qing tentatively asked. Lin Yuan's most formidable ability revealed so far was the embryonic form of a domain. This was something that 4th and 5th rank evolvers could hope to master. However, even the embryonic form of a domain was extremely difficult for other evolvers. But in the eyes of ancient god lineage evolvers like Fang Qing, it was just that. If Fang Qing wanted to, he could also quickly master the embryonic form of a domain. It's not the embryonic form of the domain that's special but the power evolved from it. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Also, the old master once roamed dozens of star domains, looking down on everything. In the end, he was besieged and killed by extraterrestrial beings. As the old master's successor, even though you follow the ancient god evolutionary path, if you remain complacent, underestimate your enemies, you'll sooner or later follow the old master's path. The white-bearded old man couldn't help but say. In the past, the old master was glorious, but he died, and everything was gone. I understand. Fang Qing's expression normalized, and he began to carefully watch the battle below. If my guess is correct, that Lin Yuan should already be at the 3rd rank, the white-bearded old man continued. Already at the 3rd rank. Fang Qing's expression changed. On the arena. The moment the host announced the start of the match, Bing Yan immediately took action. Although he was confident, he wouldn't be careless and went all out. A terrifying cold intent spread wildly. But the next moment, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the area. The Tai Chi field at the third rank was more perfected, and its restraining effect on the enemy was even greater. Facing a third-rank opponent, Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding his abilities, suppressing the opponent with his Tai Chi field. What's this? Bing Yan's face changed slightly. Lin Yuan had revealed the Tai Chi field in previous matches, but the power couldn't be this great, otherwise, he wouldn't have been pressed by that third-rank Dream Realm Evolver. You're already at the third rank. Bing Yan's expression became serious. Such a degree of suppression could only be achieved with the embryonic form of a third-rank domain. However, winning against me won't be that easy. Bing Yan came rushing towards Lin Yuan, almost turning into a 1,000-year-old iceberg crashing down. Even with the suppression and constraints of the Tai Chi field, Bing Yan's speed reached an unbelievable level, reaching thousands of meters per second. Boom! The two clashed directly. See that? That Lin Yuan isn't simple, right? The white-bearded old man sat on Fang Qing's shoulder, looking down at the battlefield with interest. Indeed, not simple. Fang Qing nodded slightly. He could see that Lin Yuan was using not just one but two completely opposite forces. These two completely opposite forces, in Lin Yuan's hands, reached a certain balance, perfectly merging together. If I were to fight Lin Yuan, I'd probably use the ancient god true form, then suppress him in 10 moves, and defeat him after 200 moves. The reason it required 200 moves was that Fang Qing could see that Lin Yuan's mastered two fused forces excelled in defense, capable of transforming the enemy's attack into his own. Fused forces are something achievable at the 6th rank. If you don't rely on the ancient god evolutionary path, under similar conditions, you're not as good as this Lin Yuan, the white-bearded old man said, glancing at Fang Qing. Chapter 63. Too uncomfortable. At this moment, Bing Yan was somewhat despondent. He felt that the surrounding Tai Chi domain was like a spider web, and he was the insect trapped inside. Every movement was under tremendous restraint. After completing the first outburst, only to be effortlessly blocked back by Lin Yuan, Bing Yan realized that he had no chance of winning. The following time was relatively long. Under the coverage of the Tai Chi domain, Bing Yan even lacked the ability to call out surrender. He could only be toyed with by Lin Yuan for more than half an hour before the battle came to an end. At the same time, the audience around erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Before the match, most of the audience believed that Bing Yan had the upper hand. After all, it was a third rank against a second rank, even though the latter had an impressive record of resisting a third rank for over half an hour. However, once the match began, with Lin Yuan revealing his third rank strength, the atmosphere reached its peak. The earlier skepticism, given the third rank against the second rank, vanished as the two third rank evolvers battled fiercely before them. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is invincible. Lin Yuan, can you come and torment me? Amidst the deafening cheers, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, returning to the rest area. Phew! Lin Yuan let out a light breath. Ice attribute power. Countless insights flashed in Lin Yuan's mind during the battle with Bing Yan. The ice techniques demonstrated by the opponent, terrifying killing moves to others, were, in Lin Yuan's eyes, enlightenments related to this type of power. Ice, freezing everything. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, appearing contemplative. Second-rank ice evolvers only manifested the usage of ice power. However, third-rank ice evolvers could slightly delve into the essence of ice power. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Fighting against Bing Yan for over half an hour had been quite beneficial. It was comparable to his battle with the third-rank evolver who excelled in soul attacks. However, Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned heavy. As the rankings in the arena continued to advance, he felt a certain pressure. Fighting against Bing Yan required revealing his third-rank strength, and although he hadn't fully revealed his cards, Bing Yan made him unable to be careless. If even Bing Yan posed such a challenge, what about those third-rank evolvers who were closer to the front? Among the 19 third-rank evolvers, Bing Yan's strength tended to be toward the back. If Lin Yuan faced third-rank evolvers with higher rankings, could he still handle them as effortlessly? Just as Lin Yuan felt the pressure, something caught his attention. Lin Yuan's mind moved, sinking deep into the depths of his consciousness. There stood a towering gate, and at this moment, the peripheral area had been completely illuminated. Can I travel through it now? Lin Yuan's thoughts diverged. Unknowingly, more than 10 months had passed since the second transmigration. The gate of Myriad Realms, through this period of accumulation, could now support Lin Yuan's third transmigration. Also, I wonder what kind of world it will be this time through the portal. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred as he began to extend a strand of his consciousness into the depths of the gate of Myriad Realms. In the previous 2 transmigrations, Lin Yuan had invested his entire consciousness. However, this time, he attempted to allocate just a fraction of his consciousness. This minuscule portion of consciousness constituted only a millionth of Lin Yuan's total consciousness. Even if it suffered destructive attacks, it would have no significant impact on Lin Yuan. He could recover within 1 or 2 hours. As Lin Yuan's strand of consciousness delved in, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a vast world. This immense world was extraordinary, and at a glance, Lin Yuan saw a colossal phantom resembling a mountainous weapon. That's a weapon. Lin Yuan's expression was astonished, and then his awareness returned to his main body. At the same time, Lin Yuan received partial information about the world he would traverse this time. Time, 160 years. That world seems to be of a higher level than the Dragon Tiger realm. With a time flow rate of 160 years there, only 2 or 3 days might pass in the main world here, Lin Yuan speculated. This attempt made Lin Yuan more prepared. At least, it wouldn't be as perplexing as the previous 2 transmigrations. I have another match in half a day. After that, it's the finals for the top 10, scheduled half a month later. Lin Yuan decided to make the transmigration half a day later. This slight delay wouldn't cause any significant issues. During the waiting period, Lin Yuan remained active rather than idling. He watched the matches of other evolvers, starting with the one who followed the path of poison. This evolver's opponent was also a 3rd-rank evolver. However, right from the beginning of the match, the opponent's face turned purple and green, clearly affected by some potent poison. After more than 10 minutes, the opponent's body completely decayed. During this time, the poison path evolver only symbolically defended for a while, watching the opponent fall to the ground. Next, Lin Yuan watched the match of the Thunder God. It was again a contest between 3rd-rank evolvers. The Thunder God controlled thunder and eventually transformed into thunder, directly overwhelming the opponent. The Thunder God's matches were basically devoid of suspense. Regardless of how powerful the opponent was, when the Thunder God chose to transform into thunder, the match concluded. Finally, Lin Yuan watched the match of someone named Fang Qing. Fang Qing's opponent was formidable, ranking high among the 3rd-rank evolvers, just below the Thunder God. However, this powerful 3rd-rank evolver, when faced with Fang Qing, couldn't withstand even 5 moves. In the 5th move, a towering figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Qing. An ancient and vast aura permeated the arena. The opponent's mind shook, and he was directly trampled into a pile of flesh. Path of Ancient Gods. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This pathway was extremely rare and renowned in the Red Kun Star region and surrounding star regions. The majestic figure behind Fang Qing surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him with a deep impression. Honestly, even if he revealed all his cards, Lin Yuan had no confidence in defeating Fang Qing. After watching Fang Qing's match, Lin Yuan heard another piece of news. A 2nd-rank peak evolver, during the competition, had a breakthrough in bloodline and directly entered the 3rd rank. This 3rd-rank peak evolver turned out to be a bloodline evolver. Originally thought to be an ordinary 3rd-rank bloodline, the breakthrough revealed a hidden 6th-rank bloodline. A 6th-rank bloodline. This was the descendant of a fallen star-level existence. Now, with the bloodline awakening, this evolver instantly became the most popular candidate for the championship. It almost suppressed Fang Qing, who had revealed the path of ancient gods. Half a day later, Lin Yuan finished his match, returned to the rest area, and sat cross-legged. His face showed a solemn expression. Up to this point in the arena, every evolver who had participated was no ordinary person. Thunder God possessed a unique physique, able to transform into thunder, with unparalleled aptitude. Fang Qing cultivated the path of ancient gods, with a vast background and predecessors paving the way. The evolver with a 6th-rank bloodline had ancestors who had even encountered fallen star-level powerhouses, making his bloodline sufficient to make him fearless among the 3rd-rank evolvers. Compared to them, Lin Yuan seemed somewhat inconspicuous, with an ordinary background and no powerful bloodline. The path of evolution depends on effort, and while background, resources, and bloodlines are important, they are not necessary. Even without a remarkable background, abundant resources, or a powerful bloodline, Lin Yuan, will still achieve future accomplishments that are no less than anyone else's through my own efforts. How cool! Lin Yuan severed his consciousness from the virtual world, lay down in the nutrient cabin, and closed his eyes. Gate of Myriad Realms, begin the transmigration. Chapter 64. Between the hazy moments, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Where is this? Was his first thought. I haven't been born yet. Was his second thought. That's right, at this moment, Lin Yuan is still in the womb. Warm amniotic fluid flows around him. Why does it seem to get smaller with each transmigration? Lin Yuan felt a bit puzzled, even though he didn't have teeth yet. The first time he transmigrated, Lin Yuan was a little over 3 years old. The second time, he had just been born. Now, for the third transmigration, he finds himself inside the womb. Even though Lin Yuan knew that the transmigration through the gateway of the Myriad Realms were entirely random, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Quickly adapting to his current situation, Lin Yuan began to contemplate. Before the transmigration, Lin Yuan had studied the flesh of Lin He, who hailed from the Thunder Rain Starfield. As the offspring of a prominent figure in the Thunder Rain Starfield, Lin He's flesh had its roots in an extremely rare and unique life found deep in the cosmos. Using his parents' genes as a carrier, the core genes of this special life were introduced. The flesh cultivated from this process, regardless of its potential or other aspects, far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Even without any cultivation, Lin He's flesh could quickly grow to the strength of the second rank. In the new world, half a year's time had passed. Apart from pondering the subsequent paths of comprehending the martial way evolution, Lin Yuan had dedicated all his remaining energy to understanding the mysteries of this type of flesh. With the help of his unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan had already comprehended a complete set of techniques for the transformation of the flesh. This technique could slowly transform the flesh, achieving the effect of enhancing the essence of life. As for the efficiency of the transformation of the essence of life, the younger one was, the better. Lin Yuan's flesh in the main world had already matured, and the progress of practicing this technique was slow. It had taken nearly half a year to complete only a tenth of the transformation progress. However, now, Lin Yuan had not yet been born, and his body was in its initial state. It was the perfect time to practice this bodily transformation technique. In fact, Lin Yuan had deliberately devoted some of his energy to comprehend this transformation technique for the body to prevent a repeat of the extreme situation he faced during the last transmigration, being born and immediately finding himself in a dire predicament without any ability to resist. This way of transforming the body would, at least, give Lin Yuan the power to protect himself ahead of time. Let's not rush the transformation of the flesh. First, let's see how the status and background of my parents are in this life. The transformation of the flesh requires energy. Since Lin Yuan has not been born yet, he naturally cannot serve as a source to obtain energy. If Lin Yuan starts the transformation of the flesh, he will instinctively absorb the energy of the mother's body. The specific manifestation is that the mother's appetite will increase dramatically, requiring various nourishing foods. If it were an ordinary poor family, facing this situation would be an additional burden. If that were the case, Lin Yuan could only honestly wait until after birth before making plans. Compared to the transformation of the flesh, Lin Yuan is even more unwilling to prematurely die. The method of transforming the flesh can be cultivated after birth, absorbing the yin and yang between heaven and earth, and it only takes a few hours to see results. Time passed. A little over half a month passed. It seems like this life is not bad, Lin Yuan thought to himself. During this period, he vaguely sensed that there were dozens of servants just attending to his mother. How could an ordinary family afford such treatment? Additionally, Lin Yuan could feel that his mother consumed expensive supplements daily. This information was confirmed by the energy transmitted through the umbilical cord. This time, my identity should be that of a prince of a nation. My father is the current emperor, my mother is a noble concubine, and my grandfather is also a distinguished official, Lin Yuan silently speculated. In the past half-month, Lin Yuan often heard conversations coming from the outside. These conversations inadvertently revealed many secrets. Initially, Lin Yuan didn't understand the language of this world and couldn't comprehend it. However, with repeated exposure, his unrivaled insight naturally allowed him to learn. The same pronunciation that others needed to hear hundreds or thousands of times to remember, Lin Yuan could grasp after hearing it just once. This was the power of his unrivaled insight. By combining the tone used when saying a word, the reactions of others, and listening to a few more sentences, Lin Yuan could understand the meaning. Learning a language was just that simple. In the Palace of 100 Flowers. A palace maid hurriedly entered. Your Highness, this servant inquired with the imperial physician. This time, you are definitely carrying a prince. The palace maid spoke excitedly, casting a cautious glance around as if afraid of being overheard. Well, Wang Shangfeng didn't mind much. Whether it's a son or a daughter, they are both the children of His Majesty and me. I will be happy either way. Oh, Your Highness, why don't you understand anything? The palace maid's tone was somewhat anxious. His Majesty currently does not have a son. If you give birth to a prince, some things aren't for you to say. Wang Shangfeng's expression suddenly turned cold and she calmly looked over. Yes, yes. The palace maid turned pale and trembled as she knelt on the ground. It seems that my mother, in this life, is very intelligent. Lin Yuan, inside the womb, quietly listened to the commotion outside. He held a high opinion of his mother this time. At least, she knew how to keep a low profile. No. Lin Yuan suddenly felt an urgency. In the depths of the palace, it's easy to avoid an obvious threat but hard to guard against a hidden one. I need to focus on accelerating the transformation of my flesh. This sense of urgency arose when he realized that he was in the imperial palace, especially after learning that the current emperor had no sons. Lin Yuan felt an even stronger urgency. Even the palace maids knew that Wang Shangfeng was likely carrying a prince. Did the other consorts not know? Especially the empress, any slight suspicion from her could endanger Lin Yuan. Of course, Lin Yuan's transformation of the flesh was entirely based on Wang Shangfeng's reactions. He wouldn't absorb without limits, and the energy formed by the transformation would gently nourish the mother. As Lin Yuan began his transformation, Wang Shangfeng immediately felt a hunger, as if she hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, being in the imperial palace and having a strong background, she lacked nothing in terms of nourishing foods, so there were no issues. 8 months later, Wang Shangfeng caressed her belly. You little guy have consumed so many supplements from your mother. Wang Shangfeng sighed. If a single word were to summarize the past half year, it would be eating. She practically never stopped taking various precious herbs and medicines from deep within the mountains. If it weren't for the support of her family and discreetly handling major expenses, this matter would likely have already caused a commotion throughout the entire imperial palace. Being able to eat was indeed a good thing, but eating excessively was strange. Even so, rumors circulated within the palace about Wang Shangfeng's incredible appetite. The emperor himself had heard about it, but he didn't inquire much. After all, before entering the palace, Wang Shangfeng was a formidable cultivator. What's wrong with eating a bit more during pregnancy? Almost there. My difficult days are about to end. Wang Shangfeng faintly sensed the movements of her child in her belly, occasionally kicking her. Calculating the days, it was almost time to give birth. In the Great Yan dynasty, within the imperial palace, Emperor Liu Shizheng sat at the desk dealing with state affairs. Your Majesty, concubine Wang has given birth, concubine Wang has given birth. At this moment, a eunuch rushed over, respectfully reporting, oh, gave birth to another daughter, right? Emperor Liu Shizheng didn't even lift his eyes, casually asking. Since Liu Shizheng ascended the throne, he favored many concubines but had not fathered an heir. To be precise, he had not produced a prince. As for princesses, there were many, but without a prince, who would inherit the throne in the future? Should he adopt one from another imperial family? Liu Shizheng was naturally unwilling to do so. He had worked hard to seize the throne, and he wanted to pass it on to his own son. However, regardless of Liu Shizheng's efforts, all of his offspring were princesses and daughters. Counting the years, he had ennobled over 60 princesses in the past 20 years. After more than 2 decades on the throne, without even one prince, rumors abounded both inside and outside the court. Bloody hell, 60. He really worked hard, didn't he? Laughing face, if this is not the ancestors' punishment for me. Liu Shizheng's eyes appeared somewhat distracted. In his youth, in order to ascend the throne, he had killed all of his brothers. After becoming the emperor, to consolidate his power, he had imprisoned those few princes, his uncles, to death. While Liu Shizheng's thoughts were drifting, the trembling voice of the eunuch brought him back to reality. Your Majesty, it's a dragon's son. Concubine Wang has given birth to a son. I know. Wait a moment. Emperor Liu Shizheng waved his hand, unexpectedly stopping. What did you say? Liu Shizheng's gaze suddenly revealed a glint, staring straight at the eunuch, word by word. What did you say? Your Majesty, the servant means concubine Wang has given birth to a dragon son. The eunuch's scalp tingled, fearing he had angered the emperor. He hurriedly explained. Dragon son. Ripples surged in Lu Shizheng's heart. He had indeed heard from the imperial physician that Wang Shangfeng was likely carrying a son. However, he had heard such claims many times before. Most of the previous princesses were born with similar claims. He just didn't expect it to be true this time. Your Majesty. After a while, with no response from Lu Shizheng, the eunuch gathered courage to look up, only to find that the emperor, who had been sitting at the desk, had already left. Outside the Hall of 100 Flowers. The Hall of 100 Flowers was concubine Wang's residence. Emperor Lu Shizheng stood outside the hall. I have a son. Emperor Lu Shizheng didn't immediately enter. Instead, he hesitated a bit. Your Majesty, this is the dragon son. At this moment, a chubby royal physician walked out, holding a newborn baby, stopping in front of Lu Shizheng. Your Majesty, after examining him, the dragon son possesses a robust physique from birth, a talent unseen since the founding of the Great Yan dynasty. The plump royal physician was excited, his hands holding the baby trembling. A talent from heaven. My son is a heaven-gifted talent. Emperor Lu Shizheng was somewhat lost in thought for a moment. Originally, he was already overjoyed that Wang Shangfeng gave birth to a son. He never expected this son to be a heaven-gifted talent. Emperor Lu Shizheng glanced at the royal physician. Finding his expression calm and his eyes showing excitement rather than flattering, Lu Shizheng believed him to a great extent. With thoughts surging, Emperor Lu Shizheng stared at the baby, Lin Yuan, with slightly trembling hands. In the end, Lu Shizheng still took Lin Yuan into his arms, lifting him up carefully. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of the dragon son. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of the dragon son. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of the dragon son. All the eunuchs and palace maids inside and outside the Hall of 100 Flowers knelt on the ground, loudly shouting. I have a son. I, Lu Shizheng, finally have a son. And he's a heaven-gifted talent. Emperor Lu Shizheng laughed heartily, carefully lifting Lin Yuan as if he were holding up the world. Chapter 65. Lin Yuan's birth seemed to transform Emperor Lu Shi. Even his attendance at court became more active. After all, before Lin Yuan's birth, Emperor Lu Shi once doubted whether he could have a son. In the absence of a son, the imperial throne would eventually pass to someone else. Although that person would be adopted into his lineage, treated as a true son, and provided for as a biological father would, having a son who was not his own blood felt somewhat strange. This uncertainty led Lu Shi to a lack of motivation in handling state affairs. What's the use of trying so hard now? In the end, won't the throne fall into someone else's hands? However, everything changed with Lin Yuan's birth. Emperor Lu Shi had a son who could inherit everything from him. Moreover, this son possessed such a powerful physique that even after a postnatal examination, Lu Shi found it unbelievable. With such innate physical strength, he might be tearing apart tigers and leopards at the age of 2 or 3. However, Lu Shi understood that being a successful emperor required more than just martial prowess. Political strategies were equally crucial. In the current world, there were 36 states in the Central Plains. Great Yan was just one of them, located in the southern part of the Central Plains. It was not the weakest, but it had no significant advantage over the strongest. Especially in this generation, the most important foundation of Great Yan, the Divine Armament Master, had not yet been cultivated. This situation left Lu Shi somewhat distressed. Without a Divine Armament Master, Great Yan would always be at a disadvantage against other nations. Lu Shi planned to cultivate a Divine Armament Master during his reign, so that by the time he passed the throne to Lin Yuan, the Great Yan dynasty would be a stable and powerful nation. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to realize all his political ambitions. Whether it was reform or innovation, Lu Shi would leave the decision to Lin Yuan. But all of this was contingent on Lin Yuan knowing how to be an emperor. If he knew nothing and made decisions solely based on personal preferences, wouldn't Lu Shi be delivering Great Yan into the hands of an incompetent ruler? Therefore, Lin Yuan was designated as the crown prince when he turned 5. Starting from the heir to the throne, he began his education. Lin Yuan did not disappoint Lu Shi's expectations. He started reading and writing at the age of 3 or 4. At 6 years old, he left the highly educated prime minister speechless. It was noteworthy that Lin Yuan's prime minister was a top scholar, not only born as a top scholar, but also hailing from a family renowned in the Great Yan dynasty's literary world. Such a person, regardless of the era, was someone who could lay the foundation for literature and leave a lasting legacy. As a result, this scholar was left dumbfounded by a 5-year-old child, causing quite a stir among scholars outside. In the imperial court, Prime Minister, with a helpless expression, complained to Emperor Lu Shi. "Your Majesty, I really don't know how to teach him. What's going on? Has Yuan made you angry again?" Emperor Lu Shi immediately asked with concern. In order to persuade the Prime Minister to teach Lin Yuan, Lu Shi had exerted considerable effort. After all, threatening scholars with their lives would not work. Most scholars, especially those pursuing literary fame, welcomed death bestowed by the emperor because it guaranteed a place in history. Meanwhile, the emperor might have to bear some not-so-positive historical evaluations. Moreover, with the Prime Minister standing behind him, a majority of scholars in the Great Yan dynasty would be affected. A move affecting a part would impact the whole. Since the direct approach didn't work, it was time for a softer approach. After Emperor Lu Shi made various promises and painted grand visions, the Prime Minister finally agreed to teach Lin Yuan. However, what Emperor Lu Shi didn't anticipate was that within a year, the Prime Minister was considering quitting. "If it's just about making me angry, then there's nothing much to it." The Prime Minister sighed lightly. He had lived for decades and encountered all sorts of students. His mindset was already extremely calm. Even when dealing with troublesome students, he was confident in correcting them. However, Lin Yuan was not troublesome at all. Instead, he could be considered remarkably talented. All the concepts taught by the Prime Minister were easily understood by Lin Yuan without any doubt. This initially left the Prime Minister waiting for Lin Yuan to raise questions in confusion. "I explained it once, and you understood. Then, what do I need to do?" At first, the Prime Minister thought Lin Yuan was pretending not to understand. So he carefully prepared some questions with the intention of exposing Lin Yuan. However, what the Prime Minister didn't anticipate was that Lin Yuan not only explained his questions but also expanded on many aspects that the Prime Minister hadn't considered. This unexpected turn of events turned into a nightmare for the Prime Minister. In the subsequent teaching sessions, the Prime Minister became nothing more than a tool. He only needed to read the contents of those classics, there was no need for him to explain how to interpret them. Lin Yuan understood the meaning after hearing it once. Moreover, Lin Yuan sometimes noticed the Prime Minister's confusion and would reinterpret more obscure content for him. After hearing these reinterpretations, the Prime Minister felt enlightened, realizing that he had wasted decades of reading. This led to a strange scene. In front of the bookshelf, the elderly Prime Minister seemed more like a student, spending most of his time listening attentively. Meanwhile, the few-year-old Lin Yuan spoke eloquently, revealing many unknown facets of countless sage texts throughout history. Most importantly, the Prime Minister surprisingly found Lin Yuan's words very reasonable. Countless sages and scriptures throughout history, when spoken by Lin Yuan, revealed many unknown aspects. Although the Prime Minister was fascinated by this feeling, he immediately realized that this couldn't continue. If he continued to stay with Lin Yuan, he might not be able to resist bowing to him as a teacher. Even if he restrained this thought, what would other passing palace maids and eunuchs think? Was he teaching Lin Yuan, or was Lin Yuan teaching him? Precisely because of this, the Prime Minister formally resigned early in the morning and sought an audience with Emperor Lu Shi. He really couldn't face it anymore. "What do you mean by this, Prime Minister?" Emperor Lu Shi sat on the dragon throne, carefully examining the Prime Minister. Initially, he thought the Prime Minister came to complain or perhaps wanted to raise some conditions. However, after looking for a while, he found that the bitterness and helplessness on the Prime Minister's face were not a facade but genuine. This made Emperor Lu Shi very curious. What had his son done to make the esteemed Prime Minister, a literary giant, show such an expression? "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's grasp of the situation and his approach to major matters far surpasses the old minister. We ordinary folks have no qualifications to teach him," the Prime Minister said with a bitter smile. "Surpasses you?" Emperor Lu Shi blinked. Being praised like this by the Prime Minister, a literary giant, would probably be a joy for anyone else. But for Lu Shi, his 6-year-old son? Couldn't you praise him in a more reliable way? Emperor Lu Shi suddenly felt like the Prime Minister might be playing with him. If the Prime Minister wants to propose other conditions, feel free to do so. No need to be hesitant. Emperor Lu Shi frowned slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the Prime Minister smiled with difficulty. If it weren't for personal experience, he himself would think he was taking advantage of the situation to propose conditions. But that was really not the case. The Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said solemnly, "With my virtue, I am no longer worthy of teaching the Crown Prince." In order to make Emperor Lu Shi believe in what he was saying, the Prime Minister had already begun to abandon his dignity, directly admitting that he was not as good as Lin Yuan. The Prime Minister's words. Emperor Lu Shi was slightly surprised. It's crucial to note that scholars value their reputation the most, striving not just for fame in their lifetime but for a lasting legacy. Especially for someone like the Prime Minister, a literary giant, even if he was unwilling to teach Lin Yuan, he wouldn't openly admit that he was inferior to a 6-year-old mischievous child. Acknowledging oneself as inferior to such a child would be a significant blow to the reputation of any scholar, particularly one of the Prime Minister's stature. "Prime Minister, what do you mean by this?" Emperor Lu Shi remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "I, as the Prime Minister, have ushered in a holy emperor for the great Yan dynasty." Holy Emperor. Emperor Lu Shi found it somewhat unbelievable. Since ancient times, the highest praise for an emperor has been Holy Emperor. Emperor Lu Shi did not expect the Prime Minister to hold such a high opinion of Lin Yuan, predicting him to be a holy emperor even before ascending to the throne. "Your Majesty," the old minister takes his leave. The Prime Minister, seeing that Emperor Lu Shi didn't respond, bowed and took his leave. Emperor Lu Shi did not stop him, silently watching the Prime Minister leave the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Once the Prime Minister had completely left, Emperor Lu Shi waved his hand, dismissing the attending palace maids and eunuchs. Alone in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Emperor Lu Shi sat there, lost in thought. After a while, unrestrained laughter echoed from the Hall of Supreme Harmony. "Ha ha ha! My son, Lu Shi, will be a holy emperor. Ha ha ha! May our ancestors bless us! May our ancestors bless us! I, Lu Shi, will also have a holy emperor as my son. Heaven bless great Yan! Heaven bless great Yan! Ha ha ha!" Emperor Lu Shi's laughter reverberated through the hall as he contemplated the unexpected prospect of having a son who might become a holy emperor. Chapter 66. Name, Lu Yuan, Lin Yuan. Identity, Guardian of the Gate of Myriad Realms. Bound talent, unrivaled insight. Current state, conscious descent. Remaining residency time, 154 years. In the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan glanced at the panel of the Gate of Myriad Realms. Unconsciously, he had spent 6 years in this world. During these 6 years, Lin Yuan had enjoyed an incredibly comfortable life, getting whatever he wanted. With the Emperor Lu Shi's favor towards him, if Lin Yuan asked for the stars in the sky, Emperor Lu Shi would probably consider it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan walked out of the Eastern Palace and arrived in front of a wooden tower deep within the Imperial Palace. The tower appeared extremely ordinary, but there were numerous Imperial guards patrolling nearby. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and walked straight toward the entrance of the tower. "Greetings, Crown Prince." "Greetings, Crown Prince, Your Highness." When the patrol guards saw Lin Yuan, they immediately saluted respectfully. As the sole heir of the current emperor, Lin Yuan had been conferred the title of Crown Prince at the age of 5, an extremely rare occurrence in the history of the great Yan dynasty. Even legitimate eldest sons usually received such a title only after reaching adulthood, and even then, they were often subject to the emperor's caution. If not for Lin Yuan's young age, Emperor Lu Shi would probably have Lin Yuan serve as a regent to familiarize him with imperial duties. Lin Yuan entered the wooden tower. This was a forbidden place within the great Yan dynasty, containing the most powerful martial arts and secrets. A few years ago, Lin Yuan had requested Emperor Lu Shi's permission to explore the tower. Emperor Lu Shi readily agreed, thinking that Lin Yuan's curiosity would wane after a short time. However, Emperor Lu Shi could never have imagined that, in less than 2 years, Lin Yuan would comprehend and master all the martial arts and secrets stored in the tower, even innovating upon them. The cultivation system of this world. Lin Yuan found a place to sit down, his expression entering a brief contemplation. In the great Yan dynasty and the entire Central Plains with its 36 states, the essence of the cultivation system was similar. It was divided into 7 stages: flesh refinement, tendon cultivation, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ cultivation, marrow refinement, and finally, blood refinement. Corresponding to these stages were the realms: martial novice, martial disciple, martial warrior, martial master, innate martial master, grand master, and martial saint. In simple terms, flesh refinement corresponds to martial novice, tendon cultivation to martial disciple, skin refinement to martial warrior, bone refinement to martial master, organ cultivation to innate martial master, marrow refinement to grand master, and blood refinement to martial saint. According to Lin Yuan's judgment, the strongest blood refinement martial saint, whose qi and blood were fully integrated, was equivalent to the second-rank pinnacle level of the main world. However, Lin Yuan sensed that something was amiss. That is the cultivation system of the Central Plains 36 states at its core, merely refining the physical body and strengthening the blood and qi. As for the soul and spirit, there is not the slightest involvement. It's worth noting that even in the first world Lin Yuan traversed, spiritual powers were being developed at the Grand Master level. It didn't make sense for a blood refinement martial saint, comparable to a second-rank pinnacle, to completely ignore such powers. Warrior Commander. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. The cultivation system from martial novice to martial saint was just the common path for regular people. In this world, there was another system of cultivation, becoming a warrior commander. A warrior commander could activate divine weapons, and these divine weapons were the most powerful existences in this world. Each of the 36 states in the Central Plains had a guardian divine weapon. The power of divine weapons was unstoppable by mere mortals. When a warrior commander activated a divine weapon, even a slight trace of its power could easily crush tens or hundreds of blood refinement martial saints. This was the reason Emperor Lu Shi, upon learning of Lin Yuan's potential to become a holy emperor, was much more excited than when Lin Yuan first showed signs of robust physique and constitution. No matter how strong the physical body and constitution were, it would only lead to becoming a blood refinement martial saint in the future. What impact could blood refinement martial saints have on the overall situation in the face of a warrior commander? However, not everyone could become a warrior commander. To become one needed the recognition of a divine weapon. Additionally, the lifespan of each warrior commander was not long, and very few could live past 40 years. This situation led the 36 states in the Central Plains to always have a reserve of potential warrior commanders. Even so, occasional periods of vacancy among warrior commanders could still occur. Currently, the Great Yan dynasty was facing such a situation. However, with divine weapons in place and the treaties signed among the 36 states, there would be no major issues in the short term. The strength of a warrior commander comes from the divine weapon. Just a slight release of aura can easily crush tens or hundreds of martial saints. The power of divine weapons is at least at the third stage, perhaps even quasi-fourth stage. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. With his discerning eyes, he naturally saw that the so-called warrior commander was just a puppet. The real powerful entity was the divine weapon itself. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to a bookshelf deep within the wooden tower. He took down an ancient and worn-out scroll. The scroll recorded bits of information about divine weapons. This was one of the few sources Lin Yuan had on understanding divine weapons. As for directly asking Emperor Lu Shi about it, it would be straightforward, except when it involved divine weapons. Emperor Lu Shi seemed to be reluctant to let his son know too much about divine weapons at such an early age. Lin Yuan slowly flipped through the ancient scroll. Even though he had memorized the contents long ago, it still stirred ripples in his heart. The 36 states in the Central Plains each have a guardian divine weapon. Although it seems peaceful, every divine weapon requires a large number of living sacrifices. If it cannot be satisfied, all 36 divine weapons will actively revive and seek sacrifices. At that time, it will be a calamity for all living beings. I wonder if these are divine weapons or... The last part of the content in the scroll seemed to have been erased. But combining the context above and below, Lin Yuan easily deduced what had been erased. I wonder whether these are divine weapons or demonic weapons. Lin Yuan closed the scroll and placed it back on the bookshelf. The tower housed tens of thousands, if not millions, of scrolls and books. This particular one was tucked away deep inside, making it highly unlikely for ordinary people to stumble upon it. Only Lin Yuan, with his unrivaled insight, had the time to explore these miscellaneous records after comprehending all the martial arts secrets in the wooden tower. Divine weapons. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. There was no specific record about the origin of divine weapons in the books within the tower. It seemed that they were somehow related to the ancient era tens of thousands of years ago. All divine weapons were said to have originated during that time. However, the details of their creation and how they shaped the current situation were unknown. The passage of 10,000 years made it difficult to trace the past. While the main world was relatively stable, having entered the space age with the ability to pass down information through data, the world Lin Yuan currently found himself in was different. Even a slight disturbance or catastrophe could lead to discontinuity. This world. Lin Yuan's face revealed a hint of curiosity. Divine weapons required living sacrifices, and the more abundant the life force, the better. However, the mainstream cultivation system in this world solely focused on refining the physical body and enhancing blood and qi. Each aspect, individually, might not be peculiar, but Lin Yuan immediately sensed something else when they were combined. This world's people should be confined by the so-called divine weapons. The 36 states in the central plains are like 36 enclosures, and all the people are livestock waiting to be consumed by the divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He almost confirmed that the cultivation system, from martial novice to martial saint, was undoubtedly influenced by the divine weapons. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so abnormal. Chapter 67. Weapons possessing spirituality didn't surprise Lin Yuan. In the dragon and tiger world, the true martial sword had its own spirituality. However, in this world, divine weapons began to herd humans, consuming them periodically. This wasn't just spirituality, it was sentience. 36 divine weapons equated to 36 quasi-4th or even 4th rank powerhouses. If they joined forces, massacring all human races would be a trivial matter. But these 36 divine weapons refrained from doing so. Instead, they opted for sustainable development and found their spokespersons members of the royal families of the 36 central nations. They supported their spokespersons, managing the masses of cattle. Every once in a while, suitable livestock were selected for consumption, forming a well-established process. Just from this, Lin Yuan concluded that not only did divine weapons possess sentience, but their intelligence was also considerable. However, I'm not in immediate danger, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even among livestock, there were hierarchical distinctions. For someone like Lin Yuan, chosen by the divine weapons as their spokesperson within the great Yan imperial family, his status was undoubtedly the highest. Even if he couldn't escape the fate of being consumed, he would be the last to be devoured. As long as my strength is formidable, even divine weapons can be shattered with a single punch, Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of relief as he left the wooden tower. The living beings of this world were influenced by the divine weapons in their cultivation systems. Despite their outstanding talents, they could only reach the level of martial saints. Faced with the lofty divine weapons, they were nothing more than delicious food. But Lin Yuan was different. His foundation didn't come from this world, remaining unaffected by the influence of divine weapons. Returning to the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Today, I can fully restore my strength. Lin Yuan's gaze lowered. After 6 years in this world, he had been regularly taking various supplements. In secret, he had already recovered almost entirely. In fact, given Lin Yuan's cultivation speed, he could have fully recovered within 5 years. However, this world's cultivation system had given him inspiration. Although the system of refining the body through stages flesh, tendons, skin, bones, organs, marrow, and finally blood was somewhat abnormal, it was perfect for forging the body. Every part of the body was thoroughly tempered. Lin Yuan had spent over a year integrating this unique cultivation system into his martial arts practice. Almost there. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, and his body underwent profound changes. After half a day, Lin Yuan successfully restored his strength to the 3rd rank. At this moment, Lin Yuan's combat power surpassed his peak in the main world. Currently, he had perfected the transformation method for the body that he had comprehended from Lin He, and he seamlessly absorbed the body refining technique from this world. In terms of physicality, he now exceeded the peak of the main world by a considerable margin. Take it slowly, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. According to his speculation, each of the 36 national divine weapons in the Central Plains possessed at least quasi-4th rank, or even true 4th rank, strength. In comparison to these divine weapons, Lin Yuan was currently inferior. One day, after finishing his cultivation, Lin Yuan saw his 7th sister waiting for him. Lin Yuan's 7th sister, more accurately, his half-sister, was the 7th princess of the great Yan imperial family. Despite being half-siblings, their relationship was amicable, often meeting and chatting. Little Yuan, I'm going to the divine weapon ancestral land with the other sisters later, his 7th sister suddenly sounded concerned. The divine weapon ancestral land. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The divine weapon ancestral land was where the national divine weapon of the great Yan imperial family slumbered. As for why his seventh sister and other princesses were going there, it was likely related to cultivating warrior commander. To become a warrior commander, one needed the recognition of the divine weapon. It inevitably required close contact with the divine weapon. Traditionally, candidates for warrior commander in the great Yan imperial family were chosen from the imperial descendants. After all, the short lifespan of warrior commanders wasn't a secret. If the reigning emperor had a choice, they would not send their own children. However, the great Yan imperial family faced a shortage of warrior commander. After all the imperial descendants had been tested and none had been chosen, Emperor Lu Shi had no choice but to send his own daughters. Of course, this was limited to daughters. Princes like Lin Yuan were absolutely not eligible to become warrior commander. Being a warrior commander meant prolonged proximity to the divine weapon and a short life, eliminating any chance of ascending the throne. It shouldn't be a problem, Lin Yuan reassured her. I hope so. His seventh sister's eyes reddened. Although she didn't know what the fate of a warrior commander entailed, the great Yan imperial family selected a new warrior commander every 30 to 40 years. It was evident that the previous warrior commander had most likely perished. Half a day later, his seventh sister came back to find Lin Yuan in tears. Little brother, you've been chosen. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. Not long after, the imperial guards entered, paid their respects to Lin Yuan, and escorted his seventh sister away. She didn't resist. Being chosen by a divine weapon meant her fate was already sealed. Even the emperor couldn't change it. She appeared here solely because she wanted to see Lin Yuan one last time. Divine weapons, do they prefer those with powerful souls? Lin Yuan watched his seventh sister leave, pondering quickly. Compared to other imperial family members, his seventh sister had a naturally strong spiritual soul. Specifically, she had an excellent memory and was always energetic with little sleep. As to why divine weapons liked such qualities, perhaps, to divine weapons, those cultivators with vigorous life forces were just ordinary food. Individuals with powerful souls were a gourmet feast, and that might be why every warrior commander had a short lifespan. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged as he began to speculate on why divine weapons didn't release the shackles on the soul and spirit in their cultivation systems. Once the physical body and soul cultivate together, there is a chance of giving birth to an existence surpassing martial saints. Over time, it may even shake the dominance of the divine weapons. Yuaner, your seventh sister being chosen by a divine weapon is her honor and also a good thing for our great Yan imperial family. Emperor Lu Shi found Lin Yuan and whispered. Although the crisis of the great Yan imperial family's warrior commander generational gap had been resolved, Emperor Lu Shi's mood wasn't good. He naturally knew what becoming a warrior commander meant. If it were any other imperial descendant, he would have turned a blind eye. But when it came to his own daughter. Even so, Emperor Lu Shi had no regrets. Despite the constraints of the alliance, even if the great Yan imperial family didn't have a warrior commander for a short time, it wouldn't cause any serious consequences. However, a dynasty with a warrior commander and one without were entirely different concepts. When negotiating with other Central Plains dynasties, if the great Yan imperial family didn't have a warrior commander, it was destined to be at a disadvantage. Facing other powerful dynasties, the great Yan imperial family would undoubtedly suffer various setbacks, perhaps even having to sign some humiliating alliances. While warrior commander might not need to invoke divine weapons, their presence alone served as a significant deterrent. You could choose not to use it, but you couldn't afford not to have it. Now that the seventh princess had become a warrior commander, it meant the great Yan imperial family's most significant weakness had been addressed. There would likely be no major issues in the next 30 to 40 years. As for the personal emotions of the seventh princess. As a princess of the dynasty, the seventh princess had lived a life of luxury since birth, always above tens of thousands. After enjoying so much, if she had to make sacrifices during the crisis facing the great Yan imperial family, what was there to hesitate about? Yuaner, I know you have a good relationship with Little Seven. But if we can cultivate a warrior commander, it's worth any sacrifice. Emperor Lu Shi consoled Lin Yuan. He had specifically come over, fearing Lin Yuan might have unwarranted thoughts. After all, he also knew about the relationship between Lin Yuan and the seventh princess. Father Emperor, actually. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. Actually, what? Emperor Lu Shi's spirit trembled slightly. He was curious about Lin Yuan's perspective on the matter. It was also a kind of test by Emperor Lu Shi. If Lin Yuan still harbored reluctance towards the seventh princess, Emperor Lu Shi would be very disappointed. Ordinary people could cherish sibling relationships, but emperors could not. If an emperor wavered due to personal feelings, it would be a disaster for the entire country. As the future great Yan emperor and the father of millions of subjects, Lin Yuan's perspective should be from the standpoint of the entire great Yan imperial family. If he could secure decades of stability for the great Yan imperial family, even if it meant sacrificing not just one princess but 10 or 100, Lu Shi would not hesitate. In fact, there's no need to cultivate a warrior commander. Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Lu Shi. Give me time, and I will surpass the warrior commander. Chapter 68. Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Emperor Lu Shi was momentarily stunned in place. He had considered various responses something more normal, pleading for 7th princess's sake. Or perhaps expanding the selection range, attempting to prevent 7th princess from becoming a warrior commander. Alternatively, adopting a more ruthless stance and approving Emperor Lu Shi's actions. As a royal offspring, sacrificing for the country was as normal as it got. However, Lu Shi never imagined that Lin Yuan's response would be this. No need to cultivate a warrior commander. Give me time, and I will surpass the warrior commander. It should be noted that every warrior commander had a divine weapon standing behind them. And in the 36 countries of the Central Plains, divine weapons were regarded as gods. Surpassing the warrior commanders was akin to surpassing the divine weapons themselves. Such a statement, if spread, would likely make the great Yan dynasty the focus of the entire Central Plains. At that time, the court would be in turmoil, and Lin Yuan's position as the crown prince might even be in jeopardy. Of course, Emperor Lu Shi, as Lin Yuan's father, would never let such words be spread. Yuaner, your ambitions are truly vast, Emperor Lu Shi sighed. If Lin Yuan were already in his 30s or 40s and had witnessed the might of divine weapons, uttering such words would undoubtedly be seen as overestimating oneself. The higher one stood, the clearer the understanding of what divine weapons represented. However, Lin Yuan was only 6 years old. What was wrong with a 6-year-old child having some unrealistic aspirations? When I was 6, I wanted to shoot down the sun from the sky, Emperor Lu Shi chuckled. However, Yuaner, don't mention these words to anyone else, even the closest servants, Emperor Lu Shi reminded after praising Lin Yuan. As the crown prince, he had to be cautious with his words and actions. Despite Emperor Lu Shi's favoritism toward Lin Yuan, there were certain matters related to divine weapons that couldn't be touched. I understand, Lin Yuan glanced at Emperor Lu Shi, realizing that the latter didn't take his words to heart. Lin Yuan had anticipated this and wasn't surprised. Next, Emperor Lu Shi chatted with Lin Yuan for a while before taking his leave. Watching Emperor Lu Shi's departing figure, Lin Yuan remained calm. With his current abilities, if he revealed strength surpassing that of a martial saint, there was a high chance of gaining Emperor Lu Shi's trust. However, such a move came with significant risks. The main issue was that Lu Shi, as the emperor of the great Yan dynasty, had a deep connection to divine weapons. If Lin Yuan revealed abilities surpassing the warrior commanders, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Once Lin Yuan reveals his strength, it is possible to alarm that divine weapon, leading to irreversible consequences. It should be noted that divine weapons feed on the human race. The stronger the human strength and vitality, the more delicious it is for divine weapons. Individuals with powerful innate souls are considered a feast by divine weapons, binding them as warrior commanders to savor slowly. Considering Lin Yuan's strength in both vigorous vitality and a powerful soul, who among the 36 countries of the Central Plains can surpass him? It can be anticipated that once Lin Yuan's aura leaks, the divine weapon of the great Yan dynasty will undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Not only that divine weapon, but the national divine weapons of the other 35 countries will also collectively awaken, sharing the feast of Lin Yuan. Therefore, even before learning about the divine weapon, Lin Yuan tried to minimize the number of times he used his abilities. Even if he had to take action, he had to stay far away from the divine weapon's resting place and people like Emperor Lu Shi, who had been close to divine weapons. Not because Lu Shi would betray his son, but there were some things that Lu Shi couldn't know. He might not even know what exactly happened to Lin Yuan. Having perfectly integrated the cultivation system of this world into my martial path, my current realm surpasses that of a martial saint. Let's call this realm martial god, Lin Yuan thought silently as he sat cross-legged. The martial god realm had transcended the shackles of the physical body and demonstrated incredible achievements in the realm of divinity. The principles of Tai Chi transformed into a millstone, constantly refining his own divinity. If placed in the main world, the martial god realm would probably be equivalent to the third rank, second stage to the third stage. Lin Yuan's cultivation system, based on the physical body, the principles of Tai Chi as the framework, and the blood and flesh from countless evolution paths in the main world, was now further enriched by integrating the perfect body refining method of this world. This was akin to absorbing all the advantages of various cultivation systems from different worlds. However, the next step I want to take won't be so easy. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and thought to himself. In just 6 years since arriving in this world, Lin Yuan had stepped into the martial god realm, mainly relying on the accumulation from his travels. If he hadn't wasted some time on integrating the perfect body refining method of this world, Lin Yuan would have entered the martial god realm 1 or 2 years earlier. But these advantages reached their limit, and the path ahead required Lin Yuan to continue exploring. Even with his unparalleled insight, the efficiency of his future cultivation would not surpass the initial 6 years upon arriving. I will stay 160 years in this world, and only 6 years have passed. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The divine weapon was in the light, Lin Yuan was in the shadow. As long as Lin Yuan didn't actively court death, the divine weapon couldn't possibly detect his true strength. As Lin Yuan possessed the unrivaled insight, his strength was constantly improving every moment. Even with significant constraints and bottlenecks, it only required a bit more time. Along with the great Yan dynasty cultivating new warrior commanders, the situation among the 36 countries in the Central Plain stabilized once again. In negotiations with other countries, the great Yan dynasty regained its confidence. With external threats eliminated, the focus shifted to internal governance. Emperor Lu Shi was not an incompetent ruler. With Lin Yuan's occasional reminders and the gradual increase in the great Yan dynasty's national strength, Emperor Lu Shi managed to stabilize the empire. Lin Yuan actively proposed strengthening trade with other nations and opening various trade routes, enriching the lives of the great Yan dynasty's citizens. Lin Yuan received widespread support from the people, and his actions showed that the great Yan dynasty could prosper for at least another generation. Recognizing the potential for dynasties to rise and fall due to incompetent rulers, Lin Yuan, with his capabilities and political acumen, was fully capable of succeeding the current emperor. The entire court respected Lin Yuan, especially after the Grand Tutor admitted in front of Emperor Lu Shi that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. Attempting to salvage their pride, the courtiers had no choice but to praise Lin Yuan excessively. It wasn't a matter of them being incompetent, Lin Yuan was just too extraordinary. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Initially, some courtiers were unconvinced. How could a child of that age achieve such feats? The Grand Tutor was indeed getting old, he should retire. However, these courtiers were left speechless when confronted by Lin Yuan. After witnessing Lin Yuan's capabilities and methods, his prestige naturally rose. Emperor Lu Shi silently observed Lin Yuan, his face unable to conceal the growing satisfaction. In terms of governing people and maintaining balance, his son was truly remarkable. Back when he pacified the courtiers, it took a considerable effort. Although Emperor Lu Shi's accession to the throne was unconventional, Lin Yuan, at his young age, displayed an exceptional talent for leadership. As time passed, 20 years went by in this manner. Chapter 69. Beyond the capital of the great Yan dynasty, 1,000 miles away. Inside an inconspicuous mountain valley, a young man sat cross-legged. Before him lay a large quantity of precious spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were all rare treasures, even a random one would be enough to make a blood-refining martial saint envious. But at this moment, they were piled in front of him like common weeds. If a minister of the great Yan dynasty were present, they would notice that compared to the abundance of spirit medicines, the young man sitting cross-legged before them was even more hair-raising. Because this young man was none other than the actual ruler of the current great Yan dynasty. Not the emperor, but rather the crown prince Lu Yuan, who was more powerful than the emperor. I have achieved perfection in the martial god realm, it's time to break through to the next stage. Inside the valley, Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as he looked at the numerous spirit medicines before him. In 20 years, Lin Yuan had completed the martial god stage, relying on his unrivaled insight to deduce the specific path of the next stage. However, in Lin Yuan's predictions, breaking through the martial god stage might lead to the leakage of his aura and be detected by divine weapons. Therefore, before the breakthrough, he deliberately came to this remote location. This valley was thousands of miles away from the capital of the great Yan dynasty and over 1,200 miles from the divine weapon ancestral land of the great Yan dynasty. Such a remote distance was enough to conceal Lin Yuan's movements during the breakthrough. Let's begin. Lin Yuan breathed out lightly. All the precious spirit medicines before him turned into powder, and the most essential parts flowed into Lin Yuan's mouth. Exhale. Inhale. With each breath, profound changes occurred within his body, and his essence, energy, and spirit began to transform, condense, and ascend to the utmost. Hum. The terrifying aura spread uncontrollably in all directions. For a moment, all the small animals in the valley felt an overwhelming suffocating sensation. As if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and divine beings were descending. Fortunately, this suffocating feeling lasted only a moment. Half an hour later, all the auras completely converged. This is the celestial realm. Inside the valley, Lin Yuan stood up, carefully feeling the substantial increase in power within his body. Above the martial god is the celestial realm. The god in martial god refers to the spirit, a spiritual essence that all cultivators in this world have not yet touched. While the celestial realm transcends the martial god. The Tao of Tai Chi. Lin Yuan's thoughts subtly moved. An invisible fluctuation spread, easily covering a range of over 10 miles around him. Before the breakthrough, Lin Yuan's Tai Chi field could only cover a few miles. Now, it had directly increased several times, enveloping nearly 20 miles. In addition, the Tai Chi field not only expanded in range but also increased in suppressing and binding power several times. Now, if Lin Yuan were to battle a third-rank evolver, he could directly suppress the opponent with the Tai Chi field, leaving no chance for resistance. Apart from the Tai Chi field, Lin Yuan's physical body, soul, and blood and spirit had also undergone qualitative changes. This breakthrough has enhanced my strength. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, satisfaction showing on his face. It's getting late. It's about time to go back. Lin Yuan walked out of the valley. Wherever he went, the air subtly distorted, and ordinary people could not detect Lin Yuan. With the ability of the Tai Chi field, as long as he slightly distorted the light, he could achieve an invisible effect. Of course, this kind of invisibility had little effect on true powerhouses. The perception of the strong was no longer solely reliant on sight. Eastern Palace. Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Not long after, a eunuch cautiously walked in. Your Highness, this is what you requested. The eunuch respectfully presented a sealed letter. Lin Yuan took the letter, glanced at it, and turned it into powder. In the past 20 years, in addition to advancing his strength and opening up the celestial realm, Lin Yuan, using his transcendent insight, established a vast intelligence network, exploring the trade routes of the 36 central states and secretly building a massive intelligence force. This matter was unknown even to Emperor Liu Shi. Only the eunuch, whose life and death were controlled by Lin Yuan, knew a thing or two about it within the entire imperial palace. As for the purpose of establishing the intelligence force, it was naturally to investigate the divine weapons. As representatives of the divine weapons, most of the imperial family's descendants were loyal to the divine weapons. Relying on the power of the imperial family to investigate the divine weapons would be fruitless. Only by establishing his own force and cultivating wings could Lin Yuan hope to learn more about the divine weapons. Actually, Lin Yuan didn't harbor any ill will towards the divine weapons. After all, there was no personal enmity between them. But unfortunately, the divine weapons always seemed intent on consuming him. In the eyes of the divine weapons, everyone was food, and Lin Yuan was a delicacy. The two positions were irreconcilable. Over the course of 20 years, Lin Yuan's understanding of the divine weapons had far surpassed the first 6 years when they arrived. Firstly, there was the origin of the divine weapons. Most of it was myth, without concrete evidence. The specific rumor was that tens of thousands of years ago, in ancient times, divine beings walked the world and eventually forged the divine weapons. Moreover, at that time, they didn't just create 36 pieces, there were more. However, due to some unknown incident, only 36 divine weapons remained, each guarding one of the 36 countries, forming the current situation. Thousands of years ago. Ancient divine beings. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin, deep in thought. In Lin Yuan's view, the so-called ancient divine beings were nothing more than powerful evolvers. However, why did this ancient divine being forge these intelligent divine weapons remained unexplained. For the past thousands of years, the ancient divine being who forged the divine weapons had disappeared without a trace. This also puzzled Lin Yuan. Such a powerful being, even if their lifespan had reached its limit, would at least leave behind specific legends. If I can capture a divine weapon and scan its soul. Lin Yuan had an idea. Since the divine weapons had developed consciousness and souls, scanning the soul involved using his powerful mental strength to forcibly browse the opponent's memories. But this idea was quickly rejected by Lin Yuan. According to his current understanding of the divine weapons, combined with the scenes from the few times the divine weapons revived in history, Lin Yuan inferred that each of the central 36 states' guardian divine weapons possessed power close to the quasi-4th rank. Such strength was beyond what Lin Yuan could handle at the moment. Perhaps reaching the perfect celestial realm rank would allow him to reach the quasi-4th rank. Even so, it would still be on par with the divine weapons. Attempting to capture a divine weapon would undoubtedly create a huge disturbance, attracting the attention of other divine weapons. At that time, Lin Yuan might find himself facing 36 divine weapons at once. How is the investigation by the Anti-God Society going? Lin Yuan asked casually. The Anti-God Society was an extremely secretive underground organization. Its active range covered the entire central 36 states. If it weren't for the intelligence force Lin Yuan established, which once captured traces of the Anti-God Society, it would have been challenging to discover information about this organization. The purpose of the Anti-God Society was to overthrow the rule of the divine weapons. For thousands of years, the divine weapons had been feeding on the beings below them, inevitably causing some to resist. However, the might of the divine weapons was unmatched. These people can only hide in the shadows, establishing the Anti-God Society and waiting for the right moment. Lin Yuan aims to obtain specific information about the divine weapons through the Anti-God Society. As an organization that has been opposing the divine weapons for thousands of years, the Anti-God Society undoubtedly holds many secrets about the divine weapons. And these are precisely what Lin Yuan needs. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the key to victory. The more Lin Yuan understands the divine weapons, the more confident he becomes. Reporting to Your Highness, we have located the approximate range of the Anti-God Society's main headquarters in the Great Yan Dynasty. In at most half a month, we will be able to determine its specific location, the eunuch respectfully answered. The next day, early in the morning, Imperial guards arrived outside the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, His Majesty wants you to come. The leader of the Imperial Guards respectfully said. Emperor Father is fine, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately got up. Emperor Lu Shi was a late-born child. When Lin Yuan was born, Lu Shi was already close to 50. Now, 26 years later, Lu Shi was in his 70s. In his younger years, Lu Shi had paid a considerable price to contend for the throne, and his body had accumulated many hidden injuries. Now, in his old age, these injuries were starting to manifest. Lin Yuan had discovered this situation over a decade ago. He had even studied some medical books specifically and formulated prescriptions tailored to Lu Shi's condition. However, healing the foundational injuries required a significant amount of time. Coupled with his age, Lu Shi had gradually reduced his involvement in state affairs over the years. He should be fine, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The prescriptions he had devised for Lu Shi could, at the very least, slow down the progression of those hidden injuries. As long as nothing major happened, living to 100 was not an issue. Of course, certain symptoms associated with old age, such as mental fatigue, were unavoidable. It wasn't that Lin Yuan couldn't resolve them, but the existence of the divine weapons prevented him from using his true strength. In the hall, Lin Yuan met Emperor Lu Shi. Lu Shi's spirit was still decent, and he was currently drinking medicinal soup. Yuaner. Seeing Lin Yuan approaching, Lu Shi waved. Emperor Father. Lin Yuan walked over. My body is getting weaker, and my spirit is declining. I can no longer handle many state affairs, Lu Shi said, looking towards the ministers beside him. These ministers were all high-ranking officials in the court who had arrived before Lin Yuan. Therefore, I want to abdicate and become a retired emperor. As for the Great Yan Dynasty, I'll leave it to Yuaner. What do you think, my beloved ministers? Lu Shi looked at the ministers. The ministers exchanged glances, having anticipated this day long ago. Now, they showed no signs of surprise. Emperor Father. Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Lu Shi. My son will become the wise ruler. Emperor Lu Shi didn't say much, patting Lin Yuan's shoulder with a relaxed expression. After 3,625 years in the Great Yan calendar, the new emperor, Lu Yuan, ascended to the throne. Chapter 70. A new emperor ascends to the throne. A joyous celebration echoes throughout the land. Representatives from all 35 nations in the Central Plains send their congratulations. Lin Yuan handles each response adeptly, showing no signs of unfamiliarity. Although he has just ascended to the throne, for over a decade, Lin Yuan has been the acting crown prince, overseeing the military and political affairs of the nation. The only difference now is the official title. Half a month later, in the Hall of Supreme Heaven, Lin Yuan, dressed in imperial robes, contemplates deeply. After formally ascending the throne, the true secrets of the great Yan dynasty unfold before him. The main focus is on the matter of the divine weapons. The nation's guardian divine weapon is officially named the Sun Moon Spear. In the over 3,600 years of the great Yan dynasty, the divine weapon Sun Moon Spear was revived 3 times. Each revival was triggered by the influence of evil weapons causing havoc among the people. The divine weapon would then be wielded to suppress all threats. Evil weapons. Lin Yuan strokes his chin. These so-called evil weapons must possess strength surpassing even that of martial saints to compel the divine weapons to intervene. The anti-god society. Lin Yuan ponders. According to the information held by the great Yan dynasty, there has always been a complex relationship between the anti-god society and the evil weapons. Every time evil weapons caused chaos, the shadow of the anti-god society loomed behind. Therefore, strictly speaking, it's not just the great Yan dynasty but the entire central plains of the 36 nations that deal mercilessly with anyone associated with the anti-god society. This is a directive from each guardian divine weapon, and none dare defy it. It seems the anti-god society harbors significant secrets. Lin Yuan looks contemplative. His forces are on the verge of pinpointing the main headquarters of the anti-god society in the great Yan dynasty. The mysteries of the anti-god society will soon be revealed before Lin Yuan. In the court, Lin Yuan sits on the dragon throne. The Minister of Rites steps forward and respectfully says, "Your Majesty, as you have officially assumed the throne, it is customary for you to promptly visit the divine weapon ancestral ground to perform the ritual of worshipping the divine weapons. This tradition is common among the 36 nations of the Central Plains. Each new emperor must promptly visit the ancestral ground of their divine weapon to pay respects. This tradition makes sense, considering that guardian divine weapons are regarded as divine entities by each nation. Worship the divine weapons." Lin Yuan looks towards the Minister of Rites. The ancestral ground of the divine weapons is not in the capital city but several hundred miles away. Lin Yuan has always been wary of the divine weapons ancestral ground. Even when he was certain that the Sun Moon Spear, the guardian divine weapon, was mostly in a dormant state, he was reluctant to approach. Not long ago, Lin Yuan broke through to the celestial realm. To ensure absolute safety, he deliberately left the capital and found a location far from the divine weapon's ancestral ground to achieve the breakthrough. "I have not been feeling well lately. We shall postpone the ritual to a later date." Lin Yuan casually provided an excuse, deflecting the request. Rituals for worshipping the divine weapons are part of tradition and cannot be easily altered, even by the emperor. But being unable to change doesn't mean it cannot be delayed. Lin Yuan isn't refusing to go, it's just that he claims to be unwell and intends to go after some time. Who could say anything about it? "Yes," the Minister of Rites replied helplessly and retreated. "Unwell? Nonsense. Others might use this excuse, but when the current emperor does, it raises suspicions." The Minister of Rites has been a veteran courtier for 2 dynasties, aware that when Lin Yuan was born, court physicians determined his constitution to be the best among all monarchs in the history of the great Yan dynasty. Even if there was some exaggeration, it must have had a basis in fact. Given these circumstances, the Minister of Rites doesn't believe Lin Yuan's claim of being unwell. However, disbelief doesn't mean there's anything to be done. Continue to advise? If it were a normal newly enthroned emperor, the Minister of Rites might dare to do so. After all, during the initial period of a new emperor's rule, they usually listen to the opinions of the ministers to stabilize the court. But Lin Yuan, over these many years, has been the crown prince for over 2 decades, smoothly ascending to the throne. The Minister of Rites has some understanding. If he were to insist and push too hard, the emperor would likely indulge him. Not only that, the emperor might generously send him off along with his family and 9 generations. "Forget it. We'll just delay it. I'll bring it up every now and then in due course." The Minister of Rites has come to terms with the situation. He doesn't believe the emperor can keep delaying for another 20 or 50 years. In Wuyan City, a prosperous city in the southern part of the great Yan dynasty, nestled against 100,000 mountains, more than 20 figures quietly appeared in a dense forest over 10 miles away from Wuyan City. Though they stood still, their surging vitality indicated that each of them was at the martial saint level in the blood refinement stage. The blood refinement martial saint is the limit an ordinary person can reach. Beyond this, there are various armed users and they are no longer human. Over 20 blood refinement martial saints already rival the martial saints in the smaller nations with weaker national power. In addition to the martial saints, there were many other powerful individuals surrounding them. That dense forest should be the main headquarters of the anti-god society. The master has instructed that all survivors of the anti-god society should be captured alive. Do you understand? The leading martial saint spoke without moving his lips, transmitting his words through the fluctuations of his vitality, reaching every martial saint's ears. Understood. We know. Capture them alive. The martial saints nodded without dissent. The battle ended smoothly with over 20 blood refinement martial saints and hundreds to thousands of body tempering innate martial artists and bone forging grandmasters surrounding and attacking the main headquarters of the anti-god society. The anti-god society's headquarters was quickly subdued. The society's leader, Sikong Lun, had no chance to escape through the secret passages before 3 blood refinement martial saints blocked his way. Then, everything went black, and when Sikong Lun regained consciousness, he found himself in a bright carriage. The meridians in his body were completely sealed, rendering him unable to mobilize even a trace of qi and blood. In simple terms, Sikong Lun was now a cripple, the kind that an ordinary person holding a knife could easily kill. Who on earth is it? Sikong Lun's mind roared like a stormy sea. As the leader of the anti-god society, he was considered a rat across the 36 nations of the Central Plains. Sikong Lun was well aware that he was no match for the 36 nations possessing the national treasure, the divine weapons. Precisely because of this, when Sikong Lun established the main headquarters of the anti-god society, he paid great attention to concealment. Beneath the headquarters, he constructed numerous secret passages. Even if signs of their activities were discovered, they could swiftly escape through the secret tunnels, preserving their strength. But now? Sikong Lun couldn't help feeling a chill. Over 20 blood refinement martial saints were exuding a powerful aura, and hundreds to thousands of innate martial artists and grandmasters of the body tempering and bone forging stages were swiftly attacking. Under this overwhelming suppression, even he, the leader, couldn't escape, let alone other members of the society. Which force made a move? Is it the Great Yan dynasty, or the other 35 nations? That's not it. Sikong Lun frowned. If he had fallen into the hands of the 36 nations of the Central Plains, how could he still be alive now? The 36 nations dealt with remnants of the anti-god society like him by direct execution, leaving no room for future trouble. Torture and interrogation to inquire about the whereabouts of other remnants of the anti-god society were useless. As the leader, Sikong Lun possessed other means inside his body. If anyone dared to reveal crucial secrets, they would instantly perish. Normal society members wouldn't know much and therefore had no value in interrogation. Sikong Lun pondered, unable to figure out which force had acted against him. This place should still be Wian City. Sikong Lun reluctantly lifted the curtain and took a glance outside. Never mind. Whether I live or die, I can't decide. Sikong Lun had no intention of escaping. What a joke! To be able to mobilize over 20 martial saints with mysterious power. How could he escape from the carriage? Half an hour later, the carriage finally stopped. Sikong Lun immediately perked up. Subsequently, the carriage door opened, and a man invited him out. Sikong Lun glanced at the man. He looked somewhat familiar, and Sikong Lun quickly recognized him. This man was one of the blood refinement martial saints who had acted earlier. A blood refinement martial saint, who held such a high position in the 36 nations, was now serving as a coachman? Sikong Lun took a deep breath. He now had a deeper understanding of the methods of the mastermind behind the scenes. Stepping down from the carriage, Sikong Lun followed the blood refinement martial saint coachman into the palace-like residence before him. In the deepest palace, Sikong Lun saw the mastermind behind the attack. It was a young man exuding an indescribable noble aura. Even just sitting there made Sikong Lun feel somewhat ashamed. Leave us for now. Lin Yuan raised his head and waved, instructing the martial saint coachman to leave. Yes, master. The coachman martial saint respectfully retreated from the grand hall. Sikong Lun swallowed nervously. A blood refinement martial saint, such a dignified figure, now recognizing this young man as his master? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sikong Lun wouldn't have believed it. After a moment of silence, Sikong Lun settled his mind and took the initiative to speak. I wonder, does your excellency have any demands for capturing me? At this moment, Sikong Lun also understood that he should have some value to this young man, otherwise, he wouldn't have been brought before him. I want to know. Lin Yuan asked, how does your anti-god society resist the divine weapons of the 36 nations? And what exactly is the evil weapon? Upon hearing this, Sikong Lun's expression revealed surprise. He had thought that the young man wanted information about the other main headquarters of the anti-god society. Sikong Lun had prepared himself, ready to activate the internal method to commit suicide if Lin Yuan delved into that aspect. He never expected this. The divine weapons are far beyond our reach as ordinary mortals. Sikong Lun paused for a moment, organizing his words. Since ancient times, only divine weapons can contend against other divine weapons. This is an unchanging rule. Chapter 71. Only divine weapons can counter divine weapons. Lin Yuan remained calm. There was nothing wrong with this statement. Over thousands of years, under the subtle influence of divine weapons, the martial arts system of this world had become distorted. It focused solely on refining the physical body and enhancing one's life force. Even the most outstanding individuals ultimately reached the stage of blood-refining martial saint, becoming the delicacies in the eyes of many divine weapons. However, blood-refining martial saint, at most, equated to the peak of the second rank. The various divine weapons were at least quasi-fourth-rank entities. Measuring them using the hierarchy of the main world, they differed by at least a dozen realms. Are you suggesting that the so-called evil weapons are also divine weapons? Lin Yuan asked with interest. That's the truth. Sikong Lun nodded and said. With your excellency's status, you should know that all divine weapons come from thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago, ancient divine beings sacrificed mountains and rivers, melted the four seas, and forged many divine weapons. All the divine weapons of this era originated from that period. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, but he continued to gaze calmly at Sikong Lun. Under Lin Yuan's scrutiny, Sikong Lun felt a lot of pressure and continued speaking. Thousands of years ago, the divine weapons forged by ancient divine beings were far more than 36. However, for some unknown reason, most of these divine weapons were shattered. Only 36 intact divine weapons remained. Those shattered divine weapons were later designated as evil weapons by the 36 countries of the Central Plains. Sikong Lun finished in one breath. Even within the anti-god society, this information was considered top secret, known only to leaders like him. Indeed. Lin Yuan understood many doubts in his heart. Your Excellency, although I don't know which force you come from, the 36 national divine weapons treat us human beings like pigs and dogs. They have to consume a large number of living sacrifices regularly. Who could endure such behavior? Seeing Lin Yuan remaining silent, Sikong Lun immediately continued. This is why the anti-god society has been able to withstand the siege of the 36 countries and persist. Apart from relying on the protection of certain evil weapons, it is more because the act of divine weapons consuming people easily sparks resistance among many human beings. As long as they understand the truth, a considerable number of people may not join the anti-god society, but at least they won't stand against it. After all, if the anti-god society overturns the divine weapons in the future, it will also be beneficial for people like us. Do you want to join the anti-god society? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's face. While he did have thoughts about the anti-god society, it was not about joining them. Instead, he planned to use the anti-god society for his own purposes. Bring an evil weapon over, and I will consider it. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan spoke. So far, he was still not a match for a true fully empowered divine weapon. However, if he couldn't deal with divine weapons, could he handle evil weapons? Evil weapons were shattered divine weapons, their strength barely reaching that of a weakened martial god. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan entertained the idea of studying evil weapons. Consider. Sikong Lun's pupils slightly contracted. His previous words were just meant to evoke Lin Yuan's compassionate side, allowing him to spare Sikong Lun's life. He never expected Lin Yuan to actually be considering it. It was important to note that the fact about divine weapons consuming sentient beings rarely influenced true powerhouses. After all, these powerhouses stood at high positions. Even if divine weapons really consume people, it won't reach their level. In Sikong Lun's eyes, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly a figure among figures. Good. But I need to make a trip to the main headquarters. There's a divine weapon fragment there that no one else can find except me. Sikong Lun decisively agreed. He couldn't fathom why Lin Yuan would deceive him. Even though evil weapons were fragments of divine weapons, they possessed self-awareness. Not even 200 martial saints could restrain an evil weapon. Following Lin Yuan's command, Sikong Lun smoothly left the palace. If there's really such a powerful figure joining the anti-god society, Sikong Lun felt uplifted. Although Lin Yuan never revealed his true identity, the strength displayed when wiping out the anti-god society headquarters made it clear that he had a formidable and inscrutable background. With the support of such a character, the future of the anti-god society would undoubtedly be much brighter. Thinking about this, Sikong Lun's speed increased once again. At the anti-god society headquarters, already razed to the ground, there were a few guards remaining. Returning to this place, Sikong Lun's expression was complex as he delivered Lin Yuan's command. Soon, Sikong Lun arrived at the deepest part underground. It was a stone chamber empty of any items. Sikong Lun reached a corner, silently recited a few words, and then dropped a few drops of blood. Boom! A stone door slowly opened. Seeing this, Sikong Lun breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the stone door was opened indicated that the evil weapon had not left. It was important to note that each evil weapon had self-awareness. In normal circumstances, with the anti-god society headquarters destroyed, the evil weapon guarding this place could have left. Entering the stone door, Sikong Lun reached a stone platform. With a slightly respectful expression, he spoke in a low voice. "Greetings, my lord." On the stone platform lay a fragment. It seemed to be a part of a mirror. Oh! This anti-god society was supposed to be wiped out, wasn't it? Why are you still alive? A spiritual fluctuation emanated from the fragment. The tone carried a hint of interest. It's like this. Sikong Lun disclosed everything he knew. There was no way around it. If he wanted to take the evil weapon to meet Lin Yuan, the evil weapon had to be willing. So that's how it is. The spiritual fluctuation from the fragment continued. Do you want this lord to directly control the other person when meeting him? The fragment continued its inquiry. The fragment was part of the divine weapon Sacred Heart Mirror. Even if broken, it still had the ability to confuse and enslave people's hearts. However, this ability was used sparingly, as it burdened the fragment itself. Most importantly, the fluctuations emitted when the evil weapon acted could easily be detected by true divine weapons. There was a potential risk of reviving the divine weapons that guard the nations if the fragment of the Sacred Heart Mirror controls Lin Yuan, a powerful figure. Although the probability is low, it would be a significant gain for the fragment. The fragment desires to control Lin Yuan and use his forces to feed on martial saints, restoring its damaged essence. The divine weapons of each nation regularly consume a large number of human sacrifices, but the fragment, being an evil weapon, doesn't enjoy such privileges. Sikong Lun reassures the Sacred Heart Mirror fragment about the truthfulness of his information. The fragment agrees to accompany Sikong Lun and remarks on the nostalgic taste of martial saints. As they approach Lin Yuan's location, the fragment is eager to take control of him and use his martial saints to replenish its essence. Upon reaching the deepest part of a hall, the Sacred Heart Mirror fragment senses a dangerous aura, realizing that a genuine divine weapon is present. Perceiving the threat, the fragment decides to retreat, as it finds the situation inexplicable and risky. As the fragment begins to withdraw, a voice from the hall invites them inside. Suddenly, a powerful force, emerging of yin and yang energies, forms a colossal hand that captures the retreating Sacred Heart Mirror fragment and swiftly retracts into the hall. Chapter 72. Outside the hall, Sikong Lun's mind was in chaos. He had not yet recovered from the unexpected behavior of the Sacred Heart Mirror fragment fleeing the scene. He saw a giant black and white hand, like grabbing a chicken, pulling the Sacred Heart Mirror back into the hall. Sikong Lun clearly saw that when that giant black and white hand grabbed the Sacred Heart Mirror, the fragment suddenly burst into a profound black light, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, this black light was like fire meeting water, instantly dissolving under the black and white giant hand. This. Sikong Lun's heart trembled. That was an evil weapon. It was also a genuine fragment of a divine weapon. When divine weapons don't appear, fragments of divine weapons are invincible. It's a rule that cannot be resisted by human power. However, at this moment, Sikong Lun discovered that the fragment of the divine weapon was not as strong as he had imagined. At least, it seemed extremely fragile in front of that black and white giant hand. No, Sikong Lun suddenly felt shocked. It wasn't that the fragment of the divine weapon was fragile. It was that the black and white giant hand was too powerful. In this world, how could there be such power? Sikong Lun's mind was in chaos, and he flashed back to Lin Yuan, whom he had just seen not long ago. The black and white giant hand just now should also be Lin Yuan's doing. But Lin Yuan is not a divine weapon, nor is he a wielder of weapons. How could he possess the strength to crush a divine weapon fragment? According to the information collected by the Anti-God Society over the years, all wielders of weapons are deeply influenced by divine weapons, exuding a cold, indifferent, and aloof aura. And this, Lin Yuan obviously does not conform to. Inside the hall, Lin Yuan casually sat in front of a desk. In front of him, a fragment resembling a mirror was floating. Are you human? No, how could a human cultivate to your level? The Sacred Heart mirror fragment emitted a frightened mental fluctuation. Compared to the perception outside the hall, being in front of Lin Yuan at this moment made the Sacred Heart mirror deeply shocked by Lin Yuan's vast and profound aura. Although it still didn't match the power of a true divine weapon, it far exceeded the power of a divine weapon fragment like itself. In the eyes of the Sacred Heart mirror fragment, this was extremely unimaginable and incredible. In the cultivation system of this world, the ultimate goal is only the blood-refining martial saint. Going beyond this is simply an impassable road. But Lin Yuan. So this is the essence of divine weapons. A strange color appeared on Lin Yuan's face, and the Sacred Heart mirror fragment, which looked like nothing more than a broken piece on the surface, seemed to him like the most perfect thing in the world. Observing the Sacred Heart mirror fragment felt like observing a part of heaven and earth. Not quite right, it's like observing a part of the heavens and the earth with its surface peeled off, revealing its essence. Your unrivaled insight perceives a part of the essence of the rules of a realm. What is known as a divine weapon is the external manifestation of the rules of this world. Lin Yuan looked contemplative. With his continuously advancing strength at the third rank, he began to vaguely sense the essence of the rules that supported the heavens and the earth, maintaining the operation of the world. Even in the main world, Lin Yuan had such a feeling, but the essence of the rules in the main world was extremely powerful. Lin Yuan, even if he tried his best to comprehend, gained very little. For example, Lin Yuan had tried to comprehend the endless starry sky, but the progress was extremely slow. It might take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years to completely understand the mysteries of the endless starry sky. In this realm, although the essence of the world was far inferior to the main world, Lin Yuan found it equally challenging to comprehend the essence of this realm's rules. After all, any world, no matter how weak, had formed a perfect cycle. Everything fundamental was already concealed, making comprehension difficult. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan looked at the Sacred Heart mirror fragment in front of him with a fervent gaze. The divine weapons like the Sacred Heart mirror were the external manifestations of the essence of this realm's rules, allowing them to possess sentience and innate strength. However, because they were external manifestations of the rule's essence, observing such divine weapons was much easier than directly comprehending the essence of the heavens and earth. Especially for the Sacred Heart mirror itself, which was already broken, the revealed essence of the rules was even clearer. Just by watching and comprehending for a while, Lin Yuan perfected his martial cultivation system a little, saving 1 or 2 days of effort. What do you want to do? I am a divine weapon of the heavens and earth and cannot be destroyed. Seeing Lin Yuan's gaze heatedly fixed on it, the Sacred Heart mirror fragment felt a bit uneasy. With your strength, you are undoubtedly a delicacy in the eyes of those 36 old guys. You are the most delicious feast in thousands of years. If you release me, I will pass on to you a secret technique. It can hide you from the perception techniques of those 36 old guys. How about that? The Sacred Heart mirror fragment immediately proposed conditions. The 36 old guys it mentioned naturally referred to the 36 complete national divine weapons. Cannot be destroyed. Lin Yuan diverted part of his attention, inspecting the Sacred Heart mirror fragment up and down. This fragment was indeed right in saying that, as an external manifestation of the rules of the heavens and earth, the Sacred Heart mirror fragment could not be completely destroyed, at least in this side of the heavens and earth. Of course, this destruction referred to complete annihilation, leaving no trace of the fragment. As for intact divine weapons being shattered, that was still achievable. Things that cannot be destroyed are the divine weapons themselves. However, can't the consciousness and intelligence be eroded? Lin Yuan sneered in a seemingly smiling manner. As soon as these words came out, the Sacred Heart mirror fragment was shocked. How do you know? The Sacred Heart mirror fragment found it hard to believe. When the original Sacred Heart mirror was broken, its consciousness had already disappeared. As for the current Sacred Heart mirror fragment, it was just a new consciousness born on the fragment itself after a long period. Even other sacred heart mirror fragments had similarly given birth to new consciousness over time. It's just that evil weapons like the sacred heart mirror feared true intact divine weapons because they were afraid of falling into the hands of others and having their consciousness eroded. However, this matter had always been a secret among divine weapons. Other divine weapon fragments would not tell such things to ordinary people. As for secret techniques, no need for you to say. I can get them myself. Lin Yuan's eyes faintly revealed a mysterious vortex. The black and white Tai Chi imprint spread and diffused. Terrifying mental power and soul power rushed towards the sacred heart mirror fragment, suppressing it. Lin Yuan planned to use the soul search technique on the sacred heart mirror fragment. Since the sacred heart mirror fragment had developed self-awareness, it counted as a living being and could be forcibly scanned for memories. This soul search technique was a creation inspired by Lin Yuan's observations of various evolutionary paths related to soul and spirit. Similar techniques existed in the main world, serving roughly the same purpose. What are you trying to do? What exactly do you want? The sacred heart mirror fragment screamed abruptly. Its surface once again emitted a dark-colored radiance. Unfortunately, under the suppression of Lin Yuan's Tai Chi domain, all dark-colored radiance quickly dissipated as a vast and invisible force invaded the depths of the fragment. Through the soul search technique, Lin Yuan read the memories of the fragment as if he were looking at a flower while riding on horseback. Since the sacred heart mirror itself was already shattered, many memories were incomplete. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan still found the information he sought. According to the descriptions in the memories, it happened 8,000 years ago. In the ninth heaven, where the astral wind could easily tear apart blood-refining martial saints, there stood hundreds of terrifying auras. The source of these terrifying auras was none other than various weapons. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, bells, tripods, and so on. What is that? Through the memory footage, Lin Yuan saw a long spear. It seemed like all the radiance in the world gathered on that long spear. On the surface of the spear, the sun and moon were engraved, surrounded by an extreme sharpness. Sun-Moon Spear. The national divine weapon of the Great Yan dynasty. It was also one of the 36 intact divine weapons of this era. Chapter 73. Are these 100 weapons all divine weapons? Lin Yuan glanced around, his expression slightly serious. Through the memories of the sacred heart mirror fragment, Lin Yuan quickly determined the total number of all weapons, including the source of Lin Yuan's current perspective, a divine weapon in the shape of a mirror. A complete divine weapon, the sacred heart mirror. So, thousands of years ago, the total number of divine weapons was as many as 100. Lin Yuan thought to himself. For more than 20 years, he had been collecting information about divine weapons. Many pieces of information obtained mentioned that in ancient times, the number of divine weapons exceeded 36. Later, due to some unknown changes, most divine weapons disappeared. However, there was no specific information about how many divine weapons there were. Now, through the memories of the sacred heart mirror fragment, Lin Yuan confirmed the total number of divine weapons. 100 pieces. 100 divine weapons. As Lin Yuan continued to observe those divine weapons, a loud bang. The central tower-shaped divine weapon moved. Majestic power erupted, affecting other divine weapons. As a result, other divine weapons were forced to take action. The spear imprinted with the sun and moon lightly thrust forward, gathering a sharp aura and directly piercing through a fan-shaped divine weapon. A melee ensued among the 100 divine weapons. The heavens and earth were in turmoil. The melee lasted for several months. In the end, most divine weapons were shattered, turned into fragments, and scattered in all directions. Only 36 divine weapons remained standing on the battlefield. These 36 divine weapons included the one from the Great Yan dynasty, the town-protecting divine weapon, the Sun and Moon Spear. At this moment, the aura emitted by the Sun and Moon Spear was somewhat unstable. But it was clear that it had become the victor. A melee among divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the reason for the melee, Lin Yuan could guess it roughly. Divine weapons needed to consume the people of the human race to grow slowly. But the number of humans was limited. With the appetite of 100 divine weapons, the people of the 36 Central Plains countries couldn't satisfy them at all. So, in the end, it led to this great war. Only the most powerful divine weapons had the qualification to enjoy the blood feast. As for the weaker divine weapons, they were directly shattered, and they perished on their own. In front of the desk, Lin Yuan put down the sacred heart mirror fragment in his hand. His face was immersed in contemplation. This time, he travelled far from the capital to Wuyan City, and it seemed that he had come to the right place. Not only did he obtain a divine weapon fragment that could be considered the manifestation of the essence of the rules, he also learned about the Great War that happened 8,000 years ago, a war that was not recorded in any written records. The Great War among 100 divine weapons. Master! Master, spare my life! On the desk, the sacred heart mirror fragment emitted a weak mental fluctuation. When Lin Yuan forcibly searched its soul, he also took the opportunity to refine this mirror fragment. If it were a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to refine it, but it was just a fragment, naturally unable to resist Lin Yuan. After refining the sacred heart mirror fragment, Lin Yuan gained absolute control over its consciousness. Even if I can't destroy the fragment, erasing the consciousness inside is just a thought. The sacred heart mirror fragment also realized its situation. Abandoning its previous negotiating posture, it directly addressed Lin Yuan as master. Spare your life. Lin Yuan glanced at the sacred heart mirror fragment. He comprehended the essence of the rules within the fragment, and it had nothing to do with its consciousness. Even if the consciousness disappeared, as long as the fragment itself existed, the essence of the rules would still be present, not hindering Lin Yuan's comprehension. However, now that the birth and death of consciousness were under Lin Yuan's control with just a thought, there was no need to erase it so quickly. Otherwise, waiting for the next consciousness to be born might take who knows how many years. Moreover, the divine weapon fragment with consciousness did have some use for Lin Yuan. At least, it could actively revive without Lin Yuan's stimulation. Outside the grand hall, Sikong Lun found himself in a dilemma. After the sacred heart mirror fragment was forcibly dragged into the grand hall, Sikong Lun realized that his biggest reliance might have failed. At this moment, Sikong Lun was torn between joy and sorrow. When Lin Yuan suppressed the soldiers with a wave of his hand, Sikong Lun couldn't help but have a fleeting hope. For thousands of years, the human race had been the food for divine weapons. No one had ever been able to resist divine weapons, even if it was just a fragment of a divine weapon. However, Lin Yuan's appearance seemed to break this pattern. But who Lin Yuan really was and whether he was a human, whether he would stand on the side of divine weapons, were things that Sikong Lun couldn't figure out. Time passed. While Sikong Lun was lost in thought and contemplation, a voice rang out silently in his ears. You come in too? Yes. Sikong Lun took a deep breath. As if accepting judgment, he walked into the grand hall. The interior of the hall was no different from what Sikong Lun remembered. The only difference was a mirror fragment casually placed on the desk where Lin Yuan was sitting. Mirror fragment? Sikong Lun swallowed his saliva. Thinking that it was not an ordinary mirror fragment, but the evil weapon they, the anti-god society, worshipped day and night. Lord! Sikong Lun knelt on the ground with a thud. Lin Yuan glanced at the other party casually. After today, I want your anti-god society to completely submit to me. Can you do that? Lin Yuan said casually. The influence of the anti-god society covered the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. The anti-god society where Sikong Lun was located was just one of the main headquarters in the Great Yan dynasty. There were 35 other main headquarters of the anti-god society, each hidden in the other 35 countries. Lin Yuan's implicit meaning was to let Sikong Lun subdue the other 35 main headquarters of the anti-god society. Bring the entire anti-god society under Lin Yuan's command. Faced with Lin Yuan's words, Sikong Lun fell into silence. If it were someone else saying this to him, Sikong Lun would definitely not agree, and he wouldn't even consider it. The anti-god society was the last line of defense against the rule of divine weapons. Even if they worshipped an evil weapon, it was only to increase their confidence in resisting true divine weapons. Sikong Lun could die, but the anti-god society must not perish. Otherwise, all the human races in Central Plains' 36 kingdoms would forever become the food for divine weapons. I just want to know one thing. Sikong Lun stared at Lin Yuan and asked boldly, is the Lord a human, and how do you view divine weapons? Human. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Looking at Sikong Lun, who was willing to die for his beliefs, Lin Yuan said slowly, naturally, I am human. As for those divine weapons, I've found them displeasing for a long time. As these words were spoken, Sikong Lun immediately felt relieved. In the future, the anti-god society will be at the Lord's service. Sikong Lun said respectfully. Having received the answer he wanted, Sikong Lun's tensed heart completely relaxed. To preserve the spark of hope for the human race, the anti-god society was willing to offer sacrifices, even the former divine weapon, the evil weapon. The methods displayed by Lin Yuan gave Sikong Lun a glimpse of hope in the fight against divine weapons. It was only natural for the other anti-god society factions to join him. After subduing Sikong Lun, Lin Yuan issued the first order, to report all the information known by the anti-god society about evil weapons. For Lin Yuan, every evil weapons was an external manifestation of the fundamental rules of the world. Observing their true forms had great benefits and could significantly improve the path of martial evolution, helping Lin Yuan advance to the 4th rank. Not only the 4th rank, but there were also uplifting effects on the path of martial evolution. Does the Lord intend to continue subduing those evil weapons? Sikong Lun immediately grasped Lin Yuan's thoughts. Be careful, my lord. Those evil weapons are not easy to deal with, each and every one of them. Sikong Lun whispered. Although Lin Yuan had crushed the Sacred Heart Mirror fragment with overwhelming dominance, there was a difference between divine weapons and divine weapon fragments. Some divine weapon fragments had larger volumes, occupying more parts of the complete divine weapon, making them more powerful. Even if they still couldn't beat Lin Yuan, if one managed to escape, it could still pose a hidden threat. No worries. Lin Yuan waved his hand. With his current strength, even if divine weapons didn't appear and there were more fragments, he could instantly suppress them. Time passed. Another 50 years went by. Chapter 74. For the Central Plains 36 states with a history spanning thousands of years. 50 years doesn't seem like much for the majority of ordinary citizens. Perhaps, it doesn't differ much from the past. However, the royal families of the 36 states vaguely sensed subtle changes in the past 50 years. Mainly, it's the remnants of the anti-god society, whose actions are becoming increasingly bold. The anti-god society, as an underground organization rejected and wanted by the Central Plains 36 states, has always been treated like a rat crossing the street. When trying to recruit followers, they usually adopt secretive methods. However, in recent years, these remnants of the anti-god society have become more arrogant, even daring to abduct people on the street. What surprised the royal families of the 36 states the most is that every time they launched a siege, the remnants of the anti-god society seemed to have received information in advance and miraculously escaped. This made the royal families of the 36 states realize that the anti-god society was well prepared. As a result, the suppression of the anti-god society by the Central Plains 36 states further intensified. 36 years ago, and 19 years ago, the Central Plains 36 states even mobilized warrior commanders. They wanted to use the power of the most powerful divine weapons to heavily defeat the anti-god society. Unfortunately, the warrior commanders on the side of the anti-god society appeared in time, delaying the warrior commanders of the 36 states and allowing the majority of the elite members of the anti-god society to leave in advance. The Central Plains 36 states possess divine weapons to protect the country. By using the power of these divine weapons, warrior commanders can be cultivated. Although the anti-god society does not have complete divine weapons, they have many divine weapon fragments. These are called evil weapons. Evil weapons are essentially divine weapons. As long as the completeness of the evil weapons reaches a certain standard, warrior commanders can be cultivated as well. Of course, the Central Plains 36 states call these warrior commanders evil warrior commanders. In direct combat, evil warrior commanders are naturally not as powerful as warrior commanders with divine weapons. But the former can slightly interfere with the latter. As long as the warrior commander does not activate the divine weapon to fully awaken, it is challenging to capture the evil warrior commander. Generally speaking, warrior commanders do not allow the divine weapon to fully awaken. Because if that happens, it means their own lifespan will plummet. A fully awakened divine weapon, in terms of absorbing the soul essence of the warrior commander, will reach a terrifying level. Every time the divine weapon fully awakens, the warrior commander's lifespan will be reduced by 10 years. In a hidden underground square, a robust man sits cross-legged in the center. Around the robust man, there are dozens of weapon fragments scattered. If there were evil warrior commanders from the anti-god society present, they would be shocked to find that these weapon fragments are, in fact, evil weapons. Evil weapons are divine weapon fragments. Although their strength is far from that of divine weapons, they surpass the limits of the mundane. However, at this moment, these supreme evil weapons are casually thrown on the ground like ordinary objects. 50 years. The robust man, Lin Yuan, slowly opens his eyes. For the majority of the 50 years, he has been mostly practicing and comprehending the fundamental rules within the divine weapon fragments. As for the various political affairs of the Great Yan dynasty, Lin Yuan established a cabinet with loyal ministers more than 40 years ago to handle the affairs of the country on behalf of the emperor. Lin Yuan only needs to go back and check every once in a while. As an emperor, the last thing you want to do is to be personally involved in everything. There are so many affairs of the country, if you get involved in each one, wouldn't it be exhausting? Of course, someone like Lin Yuan, who neglects things for a long time, is also rare and is a taboo for emperors. It's easy to be marginalized. But with Lin Yuan's strength, gathering immense power in himself, who would dare to marginalize him? 4th rank. Lin Yuan looks at the divine weapon fragments around him, his face sinking into brief contemplation. With Lin Yuan's cultivation speed, he had reached the celestial realm perfection 20 years ago. And achieving celestial realm perfection, if placed in the main world, is equivalent to a quasi 4th rank. However, when it comes to the breakthrough to officially enter the 4th rank, Lin Yuan is somewhat hesitant. The transition from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank, even in the main world, is a significant bottleneck, a great shackle. Evolvers who can reach the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, each one is a genius among millions, tens of millions, or even billions. Even so, breaking through this major bottleneck and shackle would take at least hundreds of years, with many succumbing to old age at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. This is based on the premise of having a complete evolutionary path guide. For someone like Lin Yuan, who is forging his own evolutionary path, each step is taken on a completely unknown road. Breaking through to the 4th rank is a challenge multiplied by 1,000 or even 1,000,000 times. Of course, this 1,000 or 1,000,000 times is based on Lin Yuan's current strength at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. For higher level evolvers, such as those in the 5th or 6th rank, with a broad perspective, opening up an evolutionary path is much easier. In fact, even with this 1,000 or 1,000,000 times difficulty, with Lin Yuan's unrivaled insight, he should have already broken through to the 4th rank. However, Lin Yuan has been hesitating. Take, for example, the promotion of a celestial master using the power of yin or yang. In this promotion to the 4th rank, Lin Yuan wants to advance using the fundamental rules within the divine weapon fragments. This method of advancing to the 4th rank undoubtedly has the greatest potential. Over the past 50 years, Lin Yuan has collected dozens of divine weapon fragments, incorporating the fundamental rules inside them into the martial arts cultivation system. However, these shattered fundamental rules are still too few for Lin Yuan. They cannot support Lin Yuan's advancement to the 4th rank. Evil Warrior Commander. Lin Yuan squints his eyes slightly. Over the years, the divine weapon fragments that the anti-god society has helped him collect are naturally those of the weaker variety. There's no way around it, divine weapon fragments have their own consciousness. Even if Sikong Lun tries to manipulate them, he can only deceive those ordinary divine weapon fragments. As for the truly powerful divine weapon fragments, their whereabouts are simply not something the anti-god society can control. These divine weapon fragments are generally already cultivated into warrior commanders, sleeping within the bodies of the warrior commanders most of the time. The anti-god society and these evil warrior commanders tend to have a cooperative relationship, the former cannot command the latter. Each time the anti-god society asks these evil warrior commanders for help, they need to pay a significant price. Even so, when facing the suppression of the Central Plains 36 states, the anti-god society and these evil warrior commanders can be considered standing on the same side. Evil warrior commanders obey evil weapons, and evil weapons are the losers from the Battle of 100 Divine Weapons 8,000 years ago. Their bodies were shattered by the strongest 36 divine weapons, scattering in all directions. So, evil weapons naturally harbor resentment towards the 36 divine weapons. The two have an inherent opposition in their positions. As for the anti-god society, it is a force composed of people who want to resist the rule of divine weapons. They are also opposed to the 36 divine weapons. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Therefore, the relationship between the anti-god society and evil weapons is a natural alliance. In the previous headquarters of the anti-god society, there was a fragment of a divine weapon suppressing it. However, Lin Yuan dispatched more than 20 martial saints and swiftly annihilated that headquarters, too fast for the fragment of the divine weapon to react. The battle had already concluded. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, faint footsteps approached from a distance. "Greetings, my lord." The person was none other than Sikong Lun. 50 years have passed, and Sikong Lun has aged considerably, with many more white hairs on his head. Lin Yuan glanced at Sikonglun and nodded slightly. Over the years, Sikonglun has indeed done well, tirelessly working in the Central Plains 36 states. Now, many headquarters of the anti-god society obey Lin Yuan's orders, and Sikonglun's contribution cannot be ignored. After all, Lin Yuan is immersed in cultivation, and he tries not to attract the attention of those true divine weapons, so he rarely appears. If you have something to say, say it. Lin Yuan said directly. After 50 years of interaction, he has some understanding of Sikonglun. He knows that if Sikonglun doesn't have anything significant, he won't come looking for him. My lord. Those evil warrior commanders want to meet you, to discuss matters related to the decisive battle with the Central Plains 36 states. Sikonglun hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. A decisive battle. Don't they fear another calamity of war? Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The so-called calamity of war refers to the disasters caused by the battles between divine weapons. 8,000 years ago, the battle of 100 divine weapons concluded, and the situation was settled. 36 divine weapons each guarded one of the 36 countries, enjoying the blood offerings of sentient beings. But why is the history of the Great Yan dynasty only a little over 3,600 years? Not only is the Great Yan dynasty like this, but the histories of the other 35 Central Plains countries are also around 3,000 to 4,000 years. The reason lies in the great decisive battle initiated voluntarily by many evil warrior commanders and the anti-god society 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. That battle directly angered the 36 divine weapons. All 36 divine weapons revived simultaneously, beginning to suppress the resurgent evil warrior commanders. The battle between them affected the entire Central Plains, leading to the downfall of the dynasties and the cries of the people. While suppressing, the 36 divine weapons harvested the life force and souls of the people. This caused severe damage to the human race, and it took hundreds or thousands of years for them to recover. However, the impact of the decisive battle persisted, resulting in the overthrow of the old dynasties and the establishment of the new 36 countries. This period is known as the Calamity of War. Chapter 75. Few people knew about the calamity of war. Even among the royal families of the 36 states in the Central Plains, very few were aware. At least, there was no record of it in the Great Yan dynasty. Lin Yuan learned about this extremely dark history from the ancient scrolls of the Anti-God Association. As the 36 divine weapons revived, they began harvesting all living beings without restraint. That dark period was akin to doomsday. I'm not sure either. Sikonglun also couldn't figure it out. Although he didn't understand it as clearly as Lin Yuan. But he was also aware that the Anti-God Association and the evil warrior commanders were far from being a match for the 36 states in the Central Plains. Even though, in recent 50 years, with Lin Yuan's covert support, the Anti-God Association gained great momentum, causing headaches for the royal families of the 36 states. But the gap in top-tier strength still existed. On the side of the Anti-God Association, what could they use to deal with the fully revived 36 divine weapons? If they couldn't handle it, there was a high probability of a repeat of the calamity of war from 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. Could it be? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Even Sikonglun realized that something was wrong. There was no reason for the evil warrior commanders not to think about it. Even if the evil warrior commanders obeyed their respective evil warriors, the evil warriors were not fools, they also weighed the pros and cons. Once a calamity of war occurred, it would be a heavy loss for those evil warriors, and their consciousness might even be wiped out. Unless there was a reason to engage in a decisive battle. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, thinking of two possible reasons. One was that the evil warriors had acquired some means to boost their confidence, such as compensating for their other fragments, giving them the confidence to confront true divine weapons. The second was that the evil warriors had sensed that if they didn't initiate a decisive battle now, they might never have the opportunity again. Thinking about the latter, it was very likely that the 36 divine weapons would undergo some transformation in the coming time. Once the transformation was complete, there would be no chance for many evil warriors to survive. Transformation. Lin Yuan pondered. 8,000 years ago, the 36 divine weapons were already quasi-4th rank. After 8,000 years of sleep, constantly harvesting the essence, blood, and souls of all living beings, these divine weapons might step into the next realm and ascend to the 4th rank? This was the only reason that could lead the evil warriors to initiate a decisive battle at all costs. Because they understood that if they waited for the 36 divine weapons to reach the 4th rank, they would have no chance. So, they made a powerful move to stop the transformation, or even make it fail. So be it. Let's go meet those evil warrior commanders. Lin Yuan said slowly. Whether it was for his own need for more divine weapon fragments, or the speculation just now, Lin Yuan had a reason to meet those evil warrior commanders. A month later, in the far south. This was a place full of poisonous gas in the dense forest, rarely visited by people. Ordinary hunters would only glance from afar and dare not approach. For hundreds or even thousands of years, countless people had died in this forest. Once the poisonous gas entered the body, it was essentially equivalent to death. Over the years, this dense forest had become a forbidden zone for nearby hunters. However, beneath this dense forest, a large blue stone hall was established. In the center of the hall, there were 18 stone seats in sequence. At this moment, all 18 stone seats were occupied. They all had indifferent expressions, with profound auras that seemed to connect to some great existence, far surpassing the blood-refining martial saints with every move. These 18 people were indeed evil warrior commanders. Standing behind each evil warrior commander, even if it was just a fragment of a divine weapon, its power was extraordinary. That master of the anti-god association, where did he come from, to make the anti-god association obey him without question? A robed evil warrior commander spoke up. Before the appearance of this master of the anti-god association, the evil warrior commanders and all the other evil warriors were treated with utmost respect. But now, everything had changed. The anti-god association dared to negotiate conditions with them. It is said that this master of the anti-god association possesses the power to suppress divine weapon fragments, even comparable to true divine weapons. Another evil warrior commander said. Absurd. As this statement was made, several evil warrior commanders showed disdainful expressions. Throughout history, the power of divine weapons has always surpassed that of living beings, even including fragments of divine weapons. Can human strength really contend with the power of divine weapons? This was something the evil warrior commanders understood better than anyone else. Perhaps the master of the anti-god association also has evil warriors behind him, and he himself is an evil warrior commander. Another evil warrior commander spoke. This statement received agreement from most of the evil warrior commanders present. No matter what. At this moment, the figure sitting in the main seat spoke. After meeting the new master of the anti-god association later, if he is like us, also an evil warrior, then fine. We can slowly negotiate the matter of the decisive battle. The evil warriors behind him probably won't refuse. If not. Speaking up to this point, the figure in the main seat revealed a hint of cruelty in their tone. Although evil warrior commanders were of the human race, under the influence of evil warriors, they gradually developed an attitude of regarding others as ants. No problem. Brother King Gu's words make sense. Then let's do as Brother King Gu said. The figure in the main seat, King Gu, had a presence that no evil warrior commander on the scene dared to refuse. Even among the evil warrior commanders, there were differences in strength. The essence of an evil warrior was a fragment of a divine weapon, and the size of this fragment, which occupied a certain proportion of the original divine weapon, naturally determined the strength of the evil warrior. As such, evil warrior commanders were divided into 5 levels. Evil warriors with a completion level of 3/10. Evil warriors with a completion level of 4/10. Evil warriors with a completion level of 5/10. Evil warriors with a completion level of 6/10. Evil warriors with a completion level of 8/10. The higher the completion level, the closer the evil warrior's power was to that of a true divine weapon. The evil warrior behind King Gu was astonishingly an evil warrior with a completion level of 9/10. This evil warrior had a true strength that was probably very close to that of a true divine weapon. That's why it held a unique position among the evil warrior commanders. This time, the evil warrior commanders decided to actively initiate a decisive battle. Apart from the fact that the 36 divine weapons were about to take the final step, it was also because the evil warrior behind King Gu had reached a rare completion level of 9/10. In this way, even if they initiated a decisive battle and still couldn't beat the 36 divine weapons, having the evil warrior behind King Gu would at least provide some self-preservation power. In any case, their goal in initiating the decisive battle was not to defeat the 36 divine weapons but to influence them, preventing them from taking the final step. Once the decisive battle began, their main focus would naturally be on survival. Suddenly, the 18 evil warrior commanders on the stone seats showed slight movements. In their perception, a breath was slowly approaching from the entrance of the blue stone hall. Is that the master of the anti-god association? Such audacity, daring to come alone. The 18 evil warrior commanders were slightly surprised, with a playful look on their faces. After a moment, a young man appeared at the entrance of the Blue Stone Hall. You are the master of the anti-god association. The 18 warriors remained seated on the stone seats, showing no intention of standing up to greet the guest. Buzz. The power of heaven and earth converged. Vaguely, a huge black iron hammer appeared in the air and smashed towards Lin Yuan. Some evil warrior commander couldn't help but make a move to test Lin Yuan. How disappointing! Lin Yuan sighed lightly. In the astonished eyes of the 18 evil warrior commanders, he waved his hand, causing the shadow of the black iron hammer to disintegrate. Before the other evil warrior commanders could react. You evil warrior commanders are quite impolite. Lin Yuan took a step and appeared next to the 18 stone seats. Then, with another step, King Guyu, who was sitting in the main seat with a solemn expression and had an evil warrior with a completion level of 9/10 behind him, was pulled out by an invisible force. It seemed as if he were discarded, crashing onto a distant blue stone. Still sitting. Lin Yuan swept his eyes over the remaining 17 evil warrior commanders. As soon as he finished speaking, all 17 evil warrior commanders on the stone seats were forced to stand up. During this process, some evil warrior commanders resisted vigorously, activating the power of their evil warriors, releasing terrifying auras, but all were suppressed within a 1-inch radius of their bodies. The evil warrior power, usually capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, now seemed as meek as a well-behaved kitten. All the evil warrior commanders sitting on the stone seats stood up. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan slowly took his seat on the main seat. Chapter 76. A profound silence enveloped the area. All the high-ranking evil warrior commanders stood up in unison, staring wide-eyed at the young man seated on the main throne. All right. You may all take your seats as well. Lin Yuan waved his sleeve casually. Instantly, the force that compelled the evil warrior commanders to stand disappeared. The entire Blue Stone Hall returned to its original state. If it weren't for the change in the person sitting on the main throne, some evil warrior commanders might have thought that everything that happened just now was an illusion. The evil warrior commanders exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. For a moment, they were unsure whether to sit or stand, flee or stay. Not sitting. Lin Yuan's mouth curved into a smile as he looked at the evil warrior commanders. In an instant, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on them, all the evil warrior commanders felt a tremendous force on their shoulders. Their faces turned pale, legs trembling, and one by one, they sat on the stone seats. Now that's more like it. Lin Yuan's expression showed satisfaction. The other evil warrior commanders, however, were experiencing a tumultuous storm within. From the moment Lin Yuan entered the Blue Stone Hall until now, only a dozen or so breaths had passed. In this short time, he completely suppressed any resistance from the evil warrior commanders on the scene. It wasn't that the evil warrior commanders didn't resist. They did, but their resistance had no effect whatsoever. How was this possible? What's even more astonishing to the evil warrior commanders is that they didn't sense any aura of divine power from Lin Yuan. In other words, Lin Yuan was not a warrior commander. Not a warrior commander, yet possessed a power surpassing that of a warrior commander. This scene, breaking all common sense, sent shivers down the spines of the evil warrior commanders. Who exactly are you? On the Blue Stone Hall, King Guyu, thrown off the main seat by Lin Yuan, managed to crawl up, looking at Lin Yuan with eyes filled with fear. Just a moment ago, if not for the protection of the evil warrior's power, his bones and organs would have been shattered by that throw. At this moment, he felt as if he couldn't die any more than he already did. I didn't ask for your opinion, why are you speaking? Lin Yuan looked at King Guyu. Boom! A mighty force descended. King Guyu's face turned red, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Such a miserable scene made the other evil warrior commanders' scalps tingle. Compared to the kneeling King Guyu, at least they were sitting on stone seats, even if it was forced. It looked much more dignified. I'll ask a question, and you'll answer. If there are additional comments, feel free to speak. Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves, casually stating. Next. Lin Yuan didn't care about the thoughts of these evil warrior commanders. He directly asked. Why did you want to launch this decisive battle? Although Lin Yuan had guessed the reason, he still wanted to hear how these evil warrior commanders would explain. It's like this. An evil warrior commander couldn't withstand the pressure. What a joke! Although, until now, all 18 evil warrior commanders were alive. But with the overwhelming strength Lin Yuan displayed just now, this evil warrior commander had no doubt that the opponent had the power to completely kill them. In this situation, no evil warrior commander would show a determined stance of not surrendering. In fact, some evil warrior commanders had already communicated with the evil warriors inside their bodies, trying to revive them. At that time, even if they couldn't do anything to Lin Yuan, at least there was hope for a full retreat. But except for the initial attempt by an evil warrior to release power and resist Lin Yuan, all the evil weapons within the evil warrior commanders seemed to have disappeared, ignoring the pleas of the evil warrior commanders. This is the will of the evil weapons. The evil weapons told us that within 100 years, those 36 divine weapons will take that step and reach the realm of the Supreme God. Therefore, we must do our utmost, no matter the cost, to prevent this from happening. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in heaven and earth. Many evil warrior commanders spoke one after another, revealing what they roughly knew. It was consistent with Lin Yuan's speculation. After 8,000 years of nurturing and sleep, those 36 national divine weapons were indeed on the verge of reaching the 4th rank. This also indicated the difficulty of advancing from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. 36 divine weapons were the external manifestation of the essence of the rules of this world. Even so, crossing into the 4th rank was still extremely difficult. Not to mention for ordinary beings. Ancient divine beings. Lin Yuan pondered with a thoughtful expression. The term Father God mentioned by the evil warrior commanders refers to the ancient divine beings. Thousands of years ago, ancient divine beings sacrificed mountains and rivers, melted the 4 seas, and finally forged 100 divine weapons. This is also the origin of all the divine weapons in the current world. Therefore, whether it's intact divine weapons or broken evil weapons, they all refer to the ancient divine being from thousands of years ago as the Father God. For decades, Lin Yuan has been trying to learn more about the ancient divine being. However, his efforts have been minimal. Even forcibly extracting information from evil weapons, due to their fragmented nature, could only provide glimpses of scenes from thousands of years later. As for memories related to the ancient divine being from thousands of years ago and how the divine weapons were forged, it remains extremely vague. The evil weapons only know that the Father God is great, but the details are hazy, and they lack a more specific impression. Lin Yuan is quite curious about this ancient divine being. In his view, the ancient divine being is at least a 4th rank powerhouse, and may have even advanced far within the 4th rank. However, such a powerful being, even if they didn't live for thousands of years, should still leave behind some information. His thoughts converge. Lin Yuan looks once again at the evil warrior commanders. There's something I need your help with. Lin Yuan's tone is gentle, smiling. This statement leaves the evil warrior commanders on the scene puzzled. With the strength Lin Yuan has demonstrated, not to mention matching true divine weapons, what could he possibly need their help with? Why yes, please speak, my lord. The first evil warrior commander who answered Lin Yuan's question spoke cautiously. I want to examine the evil weapons within your bodies. Lin Yuan's gaze is calm as he speaks slowly. As soon as these words are uttered, silence falls upon the area. Then, horrifying mental fluctuations erupt from each evil warrior commander's body. Illusory images of evil weapons appeared, especially King Guyu kneeling on the hall floor. The apparition within him is an almost complete giant axe. The divine weapon, sky-cleaving axe. Lin Yuan's gaze lingers on this axe's illusion for a moment. In the battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, this sky-cleaving axe divine weapon ranked just below the 36 strongest divine weapons. Even in defeat, it preserved most of its original form. Originally, these evil weapons, upon sensing Lin Yuan's strength, intended to temporarily avoid confrontation. Hence, the scene where they ignored the calls of the evil warrior commanders. However, none of the evil warrior commanders could have expected that Lin Yuan would take advantage of the situation to want to examine them. Well done, well done. Lin Yuan's gaze shows a slightly fervent expression. He came here not only to confirm his suspicions but more importantly, to collect more complete evil weapons. If Lin Yuan intends to ascend to the 4th rank through the essence of the rules, he must comprehend a large number of evil weapons, even true divine weapons. Therefore, the more powerful these evil weapons on the scene, the better. Outside the Blue Stone Hall, Sikonglun looks worried, pacing back and forth. My lord, you acted impulsively again. Sikonglun expresses his concerns. Following the suggestions of the evil warrior commanders, Sikong Lun planned to accompany Lin Yuan inside. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, Sikong Lun has more experience in communicating with these evil warrior commanders. Knowing what the evil warrior commanders want, even if negotiations fail, he and Lin Yuan still have a chance to retreat unharmed. At most, it's just paying a price. However, Lin Yuan asked Sikong Lun to wait outside and dealt with the situation inside by himself. This increasingly worried Sikong Lun. He is well aware of Lin Yuan's strength, capable of easily suppressing evil weapons. But at this moment, among the evil warrior commanders inside the Blue Stone Hall, which one of them is easy to deal with? The evil warrior commanders gathered here have evil weapons with completeness above 50%, far surpassing the previous Sacred Heart Mirror Fragment. There is even one evil weapon with completeness reaching 90%, extremely close to the level of a divine weapon. With such strength, Lin Yuan directly entered. In case negotiations go wrong, wouldn't that be a big loss? While Sikong Lun acknowledges Lin Yuan's strength, he also doesn't believe that Lin Yuan can gain any advantage in front of these powerful evil warrior commanders. They probably haven't started a fight. Sikong Lun breathes a sigh of relief. With Lin Yuan's methods and the strength of the evil warrior commanders, if they had truly engaged, it would have been a catastrophic event, far from being so quiet. This gives Sikong Lun a bit of comfort. But it's just a bit. Because Lin Yuan hasn't come out yet. Not coming out means there are variables. A major battle could still occur. While Sikong Lun anxiously waits, a figure leisurely walks out from the entrance. My lord! Sikong Lun is overjoyed. Finally, the worst-case scenario did not happen. Yes. Lin Yuan nods slightly, a smile appearing on his face, evidently in good spirits. Take care of the people behind. After saying this, Lin Yuan leaves directly. Take care of what? Sikong Lun is a bit confused. Who are the people behind? He remembers that Lin Yuan clearly entered alone. The entire Blue Stone Hall, except for Lin Yuan and those powerful evil warrior commanders, doesn't have their own people. Even as Sikong Lun is puzzled, leading the group of evil warrior commanders, King Guyu and others walk out of the entrance, their faces pale, trembling. Forcibly extracting the evil weapons from their bodies is akin to tearing muscles and pulling bones for these evil warrior commanders. If Lin Yuan didn't consider that the evil warrior commanders have strong innate spiritual power, which might be useful in the future, they wouldn't have survived. You guys! Sikong Lun, seeing these evil warrior commanders and their expressions, immediately realizes that the people Lin Yuan wanted him to take care of are these evil warrior commanders. This. Sikong Lun swallows hard. With his intelligence, he naturally understands that since Lin Yuan said to take care of them, it means these evil warrior commanders have already submitted. Otherwise, even if he wanted to take care of them, the evil warrior commanders wouldn't allow it. But even so, Sikong Lun is shocked. He was just worrying about Lin Yuan's safety, fearing he might suffer in the hands of the evil warrior commanders. Now, seeing the 18 evil warrior commanders with lifeless faces, Sikong Lun looks up at Lin Yuan's departing figure. It's as if he's gazing at a god. Chapter 77. The essence of the rules contained in the evil weapons such as the sky-cleaving axe allows Lin Yuan to advance further towards the 4th rank. In order to continue increasing the strength of the anti-god society, Lin Yuan gave away all the divine weapon fragments he had obtained earlier. These divine weapon fragments were given to cultivate new evil warrior commander. Lin Yuan comprehended all these divine weapon fragments, and keeping them by his side would serve no purpose. In addition, the bestowed divine weapon fragments were also refined, completely obeying Lin Yuan's commands. The evil warrior commanders cultivated from these divine weapons could not be unruly but belonged entirely to Lin Yuan's loyal subordinates. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Capital of the Great Yan Dynasty. 100 Flowers Palace. This was the palace where the Great Yan Empress had lived when she was a consort. Although, with the Empress's status, she should be able to move to a higher standard palace, Empress Wang Shangfeng did not do so. She had lived in the 100 Flowers Palace for over 10 years and had grown accustomed to it. On this day, Lin Yuan came to visit his mother. Since ascending to the throne, Lin Yuan had focused most of his energy on cultivation, visiting only once every 6 months or even a year. Yuaner, how do you feel about the concubines I selected for you last time? Empress Wang Shangfeng asked. Although Wang Shangfeng was over 90 years old, she looked only about 45, with a healthy complexion. In this world's cultivation system, the blood-refining martial saint was comparable to the peak of the second rank. However, in terms of longevity, it was not very useful. Even martial saints, at most, could live a little over 100 years. Lin Yuan speculated that this was also influenced by divine weapons. After all, the longer one lived, the more likely they were to explore realms beyond martial saints. Most of the 36 divine weapons were dormant most of the time, naturally preventing things beyond their control. Even for blood-refining martial saints, after reaching this stage, most lived to be 80 or 90 years old, with declining vitality, approaching the end of their lifespan. Where would there be energy to explore the realms beyond martial saints? Wang Shangfeng, not being a martial saint, at her age, remained lively and active, thanks to Lin Yuan's secret bone marrow cleansing. Considering Lin Yuan's current strength, the bone marrow cleansing he performed for Wang Shangfeng was akin to an elixir of immortality. Given Wang Shangfeng's current physical condition, living to 200 years was not a problem. Acceptable, Lin Yuan casually replied. After 60 years of reign, Lin Yuan had not produced any offspring. This was mainly unnecessary. Lin Yuan was not Emperor Lu Shi, who needed heirs to determine the crown prince and the dynasty's successor. Lin Yuan did not need these. With his lifespan, even if he had offspring and determined a crown prince, the crown prince would surely precede him in death. At least staying in this realm for 160 years was enough to outlast the blood-refining martial saint. Even if he did decide to leave descendants, it would be considered in the last 20 or 30 years of his stay. Empress Wang Shangfeng, hearing Lin Yuan's reply, immediately understood that her son was just placating her. But now, Wang Shangfeng had no way to deal with Lin Yuan. Under Lin Yuan's rule, the Great Yan dynasty, now almost comparable to the most powerful countries among the 36 states of the Central Plains, had Lin Yuan's prestige surpassing all previous emperors, becoming the most accomplished emperor since the establishment of the Great Yan dynasty. Oh, by the way, your father has not been feeling well lately. Yuaner, find some time to visit him, Empress Wang Shangfeng said in a low voice. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. Leaving the 100 Flowers Palace, members of the imperial family came to pay their respects. Your Majesty, it has been more than 10 years since our Great Yan dynasty last produced a warrior commander. This member of the imperial family was Lin Yuan's elder and now, with signs of aging, reminded Lin Yuan. For the 36 states of the Central Plains, the most crucial aspect was cultivating warrior commanders. Everything else was secondary, only with warrior commanders could a nation be stabilized. The previous warrior commander, Lin Yuan's seventh sister, passed away over 10 years ago. Since the seventh sister had never allowed the divine weapons to be revived, or even activated them, her lifespan was longer than that of previous warrior commanders. Warrior commander. Lin Yuan recalled his seventh sister who had run to him 50 or 60 years ago, appearing before him, showing a red-eyed farewell. Once becoming a warrior commander, it was equivalent to being bound to the divine weapons. Unless Lin Yuan's strength overwhelmed them, it was challenging to sever the connection. This matter is not urgent, Lin Yuan said casually. Understood. The member of the imperial family hesitated but ultimately did not say anything. After dismissing this member of the imperial family, Lin Yuan soon met with the former emperor, Lu Shi. Compared to Empress Wang Shangfeng, Lu Shi's condition was much worse. His beard had turned white, and his skin had wrinkled. This was because Lin Yuan had not performed the bone marrow cleansing for Lu Shi. Lu Shi, as the former emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, had conducted numerous sacrifices to the national divine weapons. His body had long been marked by the divine weapons. If Lin Yuan were to use his own power for bone marrow cleansing on Lu Shi, it would likely alert the national divine weapons. Father. Lin Yuan chatted with the former emperor Lu Shi for a long time. Mainly, Lu Shi spoke, and Lin Yuan listened. Lu Shi had some knowledge of the current situation in the Great Yan dynasty. His son had become the most accomplished monarch in the history of the dynasty. Lu Shi naturally felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Yuaner, I'm afraid my time is coming. The thing I regret the least in my life is entrusting the Great Yan to you, my son. After talking for a while, Lu Shi felt fatigued and closed his eyes to sleep. It's about time. Leaving the palace where the former Emperor Lu Shi resided, Lin Yuan looked north. That was the location of the ancestral land of the Great Yan dynasty's divine weapons. 5 or 6 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the quasi-4th rank, comparable to the divine weapons. Now, after absorbing the essence of many evil weapons like the sky-cleaving axe, his strength had once again improved. The next day, in the court, the civil and military officials of the Great Yan dynasty were excited. Lin Yuan would participate in the morning court session to discuss national affairs with the ministers. This was uplifting for the officials because the current emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, despite being the most capable in history, rarely appeared in public. Many new courtiers had not seen the emperor in person. Countless people of the Great Yan dynasty regarded Lin Yuan as the most respected figure in their hearts. Without Lin Yuan, how could the dynasty achieve such prosperity? On the dragon throne, Lin Yuan sat casually. Ministers below stood up one by one, reporting national affairs. When the morning court was almost over, the Minister of Rights finally stepped forward. Your Majesty has been on the throne for over 50 years. According to the ancestral customs, it is time to go to the Divine Weapon's ancestral land for a ritual. The Minister of Rights mechanically recited, with no expectation of a positive response. For more than 50 years, Lin Yuan had experienced 3 Ministers of Rights. All 3 had advised the Emperor to go to the Divine Weapon's ancestral land for a ritual during each morning court, but the Emperor had never responded. The 3 Ministers of Rights did not dare to insist, but they continued this practice, hoping for an opportunity. However, after the current Minister of Rights finished speaking, Lin Yuan nodded slightly, stood up, and said, "Indeed, it's time to go to the ancestral land for the ritual." The current Minister of Rights was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes began to moisten. For more than 50 years, the Emperor's health had finally improved, and he intended to go to the Divine Weapon's ancestral land for a ritual. Health lol haha, laughing face. Chapter 78. The ancestral land of divine weapons is the place where the national divine weapons are worshipped. In the Central Plains, there are 36 national divine weapons, and naturally, there are 36 ancestral lands for divine weapons. For the royal families of the 36 countries, sacrificing to the divine weapons is more important than worshipping ancestors or the previous emperors. How sad. See. Lin Yuan, making independent decisions in the Great Yan dynasty, resisted the pressure from the court to delay the sacrifice to the divine weapons for 50 to 60 years. Even so, the number of living sacrifices sent to the ancestral land every year has not decreased. Lin Yuan turned a blind eye to this. Things like the succession of the throne might not concern the divine weapons. However, the matter of living sacrifices was crucial. If there was any reduction, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the divine weapons. At that time, the divine weapons would revive and actively seek sacrifices. The consequences of this would be difficult for the Great Yan dynasty to bear. After all, once the divine weapons revived, the number of sacrifices they required would far exceed the dormant period. Therefore, until there was enough strength to suppress the divine weapons, maintaining the status quo to gain more time for improvement was the correct choice. At least Lin Yuan could take the initiative and choose the right time to act. For example, now. This was an opportunity that Lin Yuan considered appropriate. Taking advantage of the sacrifice, he could attract the divine weapons and strike when the opponent was feeding. Divine weapons. After Lin Yuan agreed to sacrifice to the divine weapons, the Minister of Rights and many other courtiers hurriedly prepared various rituals needed for the sacrifice. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was contemplating the matter of the divine weapons. Since he had decided to make a move against the divine weapons, Lin Yuan was fully prepared. By browsing the memories of many evil weapons, Lin Yuan had a deep understanding of the 36 divine weapons. Ignoring their combat power for now, Lin Yuan was confident that he was not weaker than any of the divine weapons. What Lin Yuan needed to be cautious about was the divine weapons' ultimate trump card integration with heaven and earth. Whether divine weapons or evil weapons, they were essentially external manifestations of the essence of the rules of heaven and earth. Since it was an external manifestation, when necessary, it could naturally be reintegrated. The evil weapon's core was shattered and incomplete, so it couldn't return to heaven and earth. However, divine weapons were different. As long as the divine weapons were willing, they could completely integrate with heaven and earth. In such a state, even if Lin Yuan was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, unless he could destroy heaven and earth, he would be helpless. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, divine weapons would not choose to return to heaven and earth. Because in doing so, the divine weapon's consciousness would be washed by the consciousness of heaven and earth. In simple terms, it would be formatted. After thousands of years, even if it detached from heaven and earth again, the divine weapon would not be the same as the original one. However, since Lin Yuan chose to make a move against the divine weapons, he would definitely not watch the opponent return to heaven and earth. One of Lin Yuan's main objectives in taking action was to suppress the divine weapons and comprehend the essence of the rules contained within them. For decades, the essence of the rules within many evil weapon fragments had brought Lin Yuan significant help. And that was just evil weapons, or rather, fragments of divine weapons. If it were a complete divine weapon with the complete essence of the rules, how much help would it provide to Lin Yuan? At least it could elevate him to the 4th rank. Not an ordinary 4th rank, but a 4th rank based on the essence of the rules. Since divine weapons can integrate with heaven and earth, then I'll just directly isolate heaven and earth. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. After descending to this world for 80 years, Lin Yuan, with his unrivaled insight, created a secret technique that isolated heaven and earth. Using 81 evil weapons as the core, he completely sealed off a certain area. That is, isolating heaven and earth. However, the so-called sealing had a time limit. Heaven and earth had a healing ability, and with Lin Yuan's methods, he could only seal it for a maximum of 1 hour. In other words, isolating heaven and earth for 1 hour. The matter of the great Yan Emperor going to the ancestral land to sacrifice to the divine weapons became the top priority in the court. Since it was a sacrifice, there would undoubtedly be a large number of offerings prepared. The offerings for the sacrifice to the divine weapons are naturally living beings, specifically those with vigorous qi and blood, often practitioners. Since Lin Yuan ascended to the throne, although the number of offerings has not decreased, efforts have been made to select condemned or heavily sentenced criminals as sacrificial offerings. If the quantity is still insufficient, conscription from the common people is carried out. As long as they voluntarily become offerings, parents, children, etc., their family will receive the court's care. The elderly are supported by the great Yan dynasty, and in terms of education, politics, and military service, they have priority for their descendants. This policy once caused controversy in the court. Many ministers believed it was unnecessary and considered it an honor for those commoners to sacrifice to the divine weapons. After all, implementing such a policy would undoubtedly put a significant strain on the national treasury. However, under Lin Yuan's strong rule, this policy was still implemented. The process of sacrificing to the divine weapons is very complicated. Many ministers were busy for most of the day before finally beginning the final sacrifice. Lin Yuan, as the emperor, walked at the forefront towards the central underground palace of the ancestral land. Several hours later, Lin Yuan's gaze became profound as he looked towards the central altar. In his perception, a majestic and overwhelming aura, like mountains and seas, was about to burst forth. This aura was fierce, majestic, sharp, and surpassed any evil weapon Lin Yuan had ever seen. Even the sky-cleaving axe, with the completeness reaching 90%, paled in comparison to this aura. For 8,000 years, those evil weapons remained stagnant. However, the 36 divine weapons continuously consumed the vitality, blood, and souls of living beings, slowly advancing. After 8,000 years, they naturally surpassed their initial strength. Moreover, these 36 divine weapons emerged as the strongest from the 100 divine weapons during the ancient battle 8,000 years ago. Sun Moon Spear. A trace of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's face. This national divine weapon of the great Yan dynasty, the Sun Moon Spear, was one of the divine weapons most skilled in offense among the 36. During that ancient divine weapon battle, the Sun Moon Spear pierced through at least 7 or 8 divine weapons, displaying terrifying power. All right. You all can leave now. I have something to discuss with the divine weapons. Lin Yuan, sensing that the Sun Moon Spear was about to appear and consume the offerings, immediately turned and looked at the ministers and royal heirs. Yes, Your Majesty. In that case, we will leave first. The crowd was already finding it hard to breathe, as the aura of the Sun Moon Spear gradually circulated. Faced with such a heaven and earth-like aura, ordinary people would find it challenging to endure. Lin Yuan's reason was also quite sufficient. The great Yan imperial family was chosen by the divine weapons as their spokesperson. As the emperor, Lin Yuan held the highest position in the imperial family and naturally could be alone with the divine weapons. Soon. Except for Lin Yuan. Everyone respectfully left. For a moment, in the vast and grand sacrificial altar, only Lin Yuan and the living sacrificial offerings kneeling at a distance remained. The sacrificial offerings for this ritual were all death row criminals from various regions. To ensure a smooth sacrifice, these criminals were already unconscious. Lin Yuan stood still, quietly waiting for the divine weapons to appear. At this moment, Lin Yuan restrained his aura, and even divine weapons would not perceive any abnormalities. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's physical strength and blood intensity, the Sun Moon Spear would have gone berserk long ago, and it wouldn't be as calm as it is now. Boom! Under Lin Yuan's gaze, a divine dragon, stretching 100 zhang and surrounded by sun and moon, slowly flew out. A dragon! Lin Yuan slightly narrowed his eyes. It wasn't a dragon. The so-called divine dragon was just a phantom formed by the aura of the divine weapons. Lin Yuan saw that at the core of the divine dragon phantom, a hazy long spear hovered. The divine weapon, Sun Moon Spear. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. This was not the first time he had seen a divine weapon. While browsing memories of those evil weapons, he had seen many divine weapons. He had even witnessed scenes of the Sun Moon Spear stabbing out many times. However, the scenes were ultimately just images. Compared to the current Sun Moon Spear, it was like the glow of a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. Whoosh! The Sun Moon Spear trembled lightly. The phantom of the 100 zhang divine dragon opened its enormous mouth and sucked slightly towards the direction of the sacrificial offerings. Instantly, a large amount of qi, blood, vitality, and souls were drawn into the dragon's mouth. This time's sacrificial offerings are good. The Sun Moon Spear emitted a massive spiritual fluctuation, apparently slightly satisfied. Are you the new emperor? The Sun Moon Spear, as if sensing something, emitted spiritual fluctuations again. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Since that's the case. The Sun Moon Spear swayed. An indescribable aura descended. Each emperor, during the period of sacrificing to the divine weapons, would be marked with the imprint of the divine weapon. It served as both intimidation and restriction. Lin Yuan had not performed the bone refining and marrow cleansing technique for the former emperors. He was concerned about this divine weapon imprint. Wait a moment. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. As Lin Yuan uttered the word wait, he lifted his right foot and took a step. By the time Lin Yuan finished saying the word wait, his right foot landed. With the sacrificial altar as the center, the surrounding heaven and earth had already been isolated. Chapter 79. Isolate heaven and earth. For Lin Yuan, it's not just about preventing the return of divine weapons to heaven and earth. More importantly, it is to block the breath fluctuations that occur when confronting divine weapons. In the 36 countries of the Central Plains, each country has divine weapons stationed, all of which emerged from the Great Battle 8,000 years ago. They collectively divided the 36 countries of the Central Plains. These 36 divine weapons, living in peace, must have secretly made some agreement. For example, mutual vigilance. If Lin Yuan suppresses the Sun and Moon Spear, once detected by the other 35 divine weapons, he might face the siege of all 36 divine weapons. Even if there is no mutual vigilance agreement, after seeing Lin Yuan, such a powerful member of the human race, whether it is for sharing or preventing future troubles, the other 35 divine weapons will also take action. Even if Lin Yuan can escape the encirclement, those 35 divine weapons, after witnessing Lin Yuan's strength, will definitely have a strong sense of fear and probably harvest lives in order to quickly reach the 4th rank. After all, according to the opinions of other evil weapons, the 36 divine weapons are already close to the 4th rank. What are you waiting for? The Sun and Moon Spear did not perceive the changes in heaven and earth. It has just awakened from sleep, and its perception of the surroundings is somewhat weak. A while ago, there was an evil weapon called Sky-Cleaving Axe. Lin Yuan casually chose a topic to attract the attention of the Sun and Moon Spear. Is it? The Sun and Moon Spear slightly stunned, its tone revealing a hint of contempt. 8,000 years ago, the Sky-Cleaving Axe was not its opponent, let alone now. If the Sun and Moon Spear was about to explain the situation. But Lin Yuan lifted his right hand and slowly grasped it towards it. Buzz! Terrifying pressure filled every inch of the air. The divine dragon formed by the Sun and Moon Spear directly collapsed. Lin Yuan's figure moved forward in the air for nearly a kilometer, appearing in front of the Sun and Moon Spear, and then his outstretched right hand grabbed the spear. How dare you! The Sun and Moon Spear instinctively raged. For how many years? Even in the fierce battle 8,000 years ago, no divine weapon dared to approach it like this, let alone being grabbed. Except for the Father God who forged it back then, no living being has ever done this. The terrifying aura of the divine weapon suddenly erupted, sharp to the extreme, almost tearing through the air, came towards Lin Yuan. Too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A smile appeared on his face. As if he had not approached, as if he had not grabbed the Sun and Moon Spear. With the power of the divine weapon, he could indeed contend with it for a while. He has locked the essence of the sun and moon spear. No matter how it struggles, it's in vain. And this is also Lin Yuan's ultimate plan. If he directly attacks the sun and moon spear, apart from not knowing whether he can handle it, he is afraid that he won't even know where the opponent's essence is. And once he reveals his strength, arousing the vigilance of the sun and moon spear, it will be even more difficult. Only by using the pretext of sacrifice to make the sun and moon spear lower its guard, can Lin Yuan, as the spokesperson, get close to the sun and moon spear at close range. In this way, he can seize the vital point of this divine weapon instantly. Indeed, it's close to the 4th rank. Feeling the struggle of the sun and moon spear in his hand, Lin Yuan became serious. At this moment, it seems that he is just holding a 2-meter-long spear, but in fact, it is like holding a dragon that can soar through the clouds and rain. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who are you, and how can you have such strength? The sun and moon spear is extremely frightened at this moment. After several counterattacks, all suppressed by Lin Yuan, the sun and moon spear immediately realized its situation. Panic. The main body is suppressed, even if it has great magical powers and abilities, it is difficult to turn the situation around. Tai Chi. In Lin Yuan's eyes, faint black and white vortexes appeared. In an instant, the sun and moon spear felt the pressure it was enduring surge several times or even dozens of times. The extreme forces of yin and yang, along the spear, continuously invaded its consciousness. It's you who forced me. The spiritual fluctuations of the sun and moon spear exploded. The spear's body began to become illusory. It was obviously intending to return to heaven and earth. Although this method would cause its consciousness to extinguish, it was still better than falling into Lin Yuan's hands. Moreover, facing the Tai Chi power suppression from Lin Yuan, facing that perfectly balanced extreme power, even if the sun and moon spear did not return to heaven and earth, its own consciousness could not last for long. Instead of that, it might as well return to heaven and earth. 1,000 years later, I will make your descendants of the great Yan dynasty suffer for this humiliation. The sun and moon spear was ruthless, deeply implanting this obsession into its body. In this way, even if the sun and moon spear reappeared in the world in the future, giving birth to a new consciousness, it would still harbor intense hatred towards the descendants of the great Yan dynasty. However, just as the sun and moon spear was halfway integrated, the originally illusory spear body solidified again. The sun and moon spear was shocked. Its process of merging into heaven and earth was unexpectedly interrupted. You actually separated heaven and earth. The sun and moon spear felt heavy in its mind. Isolate heaven and earth. It sounds simple. But achieving it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Boom. With the further crushing of the Tai Chi grinding disc, the consciousness of the sun and moon spear began to gradually fall into darkness. Great success! Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, it is very close to the 1-hour deadline for isolating heaven and earth. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. A complete divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the sun and moon spear in front of him, suppressed by him to the size of a palm. Even so, the sun and moon spear still exuded a faint pressure, which was the pressure of the essence of the rules of heaven and earth. Collect. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly. The fragments of evil weapons that had been arranged around his ancestral land returned to him. With the disappearance of the evil weapons, the isolation of heaven and earth was restored. However, the big battle has already ended at this moment, so there is naturally no problem. After suppressing the sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan immediately returned to his underground palace. This place was built in a remote corner of the great Yan dynasty, making it difficult for outsiders to detect. Sun and moon spear. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, looking at the palm-sized long spear in front of him, and for a moment, he seemed a bit obsessed. Observing a complete divine weapon, the first feeling it gave Lin Yuan was perfection, as if the sun, moon, and stars, everything in the universe, every structure, every part, perfectly fit into the universe. Several days later, Sikonglun came to the underground palace. He held a wooden box in his hand. Inside was a fragment of a weapon. It was an evil weapon. Lin Yuan had long issued orders for the Anti-God Society to collect various evil weapons. The evil weapon in the wooden box, though devoid of consciousness, was still a fragment of a divine weapon, meeting Lin Yuan's requirements. However, when Sikonglun approached the palace, seeing Lin Yuan sitting in the center of the palace, with the floating long spear in front of him, he was momentarily stunned. That long spear, which evil weapon is it? Sikong Lun looked somewhat puzzled. Among the many evil weapons he had collected for Lin Yuan, there were very few spear types. And Sikong Lun noticed that the long spear in front of Lin Yuan was exceptionally intact, as if Sikong Lun's gaze gradually became dull, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Because he felt, very cautiously felt, that the long spear seemed not to be an evil weapon, but a divine weapon. A complete divine weapon. But how is this possible? Divine weapons in the world are predetermined. 36 divine weapons overlook the world. How could there be an additional divine weapon now? Is it the Sun and Moon Spear, the one from the great Yan dynasty? Sikong Lun trembled in his heart. A majestic divine weapon, actually submissive in front of Lin Yuan, this is simply unbelievable. Although Sikong Lun knew that Lin Yuan had once suppressed several evil warrior commanders, evil weapons were still evil weapons. Could they compare to true divine weapons? My lord! Sikong Lun's legs went weak, and for a moment, he dared not approach. In the center of the palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After completely suppressing the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan attempted to browse its memories. Boom! A massive spiritual force began to invade. The memories of the Sun and Moon Spear over thousands of years gradually unfolded before Lin Yuan. Compared to other evil weapons, the Sun and Moon Spear was a complete divine weapon, with no fragmented memories. Lin Yuan's expression became solemn, and in no time, he browsed to a time 10,000 years ago. Memories from 10,000 years ago were something Lin Yuan had never encountered before, as the other evil weapon cores were shattered, losing this portion of memories long ago. Boom! Accompanied by the memories of the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan seemed to have arrived to 10,000 years ago. It was a vast world, and Lin Yuan looked around. Soon, he saw a colossal figure. It was immensely towering, radiating endless brilliance. It was the ancient divine being. Chapter 80. Thousands of years ago, the concept of nations did not exist. At that time, the human race lived in tribal forms, hunting and surviving in the four corners of the world. In that incredibly distant ancient period, a divine being appeared. It walked the world, observing all things. Eventually, it offered sacrifices of mountains and rivers, refining the four seas. Against the natural order, it forcefully created 100 weapons within the heavens and earth. These 100 weapons were the manifestation of the essence of the laws of heaven and earth and were forcibly taken from the heavens and earth by that ancient divine being. Without this ancient divine being, these 100 weapons would not have been able to break free from the control of heaven and earth and separate themselves. And these 100 weapons became the mighty divine weapons of later times. You're the eldest, you're the second, you're the third. The face of the ancient divine being was blurry as it looked towards the 100 weapons floating in the heavens and earth, emitting a vast spiritual fluctuation. And Lin Yuan, at this moment, viewed the world through the perspective of a single spear. The Sun and Moon Spear. The Sun and Moon Spear was the 18th weapon forged by that ancient divine being. Hence, it was called Old 18. But who knows how many years had passed. The ancient divine being returned to the 100 divine weapons once again. I'm leaving. In the future, this world will only have you all. After saying these words, the ancient divine being disappeared. After that, time passed swiftly. The ancient divine being never appeared again. And the sentience of the 100 divine weapons became increasingly perfect. Finally, one day, they discovered that the vitality and souls of the human race were of great use to their growth. So, they began to harvest the human race. However, later on, the leading tower-shaped divine weapon realized. At the rate at which they, the 100 divine weapons, devoured the human race, it was estimated that in just a few years, the human race on this land would be extinct. At that time, all the divine weapons would have no more humans to consume, and their own growth would return to an extremely slow pace. So, this tower-shaped divine weapon began to restrict the other divine weapons. This action gained the approval of some divine weapons and caused opposition from others. In the end, the 100 divine weapons reached an agreement. They would keep all humans confined to a certain area, and at regular intervals, they would select some to devour. This was the embryonic form of the later 36 nations in the Central Plains. 1,000 or 2,000 years passed again. Some divine weapons discovered that certain weapons devoured more humans than others. This unequal distribution led to a great battle among the 100 divine weapons. In that great battle, 64 divine weapons were shattered. The most powerful 36 divine weapons enjoyed all the humans. Inside the underground palace, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. By browsing through the memories of the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan gained some understanding of that ancient divine being. It was evident. The strength of the ancient divine being was at least at the 4th rank. It might even be at the peak of the 4th rank. As for why the ancient divine being traversed mountains and rivers, contested with the heavens and earth, and forcibly created those 100 divine weapons, Lin Yuan speculated that the ancient divine being should have been attracted by the fundamental essence of this world's rules. While forging the 100 divine weapons, the ancient divine being was also comprehending many rules within the divine weapons. Although the ancient divine being's insight couldn't compare to Lin Yuan's, it had the advantage of time. The ancient era, tens of thousands of years ago, lasted for at least several thousand years. Such a long period, combined with the ancient divine being's role as the creator of divine weapons, undoubtedly brought significant benefits. A true divine weapon. Thoughts surged, and Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell on the Sun and Moon Spear. Even though the Sun and Moon Spear was currently suppressed by Lin Yuan and its consciousness was asleep, solely relying on the instinctive resistance of the spear body was enough to shatter hundreds or thousands of blood-refining martial saints. Of course, these resistances were negligible for Lin Yuan. Sun and Moon. Lin Yuan reached out, gently caressing the spear body, feeling the textures and rules within it, and countless inspirations burst forth in his mind. Your insight is unrivaled, observing and touching the complete essence of the rules in this world, you have made an impact on the rules of the Sun and Moon. Your insight is unrivaled, observing and touching the complete essence of the rules in this world, you have made an impact on the rules of the Sun and Moon. Your insight is unrivaled, observing and touching the complete essence of the rules in this world, you have made an impact on the rules of the Sun and Moon. In just a moment, Lin Yuan felt that the path ahead had become much clearer. No wonder it's a divine weapon. Lin Yuan sighed slightly. Compared to those broken evil weapons, divine weapons provided Lin Yuan with a qualitative transformation. Especially the essence of the Sun and Moon contained in the Sun and Moon Spear, which resonated with Lin Yuan's Tao of Tai Chi. The Sun and Moon, inherently part of Yin and Yang, comprehending the essence of the Sun and Moon also had a significant compensatory effect on the Tao of Tai Chi. Unfortunately, there's only one divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the Sun and Moon Spear, but his mind was on the other 35 divine weapons. If all the divine weapons were placed in front of him, allowing him to comprehend freely, wouldn't that be great? But Lin Yuan also knew that currently, it was just wishful thinking. As for employing the method used to suppress the Sun and Moon Spear to continue suppressing other divine weapons, it was almost impossible. The 36 divine weapons were interconnected. Lin Yuan isolated himself from heaven and earth to suppress the Sun and Moon Spear, indeed not alerting the other divine weapons. However, after the aura of the Sun and Moon Spear completely disappeared, the other divine weapons couldn't sense its presence for a long time. Certainly, they would become wary. If Lin Yuan continued to act, not only would he likely gain nothing, but there was also a significant possibility that the other 35 divine weapons would wait in ambush. Never underestimate the sentience of divine weapons. Over thousands of years, their wisdom rivaled that of the main world's ace, if not surpassing ordinary humans by countless measures. But one divine weapon is enough. The inherent essence of its rules is enough to push me to the 4th rank. Lin Yuan was content in his heart, being able to successfully suppress the Sun and Moon Spear this time had met his expectations. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and he put away the Sun and Moon Spear, glancing at the palace's exterior. At this moment, Sikong Lun was still waiting respectfully, not daring to enter the hall without Lin Yuan's command. Come in. Lin Yuan spoke. His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in Sikong Lun's ears. Yes. Sikong Lun took a deep breath and walked into the palace. My lord. These are evil weapons. As per your previous instructions, I've collected evil weapons as much as possible. Sikong Lun handed over a wooden box, becoming even more reverent. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Now that he had divine weapons in his hands, he naturally looked down on mere evil weapons. However, even if the evil weapons contained a broken essence of the rules, they still had some utility for Lin Yuan. Then, this subordinate will take his leave. Sikong Lun left the wooden box and was about to withdraw respectfully. So many years, you should know who I am by now, right? Lin Yuan suddenly said. Since the time of Sikong Lun's allegiance until now, it had been decades. Lin Yuan had never revealed his identity to Sikong Lun. At these words, Sikong Lun's heart trembled. If, before, he could only guess in his heart, then just now, after seeing Lin Yuan play with the Sun and Moon Spear, which originally belonged to the Great Yan dynasty, Sikonglun almost had a 90% certainty. Confirming the identity of the lord he served was none other than the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. Although such speculation was extremely unbelievable, the emperor of Great Yan was chosen as the representative by the divine weapons and didn't have to worry about being devoured by the divine weapons like ordinary people at any time. "Greetings, your majesty." Sikonglun steadied himself and respectfully said. "Not bad." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Sikonglun's guess about his identity wasn't difficult. In recent years, the anti-god society often cooperated secretly with the Great Yan dynasty. Outsiders were unaware of these matters, and even the royal family and the clan were clueless, but Sikonglun, the person in charge of the anti-god society, had some awareness. "Next, according to the thoughts of those evil weapons, let's stir up a decisive battle." Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and said lightly. To completely resolve the remaining 35 divine weapons, they had to lure them all out. If dealt with one by one, once other divine weapons saw Lin Yuan's true strength, they would inevitably hesitate to show themselves. And a divine weapon trying to hide, given Lin Yuan's bottom line integrated with the laws of heaven and earth, was something he couldn't deal with. His plan was to let the anti-god society and many evil weapon wielders shake the rule of the Central Plains 36 nations, forcing the remaining 35 divine weapons to take action. After all, the Central Plains 36 nations were the captive land of the divine weapons. If the anti-god society rebelled, those divine weapons would be the first unable to endure. "All right." Sikonglun nodded. If it were in the past, he wouldn't hold much hope for such a decisive battle. It might even lead to a war disaster like thousands of years ago. However, after seeing Lin Yuan handling the Sun and Moon Spear just now, Sikonglun suddenly harbored a trace of hope in his heart. "Also, go and find some powerful souls to bring over. I will personally train some evil weapon wielders," Lin Yuan said again. This time, the evil weapon wielders he was cultivating were top tier, with at least 90% completeness in the evil weapons. Evil weapons, being fragments of divine weapons from ancient times, couldn't heal themselves independently. This was also the reason why, in 8,000 years, not a single evil weapon had recovered to the state of a complete divine weapon. However, evil weapons couldn't self-heal, but Lin Yuan could. With the many evil weapons Lin Yuan currently possessed, he could completely piece together 2 or 3 complete divine weapons. Of course, the combat power of pieced-together divine weapons was far from matching the current 36 divine weapons in the world. After all, those divine weapons, having been harvested and nurtured for 8,000 years, had gained significant strength. But complete evil weapons could at least sweep all strong individuals beneath divine weapons. It might even force the remaining 35 divine weapons to show themselves. Chapter 81. Just as Lin Yuan suppressed the Sun-Moon Spear not long ago. In the remaining 35 countries of the Central Plains, to be precise, in the ancestral lands of these 35 countries' divine weapons, a massive spiritual fluctuation is awakening. Where is Old 18? Why did Old 18's aura disappear? What happened? Could it be that Old 18 actively isolated his own aura? Could there be an accident? We divine weapons, overlooking all living beings, what accident could happen? Dozens of massive divine consciousnesses, following the connection in the unknown, began to communicate. Divine weapons originate from the rules of heaven and earth, so as long as they are willing, they can easily sense the aura of other divine weapons, provided that the divine weapon does not actively isolate its aura. Regardless of what happened, this period is crucial for us to take that step. Even if you are consuming sacrifices, be careful and try not to reveal your true form as much as possible. A massive spiritual fluctuation coming from a tower-shaped divine weapon. This tower-shaped divine weapon was the first divine weapon forged by the ancient divine being in ancient times, and among the 36 divine weapons, or rather among the 100 divine weapons, it can be considered the strongest. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Compared to the past, these 10 years can be described as turbulent. The conflict between the anti-god society and the 36 countries of the Central Plains has further escalated. Originally, divine weapons sacrificing sentient beings as food had already caused dissatisfaction among many people in the world. After all, what's the difference between them and the livestock they raise? But under the powerful suppression of the 36 countries of the Central Plains, this dissatisfaction can only be deeply buried. There was no way. Without a leader stepping forward, even if they are dissatisfied and unwilling, they cannot gather. But this time, the anti-god society took the initiative to play the role of a leader, calling on the people of the world to stand up and resist, no longer becoming thoughtless livestock. Great Xia Dynasty. Capital City. Inside a tavern. A storyteller is passionately speaking. Everyone, the 36 countries of the Central Plains regard us as livestock raised by divine weapons. But why? We don't care, we're already old, but our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, why should they be like this? Why should divine weapons be high and mighty, while we become their food? Why can divine weapons overlook all living beings, while we have to be looked down upon? Why can divine weapons decide everything, while we are the ones being decided upon? I wonder what would happen if the pigs think this way. Laughing face. The storyteller is naturally a member of the anti-god society, and he came here to promote the ideology of the anti-god society and awaken the resistance in the hearts of the people. Good. Yes, why? I was born a human, why should I become food? The guests in the tavern immediately became excited. If it was just them, it would be fine, but their descendants, the descendants of their descendants, are all living like numb livestock. This is simply unbearable. We must resist. Resist divine weapons. A young man excitedly stood up. His name is Su Chong. Not long ago, his father was forcibly conscripted by the Great Xia Dynasty and became a sacrifice. In fact, it should have been him as the sacrifice, but his father resolutely went to his death for him. Now, hearing these words, he is immediately blinded by anger and stands up to echo the words of the storyteller. Not only Su Chong, but other people are also like this. After long years of accumulation, there are definitely many people who harbor resentment against divine weapons. At the same time, on the high platform, the storyteller scans the surroundings. Inside him, a piece of an evil weapon with a completeness of 70% quickly senses someone. It's that person, with a powerful innate spirit, should be suitable to become a warrior commander. The evil weapon locks onto Su Chong. Good. The storyteller nods slightly. Remembered Su Chong's appearance. Bad news, bad news. The officials are coming. At this moment, someone rushes into the tavern in a hurry. Everyone, don't worry. The storyteller immediately stands up. Under the table, there's a secret passage. If you're worried about meeting the officials, you can leave through this secret passage. The storyteller waves his hand, and a 1-meter-high entrance appears. Immediately, a large number of customers begin to leave through the secret passage. What a joke! Expressions like those advocating the slogans of the anti-god society may sound comforting. However, if caught by the officials, it would undoubtedly result in being directly designated as a sacrifice, offered to the divine weapons for consumption the next time. I acted impulsively. Quickly walking out of the secret passage, Su Chong's forehead breaks into a cold sweat. At this moment, he realizes that responding to that storyteller was indeed unwise. No matter how powerful the anti-god society is, the current Central Plains 36 countries are the absolute rulers. His recent actions, if leaked out, could bring calamity to his entire family. I can't die. I still have a mother to support, and my sister has not yet married. Su Chong keeps thinking about this in his mind. But that speech just now, saying it out loud, it felt really great. For some reason, the thought suddenly flashes through Su Chong's mind. Just as Su Chong is regaining his composure, intending to return home, a figure emerges from the shadows ahead. Su Chong takes a closer look. It's the storyteller from earlier. Young friend. Seeing Su Chong, the storyteller reveals a smile on his face. Would you be willing to join us in overthrowing the rule of the divine weapons? Entrance to the underground palace. Sikong Lun looks at Su Chong, whose gaze is blank, and nods slightly, saying, "You come in with me." All right. Su Chong nods. Even now, he feels like he's still in a dream. Since being stopped by that storyteller and asked if he was willing to join in overthrowing the rule of the divine weapons, Su Chong inexplicably agreed. He didn't even think, he just agreed outright. Then he was taken away by that storyteller, tossed and turned, and finally arrived here. My mother and sister. Walking behind Sikong Lun, Su Chong couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, your mother will be taken care of properly, and you don't have to worry too much about your sister. Since you've joined the anti-god society, these concerns will definitely be resolved. Even in the future. When Sikong Lun says this, he pauses for a moment before continuing, if the anti-god society loses, and we are besieged by the 36 countries, your family won't be implicated. That's good. Hearing this, Su Chong slightly relaxes. For some reason, he completely believes Sikong Lun's words. The two walk along the underground passage, heading deeper. Sir. Su Chong doesn't know what to call Sikong Lun, so he can only address him as Sir. Where are we going now? Su Chong expresses his doubts. The storyteller only told him that they were going to see an important person, but didn't reveal any specifics. I'm taking you to see someone. Sikong Lun doesn't hide anything and adds, we're going to meet the most important person in the anti-god society. If it weren't for him, the current anti-god society would still be hiding in the sewers like rats. Ah! Hearing this, Su Chong is dumbfounded and instinctively asks, then he must be very powerful. Naturally, he's very powerful. Sikong Lun says it matter-of-factly. In Sikong Lun's eyes, there's no one he has seen under the heavens and the earth who is stronger than Lin Yuan. So that's how it is. Su Chong nods vaguely, trying again, is he a warrior commander? In Su Chong's understanding, among the 36 countries of the Central Plains, aside from the divine weapons, warrior commanders are the most powerful. Warrior commanders can activate divine weapons and harness their power. Even someone as strong as the blood-refining martial saint, when facing a warrior commander, becomes as fragile as an ant. A warrior commander. Sikong Lun pauses for a moment, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. In Sikong Lun's eyes, the so-called divine weapon wielders, both for divine weapons and evil weapons, in Lin Yuan's eyes, they are all just trivial beings, not worth mentioning. If one were to associate Lin Yuan with divine weapons and evil weapons, he is the commander of weapons. The final battle is coming. Chapter 82. Soon. Su Chong quickly saw Lin Yuan. Compared to the overwhelming momentum emanating from those high-ranking warrior commanders, Lin Yuan felt very ordinary to Su Chong. Even comparing to the blood-refining martial saint. If it weren't for Sikong Lun repeatedly emphasizing that he must not show any disrespect, Su Chong probably couldn't help but look up. Not a bad aptitude. Lin Yuan looked at Su Chong and nodded slightly. In terms of mental strength, Su Chong ranked in the top 10 among the people Lin Yuan had encountered after his arrival in this world. The cultivation system in this world purely refines the physical body. The improvement of mental and soul aspects is basically blank. Even the blood-refining martial saint is only vigorous in blood and energy. This sky-cleaving axe is for you. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and a black axe the size of a palm flew out. Before Lin Yuan suppressed it, the sky-cleaving axe was originally an evil weapon with a completion degree of 9/10. Over the years, Lin Yuan collected the remaining fragments of the sky-cleaving axe and pieced it together. After completion, the sky-cleaving axe is no longer an evil weapon but a true divine weapon. Although it is still not as powerful as the 36 divine weapons like the Sun-Moon Spear, it surpasses other evil weapons. What is that? Su Chong had not yet reacted. He watched the sky-cleaving axe fly towards him. Finally, it merged into his forehead, forming a black axe imprint. For me. Su Chong only felt that something had been added to his body. A giant axe, as large as a mountain, faintly appeared in his mind. Get familiar with the power of divine weapons as much as possible. Lin Yuan looked at Su Chong and said casually. The essential rules contained in the sky-cleaving axe have all been comprehended by him. Continuing to keep it by his side would be of no use. Of course, although Lin Yuan gave the sky-cleaving axe to Su Chong, due to the refining relationship, he could retract it with a single thought. Rather than saying Su Chong is a warrior commander of the sky-cleaving axe, it is more accurate to say that he is the one who activates the sky-cleaving axe for Lin Yuan. Divine weapon. Was that a divine weapon just now? Su Chong looked puzzled. How could he have expected that the black axe he saw was actually the legendary divine weapon? Moreover, was it not said that divine weapons have their own consciousness? High and mighty, not to be humiliated. What's going on now? Next, I will leave this place. Lin Yuan ignored Su Chong's shock and looked towards Sikong Lun. Having comprehended the Sun-Moon Spear for 10 years, Lin Yuan could step into the 4th rank at any time. During this period, Lin Yuan wanted to emulate the ancient god 10,000 years ago, cross the river and pass the 5 mountains, and wander in this world. Yes. Sikong Lun, as if wanting to ask something, swallowed back his words and respectfully said. Lin Yuan naturally saw Sikong Lun's thoughts, shook his head and said, if you encounter something unstoppable, just shout the 2 words Emperor Yan. Lin Yuan is the great Yan Emperor, so naturally, he can also be called Emperor Yan. Yes. Sikonglun slightly relaxed when he heard this. With Lin Yuan's words, he felt confident. Emperor Yan. In Su Chong's mind, he silently recited and stole a glance at Lin Yuan, deeply imprinting these 2 words in his mind. Before traveling through the world, Lin Yuan returned to the Great Yan Imperial Palace. The previous Emperor Lu Shi was in good spirits. After suppressing the Sun Moon Spear, Lin Yuan had given him several bone restructuring treatments. The whole person was radiant, and he estimated that he could live another 100 years. Yuaner, no matter what you want to do it boldly. Looking at his most satisfied son, Lu Shi spoke. In recent years, the world has been in turmoil, and the conflict between the anti-god society and the central 36 countries has been constantly colliding. Only the Great Yan dynasty has remained silent. Lu Shi himself has been the emperor for decades and naturally realizes the problem. He speculates that Lin Yuan may have reached some kind of agreement with the anti-god society. The anti-god society insists on overthrowing the rule of the divine weapons, which is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the imperial families of the central 36 countries. Lin Yuan's collusion with the anti-god society is undoubtedly a taboo. However, Lu Shi trusts his son, believing that there must be a reason for him to do so. Moreover, it's just collusion, and there is no substantive evidence. Even if the other 35 countries become suspicious, what can they do? Lu Shi couldn't even dream that his son was not colluding with the anti-god society but was the mysterious master of the anti-god society. The current changes in the world are mostly because of his son. As time passed, 10 years later, Central 36 countries. Great Qi dynasty. The emperor of Great Qi had a gloomy expression, and a look of anger appeared on his face. The remnants of the anti-god society, how dare they? How dare they? The emperor of Great Qi suddenly stood up and roared, and the many ministers below bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Over the past 10 years, the anti-god society, with great momentum, began a frontal counterattack against the central 35 countries. For a while, like a spark that can ignite a prairie fire, the anti-god society was initially suppressed, but as time went on, the spread of the anti-god society's ideology caused grievances to boil in various countries. In just 10 years, the strength of the 35 countries in Central Plains had been weakened, and 7 dynasties had been occupied by the anti-god society. The divine weapons of these 7 dynasties seemed to have disappeared, never appearing from the beginning to the end. And just now, the emperor of Great Qi learned that the neighboring Great Mo dynasty, not long ago, had just been breached. Great Mo connected to Great Qi territory. With Great Mo dynasty gone, the next one would naturally be the Great Qi dynasty. In the court of Great Qi, the emperor of Great Qi took a deep breath. Then he looked at the middle-aged man with an ancient face next to him. I wonder what the divine weapons say. The emperor of Great Qi tried to appear calm as he asked. This middle-aged man with an ancient face was the warrior commander of the Great Qi dynasty. 8 years ago, the divine weapons of the 35 countries, as if they had agreed in advance, all left their ancestral lands, and it was unknown where they went. According to the message left by the divine weapons to their warrior commanders, they said they were about to take the final crucial step. Now, 8 years later, except for the warrior commanders who occasionally communicated with the divine weapons, others, including the emperors of each country, could not sense any trace of the divine weapons. The divine weapons said that they are about to take that step, and they will return to the world soon. The middle-aged man with an ancient face said with excitement in his tone. Although the divine weapons had left a trace of power in them before leaving, making them not completely without combat power. Compared with directly activating the divine weapons, it was far from enough, to the point that those evil weapon commanders could directly block them head-on. Good, good, good. The Emperor of Great Qi said 3 good in a row. In recent years, if they hadn't lost the divine weapons, how could they have been defeated by the anti-god society? Fortunately, this difficult time was about to pass. The divine weapons were about to reign supreme again. As a legitimate dynasty, they would certainly return to their previous dominant position. In that case, I will join hands with other dynasties to fight against the anti-god society, then suppress them with the divine weapons, and eliminate all the remnants. Having been in power for decades, the Emperor of Great Qi immediately thought of a way to make things easy for decades or even hundreds of years in the future. The remnants of the anti-god society, like mice in the gutter, could not be killed no matter what. With the anti-god society's reputation reaching its peak, many hidden dangers were bound to come out. If, at this time, they were to crush the anti-god society with an overwhelming posture, completely shattering everything about the anti-god society, then for a long time in the future, the anti-god society would be unable to recover. On the contrary, if they spread the news that the divine weapons were about to return, the anti-god society would definitely be frightened and quickly withdraw, hiding back in the gutter, watching the central 36 countries with ill intent. The Emperor of Great Qi naturally chose the former of the two methods of dealing with the anti-god society. In the central position of the central 36 countries, the vast 5 mountains area turned into a battlefield, with the anti-god society on one side facing the remnants of the 35 countries. The strengths of both sides were vast and countless. On the side of the anti-god society, how did these 35 countries dare to fight against us so boldly? Su Chong, sitting on the throne, frowned and said. In the past 10 years, Su Chong was no longer the ignorant young man. After countless battles, he had grown into a qualified warrior commander. By activating the complete sky-cleaving axe, he could even suppress those divine weapon commanders from the 35 countries. Although those divine weapon commanders from the 35 countries seemed unable to directly borrow the power of the divine weapons, even so, Su Chong's outstanding achievements in battle were well known throughout the world. Could it be? Su Chong's expression slightly changed. It seemed like he thought of something. The forces of the 35 countries dared to have such an open battle, and it was very likely that the divine weapons behind them had returned? No matter. Since the 35 countries dare to go to war, then we will go to war. After a moment of silence, Sikong Lun, sitting in the main seat, spoke. Good. Then let's go to war. The other people on the field immediately stood up. Looking at the distance where the 36 countries were, their eyes were full of wariness and anticipation. They had been waiting for this day for too long. 5 Mountains battlefield. Both sides suddenly began to fight fiercely. Both sides had a tacit understanding, with ordinary soldiers fighting ordinary soldiers, cultivators fighting cultivators, and warrior commanders battling each other. Die! Su Chong grasped a huge black axe and ruthlessly swung it. Instantly, several approaching warrior commanders were forced to retreat, and the random swing of the black axe resulted in the beheading of one of the warrior commanders. This scene was uplifting. After all, very few warrior commanders from the 35 countries had fallen, even in the 8 dynasties that had been breached by the anti-god society. Warrior commanders, emperors, and others had all escaped in advance. It's worth noting that in other eras, the warrior commanders of the 35 countries were invincible. For a moment, the morale on other battlefields shook, causing the side of the 35 countries to retreat continuously. On the other side, the emperors of the 35 countries gathered in the rear. They looked at the battlefield from afar, seeing their side continuously retreating, but their expressions remained unchanged. Almost. The anti-god society shouldn't have any other means. Please, let the divine weapons take action. The Emperor of Great Qi and other emperors exchanged glances, making a decision in their hearts. On the battlefield, Su Chong wielded the black giant axe, and the power from the divine weapon, the sky-cleaving axe, surged and boiled. Suddenly. Not good. Those old guys are coming. The consciousness of the sky-cleaving axe suddenly trembled and quickly informed Su Chong. What old guys? Su Chong hadn't reacted yet, and then he was surprised. Are you saying those 36 divine weapons? Where are they? Su Chong looked around and didn't easily retreat. In recent years, he also knew that the sky-cleaving axe in his hand was now complete and could be considered a true divine weapon. He felt that it wouldn't be much weaker than those 36 divine weapons. Even if he encountered them, he wouldn't be frightened and flee in panic. How can they be so powerful? Trouble, trouble. They have taken that step. The consciousness of the sky-cleaving axe shivered, constantly emitting spiritual fluctuations, revealing a look of despair. Where are they? Su Chong stood still, and no one dared to attack him. They are in the sky. The consciousness of the sky-cleaving axe barely recovered and informed Su Chong. In the sky. Su Chong looked up at the sky. Only to see, above the clouds, towering divine weapons had appeared at some point. These divine weapons were towering and majestic, totaling 35, currently high above in the sky, overlooking the mortal world. The 35 giant divine weapons hanging high in the sky emitted an aura as vast as the heavens and the earth. This was also the reason why Su Chong hadn't noticed the other side, because their aura was too vast. It was like being on a vast and boundless sea. You would definitely notice the ships and scattered islands above, but the sea itself would be easy to ignore. They. Su Chong's teeth were chattering. In his countless expectations, using his strength to activate the sky-cleaving axe, even if it couldn't match the 36 divine weapons, it shouldn't be too far apart. But now, seeing the 35 divine weapons, Su Chong realized from the bottom of his heart that the gap between them and the sky-cleaving axe was like a chasm. As Su Chong looked up at the sky, more and more people on the battlefield also raised their heads. They are divine weapons. The divine weapons of our great Qi dynasty. And those of our great Chu dynasty. Ha ha ha, the doomsday for the remnants of the anti-god society has come. Countless people on the side of the 35 countries were exhilarated. Some even knelt directly on the ground, welcoming the descent of the divine weapons. In comparison, the side of the anti-god society was in a miserable state. Especially those evil weapon commanders felt more deeply the pressure from the sky, like the vastness of the heavens. At the same time, above the sky, the 35 divine weapons emitted a massive spiritual fluctuation. So many flesh and blood souls, simply delicious. And those failures, it's just right to deal with them together this time. Although the breakthrough was successful, it caused significant damage to our vitality, and we urgently need flesh and blood souls to replenish it. Wait, why haven't I seen Old 18 for such a long time? Perhaps Old 18 is hiding somewhere for transformation. It hasn't completed its transformation yet. Never mind, I'll enjoy these flesh and blood souls first. The 35 divine weapons spread out simultaneously, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Five Peaks battlefield. Let's start enjoying. In an instant, the divine weapons gently sucked, and tens of thousands of soldiers below from the 35 countries turned into dry bones. For the divine weapons, whether it was the 35 countries or the anti-god society, they were just food on a plate. Now, due to their breakthrough and transformation, they needed flesh and blood souls, and they wouldn't distinguish whether the food was cultivated by them or not. Ah! Su Chong looked at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, filled with despair. At this moment, the 35 divine weapons spread out, occupying all directions, completely sealing off this battlefield. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way out. It's over. Su Chong was in utter despair, feeling that there was probably no way out for him today. In such a situation, Su Chong subconsciously began to review his entire life. From birth, there were parents, there was also his younger sister who was unfortunately taken away by that storyteller later, and then the struggle against the rule of the divine weapons. For some reason, Su Chong's thoughts seemed to have returned to that night 10 years ago. At that time, when Sikonglun led him into the underground palace, he saw the owner of the anti-god society, and was even given the sky-cleaving axe by the latter. The scenes from Su Chong's memory gradually became clear. He seemed to remember that the owner of the anti-god society had said something. If faced with an irresistible situation, he could shout Emperor Yan. Thinking to this point, Su Chong didn't know why, as if guided by something, he raised his head and stared directly at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds. He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, Emperor Yan. In order to shout these two words, Su Chong burned his blood and even borrowed the power of the sky-cleaving axe. In an instant, the two words Emperor Yan spread in all directions, echoing throughout the entire Five Peaks battlefield. The heavens and the earth fell into a sudden silence. Why are you shouting? Just at this moment, another voice came. Everyone looked, only to see a young emperor in dragon robes, with a calm expression, stepping through the void, arriving at the top of the clouds, and reaching the same level as the 35 divine weapons. Lin Yuan floated in the air, looking at the 35 divine weapons. I've been waiting for you. Chapter 83. Above the clouds. Lin Yuan faced 35 divine weapons alone. Compared to the towering divine weapons that rivaled mountains, Lin Yuan appeared exceptionally small, like specks of dust. However, even under the terrifying pressure of the divine weapons, Lin Yuan remained suspended in the air without showing any signs of distress. Who is that? To actually charge in front of the divine weapons. Seeking death. On the side of the 35 nations, the emperors raised their eyebrows as they witnessed this scene. Even if some of the divine weapons had consumed soldiers from their side just moments ago, it only caused them a brief moment of distress. They quickly brushed it off. Even if all their soldiers were devoured, as long as it led to the complete destruction of the anti-god society, the emperors considered it worthwhile. For the royal families of the 35 nations, soldiers were like leeks, if one batch died, another would quickly sprout. Is that the master of the anti-god society? The emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, right? Indeed, the relationship between the Great Yan dynasty and the anti-god society is significant. The mastermind behind the anti-god society might be the Great Yan dynasty. Emperor of the Great Yan, what do you want to do? Declare war against the divine weapons. But did you notice? The divine weapon, the national treasure of the Great Yan dynasty, hasn't appeared yet. Countless people looked up at the sky, both within and outside the Five Mountains battlefield. The decisive battle between the 35 nations and the anti-god society attracted the attention of all beings in this world. Hidden cultivators, and even some remnants of divine weapon consciousness, paid attention. 8,000 years ago, the great divine weapon war shattered 64 divine weapons, scattering them across the four corners of the world. Among these fragments, some refused to accept failure, turning into evil weapons and causing chaos. Others completely gave up and believed that the 36 national divine weapons were unbeatable, so they hid away. To most beings, the anti-god society represented the losers of the past's many evil weapons. However, the appearance of the Great Yan Emperor undoubtedly surprised the majority. Putting aside whether Lin Yuan could contend with the 35 divine weapons, his current performance alone, ignoring the pressure of the 35 divine weapons, was enough to demonstrate that the strength of this Great Yan Emperor far exceeded the limits of the human race in this world. Keep in mind that even for these evil weapons, facing the current transformed 35 divine weapons made them tremble with fear, wishing they could hide in a hole. Master, can the master win? On the battlefield, many evil weapons, including the sky-cleaving axe, which Lin Yuan had refined, couldn't help but wonder. They had experienced Lin Yuan's strength up close and knew it was immensely powerful. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan faced not just one divine weapon, but 35, and they were the last 35 to take that crucial step. Especially the leaders among them, the ones who surpassed other divine weapons 8,000 years ago. How would they fare now? Above the clouds. Below the sky. The 35 divine weapons were visibly taken aback. Their immense spiritual fluctuations swept over Lin Yuan. But strangely, all the spiritual fluctuations were swallowed up by some force as soon as they approached within 3 feet of him. As if Lin Yuan himself were a black hole capable of absorbing everything that came near. Interesting. Are you truly human? A sword-shaped divine weapon emitted spiritual fluctuations with a hint of curiosity. Forget whether you're human or not, I can sense the vast sea of your blood and chi within you. Perhaps we can advance further consuming you. Another divine weapon emitted a greedy spiritual fluctuation. Boom. A force of divine weapons silently descended. Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. Even just looking at the 35 divine weapons, he felt as if he were observing some fundamental essence of the world. Since everyone is here, then, come in. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. That force of divine weapons dissipated. Not only that. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The vast and expansive Five Mountains battlefield, at this moment, emitted a series of auras, forming a giant cage that seemed to be taking shape. 10 years ago, Lin Yuan emulated the ancient god, and in his first year traversing the world, he smoothly advanced to the 4th rank. According to the essence of this world's rules, entering the 4th rank deepened Lin Yuan's understanding of the heavens and the earth. At the same time, he vaguely sensed that the national divine weapons of the other 35 countries were also on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Yuan attempted to confront the 35 divine weapons one by one with the strength of the 4th rank. However, these divine weapons were very cautious. With Lin Yuan's strength, forcefully attacking would indeed quickly suppress 5 or 6 of them, but it would undoubtedly drive the remaining divine weapons away. To deal with all of them, Lin Yuan deduced the world's situation, secretly guiding the war between the anti-god society and the 35 nations, and setting the decisive battle location at the Five Mountains battlefield. The Five Mountains battlefield was located at the central position of the 36 nations, adjacent to rivers and mountains. Lin Yuan spent 8 years walking through every corner of the Five Mountains battlefield, arranging nodes. He forcibly condensed the entire Five Mountains battlefield into a furnace, awaiting the gathering of the 35 divine weapons, where both sides would consume living beings, and then, it could trigger the formation of the furnace and subsequently suppress the 35 divine weapons. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread from all directions. Lin Yuan spent 8 years abandoning cultivation and enlightenment, focusing all his energy on the Five Mountains furnace. At this moment, it suddenly erupted, reaching a power close to the late 4th rank. The spiritual fluctuations made the 35 divine weapons tremble. What is this? No, quickly, run! Seeing this scene, the divine weapons' spiritual fluctuations trembled. For thousands of years, except for the ancient god, they had never been afraid of anything. Even in the divine weapon war 8,000 years ago, they emerged as the final victors. But now, sensing the vast aura from the entire Five Mountains battlefield, all the divine weapons were scared. The 35 divine weapons, without hesitation, fled in all directions. On the ground, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. They had not yet reacted to the changes in the aura of the Five Mountains battlefield. Then they saw the 35 divine weapons high above scattering in all directions. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to recover for a long time. As it turned out, in the eyes of sentient beings, even the lofty divine weapons would have a day of escape. Impossible! The divine weapons are invincible. How could they run away? In the rear of the 35 nations, the emperors of various dynasties were bewildered. They were waiting to welcome the descent of the divine weapons, but now the divine weapons were fleeing? If the divine weapons fled, what should they do? Now you want to leave? It's too late. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If it had been just a moment ago when Lin Yuan appeared, the 35 divine weapons might have chosen to return to the heavens and the earth, and they might have escaped before the Five Mountains furnace completely sealed the world. However, in Lin Yuan's calculations, this possibility was almost zero. After all, returning to the heavens and the earth for the divine weapons was almost equivalent to being remade. Consciousness and memories would be completely washed away by the heavens and the earth, which was only a bit better than complete death. These divine weapons had just taken that crucial step, completed their transformation, and hadn't enjoyed anything yet. How could they choose such an extreme method when faced with someone they couldn't comprehend? The reality was just as Lin Yuan had expected. Even though they sensed something was amiss, none of the 35 divine weapons chose to return to the heavens and the earth. Rise! Lin Yuan's thoughts moved again. The vast Tai Chi domain quickly expanded. After breaking through to the 4th rank, Lin Yuan's Tai Chi domain had once again undergone a significant improvement. The Tao of Tai Chi was not just about yin and yang, it was centered around yin and yang, encompassing the myriad ways of the world. This was why Lin Yuan could comprehend the essence of other evil weapons and still gain improvements. Break! Among the 35 divine weapons, the tower-shaped divine weapon suddenly halted. A blaze of red light erupted as if a blazing sun burst out in an instant. The void boiled, and the hundreds of miles of airspace seemed to boil in an instant, and the misty air swirled around the entire Five Mountains battlefield like clouds. The temperature within hundreds of miles soared, even for a blood-refining martial saint, the air they breathed seemed to turn into hot coals, making the scorching heat unbearable. As the terrifying heat exploded, in an instant, the form of the furnace within several miles of Lin Yuan dispersed. Water! Seeing this, Lin Yuan reached out again, and the water from the rivers outside the Five Mountains battlefield was immediately drawn. A large amount of river water evaporated, rapidly blocking the intense heat from the tower-shaped divine weapon. Not good. Seeing this, the tower-shaped divine weapon's thoughts became heavy. Because at this moment, the aura from countless nodes across the Five Mountains battlefield had gathered together. Endless light, energy, and the power of heaven and earth intertwined and outlined a Tai Chi furnace with black and white colors. It suddenly took shape with a thunderous roar. Without exception, all 35 divine weapons were enveloped inside the Tai Chi furnace. The Tai Chi furnace hovered under the sky, reaching a height of hundreds of miles, like a colossal object spanning across. There were continuous rumblings from within the furnace, indicating that the 35 divine weapons had not given up, they were still struggling. However, with the passage of time, this struggle became weaker. All 36 divine weapons, enter my vessel. Lin Yuan took a step and sat on the top of the furnace. Then, a spear-shaped divine weapon with imprinted sun and moon patterns flew out, actively entering the furnace. All 36 divine weapons emerged from the heavens and the earth. For the sake of easy comprehension, Lin Yuan directly placed the sun-moon spear into the furnace. Next is suppression and comprehension. Lin Yuan crossed his legs and calmly focused. The divine weapons have been suppressed. On the ground, everyone who saw this scene, whether human or evil weapon consciousness, fell into an indescribable shock. Thousands of years ago, there were ancient gods walking on the earth, sacrificing mountains and rivers to create 100 weapons, awe-inspiring for countless years. Thousands of years later, a young emperor sat high in the sky, cooking rivers and refining the 5 mountains, suppressing 36 weapons with a majestic heavenly might, and countless beings bowed down in reverence. Chapter 84. The 36 divine weapons are not just divine weapons. They represent a partial essence of the complete rules. For others, even if they possess the strength to suppress divine weapons, it's difficult for them to benefit from it. After all, the essence of a realm's rules, even if manifested, is hard for ordinary people to comprehend. It's like a profound mathematical problem, even if the solution process is fully written out, others may not necessarily understand it. Millennia ago, that ancient godly figure divided 100 divine weapons from the heavens and earth, and only then did he greatly benefit from pondering over them. But Lin Yuan is different. With his unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan is extremely adept at comprehending such things that require insight. Now I've hit the jackpot. Lin Yuan's consciousness sinks into the Tai Chi furnace. It can be said that Lin Yuan's greatest gain from this journey is the divine weapons of this world. As for others, they pale in comparison to the fundamental essence of the rules. It's a pity that these divine weapons originate from this realm and can't be taken away. Lin Yuan feels some regret in his heart. It's not that he's enamored with the power of the divine weapons, the main world has many weapons with far greater power than divine weapons. Divine weapons contain the essence of the world's rules. If they could be brought back to the main world and then sold or handed over to the goddess of wisdom, it would definitely be a lucrative endeavor. After all, even if other citizens can't comprehend the divine weapons as thoroughly as Lin Yuan, as long as they are slightly moved, they will surely be willing to pay a hefty price to purchase them. However, the essence of divine weapons manifests from the rules of this realm. Once they leave this realm, they will dissipate on their own. If not for this, Lin Yuan would definitely try, even at a cost. Although he has descended his consciousness into this realm, the gate of Myriad Realms can bring items from traversed worlds back through the accumulation of energy. But how much energy is needed, Lin Yuan is unclear. Never mind. Let's first comprehend the essence of the rules within all the divine weapons. Lin Yuan calms his thoughts and begins to meticulously comprehend. The entire Tai Chi furnace is an extension of his senses, and with just a thought from Lin Yuan, he can sense the position of any of the 36 divine weapons inside. On the 5 mountains battlefield below, chaos erupts. How can the great Yan Emperor be so strong? That's divine weapons, complete divine weapons. Even divine weapons have been suppressed by the great Yan Emperor. Should we continue fighting against the anti-god society? On the side of the 35 countries, countless people gaze at the sky, looking towards the 100-mile furnace spanning the heavens and earth. This scene is too unbelievable, no one can imagine how the great Yan Emperor achieved this, and the shock in their hearts is evident. In fact, surrendering to the great Yan is not a bad thing. At least in the future, we won't have divine weapons devouring our descendants. Suddenly, someone has this thought in their mind. In the past, with divine weapons reigning, even if they had 10 or 100 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to think like this. But now, the divine weapons hanging over their heads have been suppressed. This means that even if they are exploited in the future, they don't have to worry about being devoured. It's impossible. I don't believe it. This is all an illusion, everything is an illusion. The emperors of the 35 countries are exceptionally distraught, they have pinned all their hopes on the divine weapons. They even initiated a decisive battle with the anti-god society, waiting for the divine weapons to finally take action and sweep everything away. And now they're being told that the divine weapons have been swept away? Not only swept away but suppressed by the great Yan Emperor, not one has escaped, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope for these emperors. Everyone. At this moment, an older emperor speaks slowly. Now we need to consider how to deal with the anti-god society and the great Yan dynasty. This emperor sighs. As soon as these words are spoken, all the emperors fall silent. How about, we surrender? The emperor of the great Chu dynasty tentatively asks. In fact, this is also the sentiment of most of the emperors on the field. Although the ancestral heritage of the country is not to be easily abandoned. But now, their 35 countries, facing the great Yan dynasty and the anti-god society, have no cards left to play. Leaving aside everything else, just the strength displayed by the great Yan Emperor is enough to wipe out all 35 countries. No matter how they struggle, it's just a matter of delaying time. Rather than that, it's better to surrender proactively, and maybe they can get better treatment. Your Majesty. Sikonglun looks up at the figure under the sky and above the furnace. Although small, in Sikonglun's eyes at this moment, this figure is even larger than the entire furnace. All right, everyone. His Majesty has resolved the issue of the divine weapons for us. Now it's up to us, to sweep away the 35 countries and overthrow the rule of divine weapons. Sikonglun looks at the army immersed in fervor and immediately orders the attack. With Lin Yuan suppressing the furnace from above, the 35 countries have no courage to resist, and the anti-god society and the Great Yan dynasty quickly took over the entire battlefield. Except for 3 fleeing emperors, all the emperors of the 35 countries are captured. Sikonglun didn't order the execution of these emperors. When ruling the territory of the 35 countries in the future, these emperors will still be useful in some capacity. Do you see clearly now? Is that Yan emperor really reaching the realm of the Father God? Outside the 5 mountains battlefield, 7 or 8 evil weapons with converging auras gather. These evil weapons have never appeared before, but this time, due to the decisive battle between the 35 countries and the anti-god society, they have quietly arrived, only to witness such a shocking scene. Even if not equal to the Father God, it's not far off. A parasol-shaped evil weapon emitted a slight spiritual fluctuation. Its integrity reached 95%, with memories fully intact, possessing a vague impression of the ancient godly figure. Father God. The spiritual fluctuation of the parasol-shaped evil weapon spread out. The memories from thousands of years ago had become blurry, they only remembered being forged by the Father God. For evil weapons like them, the Father God was everything. And now, there's a being comparable to the Father God. Originally, the parasol-shaped evil weapons thought that this being would be born among the 36 divine weapons. After all, those 36 divine weapons had consumed living beings for 8,000 years. If anyone in the world was most likely to follow in the footsteps of the Father God, it could only be them. But unexpectedly, the Great Yan Emperor emerged, surpassing the accumulated power of the 36 divine weapons over thousands of years and forcefully ascending to that level at a speed beyond the comprehension of all living beings. Above the sky, Lin Yuan sat atop the Tai Chi furnace, high in the heavens, as if overlooking all living beings. As a result, the most direct consequence was the conquest of the territories of the other 35 countries by the anti-god society and the Great Yan dynasty, unprecedentedly smoothly. Under normal circumstances, to completely conquer a country, a great deal of cost is required. Time, policies, energy, and so on. After all, even if you conquer the capital of the other country and take over all its territory. But as long as the people of the other capital are alive, various restore the country organizations and forces will emerge. But now, if you are unwilling, if you want to restore the country, you can look up. Look at the 36 divine weapons suppressed to death by the Great Yan Emperor. In this way, even the most patriotic people have extinguished their thoughts of restoring the country. After all, to restore the country, there must be hope. No one believes that, under the gaze of the Great Yan Emperor high above, any waves can be made. Like this. With the Great Yan Emperor sitting in the sky, overlooking all living beings. Another 20 years passed. On top of the Tai Chi furnace, Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes. Finally succeeded. Lin Yuan's eyes showed a bright light. 20 years of meditation, with the help of the power of the Tai Chi furnace, finally allowed him to comprehend the essence of the 36 divine weapons. Throughout history, perhaps only the ancient godly figure from thousands of years ago had achieved this. And the ancient godly figure did it in a more difficult way, and the time far surpassed Lin Yuan. Foundation. Heritage. Lin Yuan carefully felt the changes in himself. After integrating the essence of the 36 divine weapons and many evil weapons into the Tao of Tai Chi, although Lin Yuan is still at the 4th rank, he vaguely sees the path to the 5th rank. In the main world, the 4th rank is called the City Destroyer level, and a full-strength blow can destroy nearly half a city. And the 5th rank is the land-sinking level. At this stage, evolvers are capable of sinking land with a single blow, making them the strongest life forms on the surface. Another step forward is the 6th rank, the star-falling level. No rush, no rush. Lin Yuan calmed himself down, temporarily not thinking about the period of the 5th rank. He hasn't even completed the 4th rank yet. Thinking about the 5th rank is completely worrying about the future. Ancient godly figure. Lin Yuan's face sank into a brief contemplation. After completely comprehending the 36 divine weapons and refining them, Lin Yuan naturally gained more memories about these 36 divine weapons. There isn't much memory about the sun and moon spear regarding the ancient godly figure, after all, it is the 18th to be born. The tower-shaped divine weapon, which ranks first, as well as other top-ranking divine weapons, know a lot about the ancient godly figure. Especially that tower-shaped divine weapon, it knows the last place where the ancient godly figure disappeared. There. Lin Yuan sat atop the Tai Chi furnace, gazing towards the north. According to the memories of that tower-shaped divine weapon, the ancient godly figure mentioned a few things before its disappearance. The gist was that the ancient godly figure wasn't actually a native of this world. Instead, due to an accident, he fell from another world. Now that his injuries have healed, he intended to return to their native realm. As for how to return, before falling into this world, the ancient godly figure tore open a rift at the edge of the world with their last bit of power. Following that rift and traversing the chaotic spatial flows, one can approach the ancient godly figure's native realm. At that time, the ancient godly figure only needs to activate a secret technique to summon their kin from their native realm. Other worlds. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. In fact, worlds can communicate with each other. This, Lin Yuan had already realized during his time in the previous world, the Dragon Tiger world. The true martial sword of the Celestial Master's mansion came from a higher world, as did the primordial demonic spirit. If I can go to the ancient godly figure's native realm, wouldn't it be a 2-for-1 deal for a single transmigration? Lin Yuan's thoughts turned, suddenly realizing. Undoubtedly, the native realm where the ancient godly figure resides surpasses the current world in level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have prompted the ancient godly figure to extract the essence of the world's rules thousands of years ago. If Lin Yuan can go there, he will definitely gain greater benefits. Actually, crossing worlds is a very dangerous thing. The ancient godly figure is an example. When they fell into this world initially, they almost perished directly. But this time, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended, and there was no risk of death at all. Even if he perished on the spot, he would just return to the main world. After comprehending the 36 divine weapons and many evil weapons, Lin Yuan has already gained enough. Even if the final attempt fails, there won't be much loss. No rush for now. Let's wait until the last 20 years. Lin Yuan thought to himself. There are still 30 years left until the limit of 160 years for Lin Yuan's stay. During the remaining time, Lin Yuan plans to deal with the loose ends. As for you guys. Lin Yuan lowered his head, looking at the furnace beneath his feet. After 20 years of repeated refining, the consciousness of the 36 divine weapons has long been extinguished by Lin Yuan. To give birth to new consciousness again, it's unknown how many hundreds or thousands of years it will take. Shatter. Lin Yuan's mind flickered slightly. On the surface of the 36 divine weapons, cracks began to appear. The cracks continued to spread, proliferate, and split. Eventually, all the divine weapons turned into a pile of fragments. Divine weapons are the external manifestation of the essence of the rules of heaven and earth. They cannot be destroyed, but Lin Yuan can completely shatter them. In this way, even if consciousness were to be born again in the future, their threat would be far less than that of intact divine weapons. 5 Mountains Battlefield. Since 20 years ago, when the Emperor of Great Yan forcefully suppressed many divine weapons, this place has become a holy land under the heavens. Especially after the Great Yan dynasty unified the central plains of the 36 countries, establishing an unprecedented great unified nation. Countless people come here every day, attracted by its fame. After all, elsewhere is at most just ruins. But in the 5 Mountains Battlefield, you can truly see the legendary Emperor of Great Yan. As long as that towering black and white furnace that spans 100 miles doesn't disappear, the Emperor of Great Yan will sit at the top. And on this day, under the gaze of countless people, that black and white furnace slowly dissipated. Chapter 85. 5 Mountains Battlefield. The dispersal of the 100-mile furnace caused a huge stir. After all, the furnace had been looming under the sky for 20 years. It had long become the pillar of faith for all the people of the human race. Because this was the first time in history that the human race had defeated the divine weapons, evidence of overcoming the dominion that had existed for 10,000 years. In the capital of Great Yan. After Sikong Lun led the anti-god society to defeat 35 countries, he quickly returned to the Great Yan dynasty and took up the position of prime minister. Sikong Lun was well aware that Lin Yuan was the emperor of Great Yan dynasty. After defeating the other 35 countries, he immediately began to assist the Great Yan dynasty without hesitation. For 20 years. Under the rule of the Great Yan dynasty, apart from the deterrence of Lin Yuan, Sikong Lun's skillful tactics also played a significant role. On this day, after reading the information in his hand, Sikong Lun suddenly stood up. The furnace disappeared. Sikong Lun looked at the intelligence report again. And His Majesty is missing too. A trace of worry appeared on Sikong Lun's face. Su Chong. Sikong Lun spoke up. Su Chong immediately walked in from outside. What's going on? Su Chong asked with confusion. I want you to go to the Five Mountains battlefield to find out. Sikong Lun hadn't finished speaking yet. A gentle voice sounded beside him. Are you looking for me? Lin Yuan appeared in the room with a smiling face. Your Majesty. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sikong Lun's eyes immediately became moist. Emperor Yan. Su Chong saw Lin Yuan and shrank his head, afraid to speak. 20 years ago, on the Five Mountains battlefield, his exclamation of Emperor Yan spread throughout the battlefield, and countless people heard it. Immediately after, Lin Yuan appeared and responded with "Why are you shouting?" sounding a little displeased. Therefore, for the past 20 years, Su Chong had been suffering quite a bit. Actually, Su Chong felt quite wronged. Clearly, it was Lin Yuan himself who said back then that when faced with an unstoppable situation, he could be called by this name. At that time, the situation was indeed unstoppable, with the 35 divine weapons towering high in the sky about to devour everything. Your Majesty, I heard that the furnace disappeared. After a moment, Sikong Lun cautiously asked. How is Zheng Er doing now? Lin Yuan did not directly answer, but asked in return. Zheng Er, also known as Lu Zheng, was born more than 30 years ago as the offspring of Lin Yuan and a blood refinement female martial saint, under the soft persuasion of Queen Mother Wang Shangfeng. As for why it had to be a woman at the level of a martial saint, it was naturally because Lin Yuan's physique was too powerful at the time. Ordinary women, let alone giving birth to a child for Lin Yuan, couldn't even withstand Lin Yuan's essence. Even a female martial saint, if it weren't for Lin Yuan greatly weakening his own essence, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Finally, the female martial saint gave birth to a son for Lin Yuan, who was trained as the crown prince by the great Yan dynasty from birth. Crown Prince Zheng is intelligent and capable, no worse than. Sikong Lun originally wanted to say no worse than Your Majesty, but before he could say it, he felt it was too boastful. What a joke! Who is Lin Yuan? For these years, he had been hailed as the first saint sovereign below 10,000 ages in the Central Plains. Even if Crown Prince Zheng were extremely clever, he couldn't touch Lin Yuan's level. Then it's good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He didn't have much expectation for Lu Zheng, just to preserve the foundation of the great Yan dynasty. Your Majesty, about those divine weapons. Sikong Lun asked cautiously again. There was no way. This question was too important. I have already shattered all the divine weapons. Lin Yuan said casually. Shattered. Sikong Lun was slightly stunned. Can they be completely destroyed? Sikong Lun couldn't help asking. Divine weapons are born from heaven and earth and cannot be destroyed. Lin Yuan said directly. This was something that even the ancient god being from 10,000 years ago couldn't do, and neither could Lin Yuan. You're worried that after I'm gone, hundreds or thousands of years later, those fragments of divine weapons will once again gain consciousness and regain control over the world. Lin Yuan understood Sikong Lun's concern. Even though they were far inferior to intact divine weapons, their actual strength far exceeded that of blood refinement martial saints. At that time, without Lin Yuan, when the fragments of divine weapons caused chaos, there would be no one in the world who could stop them. Your Majesty is right. Sikong Lun showed a bitter smile. It's all right. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and gently pointed at the brows of Sikong Lun and Su Chong. Instantly, a large amount of information entered their minds. This was a set of cultivation systems that Lin Yuan had perfected over the past few decades according to the existing cultivation system of this world, abandoning the flaw of only refining the physical body and also focusing on the spiritual soul. This cultivation system was also influenced by Lin Yuan, with martial gods above martial saints, and celestials above martial gods. Normally, reaching the realm of martial gods would be enough to rival or even surpass those fragments of divine weapons. Passing down this cultivation system gave hope to future generations of the human race. With such a perfect cultivation system, even surpassing martial saints wouldn't be too difficult. Every few decades, there would always be a few geniuses who cultivated to the realm of martial gods. Is this? Sikong Lun absorbed the information in his mind rapidly, and his expression became increasingly shocked. He immediately realized the terror of the cultivation system Lin Yuan had passed on to him. Although it was generally similar to the original cultivation systems, Lin Yuan had added how to condense the spiritual soul at each stage, causing the transformation of both the physical and spiritual bodies. As a result, blood refinement martial saints were no longer the end point, but rather there were martial gods and celestials. According to the descriptions of the realms, the realm of martial gods was enough to counter those evil weapons. This was simply unprecedented. This kind of cultivation system. Su Chong swallowed nervously. He was a warrior commander, or more accurately, a divine weapon commander, because the sky-cleaving axe was already an intact divine weapon. However, there were only a few commanders like him in the world, and they relied on the divine weapons inside their bodies. Without the divine weapons, they were nothing. How could they compare to the cultivation system that Lin Yuan had passed on to him, which concentrated power within himself and, when cultivated to the end, was no worse than a divine weapon commander and even had the effect of prolonging life? I, Sikong Lun, for the sake of the people of the world, thank His Majesty for his great kindness. Sikong Lun knelt down on the ground with a heartfelt expression. If suppressing all the divine weapons on the Five Mountains battlefield 20 years ago was Lin Yuan's contemporary achievement, then passing on this cultivation system would be a timeless achievement. From today onwards, all cultivators would remember Lin Yuan's kindness and could never forget it for their entire lives. All right. Get up. Lin Yuan waved his hand. He didn't care at all. This cultivation system was nothing to him. Passing it down was just to avoid seeing the future of the human race once again become food for the divine weapons. After all, Lin Yuan was now also part of the human race, and the Great Yan dynasty was also the dynasty of the human race. Whether it was for personal or rational reasons, Lin Yuan would do so. There's one more thing this time. Lin Yuan seemed to remember something and looked at Su Chong. Hey! Su Chong blinked, not knowing what had happened. Come out. As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, a black axe flew out from Su Chong's body. It was the sky-cleaving axe. Before I came here, I had already shattered all the divine weapons and evil weapons once, erasing their consciousness. You are no exception. Lin Yuan grasped the sky-cleaving axe. The invincible divine weapon, in Lin Yuan's hands, seemed as fragile as cotton. With just a light press, it turned into dozens of fragments, and all the consciousness inside was erased. Although the sky-cleaving axe had been refined by Lin Yuan and was absolutely loyal, Lin Yuan was not sure if there would be any changes after he left this world. For safety's sake, no intact divine weapons could be left. All right. Lin Yuan glanced at the somewhat despondent Su Chong. With your talent, if you cultivate the cultivation system I taught you, there is a good chance you will step into the realm of martial gods. Lin Yuan added. He had modified the cultivation system to mainly include the condensation of the spiritual soul. And Su Chong originally had a strong spiritual soul, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the commander of the sky-cleaving axe. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan glanced at Sikong Lun and Su Chong again. Then, his figure disappeared silently in place. Your Majesty. Sikong Lun felt as if his heart had fallen into an abyss, as if he had forever lost something. No. We must immediately record that cultivation system. Sikong Lun forced himself to focus and had someone bring paper and pen. Then, he quickly recorded the information from his mind. Prime Minister Sikong, you're getting old. Shall I write it instead? Su Chong scratched his head, feeling much better after Lin Yuan's reminder. No. This cultivation system is too important. I must be the one to write it. Sikong Lun's eyes were fervent as he swiftly wielded the brush, continuously recording. 2 hours later. Looking at the complete cultivation system before him, Sikong Lun was excited. With this cultivation system, the human race would completely break free from the situation of being food for divine weapons for thousands of years. Even if a complete divine weapon appeared in the future, the human race would have the possibility to resist, no longer being like in the past, begging for mercy. All the humiliation and resentment would be obliterated under this cultivation system. From now on, the people of this land would stand up completely. Your Majesty. Sikong Lun thought of Lin Yuan again, his eyes turning red as he murmured to himself. In a hidden chamber for 1,000 years, a lamp lit the room. Outside the 36 countries of the Central Plains, in the far north. This place was thousands of miles of icy cold. Even blood refinement martial saints could not endure for long in such low temperatures. The extremely low temperature made this area a forbidden zone for life. For thousands of years, no creature had ever set foot here. However, on this day, A figure slowly entered this place. The extreme cold temperature had no effect on the figure. Around the figure, within dozens of meters, it was unexpectedly warm and pleasant. This is it. Lin Yuan stopped and looked around. This was the place where the ancient gods had left their last footsteps according to the memories of divine weapons. It was also where the ancient gods returned to their homeland. A spatial rift. Lin Yuan continued forward and vaguely sensed a spatial tearing force. Before long, Lin Yuan saw the source of the force. It was an irregular form, as if a part of a painting had been torn off. Faint grey gas floated inside. Is this where the ancient gods left from? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. Even just quietly looking at it, Lin Yuan felt an extremely dangerous feeling. It could be foreseen that once he truly stepped in, there would be no hope of survival. Lin Yuan stayed for a while and then decisively turned back. Although he didn't know how the ancient gods entered, he was sure he couldn't do it. If there was a chance of survival for himself, Lin Yuan didn't mind taking the next 20 years as a gamble. But now, seeing that there was not even a glimmer of hope, Lin Yuan naturally knew how to choose. With 20 years of time, with unrivaled insight, even if he just wandered around in this world, he could still achieve considerable improvement. There was no reason to waste it on unknown death. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. During these 20 years, Lin Yuan traveled all over the Central Plains. He witnessed the gradual prosperity of the Great Yan dynasty and the widespread dissemination of the cultivation system he had passed on. Name, Lu Yuan, Lin Yuan. Identity, Keeper of the Gate to the Myriad Realms. Bound talent, Unrivaled insight. Current status, Consciousness descended. Remaining residency time, 1 hour. As the end of his residency approached, Lin Yuan once again came to the far north, to the place of the spatial rift. Since I'm going back soon, let's go in and take a look first. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the Tai Chi field shrank, sticking to his body by an inch. This level of Tai Chi stance was Lin Yuan's strongest defensive posture. Let's go. Lin Yuan took a step forward and entered the spatial rift. Chapter 86. Amidst a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. I'm dead already. The scene of entering the space fissure floated in Lin Yuan's mind. It was an endless chaotic flow of space. No colors, no directions. Before Lin Yuan could react, his own self began to collapse. The Tai Chi field, flesh, spirit, soul, and everything else. All collapsed. Fortunately, I didn't go in 20 years ago, or I would have really wasted this time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As soon as he saw the space fissure, Lin Yuan felt an extreme danger. So he promptly left. Using these 20 years to continue traveling the world. Enlightening the Tao and incidentally solving some troubles for the Great Yan dynasty. Training several martial gods, completely solidifying the position of the Lu family's regime. How did the ancient god leave thousands of years ago? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. According to his speculation, the ancient god was at most at the peak of the 4th rank. Absolutely impossible to exceed the 5th rank. And facing that level of spatial turbulence, even a 5th rank wouldn't survive long. Doesn't matter. Lin Yuan didn't bother thinking much. He began to take stock of this journey. Undoubtedly, the greatest gain of this journey for Lin Yuan was the establishment of the 3rd and 4th ranks of the martial way evolution system. Although, before the journey, Lin Yuan had already reached the 3rd rank. But that was just entering the 3rd rank. The mid-stage, late stage, and peak of the 3rd rank were all perfected in the world of divine weapons. Finally, he even stepped into the 4th rank at once. It should be noted that Lin Yuan's chosen path of cultivation is the most difficult rule-based path. If it was just a normal breakthrough to the 4th rank, it wouldn't have taken Lin Yuan so long. Rule Essence. Lin Yuan walked out of the nutrient warehouse and faintly felt the vast and endless rules of the universe from all directions, the vastness of the cosmic sky. Compared to the rules of the world of divine weapons, the rules of the main world are countless times stronger. Not only vast but also more perfect. In the main world, it's almost impossible to forcibly extract the rule essence like the ancient god did. This isn't a matter of strength, but anyone who dares to do so will inevitably be crushed by the immense power of the main world. It's been over 2 days, not bad. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and made a mental note. In the world of divine weapons, 160 years have passed, but in the main world, it's only been over 50 hours. My current realm is probably equivalent to the 9th stage of the 4th rank. Lin Yuan examined himself. After suppressing the Sun Moon Spear, he had only spent a little over 10 years to reach the 4th rank. The following 8 or 9 years were all spent laying nodes in the 5 mountains battlefield, in order to form the Tai Chi Cauldron to suppress the 35 divine weapons. The subsequent 20 years of wandering the world, were entirely dedicated to enlightening the Tao and cultivating. From the 1st stage to the 9th stage of the 4th rank, were basically completed during these 20 years. Of course, realm is one thing, Lin Yuan's current strength still remains at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. Choosing the cosmic spiritual objects carefully, and I'll be able to recover soon. Lin Yuan opened the shop and began to make selections. For evolvers, the most important thing is their own realm. As for energy intensity, without mastery of the realm, it's meaningless. Just these two. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and confirmed his choice of spiritual objects. Currently, Lin Yuan's cultivation system still revolves around the yin and yang of the Tai Chi Dao. So the chosen cosmic spiritual objects naturally include yin and yang attribute spiritual objects. 1.2 billion. Lin Yuan glanced at the price. This time, Lin Yuan's transmigration surpassed the previous 2 times by far. The difference between the initial stage of the 3rd rank and the 9th stage of the 4th rank is a whopping 21 stages. Therefore, the cosmic spiritual objects chosen this time naturally have a high level of quality. In fact, without the status of a 4th level citizen, even if Lin Yuan is wealthy, he wouldn't even be able to see cosmic spiritual objects of such quality. I'm still short on money. Lin Yuan sighed. Normally, for an evolver at the initial stage of the 3rd rank to reach the 9th stage of the 4th rank, even if everything goes smoothly without encountering any bottlenecks, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. And this is under the premise of having a complete evolution path guide. For a 3rd rank evolver, dispersing the cultivation expenditure of 1.2 billion over several hundred years is not a problem at all. It's just that freaks like Lin Yuan, who improve too quickly in a short period, end up not being able to keep up with their wealth. The problem of most MCS. A 4th level citizen has a 1 billion loan limit, plus the prize money from my arena matches. Lin Yuan confirmed his identity information and purchased those 2 cosmic spiritual objects. In this arena match, the team competition provided Lin Yuan with nearly 1 billion in prize money. As for the individual competition, since it hasn't ended yet, all the prize money will be settled after it's over. Let's upload the 3rd rank section of the Martial Way evolution path. Lin Yuan made a decision after seeing his bank balance decrease. Uploading the subsequent parts of the Martial Way evolution path has only benefits and no drawbacks for Lin Yuan. Firstly, it allows him to earn a large number of merit points. And in the Cosmic Human Alliance, merit points are extremely important. Ordinary citizens earn merit points mainly in 3 ways. One is to join the military and fight against alien races at the border. Each alien killed contributes to the entire human civilization, so corresponding merit points can be obtained. Second is to serve the cosmic human civilization, and according to the assessment of the 3 goddesses, one can also earn corresponding merit points. For example, the governor of Kanglin Star, if the citizens of Kanglin Star are highly satisfied during his term of office, and if he makes real contributions to the planet, he can earn corresponding merit point rewards. The third is research and invention, which includes various new discoveries, evolution paths, and other types of technology. In addition to the above 3 categories, there are other ways to earn merit points. For example, stumbling upon traces of aliens, or their conspiracies, and then reporting it to the Goddess of Wisdom to prevent losses to human civilization. Afterward, the Goddess of Wisdom will fairly judge the importance of this information and reward merit points accordingly. In Lin Yuan's mind, uploading the evolution path is undoubtedly the most cost-effective way to earn merit points. As for killing aliens, the border battlefield is full of dangers, and Lin Yuan doesn't need to take such risks. And serving the Cosmic Human Alliance? Taking on half-official roles is too troublesome, and there's also the pressure of achievements. Moreover, improving the Martial Way evolution path has another benefit. That is, improving one's ranking on the evolution path leaderboard. It should be noted that just because Lin Yuan uploads the evolution path to the Goddess of Wisdom, it doesn't mean the evolution path is no longer his own. Lin Yuan is still the founder of the evolution path. For every citizen within the Cosmic Human Alliance who purchases the Martial Way evolution path for cultivation, Lin Yuan can receive 30% of the income. And the higher the potential of the Martial Way evolution path, the higher the rank on the evolution path leaderboard, the greater the promotion it receives. Finally, the more wealth Lin Yuan earns, The key is that this income is continuous. This is just the direct impact. As the founder of a powerful evolution path, there are many indirect and hidden effects. Third rank section. Lin Yuan, with his unrivaled insight, began to make some improvements to the third rank section of the martial way evolution path, making it suitable for citizens of the main world to cultivate. 2 days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected 4th level citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. After advancing to a 4th level citizen, the Goddess of Wisdom's attitude towards Lin Yuan became even more gentle. I want to upload the third rank section of the martial way evolution path, Lin Yuan said. As for why there's no 4th rank section, Lin Yuan himself is still at the 9th stage of the 4th rank, and hasn't completely finished this level yet, so there's no need to upload it prematurely. Besides, the third rank section is already enough. The rule-based path chosen by Lin Yuan is reflected in the third rank section. Buzz. With Lin Yuan quickly uploading the content of the third rank section, in a mysterious space thousands of light years away from Kanglin star, large light screens flickered rapidly, and massive computing power evaluated and deduced the value of the martial way evolution path's third rank section. The third rank section uploaded by Lin Yuan is divided into the War God section and the Celestial Realm section. Detected that the War God section contains a certain advanced way of forging the body. Detected that the Celestial Realm section involves the power of the source rules, starting to re-evaluate the potential of the martial way evolution path. Assessment completed. The current martial way evolution path has a 100% chance of advancing to the 5th level evolution path, and a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th level evolution path. The possibility of the martial way evolution path advancing to the 6th level evolution path exceeds 50%, triggering the Constitutional Secrecy Agreement. Relevant plans generated. From now on, all promotions of human citizens with the ID number 123 will be handled by the 3 goddesses without the need for authorization from others. Start judging the value of the third rank section. 40,000 merit points. Shall we seek authorization from the highest citizen nearby? Not necessary. Water Moon District. Residential Building Number 32. Lin Yuan is adapting to his current weak physical body. The solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom sounded. Respected 4th-tier citizen Lin Yuan. So fast. Lin Yuan's expression showed some surprise. Compared to the previous 2 times he uploaded to the evolution pathway, the response speed from the Goddess of Wisdom was noticeably faster this time. After the final assessment, the third rank article you uploaded is worth 40,000 merit points, the Goddess of Wisdom replied. Good, Lin Yuan nodded. 40,000 merit points weren't the value of the entire martial path evolution, but rather the value of the third rank article. Unfortunately, there's still a shortfall of merit points to advance to 5th-tier citizen. Lin Yuan scanned his merit point balance. To advance from 4th-tier citizen to 5th-tier citizen, one needed 50,000 merit points. When Lin Yuan advanced to 4th-tier citizen last time, it consumed 10,000 merit points, leaving him with a balance of 9,000 merit points. Now, with the additional 40,000 merit points he just acquired, he had a total of 49,000 merit points. Let's see the updated information on the martial path evolution pathway now, Lin Yuan thought, accessing his evolution system interface. The ultimate potential remains at the 6th rank. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin. The 7th rank evolution pathway seemed much more challenging than he had imagined. Even many insights he had gained into the essence of various rules in the divine world couldn't offer even a slight possibility of the martial path evolution pathway advancing to the 7th rank. Perhaps, there are other limiting conditions for the 7th rank evolution pathway. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before continuing to look further. There's a 10% chance of advancing to the 5th rank evolutionary system and a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank evolution pathway. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If his memory served him right, before uploading the 3rd rank article, the chance of the martial path evolution pathway advancing to the 6th rank evolution pathway was only 10%. Now, it had skyrocketed to 60%, evidently due to the essence of the rules. Oh, right. Now, where does the martial path evolution pathway rank on the Kanglin evolution list? Lin Yuan, with a hint of curiosity, looked towards the latest ranking of the martial path evolution pathway. For others to know the real-time ranking of a certain evolutionary path, they had to wait for the Kanglin evolution list to update. But as the founder of the martial path evolution pathway, Lin Yuan could naturally access any real-time information about it. Martial path evolution pathway, Kanglin evolution list, first. Virtual world. Personal room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The environment simulated in his personal room at this time was a vast desert. The scorching air spread like wildfire. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. President Liao is looking for me. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred. The barren desert in front of him began to change at his will. Soon, it transformed into a mansion, with small bridges and flowing water, reminiscent of a Jiangnan-style residence. In the next moment, President Liao's figure appeared on the opposite chair. Mr. Lin Yuan. President Liao addressed Lin Yuan with considerable respect. After all, in the arena matches, Lin Yuan's demonstrated strength repeatedly shattered President Liao's preconceptions. And now, he had even advanced to the top 10 in the individual matches. It should be noted that the arena matches on Kanglan Star were open to all evolvers from Kanglan Star. For Lin Yuan to be able to break into the top 10 in such a competitive arena, how could he not be considered an outstanding talent? Even without thinking too much, President Liao knew that after this arena match, Lin Yuan would soar to heights he could hardly reach. There's a little over a week left before the final top 10 competition, President Liao stated his purpose for coming. Although from Lin Yuan's previous records, it was easy to see that his chances against the other monsters in the top 10 weren't very high. Many speculated that Lin Yuan might be the weakest among the top 10. But there was still a basic level of concern. Even if he might not win, Lin Yuan had secured a place in the top 10, which was a pride for Dongning City for thousands of years. Mr. Lin Yuan, this is what I've gathered: videos of the battles of those top 10 evolvers, along with analyses of higher level evolvers. I believe that after watching them, you'll gain a deeper understanding. President Liao immediately opened a video and started playing it. Battle videos weren't rare, but what was significant was the analysis of other evolvers accompanying them. It should be noted that the same battle might be perceived differently by evolvers of different levels. Higher level evolvers could easily identify the weaknesses and flaws of the opponents. If Lin Yuan could absorb the judgments in these analyses, perhaps he could gain an advantage in the upcoming top 10 competition. He didn't dare to think about reaching the top 5 or even the top 3, but getting the 7th or 8th place was still very hopeful. After all, being able to enter the global top 10 meant that the difference in strength between each other wasn't significant. Maybe just a little more understanding could play a crucial role. Mr. Lin, please have a look. President Liao played the video. So strong. President Liao watched the video with Lin Yuan. Even though he had watched it many times, President Liao was still amazed. However, Lin Yuan, who was watching the video beside him, seemed indifferent. The pressure he felt before seemed insignificant now. Those evolvers standing within the top 10 globally. Now, for Lin Yuan, they were too weak. Chapter 87. Currently among the top 10 evolvers globally, the most likely to win should be the evolver named Fang Qing. Fang Qing's origins are unknown. It is suspected that he had a great opportunity and gained the inheritance of a high-ranking evolver, practicing the path of ancient gods' evolution. And the path of ancient gods' evolution is a class of immensely powerful evolutionary paths collectively referred to. Each ancient god's evolutionary path corresponds to a certain ancient god deep in the starry sky. From the standpoint of rank, the ancient god's evolutionary path surpasses the 6th rank. Before Lin Yuan went through the shuttle, the one he feared the most was this Fang Qing. With the Tai Chi field, if he were to go all out, Lin Yuan is confident he could compete with the other 8 evolvers. But only this Fang Qing, Lin Yuan is not very confident. But that was before the shuttle. After completing the 3rd shuttle, Lin Yuan had completely transformed from the inside out. His strength has reached the level of 4 ranks and 9 stages. In this situation, even though the current martial arts evolutionary path still has a potential upper limit that is not as good as the ancient gods' evolutionary path. But with such a huge difference in realms, the two are completely different levels. Now Lin Yuan, watching the battle videos of the other 9 evolvers, is completely uninterested. Let alone feeling pressure. Then I'll leave first. Seeing Lin Yuan's lack of interest, President Liao immediately proposed to take his leave. It seems Mr. Lin Yuan doesn't have much confidence in the upcoming top 10 competition either. President Liao returned to his personal room, silently pondering in his heart. Actually, this is normal. Just look at what the other 9 evolvers are like: Thunder God who can transform into thunder, the lucky one who awakens the 6th rank falling star bloodline, and that Fang Qing who practices the ancient gods' evolutionary path. This lineup, even placed in the previous arena matches, would be considered exaggerated. In the virtual world of Kanglan Star, in the central square area. Due to the popularity of the arena matches, this area has become much quieter, with most citizens gathering over at the arena area. This dawn, the Kanglin evolutionary rankings began to update their rankings. At first, not many people paid attention to it. But soon, someone noticed something was wrong. Oh my god, am I seeing things? How come the Purple Thunder evolutionary path, which was ranked first, has dropped to second place? I think my eyes are playing tricks on me too. Oh my god, has the martial arts evolutionary path reached the top? In an instant, the central square area exploded. Countless people stared in shock at the words martial arts appearing at the top of the evolutionary rankings. For the martial arts evolutionary path, everyone is familiar with it, and you could even say very familiar. From initially breaking into the top 100, to the top 10, it only took 1 or 2 years. Originally, everyone thought the martial arts evolutionary path would quiet down for a while. After all, which of the top 10 evolutionary paths on the evolutionary rankings hasn't undergone hundreds of thousands of years of trials? Especially the Purple Thunder evolutionary path, which has been at the top for 500,000 years. One of the favorites for the current arena champion, the Thunder God, follows the Purple Thunder evolutionary path. But now, the myth of the Purple Thunder evolutionary path has been shattered. What is the origin of the martial arts evolutionary path? Who is the big shot behind the development of this evolutionary path? I speculate that this evolutionary path was deliberately placed on our Kanglin star by big shots from other higher-level planets. I agree. The rise of the martial arts evolutionary path is too sudden. I have elders working in the Evolutionary Association of the Central Continent and have never seen an evolutionary path similar to the martial arts evolutionary path. People discussed and speculated, expressing their own guesses. Finally, the conclusion was drawn that the martial arts evolutionary path probably came from big shots from other higher-level planets and was intentionally placed on Kanglin star. After all, for an evolutionary path, from its inception to its perfection, it undoubtedly requires not only the founder but also a large number of practitioners involved in it. Just like the Purple Thunder evolutionary path, for tens of thousands of years, countless evolvers have invested in it to perfect this evolutionary path. But what about the martial arts evolutionary path? It's completely a sudden emergence, without any warning. Compared to most bystanders, those evolvers who were once squeezed down by the martial arts evolutionary path were much more comfortable now. When the martial arts evolutionary path first appeared, it surged into the top 93 of the evolutionary rankings. As a result, the original 93rd, 94th, 95th, and other evolutionary paths naturally moved back one place. Later, the martial arts evolutionary path rose to 78th place, and the original 78th, 79th, 80th places also moved back one place. Later on, as the martial arts evolutionary path entered the top 10, more and more evolutionary paths behind it were pushed back. This also sparked discontent among many practitioners of these evolutionary paths. However, now, when these evolvers saw the martial arts evolutionary path at the top, for some reason, they felt a bit happy. In short, perhaps everyone moved back, which means nobody did. In the thunderstorm star domain, inside the virtual world, Luo Lanhe sat cross-legged. In his mind, Lin Yuan's teachings floated. The Tao of Tai Chi, with Yin and Yang as the foundation, is boundless. The more Luo Lanhe thought about it, the more blurred it became, but only by constantly sensing the trace of Tai Chi power left by Lin Yuan in his body could he gain some insight. Just then, a deep voice echoed. Luolanhe. Father. Luolanhe was startled, quickly rising with a hint of respect. Compared to his gentle mother, Luolanhe was more fearful of his father. His father was not only the patriarch of the Luolan family but also a prominent figure in the thunderstorm star domain's governance. With just a word, he could decide the fate of hundreds or even thousands of life-bearing planets. The probability of your current evolutionary path advancing to the 6th rank is too low. Change to another one. The deep voice spoke. Hey! Change it! Luolanhe felt reluctant. But father, I really like martial arts, and the founder teacher often guides me. Luolanhe plucked up the courage to argue. I said the probability of advancing to the 6th rank is too low, only 10%. Switch to a higher one. Luolanhe grew impatient. Before coming here, Luolanhe naturally browsed through the martial arts evolutionary path. With his insight, he naturally saw the pros and cons of the martial arts evolutionary path. It was indeed good to be able to accommodate both yin and yang extreme energies. But that's about it. Moreover, the martial arts evolutionary path currently only had the first and second levels. Although it had the potential to reach the 6th rank, there was only a 10% chance. In Lin Yu's view, this was far from enough. Fine. But the martial arts evolutionary path just updated the 3rd level this morning, and I haven't finished reading it yet. He felt aggrieved, but he couldn't defy his father's will. The 3rd level. Lin Yu was slightly surprised. He directly accessed the information on the martial arts evolutionary path and indeed saw the newly released 3rd level. Lin Yu chose to purchase it directly and quickly skimmed through the content of the 3rd level. The 3rd level involves the power of the original rules. There's a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. Lin Yu's expression became slightly solemn. He glanced again at the release times of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the martial arts evolutionary path. On average, less than a year separated each level. It's not impossible to cultivate. After scanning the dejected Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Since you like this evolutionary path so much, then continue." Really? Lin widened his eyes. It was the first time he had seen his father change his mind voluntarily. While the outside world was buzzing about the martial arts evolutionary path topping the evolutionary rankings, Lin Yuan received the 2 cosmic spiritual items he had purchased. The yin and yang cosmic spiritual items, worth 1.2 billion in total. So these are vermilion fruit and cold jade. Lin Yuan opened the alloy box, feeling slightly excited. The alloy box was large, divided into 2 layers. The upper layer contained a crimson fruit. The fruit was only the size of a baby's fist, but it emitted astonishing heat, like a miniature fireball. Lin Yuan knew that this vermilion fruit was a fruit produced by certain special plants deep in the universe. According to age, it was divided into 100-year vermilion fruit, 1000-year vermilion fruit, 10,000-year vermilion fruit, and 100,000-year vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit he purchased was a 100-year vermilion fruit, worth 700 millions, and also came with 4th-grade citizen privileges. Carefully picking up the vermilion fruit and placing it aside, Lin Yuan looked at the other item inside the alloy box. Cold jade. Although not as expensive as vermilion fruit, it was also a cosmic spiritual item worth 500 millions. After double-checking the 2 cosmic spiritual items to confirm there were no issues, Lin Yuan began to refine them. First was the vermilion fruit. Lin Yuan cautiously picked it up. Under the light, there was a faintly flowing liquid inside the vermilion fruit, similar to magma. I wonder what kind of special plants can produce such fruits. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to slowly absorb the energy within the vermilion fruit. There were 2 ways to use vermilion fruit. One was to directly swallow it, but the prerequisite was that the user's strength had to be at least at the 4th rank. Only then could they withstand the terrifying energy burst when swallowing the vermilion fruit. If below the 4th rank, like Lin Yuan, one could only slowly absorb it. Although Lin Yuan had reached the realm of the 4th rank and 9th stage, even if he could barely refine vermilion fruit by swallowing it directly, there was no need for that. Time passed. More than a day later. Only a thin layer of fruit peel remained in front of Lin Yuan. The essence inside had been completely absorbed by him. Next was the other cosmic spiritual item, cold jade. Refining cold jade was much easier than vermilion fruit. Especially now that he had already refined vermilion fruit and his strength had subtly broken into the 4th rank, refining cold jade naturally became easier. Half a day later, the entire piece of cold jade disappeared. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura like a black hole, the forces of yin and yang turning into black and white, connecting with heaven and earth. Finally restored to the 4th rank and 9th stage. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling softly. At this moment, deep within his Danshan sea of qi, the yin-yang power formed a tai chi pattern, resembling a miniature galaxy, constantly rotating and intertwining. Now that my tai chi field has reached this level, it should be considered a true domain. With a slight movement of his mind, Lin Yuan easily covered the entire Dongning city with his tai chi field. And if Lin Yuan wished, he could continue to expand it further. The power of a domain could only be mastered by 4th and 5th rank evolvers. But even then, it was only a possibility. In fact, the vast majority of 4th and 5th rank evolvers were unable to master a domain. This was not related to their combat strength, but rather to their own evolutionary system and talent. For example, Lin Yuan, with Tai Chi as the foundation, perfectly integrated yin and yang, leading to the emergence of a domain. He had mastered the Tai Chi field at the second rank, which was the embryonic form of a domain. Other evolvers who practiced martial arts, even if they didn't have the same level of insight as Lin Yuan, as long as they followed the martial arts evolutionary path and mastered yin and yang to form the Tai Chi Dao, even if they didn't condense the Tai Chi field at the second rank, by the time they reached the fourth or fifth rank, they would naturally master the Tai Chi domain. This was the advantage of the evolutionary system. Continue cultivation. After fully restoring his strength, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation and enlightenment. With his extraordinary insight, Lin Yuan wasn't just cultivating while traversing worlds, he could also cultivate and gain insights in the main world. However, compared to spending years, decades, or even centuries in the world of traversing, Lin Yuan's stay in the main world was short, which led to the misconception that his strength was mostly obtained through traversing. In reality, if Lin Yuan were given decades or centuries in the main world, he could also reach a terrifying height. As time approached, the excitement surrounding the arena matches grew. Especially for the upcoming global top 10 arena matches, which gathered the attention of most citizens of the Kanglin Star. Whether they were evolvers or ordinary citizens, everyone wanted to know which evolver would ultimately become the champion. In my opinion, the Thunder God has a great chance of winning the championship. His evolutionary path is the first on our Kanglin Star, even though it's now second. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with his evolutionary method. The Thunder God himself has withstood thunder without dying and can transform into thunder. Just this ability alone is enough. A well-known anchor started analyzing and releasing various videos to prove his point. The Thunder God is only third rank, though. But what about Yang Wei, who has awakened to the 6th rank bloodline? He has the greatest hope of winning. A 6th rank bloodline, do you know what it means to have a 6th rank bloodline? Not only does it have a high upper limit of the 6th rank, but even at the lower ranks, it can awaken some innate abilities in the bloodline. Can the Thunder God, as strong as he is, compare to someone with a 6th rank fallen star bloodline? Another well-known commentator stepped forward to refute and present his own views. What is the Thunder God compared to Fang Qing? Do you understand the value of the ancient god evolutionary path? That's a path with great reputation even in the Red Kun star domain. If it weren't for the many restrictions on cultivation, would there even be such a thing as the Purple Thunder evolutionary method? And as for Yang Wei, even if he has awakened to a 6th rank bloodline, so what? The bloodline's density is thin, what talents can he obtain? A certain authority in the field of science scoffed. Countless people debated on the internet, each standing up for their favorite contestants. In the end, one anchor ranked the current top 10 evolvers based on the number of supporters and the level of excitement. First, Thunder God. Second, Fang Qing. Third, Yang Wei. Ninth, Lin Yuan. Chapter 88. The reason why the Thunder God ranks first is entirely due to its dazzling combat style. Summoning thunder, controlling thunder, transforming into thunder, especially the transformation of thunder, has garnered countless fans. This resulted in higher popularity than Fang Qing, securing the top spot in this ranking. Of course, this kind of folk ranking does not hold much authority. It's only based on the past records of the top 10 evolvers and their current popularity. Nevertheless, the ranking of the top 10 evolvers also reflects to some extent the outcome of the final decisive battle. First of all, there are the top 3, whether it's the Thunder God, Fang Qing, or even that Yang Wei. In any case, the strength of these 3 evolvers is clearly a level above the other 7. Almost everyone believes that the champion will emerge from these 3 individuals. As for which one it will be, only time will tell after the battles. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, the organizers of the arena matches have not allowed these 3 evolvers to encounter each other so far. Yang Wei is an exception, having been overwhelmed by the Thunder God before awakening his 6th rank bloodline. However, once the 6th rank bloodline is awakened, it's hard to say who will win. Bloodline type evolvers are indeed constrained by their own bloodlines, but once they awaken a certain powerful bloodline, they can almost crush opponents of the same rank in the early stages. The day before the global competition. In the virtual world, the organizers of the arena matches found Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin Yuan, hello, I am an assistant of the current arena match organizers. A woman with soft features and lilac-colored pupils smiled and said. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded. We need you to record a video, mainly expressing your thoughts on the upcoming top 10 competition. The female assistant paused for a moment and continued, of course, Mr. Lin Yuan, if you don't know what to say, we can provide a script for you to read from. After saying this, the female assistant took out a stack of documents. Lin Yuan took it and casually glanced at it, immediately understanding that these scripts were mainly for declaring war on the other 9 evolvers. Although it's almost certain that the top 3 of this year's arena matches will be Fang Qing, the Thunder God, and Yang Wei. Regardless, one must not lose momentum. Even if one fails to reach the top 3, there are still 4th to 10th places. Such pre-match interviews are meant to provoke, stimulating other participants in the audience. I'll just speak for myself. After reading the interview script, Lin Yuan felt that none of them suited him. If Mr. Lin Yuan has his own ideas, there's no need to read from the script, the female assistant said softly. Having worked for more than one arena match, she knew that some evolver participants often felt nervous or emotional before the competition, hence the thoughtful preparation of scripts. Then I'll go. Lastly, I hope Mr. Lin Yuan can achieve a good ranking. The female assistant smiled and disappeared on the spot. That evening, Lin Yuan continued his usual practice. At this moment, the intelligent assistant reminded Lin Yuan that the income division of the martial arts evolution pathway had been settled. Let's see how much money. Lin Yuan became interested. The income division is settled once a year. Up to today, Lin Yuan has settled once. However, that time, he just barely made it into the top 100 in the martial arts evolution pathway, and the time wasn't long, so the final income division was only a little less than 10 million. From the last settlement to this settlement, the martial arts evolution pathway has been in the top 10 for almost a year, attracting many citizens to practice. 1.5 billion and 36 million. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised to see the final income division. This is just the net income. If you add the official 70% share and corresponding taxes, wouldn't the total sales reach nearly a 10 billion? Evolution pathway, martial arts. Number of people practicing the prenatal chapter, 7,893. Number of people practicing the master chapter, 2. Number of people practicing the grandmaster chapter, 0. Someone has already practiced to the master realm. Lin Yuan glanced at the relevant data of the martial arts evolution pathway. These data are from the official records of the Cosmic Human Alliance and the Unified Registry of Evolvers Association. There may be some errors, such as evolvers practicing to the Grandmaster realm but not registering. But it shouldn't be many. Someone like Lin Yuan, whose strength has surged significantly every 8 months, is extremely rare. This data is not right. Lin Yuan looked at the sales figures of various ranks of the martial arts evolution pathway again. More than 200 copies of the 3rd rank chapter sold. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. The current martial arts evolution pathway is divided into the 1st rank chapter, 2nd rank chapter, and 3rd rank chapter. Lin Yuan priced these 3 stages as follows. 1st rank chapter, 10,000. 2nd rank chapter, 500,000. 3rd rank chapter, 5 million. And it hasn't been long since Lin Yuan uploaded the 3rd rank chapter of the martial arts evolution pathway. Yet it has already sold over 200 copies? You should know that, at a price of 5 million each, 200 copies amount to over 1 billion. Even after deducting the 70% taken by the authorities and taxes, there's still 300 or 400 millions left. This is not a small sum. It should be a chain reaction caused by the martial arts evolution pathway reaching the top. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, roughly understanding the reason. After uploading the 3rd rank chapter, it caused the Goddess of Wisdom to reassess the martial arts evolution pathway, leading to its top ranking on the evolutionary rankings. This matter might not be a big deal in the entire Red Kun Star region, but for the Kanglin Star, it would definitely cause a stir in the evolver community. For those top evolvers, spending over 5 million to purchase and study the martial arts evolution pathway is nothing out of the ordinary. While over 5 million might seem like a lifetime's earnings to ordinary citizens, it's not a huge sum for 3rd or 4th rank evolvers. It's all paid back at once. Lin Yuan felt happy because the purchase of the vermilion fruit and cold jade, 2 cosmic spirit items, had caused his wealth to shrink, but it was immediately compensated. And there's even a few hundred millions left. The next settlement should bring in even more income. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The impact of the martial arts evolution pathway reaching the top has not completely fermented yet. With time passing, future evolvers born on Kanglin Star will inevitably prioritize the martial arts evolution pathway. After all, under similar costs, choosing an evolution pathway ranked first on the evolutionary rankings over one ranked second, third, or fourth is what any normal person would know how to choose. The next day, the official competition for the global top 10 began. On an incomparably huge arena, there appeared a male and a female host. These two hosts were the most famous hosts on Kanglan Star, responsible for explaining the top 10 finals of this competition. The seats around were quickly filled with spectators, and on the virtual world broadcast screen, a large number of citizens were also shown watching. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited top 10 finals have finally arrived. Who will win the championship of this arena match? I'm sure everyone is eagerly curious. The male host raised his hand and said loudly, "No more nonsense, let's now invite our 10 Evolver participants onto the stage." The screen enlarged. Fang Qing, Thunder God, Yang Wei, Lin Yuan, and others appeared one after another. With each appearance of a contestant, there was a deafening cheer around, especially for Fang Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei. As for the latter, many were less interested, as everyone was mainly focused on who among Fang Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei would win the championship. Lin Yuan, I love you. When it was Lin Yuan's turn, some of the audience became excited. Lin Yuan's style of play is special, he likes to torture his opponents, which has indeed attracted a group of interestingly curious die-hard fans. Alright. At this point, the male host began to speak again. I have to say, these 10 people are the most outstanding young evolvers on our Kanglan Star, they are the future of our Kanglan Star. But on the arena, victory and defeat still need to be determined. The male host's voice was stirring, the next competition is officially beginning. First, the scoring match. All 10 Evolver contestants will appear on an island hundreds of miles long and wide. All contestants' goal is to find this blue crystal on the island. The male host pointed his right hand, and a palm-sized, azure crystal appeared in front of everyone. There are 100 of these crystals, scattered in various hidden locations on the island. The final ranking of the scoring match will be based on how many crystals each participant holds. The male host paused for a moment when he said this, in this scoring match, there is no prohibition against contestants fighting each other. This sentence had a strong implication. No prohibition against fighting means that merely finding the crystal is not enough, the most important thing is to guard it. Otherwise, even if you find 100 crystals, if you are killed and robbed by other evolvers, it's all for nothing. Now, the competition begins. The male host and the female host said together. Immediately, Fang Qing, Thunder God, and others appeared in a certain location on the island. And above the huge arena, there were 10 screens showing the perspectives of the 10 Evolver participants. Next, you can choose the perspective of your favorite participant. The perspective can be switched at any time. The male host reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, many viewers began to choose their perspectives. Among the 10 screens, the number of viewers watching each perspective was also updated in real time. After a while, the number of viewers for each perspective stabilized. Among them, the perspective of Thunder God had the most viewers, over 11 billion. Next was Fang Qing, with just over 10 billion. Yang Wei followed with just over 9 billion. The number of viewers on the screens fluctuated frequently, indicating that many viewers were switching between different perspectives. Alright, the competition begins. Every so often, the male host would switch perspectives to provide commentary. But most of the time, they focused on Thunder God, Fang Qing, and Yang Wei's perspectives. After all, these three received the most attention, and commenting on them would garner the greatest response. Finding things, I'm not very good at. Fang Qing appeared in a dense forest, his face sinking into thought. But I can try. Fang Qing closed his eyes, and vaguely, a huge ancient god shadow appeared behind him. He utilized this ancient god phantom to rapidly expand his perception. Blue crystals. Thunder God appeared at the edge of the island. Faint blue lightning flashed in his pupils, and finally, purple thunder enveloped him within hundreds and thousands of meters. Boom! 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 One after another, blue crystals appeared under the collision of the purple thunder, falling into Thunder God's hands. Let me see where the crystals are. Yang Wei, with a stern demeanor, his pupils subtly deepening. Innate talent, insightful eyes. In an instant, everything in Yang Wei's perception, such as trees, rocks, and so on, became illusory. Only the blue crystals emitted unusual colors. There's a crystal there. Yang Wei saw a blue crystal and flew directly towards it. Over the huge arena. The male host was quickly commentating. Look at our contestant Fang Qing, who has released the ancient god phantom directly, enhancing his perception, and has already found 6 blue crystals. The male host praised and then switched the perspective to Thunder God. My god, Thunder God has actually awakened the embryonic form of his domain. It should be the embryonic form of the Thunder domain. Using this embryonic form of the domain to find blue crystals, he indeed has an advantage over other contestants. Now our Thunder God contestant has found 11 crystals. Yang Wei's method of finding crystals is interesting. Can he directly know where the crystals are? Did he use some kind of pupil-related bloodline talent? The male host and the female host kept switching between the 10 perspectives, commenting one by one. Finally, the male host switched to Lin Yuan's perspective. Our contestant Lin Yuan is resting. The male host was a bit stunned. In the first 9 perspectives, all the contestants were frantically searching for crystals. But when it came to Lin Yuan, he was lying on a giant rock with his eyes closed as if resting. And this scene was also seen by many viewers. In Lin Yuan's perspective, he was leisurely lying on the giant rock. It formed a strong contrast with the other contestants who were searching for crystals. No way, could it be that he has already given up struggling? Right, Lin Yuan has mastered the embryonic form of the domain. In theory, he should be good at finding crystals, but finding them and keeping them are 2 different things. With Lin Yuan's strength, even if he finds the crystal, when he encounters powerful contestants like Thunder God and Fang Qing later, he will still have to obediently hand them over. Countless viewers were discussing, mostly thinking that Lin Yuan had started to play poorly. After all, even if he didn't get 1 crystal, he would still be the 10th globally. It seems that our contestant Lin Yuan is very good at choosing. The male host pondered for a while and finally came up with a better word. Next, the male host switched perspectives again. The passive attitude of competition like Lin Yuan's is not supported by the official arena, as it lacks excitement. Even if there is no hope, one must struggle a bit, so as to stimulate more discussions. On a certain giant rock on the island, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked around. It's about time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The rules of this scoring match were to find 100 blue crystals scattered throughout the entire island. These blue crystals could be hidden anywhere on the island. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to find them, it would take some time. It would be better to wait until the other 9 evolvers had collected most of them and then go pick peaches himself. After all, the rules of the competition did not prohibit snatching, and even encouraged combat. Let's see who's nearby. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, and his Tai Chi domain quickly spread. 1 mile, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. There are 3. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The 10th blue crystal. Yang Wei maintained the bloodline talent insightful eyes, and his efficiency in finding blue crystals was very fast. It didn't take long for him to find the 10th crystal. It's worth noting that there were only 100 crystals on the entire island. Another one. Yang Wei looked around, his eyes brightening, and he was about to move forward. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended. This. Yang Wei's expression showed fear. Immediately, everything turned black, and he became nothingness. The next moment, Yang Wei appeared in the rest area of the arena. Me. A look of disbelief appeared on Yang Wei's face. Am I dead? Yang Wei's mind was a mess. Until this moment, he still didn't know how he died. You should know that even if he encountered the strongest thunder god, Fang Qing, he still had the confidence to fight for a while. Even if he lost, it would be a close defeat. To be directly killed like this was too unbelievable. At the same time, in the high sky of the huge arena, the screen belonging to Yang Wei's perspective suddenly went black. The nearly 10 billion viewers watching Yang Wei's perspective suddenly felt lost and exploded with discussion. Chapter 89. What's going on? What just happened? Why did Yang Wei's screen go black? At first, the audience thought it was an isolated incident. Perhaps there was some issue with the internet connection. But after discussing with each other, they found out that all the screens showing Yang Wei's perspective had turned black, causing an uproar. High above the colossal arena, the male host clearly noticed the situation. Yang Wei had awakened the bloodline of a 6th-rank fallen star, making him one of the favorites for this year's arena competition. Even someone like the host would take a second look at him. After noticing the anomaly, the male host quickly took action. Let's take a look at what happened to Yang Wei in the last few seconds before he left the stage. With his vast experience, the male host knew that the sudden blackout was definitely not due to a network issue. After all, if it were truly a network problem, all 10 screens would have been affected simultaneously. Another possibility for the sudden blackout was that the player had been eliminated. The audience was aware of this possibility, but given Yang Wei's popularity and strength being a 6th rank fallen star, it was hard to believe that he could be eliminated so suddenly. With the male host's guidance, the perspective of Yang Wei's screen began to rewind. Back to 3 seconds before the blackout. The male host and nearly 10 billion viewers alike were glued to the screen. A smile appeared on Yang Wei's face, presumably because he had discovered the location of the next blue crystal. In the next moment, boom! Yang Wei was engulfed in a mist of blood, his internal organs shattered, and his body turned into nothingness. Since the host had selected the god's perspective, the scene had not ended yet. Everyone could see clearly that after Yang Wei's body exploded, 9 blue crystals fell from his body. At that moment, a slender right hand caught the falling blue crystals. As the perspective shifted, the owner of the hand was revealed to be Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan collected the 9 crystals and disappeared once again. This scene ignited a storm of discussion among all the viewers. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan killed Yang Wei. How is that possible? Does Lin Yuan have that kind of strength? Countless viewers erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Even the host, who had been informed backstage that it was Lin Yuan who had killed Yang Wei, was at a loss for words at this moment. It was too unbelievable. Too incredible. Our Lin Yuan really knows how to hide his strength. The male host took a deep breath and explained to the audience with the data from backstage. In the resting area of the competition, Yang Wei, who had already been eliminated, learned the reason for his death through the host's replay and explanation. This Lin Yuan. Yang Wei clenched his fist. He's been hiding his strength all along. Since awakening his 6th rank bloodline, a specialized team had been assigned to analyze his opponents for him. Based on the analysis, Yang Wei only needed to pay attention to Thunder God and Fang Qing. As for Lin Yuan, Yang Wei had also watched videos of Lin Yuan's battles and deemed him not worthy of much attention. But now, with Yang Wei eliminated, more and more viewers began to watch Lin Yuan's perspective. From tens of millions to hundreds of millions, and billions of viewers. After all, just the audience watching Yang Wei numbered nearly a 10 billion. With Yang Wei out, this portion of the audience naturally switched to Lin Yuan's perspective. Even the male host began to commentate on Lin Yuan's perspective. I have to say, the speed of our Lin Yuan is. Just as the male host was marveling, Lin Yuan, in his perspective, found another evolver. Buzz. The evolver was a woman with slightly curved eyebrows, smiling like a crescent moon. This evolver's name was Fan Yu, and despite her gentle appearance, she was a formidable opponent. In the unofficial rankings, Fan Yu ranked in the top 4, just below Fang Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei. But in the next instant, Fan Yu turned into a mist of blood, crushed into nothingness. The 6 blue crystals on her body were also caught by Lin Yuan. The audience's exclamations once again echoed throughout the stands. If, during the incident where Yang Wei was killed, most of the audience hadn't realized what happened since their focus was on Yang Wei, unaware of how Lin Yuan had acted. This time, however, many viewers had their focus on Lin Yuan and witnessed the entire process of Fan Yu's death. It could be summed up in one word: overwhelming. As if some invisible force suppressed Fan Yu, within 10 meters of Lin Yuan, crushing her directly. Then Lin Yuan arrived just in time to pick up the fallen blue crystal. The whole process was seamless, without any pause or hindrance, and Fan Yu seemed extremely cooperative, as if she hadn't struggled at all. Next. Under the gaze of all the audience. The 3rd. The 4th. The 5th. One by one, contestants were inexplicably crushed, and the audience's perspective naturally switched to Lin Yuan's view. As more and more viewers watched Lin Yuan's perspective, a brief silence was followed by a boiling frenzy among billions of spectators. Countless viewers went crazy. Is this Lin Yuan? So powerful. Who's the idiot that ranked Lin Yuan 9th? His current strength, 4th rank. As more viewers switched to Lin Yuan's perspective, even fans of Thunder God and Fang Qing gathered around, discussing fervently. In this year's arena competition, and perhaps even in previous competitions, it was rare to see an evolver like Lin Yuan easily overpowering other contestants. After all, the prerequisite for participating in the arena was to be under 100 years old, and even reaching 3rd rank was considered impressive. As for anything stronger, They would likely be recruited by other galactic-level forces to participate in galactic or stellar-level arena competitions. On the spectator stands. Damn it, I thought I could beat him. Bing Yan looked towards Lin Yuan on the battlefield, who seemed almost godlike. He was also among the top 20 evolvers in this year's arena, at the 3rd rank, and had fought against Lin Yuan before. At that time, Lin Yuan had not yet revealed such terrifying strength, so Bing Yan thought he had a chance of winning. But now, looking at it, his thoughts back then seemed laughable. Oh my god, is Lin Big Brother really this strong? Zhong Bai, Cao Rong and others stared wide-eyed. Even President Liao, next to them, showed the same incredulous expression. Especially President Liao, who, when sending videos of other contestants' battles, noticed that Lin Yuan seemed uninterested and thought he didn't believe he could win. Now, he realized that Lin Yuan was truly disinterested. On the island, hundreds of meters around Thunder God were surrounded by purple thunder. And he himself was speeding in one direction. With the embryonic form of the Thunder Domain, Thunder God had already collected 15 blue crystals. Thunder God suddenly stopped in his tracks. The Thunder Domain that pervaded the surroundings was suddenly subjected to a terrifying suppression and instantly dissipated. Are you Lin Yuan? Thunder God's pupils constricted as he looked towards a figure that had appeared nearby at some point. It's me, Lin Yuan also scrutinized Thunder God. Unlike other evolvers, Thunder God's physique had been baptized by thunder, making him exceptionally unique, which was why Lin Yuan hadn't directly suppressed him. Instead, he intended to study him for a while. Now that Lin Yuan was already at the 4th rank and 9th stage, he only needed to take a few glances at other 3rd rank evolvers to understand them. Only Thunder God and Fang Qing required a bit more attention. It's you. Thunder God's gaze towards Lin Yuan grew tense. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that, centered around Lin Yuan, there was a powerful force that pervaded the heavens and the earth, suppressing everything. It was far more potent and perfect than his embryonic Thunder Domain. His instinct told him that Lin Yuan was too powerful, so powerful that he surpassed the limits of Thunder God's resistance. Just like just now, his embryonic Thunder Domain had been instantly shattered. You can make a move against me. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with an unusual color as he spoke. Make a move against him? Thunder God's mouth twitched. At this moment, Lin Yuan gave him the feeling of a towering mountain. And he, Thunder God, was just an ordinary person. Now, this towering mountain was telling him to make a move against him. How should he make a move? With what should he make a move? No. I am Thunder God. I can lose, but I cannot be afraid. Thunder God took a deep breath. His skin, flesh, organs, bones, almost instantaneously transformed into purple thunder. Becoming thunder. Facing other opponents, Thunder God rarely used this ability at the first opportunity. But the pressure Lin Yuan exerted on him was too great. So great that if he didn't transform into thunder, he might just concede defeat on his own. Flesh energization. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This ability was extremely rare. At least since the arena competition began, Lin Yuan had seen many evolvers, but only Thunder God possessed it. Boom! Thunder God transformed into purple thunder and struck towards Lin Yuan directly. When the purple thunder was within 10 meters of Lin Yuan, it suddenly exploded, and countless strands of faint purple thunder converged, once again forming the figure of Thunder God. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. Come again. Thunder God spat out blood and transformed into thunder once again. So it continued for 3 times. In the final attempt, Thunder God forcefully transformed into thunder, causing his body to collapse, and he willingly died in front of Lin Yuan. So, this ability to transform into thunder can only be used a maximum of 3 times in a short period. Lin Yuan pondered silently. However, through observing Thunder God transform into thunder 3 times, Lin Yuan also benefited greatly. He collected the blue crystals dropped by Thunder God and went to find the next evolver. So strong. Lin Yuan, I love you. Thunder God was already powerful, but he's like a child in front of Lin Yuan. Indeed, I guess if it weren't for Lin Yuan's interest in tormenting opponents, the fight would have ended earlier, just like with Yang Wei. Countless discussions erupted among the audience. Earlier, they debated which evolver was stronger, but now they were debating how strong Lin Yuan was. Unfortunately, given Lin Yuan's current strength, it was evident that he was in a completely different league compared to other evolvers. It was like a father disciplining his child. Hey! Why is it so quiet? Somewhere on the island, Fangqing looked slightly puzzled. Behind him, a towering ancient god shadow stood, continuously releasing its perception in all directions. The accurate perception range of the ancient god shadow was about 2 to 3 li, Chinese unit of length, around 500 to 750 meters, around it. Within this range, every detail would appear in Fangqing's mind. As for outside this range, the ancient god shadow also had a vague sense. For example, the approximate aura of other evolvers, and so on. But now, Fangqing suddenly felt that the entire island had fallen into a kind of silence. It felt as if he was the only one moving around. What's happening? Fangqing was puzzled. However, it was currently during the competition period, so he couldn't contact the outside world. A moment later, in the rest area, Fangqing's figure appeared. Me. A complex and somewhat fearful expression appeared on Fangqing's face. Just now, he had encountered Lin Yuan, or rather, Lin Yuan had found him. What followed was a battle in which Fangqing was repeatedly toyed with, no matter how he resisted and struggled. No matter how exquisite the evolution path of the ancient god was, it was constantly suppressed in the face of Lin Yuan. What puzzled Fangqing even more was that with Lin Yuan's strength, he could easily kill him, but he didn't. This behavior made Fangqing extremely certain that Lin Yuan indeed had a hobby of tormenting opponents. You've all been eliminated. Fangqing immediately noticed that apart from him, Thunder God, Yang Wei, and 8 other evolvers were also in the rest area. Then Lin Yuan. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. He wanted to say that Lin Yuan was bullying the weak and cheated, but considering the rules of the arena competition, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to cheat. Fangqing glanced around and suddenly understood. It seemed that everyone had been eliminated by Lin Yuan. Kid, look closely. Lin Yuan is definitely at the 4th rank, and probably at the 9th stage. He controls a complete domain, talent-wise, he's light years ahead of you. A palm-sized old man with a white beard suddenly appeared on Fangqing's shoulder. At this moment, this old man was watching the video of the recent matches. His words revealed a hint of disdain towards Fangqing. 4th rank and 9th stage. Fangqing shrank his neck. Even with the inheritance from his teacher and the intelligent life form of the old man with the white beard, it would take him at least 100 years to break through to the 4th rank. Not to mention the 9th stage of the 4th rank. When Fangqing and the other 9 contestants were all eliminated, Lin Yuan, the only contestant on the island, naturally became the ultimate winner of the personal competition. The personal competition ended. Next was the team competition. However, several evolvers like Fangqing, as long as they were matched against Lin Yuan, would directly concede defeat. What a joke! Why bother not admitting defeat and waiting to be tortured? This disappointed Lin Yuan somewhat. He had originally planned to continue experiencing the transformation of thunder and the evolution method of the ancient god. Several days later, the final rankings of the personal competition of the arena match were announced. Lin Yuan ranked first, representing the Kanglin star as the number 1. With the end of the personal competition, the official distribution of rewards for the arena match began. First were the rewards for the global number 1. These. Lin Yuan looked at the reward list in front of him, and his expression changed slightly. Chapter 90. Comparison to the rewards for the group matches, the rewards for the individual matches were much richer, both in terms of quantity and quality, far surpassing those of the group matches. Especially for Lin Yuan, achieving the global first place ranking meant even more substantial rewards. Mr. Lin Yuan, if there's anything on the reward list that you don't understand, feel free to ask me, said a woman standing beside him, wearing a pink dress with an elegant demeanor that couldn't help but evoke a sense of fondness. There were 50 items listed on the reward list. Some were high-tech weapons, battleships, and spacecraft. There were also lineages of evolution pathways, among which was the Purple Thunder evolution pathway cultivated by Thunder God, which had once dominated the rankings on the Kanglin star. There were also some cosmic treasures, stellar artifacts, rare spiritual objects, and so on. As the first place winner of the arena individual match, Lin Yuan could choose 5 items from among them, and he had the priority to choose. In other words, the other evolvers could only make their selections after Lin Yuan had made his. According to the rules of the arena match, the first place winner could choose 5 items. The second and third place winners could choose 3 items each. The 4th to 10th place winners could choose 1 item each. Which 5 should I choose? Lin Yuan pondered quickly. To be honest, Lin Yuan wanted all 50 items on the reward list. After all, each item was valuable and worth billions, and they couldn't be bought with money alone, they also required citizen privileges and other restrictions. Even if Lin Yuan didn't need them himself, he could sell them at a premium, and countless people would be willing to buy them. I don't need the rank 3 genetic elixir. I don't need the rank 4 orbital cannon, either. Lin Yuan eliminated one item after another, finally settling on 5. First, rank 4 life fruit. This cosmic treasure contained a large amount of life force. For evolvers below rank 5, as long as their souls remained intact, they could quickly recover from any serious injuries by consuming the life fruit. It belonged to the category of life-saving treasures. Moreover, the rank 4 life fruit also had a certain effect on rank 5 evolvers. As long as the injuries were not fatal, it would still be effective. Lin Yuan chose the life fruit as a precaution against extreme situations. In case he suffered any injuries, he could use it immediately. Furthermore, in the Cosmic Human Alliance, life fruits were highly valuable and always in short supply. Even if Lin Yuan didn't need them, he could liquidate them in the future. Second, Soul Defense Artifact Soul Calming Bell. The Soul Calming Bell could guard one's own soul and effectively defend against other soul attacks or soul interference. For life, the soul is crucial. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, the criterion for determining whether someone is a human is not based on the physical body but on the soul. For example, some cosmic geniuses with great opportunities might possess certain powerful special life forms. Is this cosmic genius still considered human? Also, some influential figures' descendants might exchange for more powerful physical bodies. Is this descendant still considered the offspring of the influential figure? The first one counts. The second one counts too. As long as the soul is unique, it's okay. Third, July liquid. This liquid can increase the basic strength of the physical body to a certain extent, only effective for rank 4 and below evolvers. While the soul is crucial, the physical body is also indispensable. July liquid, on the Cosmic Human Alliance's commerce app, requires 5 billion just to have a chance of buying it. It's just a chance, often, as soon as it appears, it's sold out. Fourth, Soul Nurturing Jade. Wearing this jade for a long time can subtly enhance soul strength. As for the fifth item, he chose a rank 6 evolution technique. This rank 6 evolution technique came from another life star. From its description, it should greatly complement Lin Yuan's martial arts cultivation system. If Lin Yuan were to buy it directly, each evolution technique would cost tens of billions. Among the 50 items, this rank 6 evolution technique could be considered top-notch. That's all. Lin Yuan returned the reward list to the woman in the pink dress. All right. The woman's eyes were gentle. Before leaving, she suddenly mentioned, by the way, Mr. Lin Yuan, there may be news from the Red Kun Star domain in some time. I understand, Lin Yuan nodded. Even before the third transmigration, Lin Yuan had learned from the Goddess of Wisdom that this arena competition might attract the attention of the Lord of the Red Kun Star domain. The Lord of the Red Kun Star domain was a supreme figure who ruled over an entire star domain. Currently, the Kanglin star was also under the jurisdiction of the Red Kun Star domain, one of the millions of life planets under its rule. Of course, the explanation given by the Goddess of Wisdom was vague. It only mentioned the possibility of attracting the attention of the Lord of the Red Kun Star domain, and even if attention was received, there might not necessarily be any reaction. After choosing his rewards, the other evolvers began to make their selections one by one. I'll choose these 3, Fang Qing said with a somewhat disappointed tone. In this arena competition, he had achieved second place, second only to Lin Yuan. Even so, Fang Qing still felt somewhat uneasy. Mainly because the gap in strength between him and Lin Yuan was too great. If it were Thunder God or Yang Wei who had achieved second place, he could accept it, feeling that he had hope of catching up. The white-bearded old man sitting on his shoulders shook his head and said, Fang kid, you don't need to blame yourself. That Lin Yuan kid indeed has some talent, but the evolution path he cultivates is definitely not as good as the ancient god evolution path. He may be ahead of you now, and perhaps even for the next 10 or 20 years, but 100 or a few hundred years from now, he definitely won't be able to keep up with you. You have the aptitude to cultivate the ancient god evolution path, plus my guidance. In the future, there is a great hope of reaching rank 6. As for Lin Yuan, he will most likely be stuck at the rank 6 bottleneck, and by then, you can take out your frustration by beating him up. The white-bearded old man comforted him. Actually, if he had the choice, he would indeed consider changing the inheritor. That Lin Yuan wasn't bad. But once the inheritor of the ancient god evolution path was determined, it couldn't be changed. In other words, the white-bearded old man could only go down one path. In this case, he could only comfort Fang Qing, this incompetent inheritor. Yes. What matters now is not who's stronger than me. What I want is the future, what I want is what's to come. Being able to reach rank 6 and roam the starry sky, destroying stars with a single blow, isn't that much more satisfying than now? Fang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his future was bright. As time passed, news of the Kanglan Star Arena competition quickly spread to surrounding life planets. This arena competition unexpectedly produced a rank 4 evolver, which was unheard of for tens of thousands of years on the Kanglan Star. For a medium-sized life planet like Kanglan Star, the probability of producing a rank 4 evolver under 100 years old was almost zero. Only those higher-level life planets, or even the main stars of star domains, had a higher probability of producing rank 4 evolvers under 100 years old. At the landing area of the Kanglan Star spacecraft, a beautiful woman stepped out. In the interstellar age, regardless of gender, appearance would not be lacking. Not to mention genetic correction, even postnatal plastic surgery could easily adjust one's appearance without any future troubles. However, this beautiful woman not only had a stunning appearance but also exuded a special charm. Any male who saw her couldn't help but want to conquer her. I didn't expect a rank 4 under 100 years old to be born on this remote planet, the beautiful woman said as soon as she stepped off the spaceship, and a special hovercar came to pick her up. The task of coming here this time is to induce this rank 4 genius to join our clan and influence them as much as possible, the beautiful woman thought to herself quickly. Direct assassination would incur too great a cost. After all, to assassinate a rank 4, at least rank 5 strength was needed. If both were rank 4, and one couldn't kill the other instantly, as long as the other held on for a second or two, the planet's defense system's energy cannon would arrive. Only rank 5 was secure. And after assassinating a rank 5, they would definitely be torn to shreds by the subsequent planet defense system and the arriving human strongmen. In other words, to assassinate a human rank 4 genius, one had to sacrifice the life of a rank 5 strongman. And this rank 5 strongman also had to infiltrate the human race and have a complete and legal identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter the Kanglan Star and get close to the target. Achieving this was probably 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than cultivating a rank 5 strongman. The three goddesses of the human race were not joking. Escaping their information blockade, no matter which alien race it was, required a great price. So, unless they were the founders of those higher rank evolution paths, aliens would not easily assassinate. Assassination was a last resort. Apart from assassination, there were plenty of means to employ. Water Moon Residential Area. Residence number 32. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, constantly pondering the content of the Pagoda Evolution Path. The Pagoda Evolution Path was a rank 6 evolution path originating from a high-level life planet called the Pagoda Star. This evolution path was precisely the one Lin Yuan had chosen in the arena competition. It's truly profound, Lin Yuan contemplated this evolution path. Your insight is unrivaled, comprehending the Pagoda Evolution Path, continuously perfecting the martial evolution path. Your insight is unrivaled, comprehending the Pagoda Evolution Path, continuously perfecting the martial evolution path. Your insight is unrivaled, comprehending the Pagoda Evolution Path, continuously perfecting the martial evolution path. With his unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan was constantly improving, and browsing other profound evolution paths greatly accelerated this process. It's a pity that even such a exquisite evolution path still hasn't surpassed the limitations of rank 6, Lin Yuan sighed. Rank 6 to rank 7 is a major bottleneck. This applies to evolvers as well as evolution paths. Never mind. I'll go out for a walk and clear my mind. Lin Yuan got up and left the underground training ground, intending to take a stroll in the garden of the Water Moon residential area. As an upscale residential area, the Water Moon residential area's garden was filled with flowers from all seasons, making it a pleasant sight. Since it was early morning, there weren't many people in the garden, making it quite serene. Suddenly, a beautiful woman approached from the opposite direction. She seemed to be a resident of the Water Moon residential area as well. Lin Yuan had a faint feeling of being observed and couldn't help but glance at the beautiful woman a few times. Take a look, Take another look. And another. Lin Yuan even stopped in his tracks, staring at the back of the beautiful woman. It really is a man. Although the beautiful woman didn't turn around, she could sense Lin Yuan's gaze. She intentionally pretended to have a chance encounter during this time period just to show herself in front of Lin Yuan. Her clan cultivated a special charm technique that could naturally attract the opposite sex. When she moved just now, she unconsciously used this charm technique, which directly caused the rank 4 genius to stop in his tracks. This made the beautiful woman more confident in her next actions. Dealing with these young human geniuses by demoralizing them was the best way. This was much easier than direct assassination and gave her a sense of accomplishment. Your insight is unrivaled, observing unknown life forms, comprehending unknown charm technique. Unknown charm technique. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and immediately realized that this charm technique seemed to be something that the human race couldn't perform. A charm technique that the human race can't perform, how did that woman use it? Lin Yuan was puzzled. He could be sure that when the beautiful woman passed by him, she had used this unknown charm technique, otherwise, his unparalleled insight wouldn't have sensed it and comprehended it. If there's a problem, ask the goddess. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to think too much. After returning to his residence, he directly connected to the goddess of wisdom. He uploaded the information about this unknown charm technique. In less than a moment, he received a reply from the goddess of wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, this charm technique comes from the Flower God clan. It is a high-level charm technique formed by the clan utilizing special talents within their bloodline, combined with related secrets, capable of charming the minds of others. The goddess of wisdom explained clearly. The Flower God clan. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. This clan was a plant-based life form and was an antagonistic race to the human race. Because of their expertise in disguise and their familiarity with charming the minds of others, they often infiltrated human civilizations and acted as spies. That woman should be a member of the alien Flower God clan. Lin Yuan thought of the beautiful woman he had encountered in the garden just now. With so many life planets in the Cosmic Human Alliance and so many high-level residential areas, the appearance of this alien near Lin Yuan was probably targeted at him. Is it because of the exposure from the arena competition? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the arena competition, revealing his rank 4 strength was a decision Lin Yuan had made only after consulting the goddess of wisdom. The explanation from the goddess of wisdom was that although humans under 100 years old with rank 4 strength would indeed attract the attention of aliens, it would only be attention, and they wouldn't be put on an assassination list. At most, they would be subjected to persuasion and corruption. As long as Lin Yuan was cautious in advance, nothing would happen. Revealing rank 4 strength was very likely to attract the attention of the Lord of the Red Kun Star domain and might even lead to great opportunities and benefits. The risk was small. The opportunities were high. Considering everything, Lin Yuan chose to reveal his strength and crush the competition. To think I've discovered an alien. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged. If used properly, this alien could bring many benefits to Lin Yuan. For example, following the traces of this alien might uncover more aliens behind her. And aliens infiltrating human civilization definitely carried a lot of treasures. Lin Yuan could definitely gain something by fishing in troubled waters. Never mind. There's no need to associate with these rats in the gutter. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan directly connected to the goddess of wisdom. Goddess of wisdom, I have something to report. Do you like his decision? Chapter 91. The Cosmic Human Alliance, as well as the 3 intelligent goddesses, encourage citizens to report any issues. Reporting here includes any aspect official misconduct, discovering other citizens' criminal activities, tax evasion by companies, information about aliens, and so on. Moreover, it is not a voluntary report. Afterward, the goddesses will judge the impact of the report and give rewards accordingly. Rewards can include cash, positions, rare items from the universe, celestial artifacts, and even merit points. As for the reporting method, it is extremely simple and does not require any complex procedures. You can directly connect to the goddess of wisdom. In theory, even first-class citizens have the power and ability to report planetary governors. Of course, while the goddesses support reporting, they do not support random reporting. If an investigation later reveals that the report was unfounded and entirely fabricated, it will lower the citizen's evaluation with the goddesses. If the citizen insists on their report, they can then release their privacy permissions for specialized illusion-type evolvers to browse their memories. For Lin Yuan, reporting the woman he suspects to be an alien to the goddess of wisdom is the easiest method. With his current status, there's no need for him to have any contact with unseen aliens. Handing it over to the Goddess of Wisdom for handling is sufficient. Plus, he'll receive a reporting reward. Citizen Lin Yuan, please speak, the Goddess of Wisdom said with a slightly cautious tone upon hearing Lin Yuan's report. I went out for a walk just now and ran into a woman. I think she might be an alien, Lin Yuan said without specifying the real reason for his suspicion or presenting any evidence. This would involve his unrivaled insight. Moreover, given Lin Yuan's current citizen level, even if he made baseless claims, the Goddess of Wisdom would still conduct a thorough investigation. Besides, the woman in question is indeed an alien, so how could she withstand the Goddess of Wisdom's scrutiny? Are you referring to this person? A virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Yuan, showing the footage of Lin Yuan walking in the garden just now. One of the tall and slim beautiful women passed by Lin Yuan. Yes, that's her, Lin Yuan nodded. As soon as Lin Yuan made the report, all information about this woman, Yao Qingqing, from birth to the present, as well as all information from her ancestors for hundreds of generations, was immediately retrieved. Name, Yao Qingqing. Age, 92. Strength, 2nd rank 7th stage. Birth planet. After a few minutes of analyzing with the vast computing power of the Goddess of Wisdom, the suspicious point about this Yao Qingqing was immediately discovered. When this Yao Qingqing was 28 years old, she was suspected to have been switched. Since then, her behavior analysis has diverged from the previous 28 years. The suspicious link is closed, and an evolver has been dispatched to capture Yao Qingqing. Because Lin Yuan is the informant and his citizen level has reached the 4th level, the Goddess of Wisdom did not avoid Lin Yuan. The Flower God Clan. Just as the Goddess of Wisdom began to act, thoughts about the Flower God Clan flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. The Flower God Clan belongs to the Insect Clan and is a member of the Insect Clan Alliance. In the 2 million years of the Star Sea calendar, with human civilization spanning all corners, the surrounding alien races, driven to desperation, had to unite. Among them, the Insect Clan Alliance, led by the Insect Clan, is a coalition of races. The strength of the Insect Clan is very strong, not weaker than that of the human race. This group is too united, and under the order of the Mother Nest, all Insect Clan warriors fearlessly obey. Wherever the swarm passes, it's a disaster for all life. In the early expansion, human civilization also suffered a few losses from the Insect Clan, but later adapted, and their losses were relatively few. Yao Qingqing sat in a cafe outside the Water Moon district, feeling good. Through the recent contact, she judged that Lin Yuan should not have much resistance to herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped and stared at her back. It's a pity. I have to take it slowly, otherwise. Yao Qingqing glanced at the Water Moon district not far away. Just now, she almost stopped and directly contacted Lin Yuan. This task should be almost guaranteed. After a few more coincidences, I can officially get to know him, and then I can firmly control this human evolver genius in my hands. Yao Qingqing thought to herself, showing a smug look. She had experienced many tasks, but it was rare for it to be this easy. Yao Qingqing speculated that it was mainly because Lin Yuan was too young and had not seen much of the world, so he couldn't resist her. Let a human genius fall silently, I wonder what rewards I'll get. Yao Qingqing thought contentedly. At this moment, most of Yao Qingqing's attention was on the Water Moon district not far away. So she didn't notice that the cafe she was in was now completely empty. Even the staff had disappeared. Yao Qingqing's heart suddenly sank. Without leaving any trace, she glanced around. Finding no one, her expression immediately became ugly. Damn it! How did they find me? As a senior spy, Yao Qingqing never believed in coincidences. When Yao Qingqing entered the CAF, there were still many people, but now there was no one, clearly indicating that her whereabouts had been exposed and detected by the human authorities. Thinking of this, Yao Qingqing collected herself and stood up, intending to leave. Her current plan was that she hoped the human authorities would only be suspicious of her or underestimate her strength, so they wouldn't use too much force. On the surface, Yao Qingqing was a 2nd rank 7th stage evolver. But in reality, Yao Qingqing was already a 3rd rank 11th stage evolver. As long as the human authorities didn't dispatch a 3rd rank 12th stage evolver or even a 4th rank evolver, she, Yao Qingqing, would have hope of escaping. However, Yao Qingqing had not taken a few steps when a man with a smile as bright as sunshine walked into the CAF's entrance. Hello, The man smiled at Yao Qingqing. In an instant, Yao Qingqing felt dizzy. This is a 5th rank evolver, or a soul illusion type 5th rank. Yao Qingqing felt somewhat hopeless. A 5th rank evolver was already considered the strongest life form on the surface. Even on a medium-sized life planet like Kanglin Star, there were only 3 or 4 5th rank evolvers. These 3 or 4 were not without holding important positions and couldn't be moved easily. Now, there was actually a 5th rank evolver coming to her. Moreover, this 5th rank evolver belonged to the soul illusion type. In front of such an evolver, Yao Qingqing didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. A single gaze was enough to plunge her into an illusion, unable to extricate herself. In the last moments of consciousness, Yao Qingqing's mind kept replaying everything since she arrived on Kanglin Star. She had come to Kanglin Star under the guise of a business trip, and everything she had done was not out of line. Even when she entered the Water Moon district, it was under the pretext of buying a residence, having the staff take her in. When she encountered Lin Yuan, she didn't even speak to him. At most, she secretly released her charm, but this charm was a secret skill of the Flower God clan, at most only making people feel good without leaving any traces. How did he discover it? Could it be that Lin Yuan noticed something strange about her? Even so, with this human genius reporting her, would the Goddess of Wisdom mobilize a 5th rank evolver to capture her? As her thoughts wandered, Yao Qingqing had already fallen into a deep sleep. It's done, the man with the smile as bright as sunshine snapped his fingers at the CAF entrance, and a group of people came in and carried Yao Qingqing out. She's just a small fish, why did the Goddess of Wisdom make me take action? The 5th rank evolver was puzzled. Could she have other value? The man pondered for a moment, but still didn't understand, so he turned and left. Water Moon District. Balcony of Residence Number 32. Lin Yuan leaned on the balcony and looked out. This spiritual fluctuation. Lin Yuan was surprised. Just now, he faintly sensed an extremely profound spiritual fluctuation. This spiritual fluctuation far exceeded the 4th rank. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the capture of the alien spy has been completed, came the solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom. Oh. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. He speculated that the spiritual fluctuation just now should have been the capture of Yao Qingqing. Is this Yao Qingqing very strong? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Just by sensing the spiritual fluctuation from afar, Lin Yuan was sure that the captor's strength was at least at the 5th rank. For now, she has hidden part of her strength, and her true strength is at the 3rd rank, the Goddess of Wisdom replied. A 3rd rank alien, using a 5th rank evolver. Lin Yuan was astonished. Were the powerful beings in the Cosmic Human Alliance now so wealthy? Respected citizen Lin Yuan, your importance to humanity warrants such action, the Goddess of Wisdom replied seriously. For the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan's 4th level citizen status and the genius qualification of being a 4th level evolver under 100 years old were nothing. What truly made the Goddess of Wisdom take notice was the martial evolution path created by Lin Yuan. The martial evolution path that had a 60% chance of reaching the 6th rank. The encounter with aliens had made Lin Yuan feel a certain sense of crisis. Although according to the Goddess of Wisdom, as long as Lin Yuan didn't reveal his identity as the founder of the martial evolution path, a 4th level human genius under 100 years old wasn't worth the price for aliens. At most, they would be tempted and guided like Yao Qingqing. But what if? Lin Yuan was not willing to risk his life on the side of the aliens. Moving. Now, move. Although Water Moon District was a high-end area, it was still aimed at ordinary citizens. It was obviously not suitable for Lin Yuan now. After winning the championship in the arena, the official of Kanglin Star awarded the top 10 evolvers a mansion each for free. The mansion was located in the top-notch district at the highest point of the central continent, at the core of the planetary defense system of Kanglin Star. It could be said that living there, even if a 5th rank alien came to assassinate, would be useless. The opponent would be locked by the planetary defense system the moment they made a move, without even needing reaction time. And around that mansion, specific evolvers patrolled all the time, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Parents' home. Lin Yuan stood outside the house with Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang. His younger sister, Lin Yi, was also beside them, looking eagerly at the house in front of her. This house was the one given by the Huo family initially, and since Lin Yuan chose to move, it was natural to move with his parents. Anyway, the residence in the central continent was very spacious, enough for dozens of people to live in. A moment later, Two men in uniforms approached and bowed to Lin Yuan, then respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, we are here to help you move, as ordered." "Thank you." Lin Yuan nodded and smiled. Actually, there wasn't much to move, mainly some items of sentimental value left by his parents over the past few decades. As for other furniture and appliances, they were all prepared in the mansion long ago. "What?" "Reluctant." Lin Yuan glanced at his sister, Lin Yi, and said casually. "I am a little reluctant." Lin Yi nodded. Although she hadn't lived in this place for long, compared to the old house she lived in at the beginning, it was undoubtedly like heaven. "Let's go, the new house will be better." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned and sat on the aircraft. From Dongning City to the central continent, it was almost halfway across the planet, so naturally, transportation tools like spacecraft were needed. Of course, with Lin Yuan's strength, he could fly there himself, but there was no need for that. Half a day later, the aircraft landed at the highest point of the central continent. "This is your future residence, Villa number 66, Mr. Linear." The men in uniforms walked ahead while introducing. The entire villa covers an area of 100 acres, with the main building and 6 auxiliary buildings, as well as a dedicated training ground underground, and other areas where you can plant some fruit trees and gardens. Lin Yuan had already seen the video of the villa in advance, so he wasn't surprised by this, but his parents and sister hadn't blinked their eyes. Especially Lin Yi, the emotional turmoil she had before was swept away, and her eyes were constantly scanning around. "This villa is bigger than ordinary neighborhoods, right?" Lin Xiaocheng exclaimed in amazement. As the core of Kanglan Star, the central continent was indeed precious land. As a result, such a large villa was built here? This was simply... Lin Yuan accompanied his parents as they walked. This villa was a symbol of status, something that even with money couldn't be bought. It was left behind by the government of Kanglan Star specifically for attracting evolvers like Lin Yuan with unlimited potential. After moving into the villa, Lin Yuan would definitely live in the main building. This was beyond doubt, even if Lin Yuan tried to defer, Lin Xiaocheng and Lin Qiang, as a couple, wouldn't accept it. Lin Yi saw Lin Yuan arguing with their parents and took the opportunity to say shamelessly, "Stop arguing, I'll live in the main building." As a result, she was slapped by Lin Qiang and ran aside sulking. The next day, Lin Yuan had just finished his cultivation. The intelligent butler robot dragged a semi-human-sized alloy box and walked in. "It's the prize from the arena." Lin Yuan's spirit shook. There were 5 prizes in the arena, 4 of which were physical items. Therefore, it couldn't be distributed directly like the pagoda evolution method. Instead, it would be delivered a few days later. After moving to the new villa, Lin Yuan also updated his latest address. Today, the prize was finally delivered. Lin Yuan verified his identity and opened the alloy box in front of him. The first thing that caught his eye was a small, palm-sized, pitch-black clock. Remember to review this novel on Novel Update, /series/creating heavenly law / Chapter 92. Soul Calming Bell. Lin Yuan picked up the small black bell, examining it repeatedly. Among the 50 prizes of this tournament, the most valuable was the Soul Calming Bell. A rare soul defense weapon, exceptionally rare at that. The quality of the Soul Calming Bell reached the 4th rank, making it almost invincible against 4th rank illusion-type soul evolvers. Lin Yuan touched the black bell, his thoughts subtly moving as his soul power merged into it, beginning the process of refining. In less than a moment, the Soul Calming Bell disappeared, appearing in his mind's eye. "Not bad, not bad." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Among many paths of evolution, the evolution path of soul illusions was the most unpredictable and mysterious, making it difficult to defend against their attacks. Especially soul attacks, which ignored physical defenses and targeted souls specifically. Without soul defense weapons or secret techniques to guard the soul, one could only endure soul attacks. Endure and live. Fail to endure, and die. With this Soul Calming Bell, Lin Yuan's sense of security increased significantly. Although there were means in the martial arts evolution path to defend against soul attacks. But having an additional Soul Calming Bell for protection was naturally a good thing. Furthermore, Lin Yuan chose the Soul Calming Bell to complement the life fruit. If one day Lin Yuan's physical body was shattered, leaving only the soul protected by the Soul Calming Bell. At this time, taking the life fruit would rapidly restore Lin Yuan's physical body with its immense vitality, effectively granting him another life. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan cast his gaze toward another item. It was a wooden box containing the life fruit. Lin Yuan picked up the wooden box and gently opened it. In an instant, a terrifying vitality spread outwards. The rich fragrance intoxicated everything, all changes stemming from the contents of the wooden box, a fist-sized, emerald green fruit. I really want to swallow it in one gulp. Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva. His instinct told him that consuming this life fruit would be greatly beneficial to him. But in reality, it was just instinct. According to the description of the life fruit, for a period of time after consumption, every cell in the body would be surrounded by countless life energies. During this period, no matter what injuries were sustained, they would rapidly heal at a terrifying speed. But this effect was only temporary. Once the effect of the life fruit disappeared, everything would return to its original state. Snap! Lin Yuan directly closed the wooden box. Leaving the life fruit exposed to the air would cause the internal life force to dissipate at a certain rate. Lin Yuan glanced around. During the time the wooden box was open, a rich fragrance lingered in the air, which was also a manifestation of the life force. I'll absorb it. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. With his physique, all the air around him, including the fragrance from the life fruit, was sucked into his chest. Then all the fragrance was absorbed, a faint vitality lingered, giving Lin Yuan a feeling of ethereal pleasure. After savoring it for a while, Lin Yuan put away the wooden box. Soul-nurturing jade. Lin Yuan picked up the third item. It was a jade pendant, almost transparent. When in contact with the skin, there would be a slight energy infusion, slowly nourishing the soul. Although the speed was slow, it was continuous. As long as Lin Yuan stayed with it for a day, this effect would not disappear. Even if Lin Yuan advanced to the 5th rank in the future, the effect would only weaken. A precious treasure. Lin Yuan carried the soul-nurturing jade with him. July liquid. Lin Yuan looked at the last item. The July originated from a barbaric planet. When the Cosmic Human Alliance conquered the planet, they discovered that the local creatures, through some kind of sacrificial means, produced July holy water, which had a decent effect on enhancing the physical body. Later, after improvement by some scholars of human civilization, the July liquid was born. Compared to the July holy water, the effect of the July liquid was much stronger, and it had few side effects. Lin Yuan picked up the July liquid. It was a test tube containing a faint silver liquid, looking extremely beautiful and dazzling. A July liquid worth 5 billion, and there's even a purchase limit? Only citizens of 3rd rank or above can buy it. Lin Yuan carefully observed. Before this, the most valuable thing he bought was the Zhu fruit, priced at 700 millions each. And one portion of July liquid could buy 7 portions of Zhu fruit. The correct way to use July liquid is not to swallow it directly or refine it. It's to dilute it and use it to soak the whole body. Lin Yuan came to the bath, filling the water level to 2/3, then undressed and soaked in. It is said that using July liquid is very painful. In that barbaric planet, not everyone could withstand the baptism of the July holy water. Lin Yuan opened the test tube and slowly poured the silver liquid into the bath. Almost the next moment, Lin Yuan felt his skin starting to heat up. Is it taking effect? Lin Yuan immediately poured the rest of the July liquid. Then he closed his eyes, slowly experiencing the changes in his body. First, it was the scorching heat. From the skin, to the flesh, to the organs, to the bones. Layer by layer, the temperature continued to rise. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, this slight pain was nothing to him. To others, Lin Yuan appeared to be a genius evolver around 20 years old. But in reality, Lin Yuan had lived for more than 200 years, spanning 3 lifetimes. Although still far from the average age of 4th rank evolvers, adapting to the pain of the July liquid was naturally a breeze for Lin Yuan. Hiss! As the July liquid continued to be absorbed, Lin Yuan's physique was continuously improving. Tiny black stains began to appear on the surface of his skin. Originally, Lin Yuan had already undergone a transformation all over his body through the cultivation method from the Lin He flesh. However, now, the effect of the July liquid was penetrating deeper, once again baptizing Lin Yuan's body. Half a day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. My physical body. Lin Yuan felt the astonishing power within his body. Compared to before using the July liquid, it's at least 30 to 50% stronger. The physical body is the foundation of everything. With a strong physical body, a strong soul can be nurtured. Unfortunately, the July liquid is only effective the first time it's used. Feeling for a moment, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, showing a hint of regret. In fact, not only the July liquid, the vast majority of treasures that can greatly strengthen the physical body or soul have many restrictions, only being effective the first time used. Virtual World. Arena Area. This area is specifically used for evolvers to spar. I can't do it anymore. Fang Qing's voice trembled, and his whole body flew out, spitting out blood. If it weren't for the virtual world, if this scene happened in reality, Fang Qing would be at least seriously injured and would need several months of rest to recover. Big brother Lin, your strength is too strong. Even if I'm suppressed to the 3rd rank level, I still can't beat you. Fang Qing's injuries quickly healed, looking at Lin Yuan with bitterness. It's okay, come a few more times. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The reason for sparring with Fang Qing was entirely because the latter took the initiative to come. Shortly after moving to the central mainland manor, Fang Qing, who also moved, took the initiative to come over. Fang Qing's manor was dozens of miles away from Lin Yuan's manor, considered neighbors. The two of them got acquainted and often sparred in the virtual world. Of course, Lin Yuan was naturally willing. Fang Qing's cultivation path of the ancient god was a path of evolution surpassing the 6th rank. During the previous points match, although Lin Yuan had a brief insight, due to the time limit of the match, he could only end it hastily. Now that Fang Qing took the initiative to come over, Lin Yuan had no reason to refuse. Every time he sparred with Fang Qing, Lin Yuan gained something from his opponent. Of course, Fang Qing was completely unaware of this. Not only Fang Qing, but even his intelligent life form, the white-bearded old man, also wouldn't think that Lin Yuan's insight was so terrifying that just a few spars could allow him to learn almost everything about his opponent. They thought Lin Yuan was a very enthusiastic evolver, actively being Fang Qing's sparring partner. Good. Fang Qing seemed to think of something and immediately surged with motivation, charging towards Lin Yuan again. As he charged, an ancient god shadow faintly emerged behind Fang Qing, making the same movements as Fang Qing's back. Ancient god. Lin Yuan looked at the shadow behind Fang Qing, his expression slightly solemn. Through so many spars, Lin Yuan had already realized that the so-called ancient god was also a powerful life form. This kind of life form was so powerful that it integrated its own life imprint into the world's rules. As a result, as long as any creature practiced according to the cultivation method it left behind, they could summon the power within the heavens and earth. Of course, to summon the ancient god shadow, one must have a certain degree of similarity to the corresponding ancient god. This threshold seems not high, but it is very difficult to achieve. The ancient gods are such existences that even billions and billions of creatures may not produce one who can be similar to an ancient god to a certain degree. Boom! The ancient god shadow behind Fang Qing raised its right fist and was about to smash down. But it was suppressed by Lin Yuan's hand, then lightly pinched and turned into powder. Ah! Fang Qing spewed out blood again and flew out. I won't fight anymore. Fang Qing was almost crying. The white-bearded old man had told him that only by constantly sparring with opponents could he eventually defeat them. With this idea in mind, Fang Qing took the initiative to find Lin Yuan to try. But now, he saw it, he couldn't beat him at all. Even though Lin Yuan saw Fang Qing pitiful, he actively said that he suppressed his strength and sparred with Fang Qing at the 3rd rank level. Still couldn't win. The two were simply not on the same level. Go back and rest for a while. Come again tomorrow. Lin Yuan had some insight in his heart. Through constant contact with the ancient god shadow, Lin Yuan has vaguely understood where the essence of the evolution path beyond the 6th rank lies and how it differs from other evolution paths. This aspect is very important. Although Lin Yuan currently only has the 4th rank, as the founder of a new evolution path, he needs a broader vision to judge the next direction. Other evolvers only need to cultivate according to complete evolutionary paths, without such efforts. But Lin Yuan is different, he needs to determine the direction to follow. Rules. Still rules. I'm not mistaken about my direction. As for why the ultimate potential of the evolutionary path is still hopeless at the 7th rank, it's because my understanding of the rules is too shallow. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The rules of the main world are vast, and what Lin Yuan comprehended in the divine world is nothing compared to the main world. On the other side, Fang Qing also returned to his personal space with a heavy heart. Teacher, do you think I have any chance of surpassing Big Brother Lin, even if we consider the distant future? Fang Qing couldn't help but speak. Swish! A white-bearded old man appeared and sat on Fang Qing's shoulder. The white-bearded old man was only the size of a palm, but his face was full of incredulity. Genius, I never thought I would misjudge someone one day. The white-bearded old man muttered to himself, somewhat incredulous. Ah! Fang Qing's face turned slightly red. Fool, I'm not talking about you. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing, that Lin Yuan has actually touched the essence of the rules. Without guidance beyond the 6th rank evolutionary path, he can touch the essence of the rules. This kind of genius, even in a star field, there wouldn't be many. The white-bearded old man exclaimed in surprise. During the points match, Lin Yuan used the Taiji domain to crush Fang Qing. So the white-bearded old man didn't notice, he just felt that Lin Yuan was using the power of the 4th rank to bully the weak. But through the dozens of spars just now, especially when Lin Yuan suppressed his power to the 3rd rank, the white-bearded old man immediately saw that Lin Yuan had begun to touch the essence of the rules. With such insight, the possibility of stepping into the 6th rank in the future is at least 50%, even greater than Fang Qing, who possesses the ancient god evolution method. Ah! Fang Qing looked puzzled. Don't think about defeating Lin Yuan, it's not realistic, unless there is some great opportunity in the future. Under normal development, you don't have that hope. The white-bearded old man fell into thought. He glanced at Fang Qing and thought of Lin Yuan just now, feeling somewhat frustrated. Okay. Fang Qing shrank his head, somewhat afraid to look directly at the white-bearded old man. He had a feeling that if it weren't for the inability to change the successor, the white-bearded old man would probably be thinking about how to replace him right now and choose Lin Yuan instead. In the depths of the starry sky, a huge creature was roaming around. It was red all over, and its size was tens of times that of the Kanglin star. Where am I now? I'll just take a nap. Just then, the huge creature opened its eyes, and its eyes alone were comparable to half a planet. Swish! The huge creature's body changed, suddenly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the appearance of an old man over 2 meters tall. He was dressed in red robes, standing tall in the starry sky, exuding energy waves almost like a star. Lord Red Kun, it's time for you to go back. Just then, a solemn and cold voice sounded. Wisdom Goddess. The old man in the red robe, Red Kun Lord, stretched lazily. Right. The arena matches should be almost over. Red Kun Lord's heart moved, connecting to the virtual world. Last time I chose the Noland Galaxy, this time I'll choose the Dong Galaxy. Let me see which geniuses have emerged in this round of arena matches. Muttering to himself, Red Kun Lord watched. Every moment, nearly 100 million matches flashed by. Suddenly, the match screen stopped. Red Kun Lord raised his eyebrows. Hey! Chapter 93. In the cold expanse of the starry sky, the Star Lord Red Kun's expression revealed surprise. As a figure of the Stellar Lord level, surpassing the 6th rank, Star Lord Red Kun rarely experienced such emotions. So many geniuses emerged in this tournament. The screen in front of Star Lord Red Kun suddenly stopped, then split into over 100 screens, each playing videos of different matches. These over 100 screens corresponded to over 100 Evolver contestants. These individuals were naturally the geniuses mentioned by Star Lord Red Kun. The Dong Galaxy is one of the 8 major galaxies in the Red Kun star territory, with 120k inhabited planets. And on these 120k inhabited planets, tournaments are held, and rankings are determined. From this vast pool of Evolvers, Star Lord Red Kun selected just over 100, which could be considered a very selective process, given that it took hundreds of millions to produce just one such individual. Star Lord Red Kun's gaze lingered on the first 3 screens. The Evolvers on these 3 screens were a silver-haired woman, a man with a third eye in the center of his forehead, and a burly man wielding a massive hammer. Space talent. Quite a good seedling, Star Lord Red Kun commented after watching the combat video of the silver-haired woman for a while, nodding slightly. I didn't expect there to be a member of the Tree-Eyed clan. Star Lord Red Kun glanced at the man with 3 eyes. The Tree-Eyed clan is a branch of the human race. Even within the human race, there are different branches, such as the categorization based on skin color, yellow, white, and black. And the Tree-Eyed clan is an incredibly rare branch within the human race. So rare that they cannot even form specific families. The reason for this is that the inheritance of the Tree-Eyed clan is not passed from father to son, but awakens randomly. And the terrifyingly low probability means that currently, throughout the entire human alliance, the number of Tree-Eyed clan members does not exceed 100,000, scattered across various regions of human territory. Of course. The scarcity of their numbers makes the talents of the tree-eyed clan exceptionally strong. It is said that the third eye on the forehead of a tree-eyed clan member can see the rules of the universe and deliver a blow far beyond their own strength. The rudiments of the rule of strength are grasped. There shouldn't be much of a problem reaching the 6th rank in the future, Star Lord Red Kun remarked as he looked at the burly man holding the giant hammer. Based on comparisons with previous tournaments, if one of these 3 individuals appeared, it would be considered lucky. Yet this time, 3 had appeared in a row, which was why Star Lord Red Kun was surprised. After viewing the first 3 evolvers, Star Lord Red Kun's gaze continued downward. At the 68th position, Star Lord Red Kun saw Lin Yuan. 2 extreme attribute rules. This path won't be easy in the future. Star Lord Red Kun commented briefly before moving on. Not easy refers only to evolvers below the 6th rank. In the eyes of the great Star Lord Red Kun, it was just that. Since there are so many geniuses in this tournament, let's open the 7-star cave test. After pondering for a moment, Star Lord Red Kun waved his hand and said, the top 3 evolvers are granted Crimson Mark, the next 115 are granted Gold Mark. Additionally, the top 10 of each planet's tournament will also be granted Silver Mark. Enter the 7-star cave together. In the central mainland manor. Lin Yuan had just finished his cultivation and was about to spar with Fang Qing in the virtual world to study the ancient god evolution path. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of him. About to enter the 7-star cave world. Please prepare. 5, 4, 3. The countdown began. Lin Yuan looked bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered being forcibly pulled into the virtual world without his consent. There wasn't even an option to refuse. The next moment, the countdown ended. The environment around Lin Yuan changed, and he found himself in a vast white jade plaza. At this moment, Lin Yuan could only see the scenery within a few meters of him. As for the further surroundings, they were covered in layers of mist. Please adjust your facial features and body shape. A mechanical voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Is it to conceal my identity? Lin Yuan pondered, making slight modifications to his appearance and overall demeanor to give himself a slightly colder aura. When Lin Yuan finished adjusting, the mist around him suddenly dissipated. Looking around, Lin Yuan saw millions of evolvers scattered across the plaza. These evolvers had varying auras, but at least they were all of the 3rd rank or higher, with many being 4th rank evolvers. The markings on their faces. Lin Yuan clearly noticed that each evolver had a silver-colored mark on their profile. Why is mine golden? Lin Yuan touched his own cheek. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes, at his level, he could perceive every detail of himself through his senses. And this 7-star cave world? Lin Yuan glanced around the plaza and began to speculate. They should know something. Lin Yuan looked towards 3 evolvers gathered not far away, whispering to each other. Lin Yuan walked over. The 3 evolvers clearly noticed Lin Yuan, especially when they saw the golden mark on his profile. Fear immediately appeared on their faces. Respected Gold Mark, sir. Even before Lin Yuan reached them, the leader among the 3 evolvers bowed slightly to Lin Yuan. Gold Mark, sir. Lin Yuan remained unchanged in expression. The gold mark referred to the golden mark on his profile. In other words, the gold mark was more noble than the silver mark? At least, from the expressions of these 3 evolvers, Lin Yuan could draw such a conclusion. Yes, Lin Yuan casually replied. We 3 are from the IC star. May I ask which planet the gold mark sir is from? Moon Spirit Star, Lin Yuan replied casually. Moon Spirit Star, an advanced life planet in the Dong Galaxy, was also the birthplace of the Source Force evolution path that Lin Yuan had purchased. Moon Spirit Star, I've heard of it. It's an incredibly powerful planet. I didn't expect a gold mark sir to emerge from Moon Spirit Star in this tournament. In this 7-star cave test, the gold mark sir will surely pass the test. Through the proactive flattery of these 3 evolvers, Lin Yuan immediately understood the purpose of the 7-star cave world. Test by Star Lord Red Kun. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Early in the tournament, Lin Yuan knew that the top 10 of the tournament might receive attention from Star Lord Red Kun. Even the Goddess of Wisdom had hinted to Lin Yuan, intentionally or unintentionally, to seize this opportunity. During the global top 10 competition, Lin Yuan directly erupted with 4th rank strength, revealing his talent. Originally, Lin Yuan thought he might receive rewards from Star Lord Red Kun at most. The 7-star cave world is a virtual world created by Star Lord Red Kun specifically to test geniuses. As long as you pass through the 7-star caves, you will be eligible to join the Red Kun lineage. Of course, before entering the 7-star cave world, Star Lord Red Kun will award the Crimson Mark, Gold Mark, and Silver Mark according to the performance of each evolver in the tournament. The Crimson Mark has the highest status. The evolvers granted the Crimson Mark are basically seeds with unlimited potential, future 6th rank candidates. As for the Gold Mark, although not as prestigious as the Crimson Mark, they are also unparalleled geniuses. Very few are produced in an entire star domain, and the probability of advancing to the 6th rank in the future is also very high. As for the Silver Mark, they are the top 10 in each planet's tournament. Although these Silver Mark evolvers are star evolvers on their respective planets and are highly regarded, they appear ordinary here. Everyone who can enter the 7-star cave world is such an existence. Red Kun lineage. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. There was no doubt that the Red Kun lineage was the strongest force in the entire Red Kun star territory, and Star Lord Red Kun himself surpassed the level of Falling Star, 6th rank. If Lin Yuan could enter such a force, it would be of great benefit to his own growth. Not to mention other things, just in terms of safety, Lin Yuan wouldn't have to worry for a long time in the future. Moreover, if he could have close contact with such an existence as Star Lord Red Kun and receive his guidance. For Lin Yuan, the effect would be far greater than trying to comprehend alone. Unrivaled insight was especially adept in this regard. But how to pass through the 7-star caves? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. To know how to pass through the 7-star caves, he would need to know the specific content. For example, how to pass each level. Once he knew the content in advance, he could naturally gain an advantage. Although Lin Yuan currently had 4th rank strength and had begun to comprehend many rules, he didn't underestimate other evolvers. Ignoring other evolvers with gold marks for now, above the gold mark were the crimson marks. Since Star Lord Red Kun, such an existence, designated him as a gold mark, he must have thought that he hadn't reached the standard of a crimson mark yet. In other words, crimson mark evolvers would be even stronger than Lin Yuan currently. While Lin Yuan was contemplating, on the vast white jade plaza, a towering phantom suddenly appeared. 24 hours later, the 7-star cave test will officially begin. A friendly reminder, the 7-star cave test consists of 7 levels. As long as you pass through the 7-star caves, you will pass. Lastly, the test process must not be disclosed, otherwise, you will be punished by the Human Alliance and by the Star Lord. After saying these words, the towering phantom disappeared. Must not disclose the test process. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. They were required to do so, and past evolvers who came to the 7-star cave world would definitely be subject to this restriction. This meant that if he wanted to obtain information about the test, the difficulty would increase significantly. Because with the increased threshold for information, fewer people would know about it. It would inevitably become a rare commodity. Thus, it would be more difficult for him to obtain relevant information again. Perhaps those evolvers from major forces or backgrounds knew about the test, but they wouldn't easily tell Lin Yuan for nothing. "Hello, I'm from the Dawn Star." A short-haired man walked over, his profile marking, astonishingly like Lin Yuan's, golden in color. Dawn Star, Lin Yuan glanced at the other party. Dawn Star, the main star of the Dawn Galaxy, was the most prosperous area in the entire galaxy. It also had the highest number of high-level evolvers, with no shortage of 6th rank falling stars. Moon Spirit Star, Lin Yuan nodded. "Do we need to exchange information?" The short-haired man suddenly lowered his voice. Evolvers recognized and approved by Star Lord Red Kun as Gold Mark must have begun to touch the rules of origin. Such geniuses likely had a powerful force behind them. Although the test of the 7-star cave world was strictly prohibited from being disclosed, for major forces, there were many ways to avoid this restriction, mostly by paying a price. "Do you want to go first?" Lin Yuan heard this and immediately had the idea of getting something for nothing. Anyway, even if he couldn't say it later, the other party wouldn't have any means to deal with him. Which of the 7-star caves is the most difficult? The short-haired man wasn't stupid and tested with a question first. Which one? Lin Yuan remained unchanged in expression. He didn't know which one it was. "The 7th one," Lin Yuan said calmly. Based on Lin Yuan's past experience, the last level was most likely the most difficult. "You lied to me," the short-haired man turned and walked away. Lin Yuan wasn't entirely empty-handed. At the very least, he knew that the most difficult level among the 7-star caves was not the 7th. Could it be that the first level is the hardest? Lin Yuan pondered. This seemed to contradict the logic of passing levels. What if the first level eliminated everyone? Soon after, another gold mark evolver approached. The first level is the most difficult, Lin Yuan replied. You're not sincere. This gold mark evolver shook his head, looked at Lin Yuan strangely, and also walked away. Next, several gold mark evolvers attempted to exchange information with Lin Yuan. Since evolvers who could appear in the 7-star cave world were at least 3rd rank, they must have no problem with intelligence. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Yuan to obtain information about the levels. Respected gold mark. An evolver with a silver mark on his profile approached. I know the information about the 7-star cave and am willing to share it with you for free, the silver mark evolver said directly. He had been observing Lin Yuan for a long time and confirmed that Lin Yuan knew very little about the 7-star cave. What are your conditions? Lin Yuan said calmly. I hope that when the gold mark enters the test site, you can do 3 things for me, the silver mark evolver said. What 3 things? Lin Yuan looked at him, asking. I don't know that myself, the silver mark evolver shook his head. The test of the 7-star cave varied, and no one knew what it would be like before it began. Then forget it. Lin Yuan shook his head and refused. The request was too broad. What if the other party asked Lin Yuan to kill a crimson mark evolver? Or hand over the opportunity to pass the level? Lin Yuan didn't want to take the risk. Don't you want to? Information about the 7-star cave test is priceless. If you know it in advance, make preparations accordingly, and your pass rate will greatly increase. The silver mark evolver felt disappointed by Lin Yuan's refusal but didn't give up. After several evolvers offered information on the terms, Lin Yuan decided to disconnect from the virtual world and return to reality. In the central continent manor, in the underground training ground of the main building, Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and fell into brief contemplation. Information is crucial, Lin Yuan knew very well. It was like taking an exam, one person got the answers in advance, while another had to take the test blindly. Their situations would naturally be different. The situation in the 7-star cave test, without or with information, had an even greater gap. If only the answers were concerned, Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight would still allow him to score full marks even without them. But in the 7-star cave test, if other evolvers took advantage of the information advantage to set Lin Yuan up or trick him, a slight mistake could lead to his elimination. Let me ask the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan began to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. Considering the status of the Goddess of Wisdom in the human alliance, she must know the content of the 7-star cave test. However, it depended on whether she was willing to reveal it. Citizen Lin Yuan's permissions are insufficient. The solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came. This wasn't unexpected to Lin Yuan. The rules of the 7-star cave test prohibited the disclosure of the test process. Otherwise, it would incur punishment from the human alliance and the Star Lord. Under such circumstances, the Goddess of Wisdom would definitely not disclose it. After all, one of the foundations of the operation of the 3 goddesses was the laws of the alliance. Forget it. Even without the information, I can still pass through the 7-star caves. Lin Yuan sighed and decided to give up. Although a few evolvers knew the information about the 7-star cave test, Star Lord Red Kun must be aware of it. Even so, it wasn't completely prevented. It seemed that Star Lord Red Kun believed that even without prior knowledge of the information, there was still a possibility of passing through the 7-star caves. Strength is the foundation of everything. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, outside the number 66 manor where Lin Yuan was located, a guest arrived. The guest was Fang Qing. At this moment, Fang Qing looked numb. In his ears echoed the continuous roar of the white-bearded old man. You useless thing! You are not as good as Lin Yuan in terms of strength, and your talent is even further behind. At this point, why aren't you trying to make friends with him? What are you waiting for? About the information on the 7-star cave test, the master prepared it specially while he was alive. Now, why aren't you hurrying to deliver it to Lin Yuan? If you delay any longer and Lin Yuan gets the information, won't it be too late for you to deliver it? The urging roar of the white-bearded old man continued. Chapter 94. Central Mainland Manor. 3-story main building. Lin Yuan and Fang Qing sat facing each other. Brother Lin, I've got some information about the 7-star cave test in advance and I want to share it with you, Fang Qing said without delay. The roar of the white-bearded old man still echoed in his ears. Fang Qing didn't want to endure that torment again. Oh! Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. The 7-star cave test set by the Star Lord of Red Kun, its related information is blocked by the Cosmic Human Alliance and the Star Lord himself. Under such conditions, the evolvers who still manage to know the information are all extraordinary figures. Behind them, there is at least a powerful entity from a high-level life planet, dominating one side. Or it could be a major force with a 6th-rank falling star as its leader. As a medium-level life planet, Kanglin Star does not have the conditions to give birth to such forces. It seems that the speculation is true. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn as he looked at Fang Qing. During the arena competition, someone collected information on the top 50 evolver contestants at the time. Fang Qing's conjecture was that he seemed to have obtained a great opportunity, gaining the inheritance of a powerful evolver. Later, Fang Qing revealed the means of the ancient god evolution path, which further confirmed this speculation. The ancient god evolution path uses a powerful ancient god deep in the starry sky as a reference for cultivation. If there is not extremely detailed guidance, the practitioner will be contaminated by the ancient god, and then become a servant or even a puppet incarnation of this ancient god. For those powerful beings, a glance or a thought is enough to destroy countless lower-level lives. Currently, among the publicly available evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there is no ancient god evolutionary path, precisely because of the enormous risks of practicing it. Other evolutionary paths, if you fail in cultivation, you may die at most. But with the ancient god evolution path, if you mess up, you will directly become the vessel for the arrival of the ancient god. Of course, the cosmic human civilization only prohibits the widespread dissemination of the ancient god evolution path and has not completely eradicated it. As for the reason, it is because many ancient gods in the depths of the starry sky have already fallen or disappeared into the long history. Cultivating the ancient god evolutionary path, although risky, also has the potential to inherit the authority and everything of that ancient god. In summary, since Fang Qing dares to cultivate the ancient god evolutionary path, he must have detailed guidance for this path, and even have special intelligent beings correcting any problems in Fang Qing's cultivation process at all times. But I know nothing about the 7-star cave test. Fang Qing came to share information, so logically Lin Yuan should also share information with him, so this point needs to be clarified. It's okay. We are both from Kanglin Star and should help each other. Fang Qing waved his hand. After all, information can be said to be priceless, or it can be said to be worthless. After all, there is no need for any follow-up costs. But before I say it, Brother Lin, you should have the wisdom goddess stop monitoring because information about the 7-star cave test is prohibited by the Alliance. Fang Qing seemed to realize something and hurriedly said. This manor is Lin Yuan's territory, so only Lin Yuan has the right to privacy and can shut off the wisdom goddess. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded, then immediately connected to the wisdom goddess and asked it not to pay attention to this side for the time being. After doing all this, Fang Qing began to tell about the information about the 7-star cave test. In fact, the 7-star cave test rarely appears. Generally, it only opens when the Star Lord of Red Kun is in a good mood, Fang Qing sighed. The Red Kun star domain has 8 major star systems. After each arena competition, the Star Lord will select one star system and test the top 10 from each life planet in it. The vast majority of tests are ordinary tests, just to deal with the Cosmic Human Alliance. Only when they see a true genius will they consider opening the 7-star cave. But this is also our opportunity. After the 7-star cave test is opened, the Star Lord's 12 disciples will start paying attention. As long as you pass the 7 caves, you will have the opportunity to join one of these 12 disciples, Fang Qing said. Fang Qing paused and continued, don't underestimate these 12 disciples. The weakest among them are all 6th rank falling stars, and the strongest 2 or 3 of them have even surpassed the 6th rank. Surpassed the 6th rank? Lin Yuan's spirit trembled slightly. Even surpassing the 6th rank, Lin Yuan still has a long way to go compared to them. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, to break through to the 6th rank, he would need to shuttle 2 or 3 more times, which would probably take hundreds of years. Of course, even so, for Lin Yuan at the moment, the 6th rank falling star is still someone he looks up to. So, during the test, you must do your best to show yourself because every move of everyone is seen by those 12 disciples. Even if you don't pass the 7-star cave test in the end, as long as you satisfy those 12 people, you can still join the Red Kun lineage. Fang Qing said in a low voice. This information, even many falling star level forces, did not know. It's top secret among top secrets. Even when his teacher was alive, he spent a lot of effort to find out about it. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He remembered it firmly. After saying so much, I haven't mentioned the content of the test yet. Fang Qing seemed to realize something and grinned. In fact, the test of the 7-star cave is not complicated. It is divided into 7 caves. Each cave is a test. As for the specific test content, it varies, but summarized, it is a test of the body, speed, willpower, mind, and insight. Fang Qing said. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's mind suddenly became clear. No wonder other evolvers participating in the test would ask him which star cave was the most difficult. Whether Lin Yuan answered that the 1st star cave was the most difficult or the 7th star cave, both would be wrong. In fact, which star cave is the most difficult and which one is the simplest is entirely person-dependent. For example, if a certain evolver is good at speed, then the star cave testing speed would be the easiest for him. If a certain evolver's mind is the weakest, then the star cave testing the mind would be the most difficult for him. So the specific answer to this question is that there is no most difficult or weakest. However, in my opinion, what the Star Lord of Red Kun values most is the evolver's insight. As for other aspects, such as talent, bloodline, etc., they only determine the lower limit. If you truly want to reach the pinnacle, to cross into the 6th rank and surpass it, insight is the most important. Fang Qing said seriously. Actually, this sentence was not spoken by him, but by his long-deceased teacher. That's because the Star Lord of Red Kun himself possesses the most pinnacle bloodline in the cosmic universe. Lin Yuan smiled. There are many rumors related to the Star Lord of Red Kun, among which the most important one is that when the Star Lord of Red Kun was at the 5th rank, he rode a battleship to explore unknown star domains and occasionally discovered a planet. The creatures on this planet had already become extinct, and even the planet itself was about to be consumed. The reason was that this planet had become a breeding ground for a special life-form star sea roaming kun. The star sea roaming kun is one of the most powerful special life forms in the universe, extremely rare, and reaches the 6th rank when fully grown, with a size comparable to a normal planet. Generally, when a mature star sea roaming kun breeds offspring, it will find a suitable planet and inject the offspring, still in its egg, into the core of the planet, using geothermal energy to hatch them. During this period, the offspring of the star sea roaming kun slowly begin to consume all the energy of the planet. By the time this star sea roaming kun is about to reach maturity, the planet is basically consumed. At that time, the Star Lord of Red Kun, who was still at the 5th rank, discovered this planet, which was slowly being consumed by the offspring of the star sea roaming kun. However, it should be in the early stages of consumption, and the offspring of the star sea roaming kun only had vague consciousness and instincts. Realizing this, the Star Lord of Red Kun immediately knew that an opportunity had come. In the vast universe, with countless planets, encountering a planet where the offspring of the star sea roaming kun is hatching is even less than 1 in a trillion. After confirming his guess, the Star Lord of Red Kun immediately used the Cosmic Human Alliance's body-snatching secret technique to take over the body of the offspring of the star sea roaming kun. This special life form is simply the darling of the cosmic universe. When it reaches adulthood, it is at the 6th rank, and it is also at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, after all, considering its size. Comparable to a normal planet, how much energy is contained within it? It is enough to make a normal 6th rank falling star despair. The reason why the Star Lord of Red Kun is named Red Kun is because his original body was a star sea roaming kun. Of course, after taking over the star sea roaming kun, the Star Lord of Red Kun secretly cultivated for thousands of years, successfully breaking through to the 6th rank, and then entering the 7th rank before returning to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Then, after being confirmed by the powerhouses of the Cosmic Human Alliance, the Star Lord of Red Kun's soul belonged to the human race, not a disguise of another race, so he successfully established himself in the human race. In summary, the experience of the Star Lord of Red Kun is simply like cheating. That is the star sea roaming kun, the most pinnacle bloodline in the cosmic universe. The lower limit is the goal that countless human races look up to for their entire lives. That's true. Fang Qing nodded slightly, realizing that compared to the Star Lord of Red Kun, his own experiences were nothing at all. By the way, when you entered the 7-star cave world just now, did you change your appearance and physique? Fang Qing looked at Lin Yuan, his tone concerned. I did. Lin Yuan nodded. After hearing this prompt, Lin Yuan proactively changed his appearance. After all, it didn't cost anything, so there was no need to ignore it. That's good. Fang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. During the 7-star cave test, although we are not in competition, it's best not to expose our true identities. Fang Qing explained, after all, the arena competition videos will be spread around. If we happen to encounter a lunatic who harbors ill will towards us and happens to participate in the test, then it could be troublesome. This is a case of inviting trouble for no reason. So it's best to change your appearance and physique. No one recognizes each other, as long as we don't touch each other's interests, we won't easily make a move. After informing Lin Yuan of all the information about the 7-star cave test, Fang Qing didn't ask any more questions, nor did he inquire about Lin Yuan's appearance in the 7-star cave world. Then he got up and left. After all, if they knew each other's appearance, and if Fang Qing encountered any trouble during the test, would Lin Yuan help or not? Fang Qing actively informed Lin Yuan of this information, which was completely a kind of investment. Returning to his own manor, Fang Qing connected to the virtual world and appeared in his personal space. Swoosh! A palm-sized white-bearded old man appeared on Fang Qing's shoulder. Well done! The white-bearded old man nodded in praise. Lin Yuan is very likely to become a 6th-rank falling star in the future. When he needs it, take the initiative to provide him with information. You should have made a good connection by now. The white-bearded old man said with satisfaction. The strong are solitary, yet they also gather in groups. In the vast and boundless universe, the most powerful entities are never individuals, but rather the various peak races such as humans, insects, and so on. It is precisely these races that occupy the most fertile territories in the universe, continuously nurturing countless strong individuals. The master of the white-bearded old man, who left behind the inheritance of the ancient god evolution path, was naturally solitary by nature. So much so that when pursued by enemies, not a single friend came forward to help. That's why the white-bearded old man urged Fang Qing to make every effort to make friends with Lin Yuan. I wonder how far Brother Lin can reach in the 7-star cave, Fang Qing said curiously. If my guess is correct, with Lin Yuan's talent, his status in the 7-star cave world should be a golden mark. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Golden mark. Fang Qing took a deep breath. Golden mark not only represents status but also the recognition of the Star Lord of Red Kun. Passing through the 7-star caves shouldn't be a problem. For Lin Yuan, the important thing is to choose which disciple of the Star Lord of Red Kun to follow. The white-bearded old man spoke. Even among the 12 disciples of the Star Lord of Red Kun, there are differences in strength. Naturally, it's best to join the top 3, as they are entities surpassing the 6th rank. The remaining 9 are also good, all being 6th rank falling star level. But if forced to compare, the top 3 are definitely better. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had passed. With a slight movement of his mind, Lin Yuan connected to the virtual world and appeared in the white jade plaza of the 7-star cave world. At this moment, the plaza was scattered with numerous evolvers. These evolvers stood alone or gathered in 2s and 3s. For the vast majority of evolvers, they were unaware of the contents of the test, so they instinctively formed groups. Just then, a majestic figure appeared. He looked down at the many evolvers and said in a grand voice, "The time has come, I believe everyone is more or less prepared. Next, I will repeat the rules of the 7-star cave test. The 7-star cave test is divided into 7-star caves. Your goal is to pass through these 7-star caves. Each person can spend up to 1 month in each star cave. If you fail to pass within 1 month, it will be considered a failure. If you die during the test, it will also be considered a failure." After the majestic figure finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, over 1 million evolvers disappeared from the white jade plaza. At the same time, in a mysterious space within the 7-star cave world, 12 figures appeared. These 12 figures sat in 2 positions. 3 figures were above, while 9 figures were below. In terms of aura and pressure, it was obvious that the 3 figures above were superior to the 9 figures below. These 12 figures were naturally the 12 disciples of the Star Lord of Red Kun. Every time the 7-star cave test begins, they would send a trace of consciousness to select their own disciples. Chapter 95. Teacher finally opened the 7-star cave world. When was the last time teacher opened the 7-star cave world? I remember it was 300 years ago. The 12 figures chatted with each other, all seeming very relaxed. Usually, they, as senior brothers, each had their own things to do, making it difficult for them to gather like this. There are quite a few good talents appearing in this test, otherwise teacher wouldn't have opened the 7-star cave world. I heard there is a 3-eyed member of the human race. Senior brother, second brother, third brother, if you're not interested, I'll reserve this 3-eyed member in advance. He, the status of the 3-eyed race in the human alliance is special. Recruiting a member of the 3-eyed race is equivalent to making connections with other high-level 3-eyed races. I also want to compete for it. The 12 figures all spoke up. The 3-eyed race is rare in number, but their talent is extremely powerful. Currently, in human civilization, the number of 3-eyed race members does not exceed 100,000 and is scattered throughout various territories. Therefore, even without direct blood ties, there is a certain unique closeness between members of the 3-eyed race. Just like meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land. With the talent of the 3-eyed race, it is easy to produce high-level evolvers. Taking in a member of the 3-eyed race is equivalent to having a relationship with these high-level evolvers in the future. No matter what they do, they have someone to discuss it with. Of course, even without this relationship, the 12 figures are also willing to accept them as disciples. After all, talent speaks for itself. With careful cultivation, a member of the 3-eyed race can easily reach rank 6. I'm not interested in the 3-eyed race, but I'll take that silver spirit. At this moment, the first figure at the top spoke slowly. The silver spirit refers to that silver-haired woman, praised by the Lord of the Red Kun Star domain for her talent in spatial matters. She is one of the 3 Crimson Mark and ranked first among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers this time. Since senior brother has spoken, then she belongs to senior brother. This silver spirit has considerable talent in spatial matters, and only senior brother has the ability to cultivate her. Well said. The remaining 11 figures commented. They then began to evaluate other evolvers. Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers, only 3 Crimson Marks and a few Gold Marks were worth their attention. As for the rest of the evolvers, they would have to reach the 7th star cave first. Is this the first star cave? Lin Yuan began to observe his surroundings. According to the information provided by Fang Qing, the test content of the first star cave is very likely to be related to physical aspects. Of course, it's not absolute, but if it's not physical, it would be soul-related, or mental consciousness, insight, and so on. Swoosh! Just as Lin Yuan was observing, other evolvers were also transported from the White Jade Square. Many evolvers looked around nervously. The surroundings were not complicated, resembling a wilderness, with a wide black track in the middle, stretching tens of li wide. When all the evolvers had arrived, the towering figure appeared again. The test of the first star cave is very simple. Walk to the end of this black track. The towering figure raised his hand and pointed to the black track. Within a month, as long as you reach the end, you can enter the 2nd star cave. After speaking, the towering figure disappeared. The scene immediately fell into a huge commotion. It's not that the test is too difficult, but it's too simple. The black track is tens of li wide and at most 100 li long. It means completing 100 li within a month. Even an ordinary citizen could walk 100 li in a day or two. Moreover, the lowest level here is rank 3 evolvers. Arrive at the end. Lin Yuan didn't act rashly but stood still and observed. He believed the test wouldn't be that simple. In all the previous tests of the 7-star cave, the elimination rate of the first star cave was terrifyingly high. Let others try first. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He could stay in each cave for a month. Even if he stayed here for a month, as long as he entered the 2nd star cave at the last minute, it wouldn't matter. There should be someone who can't hold back. Lin Yuan's gaze swept around. In just a moment, several silver mark evolvers were starting to show signs of impatience. Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers, the majority were silver mark evolvers. When crimson marks and gold marks were added together, they only totaled a little over 100. Just imagine, each silver mark evolver is among the top 10 on their respective planets, towering above all. However, upon arriving in the 7-star cave world, they find that there are over 1 million such existences. The disparity before and after has caused a change in the mentality of some silver mark evolvers. Let's see what this 7-star cave test has to offer. A burly man with a wild appearance stepped forward. The moment this burly man exuded rank 3 aura and stepped forward, he was stared at by hundreds of thousands of evolvers. Damn, the pressure is intense. The burly man's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. It should be noted that the gazes of over 1 million individuals were all from rank 3 to rank 4 evolvers. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the burly man stepped onto the black track. The burly man's expression changed slightly. He took another step. Then 2 steps. Then 5 steps. After walking for about 100 meters, the burly man finally stopped. It's gravity. As soon as you enter the range of the black track, you enter a gravity zone. The farther you walk, the stronger the gravity. At my current distance, I'm facing gravity about 5 to 7 times stronger than that of a normal planet. The burly man spoke directly. He wasn't lying, as other evolvers would realize as soon as they tried it. A gravity zone. Is this test about physical strength? Hehe, how fortunate, physical strength happens to be my specialty. Countless evolvers murmured, their eyes fixed on the black track stretching for Li, each with their own thoughts. Just 100 meters and the gravity is already 5 to 7 times stronger. In the area near the end, won't the gravity reach thousands of times? A gold mark evolver pondered with a thoughtful expression. As the black track stretches for Li, the closer to the end, the stronger the gravity. The gravity at the end area is at least 3,000 times stronger. Just based on this, it could eliminate 70 to 80% of evolvers. Another gold mark evolver glanced at the silver mark evolvers around him who were eager to try and silently thought to himself. For rank 3 evolvers, tens or hundreds of times gravity isn't much of a difficulty. But once the number exceeds 1,000 times, it's a different story. Gravity affects the 5 internal organs and 6 viscera, down to the cellular level. If physical strength is only strong on the surface or the skin is tough, it's basically useless against gravity. So it's a gravity test. Lin Yuan pondered. Indeed, this was a good way to test physical strength. Compared to simply testing strength and endurance, a gravity test works from the outside in, eliminating many evolvers who rely too heavily on their physical bodies. But now, the farthest evolvers have only walked less than a kilometer. I'm not in a hurry. Let's see how strong the gravity is further ahead. While Lin Yuan was contemplating, thousands of evolvers had already voluntarily entered the black track. Dozens of them had already walked 700 to 800 meters. And through communication, it was revealed that in the 700 to 800 meters area, gravity had already reached tens of times the normal gravity. Half an hour later, 90% of the evolvers had entered the black track. Seeing this, Lin Yuan didn't find anything unexpected. After confirming that the black track only had gravity, he also walked up. 10 meters. 100 meters. A kilometer. 10 kilometers. Unconsciously, Lin Yuan had walked over 10,000 meters. I finally feel something. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although the cultivation system in the divine weapon world was distorted, it was indeed good for refining the body. From refining the skin to the blood, the organs to the bones, every part of the body had been forged. So the gravity zone in the black track didn't put any pressure on Lin Yuan. It was only after the first 10,000 meters that Lin Yuan became slightly more serious. And the gravity in the first 10,000 meters area had already exceeded 1,000 times. 1,000 times gravity is enough to crush an ordinary citizen in an instant. Ordinary rank 1 and rank 2 evolvers wouldn't survive more than a few seconds under such gravity. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, it was nothing. Up until now, he had relied entirely on his physical body to withstand it, without using any means, such as deploying the Tai Chi domain, or using secret techniques to temporarily enhance physical strength, and so on. At the 20,000 meter mark on the black track, I was one of the first few evolvers to enter the track, and it took me several hours to walk half the length of the black track. At this speed, I should be among the top 50, right? Trista took a deep breath and stopped to take a break. As a rank 4 evolver under 100 years old, Trista's strength was undisputedly the first on their planet. Whether it was in this competition or in previous ones, it was rare to see rank 4 evolvers. Like the medium-life planet Kanglan Star, it hadn't seen a rank 4 evolver for hundreds of thousands of years. Originally, Trista was quite confident. He came from a big family and was aware of the test of the Lord of the Red Kun Star domain and the 7-star cave test. But in the end, when he was brought into the 7-star cave world, Trista was actually given a silver mark? The same silver mark as those rank 3 evolvers? This was unacceptable to Trista. He didn't dare to hope for the highest crimson mark, but at least give him a gold mark? According to Trista's knowledge, all the evolvers in this 7-star cave test were in the rank 3 to rank 4 range. In other words, those gold marks and crimson marks are all rank 4 evolvers like Trista. Being at the same rank 4, why were they gold marks and crimson mark, while Trista was a silver mark? The starting point doesn't mean anything. I, Trista, will definitely pass through all 7-star caves and join the lineage of the Red Kun. Trista steadied himself, reluctantly lifting his right foot to continue moving forward. Just then, Trista heard faint footsteps. Someone's coming after me. Trista looked back. He saw a young man walking leisurely towards him. If Trista hadn't been sure about the gravity around him being over 2,000 times normal, he might have thought the young man was just taking a stroll in his own garden. Why is he so at ease? Trista couldn't believe it. To be honest, Trista was already feeling the strain. Although 2,000 times gravity wasn't his limit, it wasn't easy either. He's a gold mark. Trista observed the hint of gold on the young man's profile. Is this the gold mark candidate recognized by the Star Lord? Trista thought quickly. Regardless of other aspects, the young man's performance meant that in terms of physical strength, he could easily surpass Trista. It's terrifying, his speed hasn't changed from start to finish. Trista sighed. While Trista was observing Lin Yuan also glanced at Trista. I've seen the gold mark, sir. Trista immediately turned around, disregarding the terrifying pressure around him, and respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. There was no other way. The test of the 1-star cave was to reach the black track. In other words, all that was required was for the evolvers to walk across the black track. There were no restrictions against attacking each other. Now, most of Trista's strength was used to resist gravity. Seeing Lin Yuan display such a relaxed attitude, his strength probably wasn't affected much. In this situation, if Trista dared to show disrespect and made Lin Yuan unhappy, he could easily sweep Trista out of the competition. This is the strength of a gold mark candidate. Trista sighed, dissolving much of his reluctance. Quite polite. Lin Yuan just glanced at Trista and continued forward. All the way, Lin Yuan continuously surpassed one evolver after another. Other evolvers, when they saw him, mostly showed surprise and fear, afraid that Lin Yuan would take advantage of the situation to attack them. Time passed. Soon, Lin Yuan entered the 40,000-meter area. The entire black track had already been covered 4/5 of the way. The gravity in this area had reached 4,000 times. Still manageable. Lin Yuan's speed remained unchanged. Up to now, he hadn't used the Tai Chi domain, relying solely on his physical body to resist gravity. Because Fang Qing had said that everything in the 7-star cave test would be seen by the 12 disciples of the Lord of the Red Kun star domain. Since the test of the 1-star cave was about physical strength, Lin Yuan chose to resist with his physical body. Not only could this elevate his evaluation, but at the very least, it wouldn't decrease it. In the 40,000-meter area, there were hardly any people in sight. Someone ahead. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan faintly saw a figure in the mist ahead. At this moment, the figure seemed to be struggling, taking one step at a time, seemingly adapting. Lin Yuan walked closer, catching a glimpse of the figure. It was a woman with green hair, exuding a certain ethereal aura. Furthermore, she was also a candidate for the gold mark test. Hello. The green-haired woman saw Lin Yuan looking at her, and a trace of nervousness appeared on her face. Even though the gravity was over 4,000 times, she hadn't revealed her trump card yet. But Lin Yuan's condition was obviously better than hers. If he suddenly made a move, it would be troublesome. In other places, if you couldn't win, you could still run. But in the black track, under thousands of times gravity, your speed was reduced to the extreme. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded. Continuing to maintain his speed, he walked towards the finish line. Seeing this scene, the green-haired woman visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Several hours later, Lin Yuan successfully completed the 100-li track and arrived at the 2nd-star cave. Lin Yuan looked around. Chapter 96. The style of the 2nd-star cave is completely different from the first one. This seems to be inside a cosmic battleship, where the walls in all directions are made of silver-white alloy. And not far away, there is a huge transparent passage. What does this star cave test? Lin Yuan looked to the side, where a huge metal screen was erected, displaying the test content. Objective: pass through the transparent passage. Hint 1: the transparent passage is covered by lasers every 10 seconds. Hint 2: the total length of the transparent passage is 40,000 meters. Is the test about speed or defense? Lin Yuan stared at the metal screen, lost in thought. According to the test rules, there are two ways to pass. One is to pass through the transparent passage before it gets covered by lasers. The lasers cover it every 10 seconds, and the transparent passage is 40,000 meters long. In other words, as long as your speed exceeds 4,000 meters per second, you can pass smoothly. 4,000 meters per second is roughly equivalent to several times the speed of sound. This tests one's speed. The other way is if your speed is not fast, but your body's defense can withstand the lasers covering it every 10 seconds. Then passing through the star cave is also simple. This tests one's defense. Let's see how others do it. Lin Yuan wasn't sure if there would be other obstacles in the middle of the passage, so he decided to wait for a while. With that in mind, Lin Yuan glanced at other evolvers nearby. In the first star cave test, although Lin Yuan entered half an hour later, his speed through the 100-li black track was not slow. There was basically no rest along the way, so there weren't many evolvers ahead of Lin Yuan entering the second star cave. Just about 50 or 60 at a glance. These 50 or 60 evolvers are all gold mark evolvers. Among them, 3 are even crimson mark. Crimson mark. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. In the world of the 7-star caves, evolvers are divided into 3 ranks. Crimson mark, gold mark, silver mark. This is based on some standard established by the Star Lord of Red Kun Star Domain. In the first star cave, there were over 1 million evolvers, and Lin Yuan only noticed a few gold mark ones. As for the crimson mark ones, he didn't see any. Now in the second star cave, there are far fewer evolvers, and even fewer ahead of Lin Yuan. The universe is vast, and the number of human beings is countless. Under such a huge base, there are definitely not a few geniuses, freaks, and monsters born. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this competition, although Lin Yuan didn't show all his cards, he still revealed most of his strength. Even so, in the eyes of the Star Lord of Red Kun Star Domain, he was only a gold mark evolver. It can be speculated that the potential of crimson mark evolvers above gold mark ones must far exceed Lin Yuan's. However, Lin Yuan didn't underestimate himself. Whether it's the gate of the Myriad Realms or the unrivaled insight, they are both talents for later use. They will become more powerful as time goes on. Right now, Lin Yuan may not be as strong as those 3 crimson mark evolvers, but given a few more years, who's stronger and who's weaker is not certain. The 3 crimson mark evolvers are a silver-haired woman, a man with a line of blood running down his forehead, and a burly man nearly 3 meters tall, carrying a huge axe on his back. These 3 crimson mark evolvers each stood in a corner, with no other evolvers around. In a mysterious space on a certain level of the 7-star caves. 12 figures were leisurely watching the star cave area below. Since no one has reached the 3rd star cave yet, everyone's attention is focused on the 2nd star cave. Another gold-marked challenger has arrived. This gold-marked challenger should be called Lin Yuan, right? He has some comprehension of the yin-yang rules. The gazes of the figures all fell on Lin Yuan. As disciples of the Star Lord, these 12 individuals are not very interested in ordinary silver-marked challengers. Because the probability of silver-marked challengers passing through the 7-star caves is not great, and since they are categorized as silver mark, they are obviously weaker in potential. Of course, in the vast universe, there are also those who start mediocre but later skyrocket. But the probability is too small. Most of them are slow step by step. If you can't even keep up with others in front of you, do you dare to think about surpassing them later? However, they will still take more notice of gold-marked challengers. Challengers of this level are all outstanding talents. Within the Dawn Galaxy's 120,000 life-bearing planets, there are only a little over 100 gold-marked challengers, roughly 1 per 1,000 life-bearing planets. Kahu, your comprehension of the rules of light is somewhat similar to this Lin Yuan. Do you want to accept him early? A deep voice from a figure inquired. I'll think about it. Kahu is the 10th disciple of the Star Lord, having recently reached the 6th rank. Naturally, he didn't dare to participate in selecting disciples when faced with several figures before him. However, selecting disciples is quite important. It's not just about accepting a disciple, you also need to guide them personally and plan their future cultivation path according to their evolutionary path. So Kahu is quite cautious, he'd rather not participate in selection than pick someone randomly. Let's wait until the 4th and 7th star caves. After observing for a while, Kahu spoke. In the 7-star caves test, the 4th and 7th star caves are the most special. They are neither too difficult nor too easy. Because these 2-star caves test one's own insight. Kahu planned to observe Lin Yuan's insight before making a decision. 2nd star cave. Lin Yuan's thoughts echoed those of other gold-marked challengers. Even those 3 crimson mark evolvers didn't immediately choose to enter the transparent passage. Instead, they patiently waited for other evolvers to go first. Time passed. More and more evolvers passed through the 1st star cave to reach the 2nd star cave. Among them were Trista, whom Lin Yuan encountered on the track, and the gold-marked green-haired woman. If you won't go, then I'll go first. A skinny man stepped forward and entered the transparent passage. Since he dared to be the first, the skinny man must have confidence. His eyes slightly turned bloody, and he resembled a meteor as he rushed into the transparent passage. Boom! The terrifying sound of air tearing apart echoed in all directions. At least 14 times the speed of sound. Lin Yuan observed carefully. At his speed, under an eruption, he was faster than that skinny man. He just wasn't sure if there were any variables inside the transparent passage, which is why he hadn't moved yet. Most of the evolvers on the field also had this thought. Buzz. Just as Lin Yuan was carefully observing. Your insight is unrivaled, witnessing creatures exerting full force, you comprehend the blood-burning technique. A wealth of information about the blood-burning technique flooded Lin Yuan's mind. This secret technique involves burning one's own essence and blood through a special method to greatly increase one's speed. The skinny man who entered the transparent passage first definitely used this technique to increase his speed and improve his chances of passing through. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. Although within the dragon and tiger world, Lin Yuan had comprehended similar demonic techniques to the blood-burning technique. However, whether it's the efficiency of using essence and blood or the hidden dangers after use, they are far inferior to the blood-burning technique he has just comprehended now. Swish! Under the gaze of many evolvers. At the 9th second, the skinny man passed through the transparent passage and disappeared into the 2nd star cave. There are no other variables. The remaining evolvers on the field immediately understood. Next. Many evolvers started to rush into the transparent passage. A strong evolver, whose speed wasn't enough, wanted to try to resist the lasers. After all, for a 4th-rank evolver, even without comprehending the rules, relying on a powerful physique alone could withstand the majority of laser weapons. But just for an instant. This strong evolver turned into nothingness under the coverage of the lasers. This scene made all the remaining evolvers realize. The test of the 2nd star cave is about speed. Without sufficient speed, even the strongest defense cannot withstand the coverage of the lasers. So many. Each evolver used all their means, exerting all their efforts to dash within the transparent passage, which troubled Lin Yuan. Under the unrivaled insight, countless comprehensions surged into his mind, and many rare techniques and evolutionary methods were quickly absorbed by Lin Yuan. In the world of the 7-star caves, these evolvers may not have the same talent and insight as Lin Yuan, but what they practice is definitely the most elite part of each star's evolutionary path. Swoosh! Just then, the silver-haired woman appeared before the transparent passage. This scene made all the evolvers slightly surprised. Many evolvers who had just planned to enter the transparent passage stopped in their tracks, not daring to enter with the silver-haired woman. Because this silver-haired woman is one of the 3 Crimson Mark evolvers. Crimson Mark evolvers are those recognized by the Red Kun Star Lord for their aptitude. Even though most evolvers don't know how terrifying Crimson Mark evolvers are, it's impossible to offend or interfere with them. With the aptitude of a Crimson pattern, even if they don't pass the 7-star caves test, they will still be admitted into the Red Kun lineage afterwards. It's like being guaranteed. It's her. Lin Yuan also looked towards the silver-haired woman, his face revealing an expectant expression. He wanted to know how this Crimson-marked challenger managed to pass through the transparent passage. Unlike other evolvers who revere her, Lin Yuan could actually benefit from this silver-haired woman. Buzz! The silver-haired woman took just one step. Her figure disappeared from its original position, appearing 100 meters away. In the next moment, the silver-haired woman vanished again. Another 100 meters. In just 4 seconds, the silver-haired woman passed through the transparent passage, which spans a distance of 40,000 meters. The numerous evolvers were dumbfounded, and then they began to clamor. This scene was too unbelievable. Crossing 40,000 meters in 4 seconds already reached a speed dozens of times that of sound. Even more incredible was that the silver-haired woman never emitted any sonic booms throughout. This is spatial. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Your insight is unrivaled, observing spatial traversal, deepening your comprehension of space. Compared to when he observed the spatial rift in the divine weapon world, which erupted with irregular spatial forces. The spatial traversal displayed by the silver-haired woman was orderly, making it easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend. Space. Lin Yuan directly disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. During the 7-star caves test, it was allowed to quit midway. Of course, the time passing in the real world was synchronized with that of the 7-star caves world. If one stayed in the real world for a month would pass in the 7-star caves world as well. If one didn't pass through to the next star cave and exceeded the stay time, they would naturally be eliminated. Space. Silver shimmer faintly appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. Shortly after, a vast Tai Chi shadow, tinged with silver, emerged. The Tao of Tai Chi, based on yin and yang, encompassing all things. In the divine weapon world, Lin Yuan comprehended many divine weapons and gained insight into many rules, but none conflicted with the yin-yang Tai Chi Tao, precisely because of its inclusive nature. Now, witnessing the silver-haired woman's spatial traversal, Lin Yuan's comprehension of space reached a certain level, causing a transformation in the Tai Chi Tao, which was only natural. 4th rank, 10th stage. After a moment, Lin Yuan stood up, and a slight leap in his aura was observed. From the 4th rank 9th stage to the 10th stage, although not a major breakthrough, it was still a high-level bottleneck. Originally, Lin Yuan estimated that he would need several years to cross it, but he unexpectedly advanced much earlier. It should be noted that Lin Yuan's breakthrough is different from other evolvers. For other evolvers, they follow an established evolutionary path to reach the next stage. But Lin Yuan, he doesn't even have a next stage, each step he takes is from nothing to something, forged from scratch. It seems that the rules of space are very useful for further perfecting the Tao of Tai Chi. Lin Yuan pondered. By the time one reaches the 3rd or 4th rank, they can vaguely sense the vast rules between heaven and earth. But sensing is one thing, whether one can comprehend it is another. Even with his unrivaled insight, Lin Yuan's progress was still slow. If he hadn't watched that silver-haired woman just now, he might have been stuck at the 9th stage of the 4th rank for some time. The best way to comprehend a certain rule is to study the evolutionary paths related to that rule. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolutionary paths are equivalent to analyzing profound and obscure rules in a way that you can understand. However, evolutionary paths related to space are extremely rare and expensive, which made Lin Yuan hesitate. Lin Yuan wants to pass the 7-star caves test and join the Red Kun lineage, also hoping to gain more access to various evolutionary paths. The Red Kun lineage, as the most powerful force in the Red Kun star domain, definitely has its own talent cultivation system independent of the outside world. Joining them would surely greatly accelerate Lin Yuan's growth. Certainly, with Lin Yuan's unrivaled insight, even without joining a force, he could still grow to a very high level. But how much time would that require? Especially as one's strength increases, the more resources Lin Yuan would need. Without a major force supporting him, does Lin Yuan have to earn them all by himself? Swish! After a moment, Lin Yuan reconnected to the virtual world. His figure once again appeared in the 2nd star cave. From the 4th rank 9th stage to the 10th stage. Not much time had passed. When Lin Yuan returned, the other evolvers were still discussing the matter of the silver-haired woman. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan glanced at the other 2 crimson mark evolvers. That is, the man with a bloodline mark on his forehead. And the sturdy man nearly 3 meters tall. The silver-haired woman had elevated his understanding of space by a notch. So, wouldn't these 2 crimson mark evolvers also be of some help to him? Chapter 97. Swish swish swish. Many evolvers entered the transparent passage one after another. However, Lin Yuan didn't go in, instead, he intended to watch for a while longer. After all, opportunities like this were rare, with so many evolvers exerting their full power at once. Just then, a towering man nearly 3 meters tall approached the transparent passage. His limbs were incredibly thick, and he carried a huge axe on his back, resembling a humanoid beast. Boom boom boom. With a powerful stomp, the towering man unleashed terrifying strength and charged towards the transparent passage. Terrifying. Is this immense power really human? Aren't those space monsters or beasts? Other evolvers were amazed and stepped back. Even the residual shockwaves from the towering man's burst of strength could probably harm an ordinary third-rank evolver. Strength. Lin Yuan's gaze grew serious. He sensed countless power emanating from the towering man. Your unrivaled insight into the rules of strength is gradually deepening. The rules of strength. Lin Yuan pondered. Compared to the ubiquitous rules of space, the rules of strength were much more ordinary. However, the towering man seemed to have a profound understanding of the rules of strength, which might be why he was designated as one of the 3 Crimson Mark evolvers. I really want to have close contact with these evolvers. Lin Yuan longed for it. While other evolvers looked up to Crimson Mark evolvers, for Lin Yuan, each Crimson Mark evolver was like a treasure waiting to be discovered. There will be more opportunities in the future. As long as I can smoothly enter the Red Kun lineage, why worry about not having opportunities for contact? Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. Soon, the man with a bloodline marking on his forehead also passed through the transparent passage. Wind. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. He sensed the fluctuations of wind from the man with the bloodline marking on his forehead. His speed through the passage was second only to the silver-haired woman, much faster than the towering man. After several hours, Lin Yuan had seen enough. Although other evolvers continued to arrive from the first star cave, their contributions to Lin Yuan were minimal. It was better than nothing, but not by much. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time. Just as Lin Yuan was about to get up, another evolver appeared. This evolver was a young man who gave Lin Yuan an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Fang Qing. Lin Yuan recognized him immediately. It was because Lin Yuan had sparred with him many times in order to better comprehend the ancient god evolution path. So even though Fang Qing had changed his appearance, Lin Yuan still recognized him at a glance. Finally made it through. Fang Qing arrived at the second star cave and breathed a sigh of relief. The gravity test of the first star cave had caused him quite a bit of trouble, and in the end, he had to resort to the secret technique of the ancient god to barely finish the last stretch of the track. So this star cave tests speed. Fang Qing also saw other evolvers passing through the transparent passage, learning about the test's content. Speed. Reaching the end of a 40,000-meter passage in 10 seconds. Fang Qing's expression changed slightly. This equated to more than 10 times the speed of sound. While it might not be difficult for a 4th-rank evolver, Fang Qing was only a 3rd-rank evolver now. No, I can't do it. I need to ask my teacher. Fang Qing severed the connection to the virtual world directly. Only the test takers could enter the 7-star cave world, others were blocked from entering. The white-bearded old man was an intelligent life form and couldn't enter either. Fang Qing wanted to contact the white-bearded old man, so he had to exit the 7-star cave world first. Seeing Fang Qing disappear, Lin Yuan immediately understood that he must have gone to seek assistance. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, feeling that Fang Qing should be able to pass through the 2nd star cave. Compared to the 1st star cave, the test in the 2nd star cave could even be considered simpler. After all, to pass the 1st star cave, one had to endure and complete a 100-mile track. Although there might be some clever ways, such as using other secret techniques to reduce the pressure of gravity, ultimately, one still had to complete the 100-mile track. On the other hand, the test in the 2nd star cave was simply to reach the end of a 40,000-meter passage within 10 seconds. This provided a lot of flexibility and room for many forbidden techniques. After all, it only required 10 seconds, so even if there were great risks associated with forbidden techniques, sustaining them for 10 seconds was not an issue. At present, everyone was in a virtual world, and their bodies were simulated. Even if they paid a great price, they could easily recover. Fang Qing only needed to choose a forbidden technique that squeezed his potential, and even as a 3rd-rank evolver, he had a chance to pass through the 2nd star cave. After some thought, Lin Yuan took a step forward. It's a golden mark. Greetings, Lord Golden Mark. You first, Lord Golden Mark. The other evolvers who were watching at the entrance of the passage immediately spoke respectfully. For ordinary Silver Mark evolvers, there was no difference between Crimson Mark and Golden Mark. After all, they were both unreachable figures, and meeting any of them required respectful salutations. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and stepped into the transparent passage. Boom! Almost in an instant, Lin Yuan crossed thousands of meters. In the 40,000-meter transparent passage, Lin Yuan took less than 7 seconds to reach the end. It was only after Lin Yuan reached the finish line that the terrifying sonic boom sounded. At the entrance of the passage, dozens of evolvers swallowed nervously. This Lord Goldenmark is also too fast. Yes, it feels like he's faster than the other Lord Goldenmark we've seen. It's terrifying. But if this Lord Goldenmark is so powerful, why did it take him until now to come and challenge the second star cave? Keep your voices down. We can't discuss Lord Goldenmark like this. Dozens of evolvers lowered their voices. They still hadn't managed to pass the second star cave, and the result was that Lin Yuan had passed with unparalleled ease. This contrast made them feel complex emotions of awe and disappointment. Once upon a time, they were all peerless geniuses on their respective planets. The third star cave. This was set against the backdrop of outer space. Lin Yuan felt the gravity disappear as soon as he appeared. His whole body seemed to be floating. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and his body naturally descended. Outer space. Lin Yuan looked around. It was just a simulation of outer space environment. As for various radiations, they were absent. The test of this star cave is reaction speed. Lin Yuan looked at the stone tablet beside him, which described the test content of this star cave. Safely pass through the asteroid belt stretching thousands of miles ahead. Within the asteroid belt, countless asteroids floated. As long as one was touched by an asteroid, they would be eliminated. Lin Yuan looked up at the vast and majestic asteroid belt in the distance. This test was actually not difficult. The main challenge was how to adapt to the outer space environment. To be precise, it was adapting to the zero-gravity environment. For third and fourth rank evolvers, most of their time was spent on planets. Suddenly finding themselves in such a weightless environment would definitely affect their strength. In such a state, entering the asteroid belt, facing the sky filled with countless asteroids, even a slightly slower reaction would result in elimination. It should be noted that the elimination rule of this star cave was not death by asteroid collision, but being touched by an asteroid. But for me, it's just too simple. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. For Lin Yuan, who possessed the Tai Chi domain, this level was simply a giveaway. Zero-gravity environment. Within the domain, Lin Yuan was a god, capable of instantly simulating gravity. Moreover, with the Tai Chi domain, Lin Yuan could anticipate the situation of countless asteroids within the asteroid belt in advance, and make judgments ahead of time whether to avoid them or change routes. In fact, as long as one mastered the domain, passing through the third star cave was easy. There was basically no difficulty. But, not all evolvers could master the domain. Fourth and fifth rank evolvers had the potential to master the domain, but most evolvers at this level still did not possess it. Several hours later, Lin Yuan successfully passed through the third star cave and arrived at the fourth star cave. That last wave of meteorites, tisk. Lin Yuan's mind flashed back to the scene just now. Endless meteorites surged relentlessly. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's mastery of the domain, other evolvers, even Golden Mark evolvers, would have a good chance of being eliminated. However, Lin Yuan also knew that the last wave of meteorites was completely random, even a low probability event. Encountering it was simply a matter of bad luck. The fourth star cave. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the 7-star cave tests had passed. Here. Lin Yuan looked around and found himself inside a palace. Statues several meters high stood neatly, and evolvers sat beneath them, frowning in contemplation. Among these evolvers were the 3 Crimson Mark evolvers. All the evolvers who had walked in front of Lin Yuan had stopped at this star cave. The test of this star cave is. Lin Yuan looked at the stone tablet nearby. The test of insight. The examiner can choose a statue. As long as they comprehend the secrets contained in the statue, they can pass the test. The test of insight. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over each statue. He found that all the statues were exactly the same, and they contained the same secrets. It seems quite difficult. Lin Yuan glanced again at the 3 Crimson Mark evolvers. The silver-haired woman. The man with a bloodline mark on his forehead. The muscular man nearly 3 meters tall. At this moment, these 3 were sitting in front of the statues, lost in thought. Especially the muscular man with the giant axe on his back. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if it weren't for fear, this man might smash the statues out of frustration. In the mysterious space of the 7-star cave, 12 figures focused on the 4th star cave. Although the difficulty of the 7 tests in the 7-star cave varied from person to person, the 4th and 7th star caves tested the same thing. Insight. I wonder who will be the first to pass the 4th star cave. It should be Silver Spirit. She was the first to enter the 4th star cave, and her contemplation time was the longest. Her insight is not bad either. Indeed. Silver Spirit should be the first among the 3 crimson mark geniuses to pass the test. I can't determine who the first one is, but the last one must be that brute strength. The 12 figures exchanged words with each other. Brute strength referred to the muscular man nearly 3 meters tall. He followed the path of the rule of strength and was best at overwhelming everything with pure force. As for things that required spending a lot of time to comprehend, he found them troublesome. So the 12 figures unanimously believed that brute strength would be the last among the 3 crimson mark geniuses to pass the 4th star cave test. Ha ha ha, indeed. Actually, I think that three-eyed race has a chance to be the first to pass the test. After all, the third eye of the three-eyed race can see things that ordinary creatures cannot. The 12 figures conversed with each other. Their gazes were all focused on the 3 crimson mark geniuses. As for others, even if they were golden mark geniuses, spending 10 days or half a month to pass this star cave test would be the limit. How could they compare to crimson mark geniuses? This statue will do. Lin Yuan walked to a secluded corner and chose a statue. To ensure fairness, each statue in the palace was identical, and they contained the same secrets. It's you. Under a nearby statue, a figure sat cross-legged. Her hair was green, emitting a certain ethereal aura. She was the green-haired golden mark evolver that Lin Yuan encountered in the 100-mile track of the 1st star cave. Just sit under the statue and contemplate. Seeing Lin Yuan, the green-haired woman blinked and reminded him. She had a good impression of Lin Yuan. At that time, on the 100-mile track, Lin Yuan did not attack her, indicating that he was not difficult to get along with. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. He sat under the statue he had chosen. Then he looked up and gazed at the statue in front of him. After a moment, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that the statue in front of him had changed. It was no longer just a few meters high but had turned into a towering mountain, reaching to the heavens and the earth. Your insight is extraordinary. By gazing at the unknown statue, you have comprehended the mountain secret technique. Boom! Lin Yuan's thoughts returned, and countless insights poured into his mind, forming a special secret technique. This secret technique could stabilize one's spirit and energy, standing firm like a mountain in the world, unmoving. Is this secret technique a kind of solid foundation? Lin Yuan quickly thought to himself. Within the cosmic human alliance, there were countless paths of evolution as vast as the sea. Each path of evolution had different cultivation conditions, but without exception, the more solid one's foundation, the easier it was to cultivate and evolve. Buzz. The mountain secret technique operated within Lin Yuan's body. Vaguely, Lin Yuan's blood and energy sank, his spirit condensed, and he sat there like a small mountain peak. It seemed that the statue in front of him sensed Lin Yuan's changes. Suddenly, the statue began to glow. A beam of light descended from the sky, and Lin Yuan disappeared instantly. Lin Yuan's departure was not quiet. The other evolvers around, who were contemplating the statues, immediately opened their eyes and looked at the position where Lin Yuan had just been sitting in astonishment. Even the silver-haired woman who had already contemplated most of the statues looked up at this moment. In the mysterious space of the 7-star cave, in a certain layer, the 12 figures, whether the 3 above or the 9 below, stopped their banter at the same time. Their gazes shifted away from the 4th star cave and focused on Lin Yuan, who had already entered the 5th star cave. Chapter 98. Already. 12 figures were somewhat astonished. Although the mountain secret technique was considered the introductory secret technique of the Red Kun lineage, but understanding it thoroughly was no easy task. Especially for 3rd and 4th rank evolvers. But how long did Lin Yuan take? Half an hour? To be precise, it was 23 minutes. At least, all 12 figures were 6th rank fallen star evolvers, possessing formidable consciousness. Upon a brief recollection, it was confirmed that Lin Yuan took 23 minutes from the moment he sat down to when he was transported to the 5th star cave. I didn't expect this golden mark to have such formidable insight. Indeed, the performance in the first 3-star caves was average, but suddenly in the 4th star cave, he surged ahead, leaving the 3 crimson marks behind. Kahu, how do you feel now, any regrets? Among the 9 figures below, one of them teased. Kahu frowned. He had noticed Lin Yuan since the second star cave. Lin Yuan's comprehension of the yin-yang attribute rules overlapped with his light rules in certain areas. Some senior brothers suggested he take Lin Yuan as a disciple. But at the time, Kahu thought that taking on a disciple was not just a matter of talk. He intended to observe Lin Yuan's subsequent performance. Now he had indeed seen Lin Yuan's performance. But what a pity! Kahu sighed inwardly. To comprehend the mountain secret technique in 23 minutes, aside from anything else, in terms of insight alone, he was definitely the strongest among all the candidates in this 7-star cave. Even the 3 crimson marks couldn't compare. But now that he knew about it, other senior brothers knew about it too. If he had spoken up to take Lin Yuan as his disciple back in the 2nd-star cave, the other senior brothers wouldn't have contested. After all, Lin Yuan's performance at the time was just average, in line with the normal level of a golden mark. There were over 100 golden marks, enough for the 12 of them to each have one. If Kahu wanted an ordinary golden mark, none of the senior brothers would object. It's just now. Kahu glanced at the 3 figures above. He could feel that these 3 senior brothers who surpassed the 6th rank were also interested now. With this, he completely lost hope. The 3 figures above were also observing Lin Yuan. Compared to the 9 figures below, these 3 figures were much calmer. As beings who surpassed the 6th rank, these 3 figures were well aware that insight was difficult to measure concretely compared to other aspects such as bloodline, physique, strength, and so on. The simplest example was that some evolvers had strong insights into wind rules but were exceptionally ordinary in other rules. Golden Mark Lin Yuan hails from the Dawn Galaxy's medium-sized life planet, Kanglin Star, born into an ordinary family, 20 years old. The 3 figures began to peruse the information about Lin Yuan. Most of what they could find was public information, while deeper-level information indicated insufficient permissions. Not enough permissions. Is he secretly monitored by the 3 goddesses? It seems his background is fine, with the attention of the goddesses, he definitely wouldn't be an alien in disguise. The 3 figures weren't particularly surprised. At their level, they naturally knew that within the Cosmic Alliance, the 3 goddesses also evaluated every citizen. If a citizen had something special about them, it would catch the eyes of the 3 goddesses. Although the 3 goddesses wouldn't directly offer help, they would also intentionally block information about them. Indeed, blocking information would attract the attention of those who were interested. For instance, if everyone else didn't block information but he did, wouldn't it be self-explanatory? But it must be understood that the criteria for the 3 goddesses to judge exceptional talent were not only in the field of evolution but also in humanities, sciences, gastronomy, and so on. And the blocking of information was not permanent. For example, after a period of time, if the 3 goddesses felt that you were no longer an exceptional talent, they would also lift the blockade. By probability, on every planet, there would be 1 or 2 citizens whose information had been blocked by the 3 goddesses. This prevented strong aliens from specifically targeting citizens whose information had been blocked for assassination. After all, you wouldn't know who exactly you were assassinating. For the aliens to spend countless costs and sacrifice many important pawns just to kill an expert in gastronomy? Regardless of whether he had any extraordinary experiences, just by comprehending the mountain secret technique in 23 minutes, his insight is definitely not low. Now it's all about his performance in the 7th star cave. The 3 figures conversed among themselves. As far as they were concerned, so-called extraordinary experiences were quite normal. Among the candidates who entered the 7-star cave world, even the lowest-ranked silver marks, who hadn't had any extraordinary experiences. Indeed, the test of insight in the 4th star cave was just a rough direction, but the test in the 7th star cave will determine whether he's suitable for our Red Kun lineage. The 3 figures looked at Lin Yuan with satisfaction. They had even decided that even if Lin Yuan's insight wasn't suitable for comprehending many secrets of the Red Kun lineage, they would take him under their wing. After all, Lin Yuan's terrifying feat of comprehending the mountain secret technique in 23 minutes was too incredible. If he wasn't suitable for the Red Kun lineage, they would collect the cultivation techniques of other powers and try them out one by one. In any case, such a genius couldn't be allowed to slip away. 4th star cave. All the evolvers who were contemplating the statues were suddenly in an uproar. When Lin Yuan left, the statues emitted light, and a column of light appeared. This was clearly not a normal disconnection, but rather the characteristic of passing the test. In less than half an hour, he passed the test. Many examinees felt as if they had lived on a pig's back. My teacher said my talent is the strongest he has ever seen, but it's also because of this that I need to join a more powerful force. In the distance, a silver-haired woman thought silently to herself. Joining a powerful force is not only to gain a higher platform but also to meet other geniuses. This way, I can avoid arrogance and continue to progress. The silver-haired woman breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, she deeply understood that what her teacher said was right. Seeing Lin Yuan pass the 4th star cave test in much less time than her immediately ignited a drive within the silver-haired woman. I'm almost there. Just a little bit more. The silver-haired woman looked again at the statue in front of her, immersing herself in deep contemplation. I really want to smash this statue with an axe. The burly man, nearly 3 meters tall, was feeling somewhat restless. Originally, he was already feeling a bit anxious while contemplating. Seeing someone pass the test now only added to it. Especially since the person who passed the test was not one of the other 2 crimson mark but a golden mark that he hadn't paid much attention to. I, of the three-eyed clan, am naturally adept at contemplation. I didn't expect someone to beat me to it. A man with a blood-colored line on his forehead thought to himself. But I'm almost there too. The man with the bloodline on his forehead looked up at the statue, and the bloodline on his forehead seemed to slowly spread out. 5th star cave. Lin Yuan appeared here. Directly transported to the 5th star cave. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful. Originally, he had planned not to leave immediately after comprehending the mountain secret technique but to stay in the 4th star cave and see what other statues could comprehend. Although all the statues were identical, theoretically, for the sake of fairness, the secrets they contained were also identical, but what if? The secrets of the mountain technique are truly unique. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan began to carefully sense the changes in his body. When he activated the mountain secret technique, his qi and blood condensed, and he felt like a towering mountain, immovable. Lin Yuan could feel that his physique and flesh were slowly improving. Although the extent was almost imperceptible, it was indeed a real improvement. After a moment, Lin Yuan began to look around. The 5th star cave. According to the information given by Fang Qing, the tests of the first 3 star caves were about the physical body. Whether it was the gravity of the 1st star cave, the speed of the 2nd star cave, or the reaction force of the 3rd star cave, they were all targeted at the physical body. After the 4th star cave, the tests in the 5th star cave, and the 6th star cave, were about the soul. The test of this star cave: follow the mountain path to the top of the mountain to pass. Hint: there is no danger to life in this star cave test. To reach the top of the mountain. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a mountain peak not far away. The mountain peak was about 100 meters high, and at the foot of the mountain was a narrow mountain path entrance. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Even without thinking, he knew that it wouldn't be so simple to climb the mountain. No danger to life. Lin Yuan glanced at the hint tablet again. In the rules of the 7-star cave test, there were 2 premises for elimination. One was staying in a certain star cave world for more than a month. The other was death. Let's try climbing the mountain first. Lin Yuan arrived at the foot of the mountain, paused for a moment, and stepped onto the mountain path with his right foot. Buzz! An invisible force suddenly descended. Inside his Niwen Palace. Mind Palace or Soul Depository, basically it's where the soul resides. The black and white Tai Chi forces began to tremble violently. This sudden force, ignoring Lin Yuan's many defenses, directly attacked his soul. Boom boom boom. The black and white Tai Chi millstone slowly began to turn. Soon, it crushed the invisible force. This is a soul attack. Lin Yuan suddenly realized. He understood the content of this star cave test. It was soul defense. At each step, one would experience a soul attack. If one endured it, they could step onto the next step. If one couldn't withstand it, they would briefly fall into a state of consciousness and roll down from the steps. Lin Yuan finally understood why it was said that there was no danger to life in this star cave. With the physical strength of a 3rd or 4th rank evolver, even if one rolled down from the mountain top, there wouldn't be any injuries. Of course, during the climb, none of the soul defense weapons could be used. This included Lin Yuan's soul calming bell. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, another wave of soul attacks descended. Buzz buzz buzz. Inside his Niwen Palace, the black and white Tai Chi millstone began to turn slowly. Soon, it crushed the soul attack. Suddenly, Your insight is extraordinary, enduring soul attacks, refining your soul defense. In a trance, Lin Yuan noticed that within his Nuan palace, the black and white Tai Chi star system seemed to become more stable. There are benefits to this as well. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. His extraordinary insight not only allowed Lin Yuan to comprehend techniques, evolutionary paths, various secrets, and even rules far beyond other evolvers, but it also enhanced his adaptability. The adaptability here was quite broad in scope. For example, in the dragon and tiger world, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into a baby's body. Just as he was about to freeze or starve to death, he comprehended means to resist the cold and hunger. Now, enduring soul attacks, the black and white Tai Chi star system within Lin Yuan's Nuan palace was being shaken. Thus, he comprehended a method to stabilize his soul. Of course, this adaptability had its limits. In the divine weapon world, Lin Yuan entered a spatial crack and was instantly crushed to pieces without any time to comprehend. But the soul attacks on the first step clearly couldn't quickly break Lin Yuan's soul defense. Good, good, good. Lin Yuan felt joyful. He naturally understood the importance of the soul. The higher the soul defense, the safer he would be. Boom! Another soul attack descended. This time, however, the black and white Tai Chi star system within Lin Yuan's Nuan palace was much more stable. Just by increasing its speed slightly, it easily dissipated the soul attack. Your insight is extraordinary, enduring soul attacks, refining your soul defense. Instantly, the black and white Tai Chi star system became even more stable. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan simply stayed on the first step, allowing wave after wave of soul attacks to descend, stimulating the slow transformation of the black and white Tai Chi star system within his Nuan palace. 10 minutes later, the soul attacks on the first step had already lost the ability to shake the black and white Tai Chi star system within Lin Yuan's Nuan palace. The descending invisible force couldn't even approach the edge before dissipating on its own. Lin Yuan reluctantly stepped onto the second step. The soul attacks on the second step were slightly stronger than those on the first step. But for Lin Yuan, it wasn't much. Unless it could quickly overwhelm him, any damage he suffered would only help him become stronger. By the time Lin Yuan reached the sixth step, whoosh! Another figure appeared in the fifth star cave. It was the Crimson Mark Evolver, Silver Spirit. The fifth star cave. Silver Spirit's first glance fell on Lin Yuan climbing the steps. At the same time, she understood the nature of the test. It took so long just to climb those few steps. It seems the test must be quite difficult. At this moment, Silver Spirit had already regarded Lin Yuan as a fellow Crimson Mark like herself. Although in the 7-star cave tests, everyone wasn't in competition. As long as they passed all 7-star caves, they could join the Red Kun lineage. As for the quantity, there were no restrictions. But after seeing Lin Yuan's performance in the 4th-star cave, Silver Spirit subconsciously compared herself to him. I'll join in too. Silver Spirit approached the foot of the mountain and confidently stepped onto the first step. Not difficult at all. The descending soul attack only slightly shook the outer edge of Silver Spirit's soul before being blocked. Second step. Third step. Fourth step. Fifth step. Silver Spirit continued to climb towards the mountaintop. Unconsciously, Silver Spirit had already climbed 40 steps. The entire mountain peak was 100 meters high, with about 300 steps. At this point, the descending soul attacks had made Silver Spirit cautious. She subconsciously glanced downward, seeing Lin Yuan still lingering on the 7th step. This guy! A strange expression appeared on Silver Spirit's face. Chapter 99. Silver Spirit climbed step by step. Naturally, she knew that the first 20 steps ahead posed no difficulty for 3rd or 4th rank evolvers. They could easily handle it. No matter what Lin Yuan said, he was still a Golden Mark evolver. How could he linger on the first 20 steps for so long while beginning to comprehend the rules? Could there be some secret? A flicker of doubt crossed Silver Spirit's mind. She believed that if Lin Yuan could reach where he was today, then he certainly wasn't foolish, every move he made was deliberate. With this thought, Silver Spirit also stopped on the 40th step. Boom, boom, boom. Soul attacks descended one after another. Even though Silver Spirit could easily withstand attacks at this level, she eventually realized that it was a complete waste of time. What nonsense secret! Silver Spirit's expression turned ugly, she felt foolish for her actions. Although such a long pause didn't necessarily weaken her strength, it definitely didn't offer any benefits. Realizing this, Silver Spirit resumed her climb towards the mountaintop. My soul defense has increased by 20%, and the stability of the black and white Tai Chi star system within the Nguyen Palace has increased by 15%. On the 7th step, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. These soul attacks, for him, were much more efficient than solitary cultivation. Regardless of whether I can join the Red Kun lineage, let's reap some benefits first. Seeing that the soul attacks on the 7th step posed no threat to him, Lin Yuan stepped onto the 8th step. His stay at the 5th star cave would not affect his final passage through the 7-star cave test. The duration of staying in each star cave should not exceed 1 month. In the world of the 7-star cave, a mysterious space on a certain level. Lin Yuan's actions also caught the attention of 12 figures. What is Lin Yuan doing exactly? Why isn't he quickly advancing to the 7th star cave and passing the final test, wasting time in the 5th star cave? Could it be that he lacks in soul defense, finding it difficult to cope with those soul attacks, hence dawdling like this? The 9 figures below whispered to each other, speculating one after another. The test of the 7-star cave was arranged by the great Red Kun Star Lord. Even they, the 12 disciples, had no right to intervene directly, they could only select disciples based on their performance in each test. Lin Yuan's behavior, if not intentional, would imply either a lack of ability to resist soul attacks. The intensity of soul attacks in the 5th star cave was arranged based on the tester's own strength. For example, if you were a 3rd rank evolver, you would face attacks of the 3rd rank, at most reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. Lin Yuan was a 4th rank 10th stage evolver, facing attacks of at least the 4th rank. If he wasn't good at soul defense, it wouldn't be surprising for him to struggle against attacks of this level. Not good at soul defense. The 9 figures below exchanged glances. No big deal. The 3 figures above didn't care. Soul defense can be improved later. If Lin Yuan is lacking in this aspect, he can be given some soul defense treasures in the future. At this rate, can he pass through this 5th star cave in a month? The figure on the left said with concern, his tone tinged with worry. He was called Gu Ziyi, the 3rd disciple of the Red Kun Star Lord, also a presence surpassing the 6th rank. Among the 3 of them, Gu Ziyi was the most optimistic about Lin Yuan. Take it slow. Gu Ziyi thought silently. Even if Lin Yuan failed to pass through the 7-star caves, he still had the ability to bring Lin Yuan into the Red Kun lineage. But in that case, Lin Yuan's status would definitely be inferior to other testers who passed through the 7-star caves. Moreover, without specific qualifications identified in the 7th star cave, Gu Ziyi didn't know how to guide Lin Yuan's future cultivation direction. The test of the Red Kun Star Lord's 7-star cave is not opened every time. The implication of this statement is that opening the 7-star cave test requires a certain price to be paid. And the test effects in the 7-star cave are extremely precise. The 7 different tests can roughly determine the potential of each tester. On the steps of the mountain peak, Lin Yuan moved forward step by step. It's not easy to encounter such uninterrupted soul attacks. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Soul attacks are a very special form of attack, consuming the attacker's own soul power greatly. And recovery is not as rapid as physical strength or vitality. In general, a soul-type evolver, if they release 10 or 20 soul attacks at full force, they would basically exhaust themselves and need to rest for a while. So, Lin Yuan rarely found soul-type evolvers who could continuously attack him. As for higher-level soul-type evolvers, Lin Yuan was also somewhat uneasy. What if the other party suddenly exerted all their strength? Would he be in danger? But the speed of improvement seems to be slowing down significantly. Lin Yuan clearly sensed that the increase in soul intensity was decreasing. If the improvement brought by 1 step at the beginning was 10 for Lin Yuan, now it's 8 or even 5. The main reason is that the current soul attacks have less and less impact on me. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Only when he feels threatened can he stimulate his unrivaled insight to perfect his current physical and spiritual state, so as to better deal with the coming crisis. But now, Lin Yuan hardly feels any threat. It's like the 1st star cave, walking on a 100-li black track. Even without relying on other means, such as the Tai Chi field, Lin Yuan, relying solely on his physical body, can easily complete the track. So from beginning to end, unrivaled insight has not realized the ability to enhance the body. There's still a long time. Lin Yuan stopped on the 20th step. By now, he had completed nearly a tenth of the journey to the mountain peak. Lin Yuan looked up towards the mountain top and saw that the silver-haired woman had already reached the top few steps. But it was evident that the last few steps were making her extremely uncomfortable. It's a pity that I didn't exert my full strength. Just resisting soul attacks, even if I look again, I won't see anything. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful. He had hoped to gain more insights from her, especially regarding spatial comprehension, which was quite rare. But for him to gain any insight, she had to take action. For example, when the silver-haired woman displayed spatial traversal, Lin Yuan started to comprehend in that direction. If he only focused on observing the person, then Lin Yuan's gains might be in other areas. For example, meaningless insights like how to turn his hair silver, or how to change his gender. "Friend, what are you looking at?" Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, a voice came from beside him. She was also a golden mark evolver, a celestial pride that appeared only once in 1,000 planets. However, this golden mark evolver seemed a bit breathless. Climbing 20 steps continuously within a short period of time was equivalent to enduring 20 soul attacks, and each one stronger than the last. It was quite unpleasant. Nothing much. Just looking at that crimson mark, seems like she's about to pass the star cave test. Lin Yuan casually found a reason. "Silver Spirit, I know her. Her master is a famous 6th rank falling star, participating in the 7-star cave test this time, wanting to join the 3 of them as disciples." The golden mark evolver said with a grin. Staying on a certain step would continuously endure the soul attack of that step. But the time between attacks was at least 1 or 2 minutes, and the intensity was consistent. So as long as you withstand the first wave, the subsequent waves would pose no problem. Those 3. Lin Yuan knew who they were. The 3 strongest disciples of the Red Kun Star Lord. Each one surpassing the 6th rank. It seems that the Red Kun Star Lord is very good at teaching disciples. Lin Yuan remarked. Each one surpassing the 6th rank needed to forge their own path. External forces played a minor role, but the Red Kun Star Lord was clearly adept at guiding disciples at this level. That's true. Not only that. The strength of the Star Lord is unmatched. During the war with the Insect Clan, the Star Lord revealed his true form and swallowed a nest of the Insect Clan in one gulp. The Golden Mark Evolver obviously admired the Red Kun Star Lord very much. She was well aware of the Star Lord's many achievements. The Insect Clan nest. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. Each Insect Clan nest was presided over by an Insect Clan Mother Empress. And growing to the point of casting their own nests, according to the strength division of the human race, all surpassed the 6th rank. A nest of the Insect Clan could continuously produce insect warriors. 1st rank, 2nd rank, 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, and even 6th rank could be mass-produced. Other races, to cultivate to the 5th rank or 6th rank, would often take countless years, and it would take tens of thousands of evolvers for one to appear. But as long as the energy was sufficient, the Insect Clan mothers could produce without restriction. A 6th rank Insect Clan warrior might not be as powerful in frontal combat as a 6th rank evolver of the human race. But with their sheer numbers, could 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 6th rank Insect Clan warriors be defeated by one 6th rank evolver. This was the terror of the Insect Clan, relying on swarm tactics, almost standing at the peak of the universe. The war between humans and the Insect Clan didn't start smoothly. Fortunately, in terms of peak strength, humans were able to surpass the Insect Clan. So the current situation was formed. The Red Kun Star Lord swallowing a nest of the Insect Clan on the battlefield was definitely a great achievement, indirectly saving countless lives of human evolvers. Of course, the nest was the source of the Insect Clan, and it was definitely heavily protected and not something you could deal with casually. Many evolvers surpassing the 6th rank often hadn't found the nest yet and were overwhelmed by the vast swarm of Insect Clan warriors. And the nest wasn't a soft persimmon, it also had its own means of self-preservation. After chatting with the Golden Mark Evolver for a while, Lin Yuan continued to stay on the current step. After a while, he climbed a few more steps. Similarly, he disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. A bit tired. Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. In fact, at the level of a 4th rank evolver, the body hardly experienced fatigue. Under the circulation of qi and blood, swallowing and spitting out the power of yin and yang pervading the heavens and the earth, it was almost comparable to a weakened version of a perpetual motion machine. But while the body wouldn't tire, the mind would. Especially experiencing soul attacks, even though unrivaled insight slowly improved soul defense, over time, he still felt tired. Sleep. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. He hadn't slept for a long time. Now was a good time to get a good rest. One day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He felt the exhaustion dissipate. Your unrivaled insight has endured a large number of soul attacks and comprehended the soul defense secret technique Mind Palace. Within the Nuan Palace at his brow, a vast amount of soul power boiled, and the black and white yin-yang Tai Chi star system also vibrated. Eventually, a transparent five-colored pagoda took shape, enveloping the entire Nuan Palace. Soul defense secret technique. Lin Yuan felt joy in his heart. He could sense that outside the Nuan Palace, the invisible pagoda constructed with his own soul power had a defensive ability that even surpassed the soul calming bell. What concept was this? The soul calming bell was a soul defense weapon that could guard the soul. Now Lin Yuan could achieve these effects without relying on the soul suppressing bell? And even surpass it. In the future, even if I transmigrate, I shouldn't worry about soul defense. Lin Yuan felt pleased. When transmigrating through the gate of Myriad Realms, unless he was transmigrating with his physical body, Lin Yuan couldn't bring the soul calming bell with him. But with the soul defense secret technique, even without the soul calming bell, Lin Yuan had enough confidence in soul defense. Continue. Lin Yuan was full of energy, reconnecting to the virtual world and entering the 7th star cave world. Whoosh! The 5th star cave. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The moment he appeared, the soul attack belonging to this level of the steps descended upon him. However, this soul attack, before entering the Nuan Palace, was blocked by that invisible pagoda. Mind Palace. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The soul attack on this level of steps could shake the outer defense of Lin Yuan's soul. However, at this moment, facing this soul defense secret technique, not only could it not shake, it couldn't even affect it. Disperse. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly. The invisible Mind Palace immediately began to dissipate. Since it was a soul defense secret technique, it was natural that it could be controlled. In order to continue to use the soul attacks of this star cave, Lin Yuan would certainly not allow the Mind Palace to block the way. Boom boom boom. As time passed, Lin Yuan increasingly felt that the soul attacks were becoming less effective against him. Until finally, they had no effect at all. Because even if Lin Yuan stood still, the descending soul attacks couldn't threaten him. Almost there, Lin Yuan silently thought. At this moment, he had already reached the last step. Let's go to the next star cave. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had spent more than half a month in this star cave. Although there was still plenty of time before the 1-month stay limit, since he couldn't reap any benefits, there was no need to continue staying. There are still many evolvers. Lin Yuan looked down. He found many evolvers scattered around the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain. These evolvers were mostly silver mark evolvers. After passing the 4th star cave test, they came to the 5th star cave, struggling to resist soul attacks. Let's go. Lin Yuan's figure flickered. He directly ascended to the summit of the mountain. A slight spatial fluctuation came. The next moment, Lin Yuan had already disappeared from the mountaintop, heading towards the 6th star cave. In the mysterious space, 12 figures saw Lin Yuan pass through the 5th star cave, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. He finally passed. The difficulty of the 6th star cave isn't great. If you can pass the 5th star cave, it's just a matter of time for the 6th star cave. Among the 3 figures above, Gu Ziyi looked towards Lin Yuan with a hint of expectation on his face. He really wanted to know what Lin Yuan's performance would be like in the 7th star cave. Chapter 100. The 6th star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Walk to the opposite side to pass. Tip: there is no concern for life in this star cave. Lin Yuan glanced at the stone tablet next to him. Written on it was the method to pass this star cave. To the opposite side. Lin Yuan looked up. The so-called opposite side was probably about 10 steps away. Lin Yuan looked around. Within these 10 steps, there were dozens of evolvers scattered around. These evolvers, whether standing still, pondering with their heads down, or stopping in their tracks, all had different expressions. This star cave test still focuses on the soul aspect. It should not be just simple soul attacks. Lin Yuan pondered. The evolvers within 10 steps, though with different expressions, were generally calm and did not have the posture of enduring attacks. After observing for a while and confirming that there was no problem, Lin Yuan took a step towards the opposite side. In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed. Lin Yuan was seated on the top floor of a luxurious building, and through the huge French windows, he could clearly see the outside world. Spaceships and battleships were landing one after another, and beyond the planets, there were star forts as large as the sun and moon guarding. Is my current identity the richest tycoon in the Red Kun star domain? Is my wealth enough to buy a galaxy? Do I have business dealings with other star domains and even alien races? A large amount of memories appeared in his mind out of thin air. This quickly made Lin Yuan understand his current situation. Master, the 6th-level resource planet you purchased a month ago has now been fully taken over. This 6th-level resource planet is rich in various precious ores and can bring in an annual income of 23 trillion universe coins. Master, the interest from the central bank's deposits last year has all been credited, bringing in approximately 12 quadrillion universe coins. Master, the dividend for shareholders of the Universal Galaxy Company you invested in this year is 830 trillion universe coins. Master. Intelligent robots stood not far away, constantly reporting various incomes. As for the unit of measurement, it was not the civilization coins of the Human Alliance, but the higher-level universe coins. Compared to the civilization coins that could only be used within the human territory, universe coins could be used in many ethnic territories. The conversion ratio between the two was 1 to 10,000. 10,000 civilization coins could be exchanged for 1 universe coin. So wealthy. Lin Yuan checked his account balance, and the string of zeros behind made him couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, it's all an illusion. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, and the surrounding scenes began to shatter. Returning to the 6th star cave. So, with each step taken, you will experience a different illusion. Lin Yuan pondered, realizing that he had taken the first step and would now have to take the second step. Illusions are not difficult. With some preparation, there is basically no threat. The key is that they are too tempting. Even if you know they are false, they can make you want to stay longer and experience more. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Once such thoughts arise, it is dangerous, because every second you linger in the illusion, several days might pass in the outside world. Indeed, illusions would not threaten the life of the evolver, but if you stay in this star cave for more than a month, you will be automatically eliminated. Once you become too immersed, too indulgent, you may unconsciously neglect time and end up being eliminated. Continue. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan took another step into the second step. The environment around him changed again. This time, Lin Yuan appeared in a magnificent palace. Many beautiful women surrounded him. These beautiful women were all stunning, and every move they made was enchanting. At this moment, they were all serving Lin Yuan humbly. The first step was wealth, and the second step is beauty. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The experiences in the illusion were extremely real. The delicate touch of the skin and the lingering fragrance on the tip of the nose were all vivid. Great King! A blue-eyed beauty leaned over, her slender jade fingers tracing Lin Yuan's chest, whispering softly in his ear. Great King! Another beauty pounced over, caressing Lin Yuan's lower abdomen, her hot breath flowing. Great King! Great King! Great King! One beautiful woman after another approached. If these women were placed in the Human Alliance, they would be at least celebrities with billions of fans. But now, they were doing everything they could to please Lin Yuan. Business matters are more important. Chat. Lin Yuan's right hand pulled out from the embrace of one of the women, and his mind moved slightly. In an instant, the surrounding scenes began to shatter, and Lin Yuan once again returned to the 6th star cave. Saying returned was not quite accurate because Lin Yuan had never left. Everything he had just experienced was an illusion. It's been over a minute. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. How insidious. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In the illusion of beauty, as long as the evolver wanted to enjoy it, such as trying the skills of the beautiful women, even if it was just for a few seconds, the flow rate of time outside would increase nearly tenfold or even dozens of times. After all, compared to the illusion of wealth in the first step, the illusion of beauty in the second step produced sensations that were almost real. It was almost no different from enjoying it in the real world. Next. Lin Yuan took several steps in a row. The illusions encountered were various, including power, status, strength, and so on. The illusions in the sixth star cave were extremely realistic, targeting the desires and emotions in the hearts of each evolver. But for Lin Yuan, these were too simple. It wasn't that Lin Yuan had talent in this regard, but rather that he had experienced everything he needed to experience. Compared to other evolvers under 100 years old, Lin Yuan, who had experienced 3 transmigrations, was nearly 300 years old in real age. The so-called beauty, wealth, and status, Lin Yuan had experienced them all. In the 7-star cave world, in a certain layer of the mysterious space. Almost at the same time, 12 figures noticed Lin Yuan, who had passed through the 6th star cave at an extremely fast speed. Why so fast? The illusions had no effect on him at all. How could it be? A 20-year-old kid, how could he have such a mindset? The 9 figures below glanced at each other. The test of the 6th star cave was not difficult to pass, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Yuan who was almost unaffected by the illusions. The evolvers who had passed through the 7th star cave before had wasted several hours or even half a day on those 10 steps. This was considered normal in the eyes of the 12 figures. After all the evolvers were under 100 years old. At such a young age, apart from talent, most of their time was undoubtedly spent on cultivation. Where would they have the time to experience such things? The 3 figures above silently watched Lin Yuan. The path of evolution is an extremely difficult one. If one stops midway because of some temptation, even if they have strong talent, their ultimate achievement will be extremely limited. Gu Ziyi silently thought to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with increasing satisfaction. With Lin Yuan's age, passing through the 6th star cave so decisively, his determination toward the Tao was undoubtedly exceptional. With this, the influence of external factors on him would also be minimized in the future. It's rare at such a young age. Well, when we were that age, it was very difficult for us to suppress our many desires. This Lin Yuan, he's only 20 years old, right? The other 2 figures also praised. So far, the fastest to pass through the 6th star cave was Silver Spirit. However, even Silver Spirit took over an hour to complete those 10 steps. And with Lin Yuan's current speed, it would take at most another 4 or 5 minutes. Moreover, Silver Spirit had such a fast speed because she had been following a 6th-order Fallen Star expert as her teacher since she was young. With such a 6th-order Fallen Star expert to support her, Silver Spirit naturally had many things that countless citizens admired but could not obtain since she was young. Under such circumstances, it was naturally much easier to pass through those 10 steps of illusions. It was like a native from a backward tribe suddenly coming to a higher life planet or the main star of the human alliance. They would definitely be attracted by all kinds of high technology and then become immersed in it. But for the citizens who lived on this higher life planet from the beginning, they would find it common and easy to get rid of it. Therefore, in the eyes of the 3 figures surpassing the 6th rank, Lin Yuan was even more rare than the Silver Spirit. According to public information, Lin Yuan came from an ordinary family on the Kanglin star. Even with the attention of the Goddess of Wisdom, what could a 20-year-old experience? The 6th star cave. Lin Yuan took the 10th step and arrived at the opposite side, passing the test. Love. A flash of the last step's illusion passed through Lin Yuan's mind. The illusion of this step tested love. The love here was not just love between men and women, but love in a broad sense. The love of parents, relatives, and so on. No matter what kind of emotion it is, love, hatred, or something else, they are all just embellishments on the path of life evolution. You can enjoy them appropriately, but you must never be immersed in them and let these emotions affect yourself. Lin Yuan quickly thought to himself. He had the gate of the Myriad Realms and was destined to transmigrate through countless worlds, having countless identities. If he became immersed in the emotions brought by each identity, there would be no need to continue cultivation. Sooner or later, he would go mad and die by going astray. Lin Yuan glanced back. There were dozens of evolvers still standing still, either experiencing illusions or unwilling to wake up so soon, or adjusting their thoughts to shake off the influence of the previous illusions. The 7th star cave. Lin Yuan took another step, his figure disappeared, leaving the 6th star cave. The 7th star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. What is this? Lin Yuan widened his eyes. Compared to the previous 6 star caves, the scene of the 7th star cave was somewhat unimaginable. It was a huge mountain peak floating in the cosmic sky. And Lin Yuan appeared at the top of the mountain peak. From his angle, he couldn't see the entire mountain peak, but he could faintly feel that the mountain peak was too majestic. A mountain peak in space. Lin Yuan was somewhat dazed. He faintly felt that this mountain peak was extremely real, not a virtual image. What are those stone statues? Lin Yuan looked around. At the top of the mountain peak, there was a stone statue sitting at intervals. Compared to the statues in the fourth star cave, the stone statues here had various forms. There were skypang with wings ready to fly, and women holding the flame of life high. In short, none of these stone statues were similar. The test of this star cave is... Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, finding the familiar stone tablet. This star cave has a total of 136 stone statues, each containing a certain path of evolution. Watch the stone statues, comprehend the evolution paths inside, and then touch the stone statues with your hands to pass the test. Hint: what suits oneself is the best. Do not aim too high and try to forcibly comprehend those towering stone statues. 136 stone statues. 136 paths of evolution. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. At this moment, he also noticed that the more than 100 stone statues scattered on the mountaintop varied in size. The largest stone statue was over 10 meters tall, but there were only 6 such tall stone statues. The rest of the stone statues were only 2 to 3 meters in size. Lin Yuan walked towards the nearest stone statue. This stone statue was a large peng with wings spread out, nearly 3 meters tall, as if it were about to soar into the sky. Perfect, just like the real thing. Lin Yuan watched for a while, immediately immersing his mind into it. He could feel that this stone statue seemed to come to life, with every feather seemingly vibrating. The wind of the heavens and the earth. Lin Yuan faintly felt that this large peng, like the incarnation of wind between heaven and earth, could blend into the wind with a slight flap of its wings and cross hundreds of miles. Rise with the wind for 100,000 miles. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have comprehended the heavenly wind evolution path from observing the Skypeng stone statue. Finally arrived at the 7th star cave. Within the mysterious space, the 12 figures all looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. Based on Lin Yuan's performance in the 4th and 6th star caves, he was only second to those 3 crimson mark figures in the hearts of the 12 figures. He even surpassed the 3 crimson mark figures in some aspects. After all, the insight Lin Yuan displayed in the 4th star cave truly amazed people. The 3 figures above also looked at Lin Yuan. Especially Gu Ziyi, who stared at Lin Yuan intently. The 4th star cave, although it also tests insight, is far less detailed and specific than the 7th star cave. The 3 figures understood this. The 136 stone statues in the 7th star cave, each containing 136 paths of evolution, actually symbolized 136 different directions. Evolvers comprehend among them, without textual guidance, as long as they can comprehend the evolution paths from the stone statues. It means that this evolution path is very suitable for them. If it is not suitable, it is difficult to comprehend. The test of the 7th star cave is to reveal the talents and potentials of all evolvers, in order to provide guidance for the future. I hope those stone statues are the ones. Gu Ziyi thought to himself. Those stone statues he was thinking of naturally referred to the evolution path with a direction similar to his. Although Lin Yuan's current path was the 2 extreme attributes of yin and yang, it did not mean that he could only follow this path. Perhaps there were more suitable paths, but Lin Yuan had not encountered them before. So there was this choice. If Gu Ziyi found a more suitable evolution path for Lin Yuan, he could completely intervene and change it forcibly. In human civilization, as long as you haven't reached the 6th rank, you can choose another evolution path at a certain cost. Just like Lin He in the Thunderstorm Star domain. By replicating the flesh, he changed at least dozens of evolution paths. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.